as England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches, bowl, it's all over as England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches, bowl, it's all over as England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches, bowl, it's all over as England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd erupts, fireworks go off because Lewis Hamilton is the world champion of 2014.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is a chance!
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple!
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
It does look effortless. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
International cricket.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events.
Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
International cricket. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is the chance.
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple.
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
It does look effortless. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up in the next few minutes.
International cricket.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events.
Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
International cricket. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is the chance.
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple.
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
It does look effortless. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up in the next few minutes.
International cricket.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events.
Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
International cricket. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is the chance.
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple.
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
It does look effortless. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up in the next few minutes.
International cricket.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events.
Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
International cricket. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is the chance.
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple.
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
It does look effortless. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up in the next few minutes.
International cricket.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events.
Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
International cricket. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is the chance.
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple.
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
It does look effortless. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up in the next few minutes.
International cricket.
5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events.
Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra.
International cricket. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is the chance.
5 Live sister service available exclusively digitally.
So simple.
Racket descends into silence. Championship point.
It does look effortless. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
I'm Jonathan Agnew. Welcome to Test Match Special for the third day of the Old Trafford Test between England and Pakistan. Play is scheduled to start at 11 o'clock, but first, here are the highlights from yesterday. Rahat again over the wicket, bowls outside the off-stump. Woakes gets it away this time. That's what he was looking for. And this time played a little later. Yasser can't stop it. And England's first runs of the day comes through a boundary to deep point. 318 for 4. There's Rahat bowling, and Woakes leans into this and drives off the front foot. That's a bit of a tester for poor old Misbah, who's setting off into the long grass. Deep wide, long off. He's running all the way down. He goes, and I think he's just failed. Sadly, the Pakistani captain, he gave it his best shot. He ran all the way out there, and he dived, and I think he must just have taken the ball with him into the boundary. So anyway, the crowd enjoyed it. I'm not sure. Well, Minsper's got a nice sense of humour, actually.
Well, I could see him thinking there, I know I'm not going to get there, I know I'm got to get there, but I am the captain, I've got to show willing.
His Rahat comes cutting back to Wokes. That's hit him up on the forearm, and he's thrown his bat away. And that seemed to come up, well, from nowhere, really. He's grimacing, and Root's coming down to give him a hug, make sure he's okay.
It's Rahat Ali again in bowl. That's nicely driven there by Wokes. That's going away for 4 runs. That was a beautiful stroke. He hit that very well indeed. It was well up there. He hit it through cover, and it was just in front of square. And that went away for 4 runs. There was nowhere away Yasser Shah, fielding on the backward point boundary, could get that. He scampered around as fast as his legs could take him, but the ball went over the ropes about 5 yards ahead of him. Good shot, beautifully timed, 331 for 4, and Vic shaking his head.
Well, that could have been Joe Root. I mean, it was perfectly timed.
Wasn't it?
And it raced away. So that'll make his arm feel a bit better.
And it's Mohammed Amir in short, and that's pulled away by Root out there. I was going to say magnificently. I don't think he got it in quite the right place. I thought it was going to bisect the gap between deep square and fine leg. It didn't. It went straight to Yasser Shah, and Root got the single. So Root goes to 144, and it's 332 for 4. And Rahat is in, both to work down the leg side, and he helps that away round the corner, and that goes for 4 runs. He hit it very well indeed, just helping it on its way. So that's 4 more to him. He goes to 21, and the total now at the end of the over, 337 for 4, with Root 144.
Yeah, it was a good shot. There was a square leg posted for the attempted pull, and he played it down. Good roll of the wrist and allowed the ball to come. So it's not panicked after being hit on the elbow, and shown a fair bit of guts. So an important innings. Wokes 21 from 51 balls and helping Joe Root to a 150 maybe.
Root, who's in now, is Wokes rather, and he uppercuts that away for 4 runs, and that has gone over the top, and, well, 6 runs. Well, goodness me, talk about a successful uppercut. He stared that away over the top for 6 runs, and umpire Tucker signals same. So what an amazing stroke.
Yeah, it wasn't just a slice, but I think there was a push involved as well, and it was beautifully middled, and so relaxed when he was executing that slice, the uppercut as it's called, and so all at work. Wokes has been the attractive of the two this morning. He's played quite a few shots. He's looked in good touch on 27 now.
Here's Shah bounding in, bowls, short ball, and Wokes whacks it through mid-wicket, runs here. Not sure it's quite got the legs to get all the way, heading towards the boundary foam, and is a boundary. And 2 men converging on it. It was a short ball, it was a bad ball really, well put away by Wokes. A straight batted pull.
Yeah, and that's been the other low point of his bowling spells. He's bowled quite a few loose deliveries. At Lords, he was at the stumps, at the batsman, almost all the time, but here he's been a little inconsistent.
Riaz in, and Root gets it, 150. This brilliant cricketer, Yorkshire and England, his 5th 150 in 43 test matches. And he's looked every inch one of the best players in the world this week. And celebrates, salutes the dressing room, salutes all corners of the ground, and gets a hug from Chris Wokes. It's been an innings of superb control and touch.
Yeah, I mean, it's never looked like getting out. Hardly any edges. Clean, methodical, purpose-built 100, because he played spin wonderfully well. He was outstanding against the left-arm angle. You know, he knew where the off-stump was, so a complete 150, a complete innings from him.
Riaz again, Wokes drives, nicely played, could be 4 more. Poor Yasser Shah's got a big warm-up here, he's got about 80 yards to run, but he's not going to get there. Pretty much a wide half volley from Riaz, and Wokes latched onto it, struck it through extra cover, all on the ground. It's a punch on the glove from Joe Root.
Nice stride into that drive.
Right out the middle.
Yeah, staying low and What a good cover drive that was.
Wahab turns at his mark. Sun behind cloud now at Old Trafford. It's white cloud, though it's fairly high. One slip in place with Younes. Little straighter, and he's clipped away for 4 runs down to fine leg. Just erring, Wahab to the right-handed Woakes, who moves on to 42. 370 for 4 now. Woakes does have a Test 50 to his name, Andy, doesn't he?
Yeah, but 66 at Lords against Sri Lanka.
So eyeing up a second 50. And who knows how many more, but he's looking pretty handy at the moment. And he resumed his innings. He has got that's protection or a wrist sweatband on his right wrist there. Oh, edged, but then missed by Younes. Did it quite carry? It's running away down to the third man boundary now, but Yazir is looking as if that was another opportunity. 4 runs, adding insult to injury as Root moves on to 159.
Well, lovely bowling, really is. Tremendous revolution, spin, just trying to open that blade. Oh, yes, it's a catch. Difficult,
Fingertips.
low down to the right. It just goes backwards a little bit, Younes Khan, so I think if it had gone forward and just to his right, he would have had a better opportunity. He was just a bit on his heels.
Wahab around the wicket to Root, angled across him. There's another 4 down to fine leg. Well, that happened the previous over. Coming off the pad this time, leg by signalled by umpire Dharmasena, and gifting England another few runs. Angling it in. That one coming off the hip of Roots. He looked to work it to the leg side.
Well, he's just wearing them down, isn't he? He's just sat back against the left arm, was waiting for that punch through point. Not driven much in the offside. He's flicked a few off the hip. He's just earning the right to get those kind of deliveries because he's just wearing them down. Batting an off stump again to Wahab Riaz over the wicket because he's not threatening the ball coming back into the pads.
Wahab in again to Root, driving that time but flying away down to the third man boundary. A despairing dive, but 4. That ball really flew off the edge of the bat. Wide, just the one slip in place. 385 for 4, then Root 164 not out. And those runs continue to come.
Yeah, just the one slip in now. And even there you go. That proves it's a risky shot. You've got someone like Joe Root playing as well as he ever has on 160 odd, and yet he still finds the outside edge with that angle. That's why it's such a difficult stroke.
Yasser moves in, bowls to him a little dinky sweep there, through where leg slip might have been standing, but there's nobody in that position, and he's going to get 4 to a real fine deflection. Predetermined, down that knee, and just help the ball away. Confidence so high now for Woakes, 48 not out, and what a chance he was given to as the night watchman to come in and just do a brief job last night, but then of course setting him up to play properly, to play a good innings today, and he's taken his chance. 48 not out. Yasser again bowls to him, and now he swings that away. He's going to get 4. Full ball outside the off stump. It was a sweep shot, but not with an entirely horizontal bat. Hit it hard though, and England moved to 397 for 4. They haven't lost a wicket today. Well, it was a sweep, wasn't it? But then it was a slightly unusual one. He dragged that from quite wide outside the off stump. Yes, I didn't look very pleased.
He just swept on length.
Yeah,
that's what all the good sweepers do. They see the length. It's a good ball. That's why it's such a dangerous shot, that you're basically hitting the spinner's best ball for 4. You've got to have that movement and making sure that you get into position early.
Hazard again, and Woakes gets a lovely little full toss. Thank you very much. Man on 49 clips it away out to deep square leg, and there's his half century. And it's perfectly scripted as far as Woakes is concerned. Night watchman last night with a brief just to get through that, and then to play properly, play like a batsman today, because of course he's more than capable of that. And here he is, absolutely what he was sent out to do. In decent time as well, not waste time in the game, blocking around that sort of old traditional type night watchman, if you like. He's got to 50 from 88 balls. He's hit 8 4s and a 6. And that's, as I said, perfectly following the script.
Azhar Ali, a very occasional leg spinner. 4 Test wickets is all he can claim credit for. Round the wicket in, bowls, and that's another single there. Root pushes that way, away to the right there of mid-on. And 411 for 4. And that is...
The 100 partnership.
100 partnership.
168 balls it took. Gone from 50 to 100 of 70 balls. The first 50 took 98, so they sped up a bit.
Yasser licks his fingers And here he comes again, twinkling up to the wicket, overcomes his arm, it's shorter, Westgate back. He's caught and bowled. He hit it a fraction too soon. He didn't let the ball come on to him. He hit it low and hard, straight back to Yasser, threw the ball aloft, and Yasser has broken his duck, and Pakistan have got a wicket this morning. Wokes has gone. It's been a splendid innings. He came in last night as night watchman, but he's carried on now, making the good impressions that he's made all through this season. He's getting better and better. We saw him make 35 and not out and 23 in the Lord's Test when he played the leg spinner as well as any of the batsmen. Now he's got past 50 as the night watchman. He's coming into a huge round of applause. 58 runs to his name, and he is waving his bat. He'll be happy, but he'll be angry too, because in a way he shouldn't have got out. It was a careless stroke, but nonetheless he has continued to build on all the good work he's done this summer.
He's played very well. He's looked calm, assured. He's looked as if he knows what he's doing. He's been comfortable against seam and against spin. He's actually played a great deal better than Vince and Gary Ballant, to be honest to him. He looks a very compact, late-order batsman. And actually, he wouldn't do himself any harm further up the order, but there are so many in this England side of wicket-keeper batsmen who can bat, he's not going to get up the order much. There, it was around the wicket. I think he saw the risk come over as if it looked as if it might be a googly. And he wanted to work it to the onside, but it didn't really turn, and so it sort of spooned back to the bowler. No shame in that. He's played lovely.
And here comes Yasser again, in bowled over pitch. That's driven away by Stokes through the covers, and it's going for 4 runs. That was a good stroke. It was over pitched. He hit it very well indeed, and that takes Stokes to 5. The total to 424 for 5. And Root 183.
There's one thing for sure, when Stokes strokes it, doesn't have to whack it, it goes for 4. There was never any doubt on that. There was a controlled, lovely little, creamed it, I would say, nicely, but it just raced away.
Earth on that batter length. 2 slips, 4 men saving 1, 2 men back on the hook, Amir in, past the umpire bowls. And Stokes inside edges, Amir wants it, and LBW's going to go for 4, is it? Surely not. It's a thick inside edge, it has done. Poor Yasir Shah charging away to his right-hand side, and it's a no ball.
Stokes is sort of broad grin on his face. That was an amazing shot. It was
completely misjudged.
It was inside edge, and it just sped away.
Shah in again, bowls. Stokes down the track, over the top, and it's going to be 1 bounce. Well, actually, just 2 bounces wide of long on. There's 3 men back on the onside boundary. Stokes found the gap. Can I say that was a better execution of Moen's misexecuted run down the track at Lord's?
Well, it was better in the sense he got bat to ball.
Yeah.
A real skip down the pitch. Remember, he bowls quite quickly, Shah. He hasn't got much time. And in the end, the placement was needed because it wasn't going to clear the boundary, but it bisected the 2 fielders.
Amir comes in again, short one, hooked, pulled safely, well in front of square. Hasn't quite timed it, it's racing towards the boundary. It will beat the fielder though. 4 runs for Stokes. He goes on to 24-47 for 5 now. Crowd enjoyed that one.
Yeah, well, the gauntlet was tossed down by Amir. That was an intentional bouncer. It got up to round about head high, but Stokes was after it, and he hit it more through mid-wicket. Admittedly not perfectly timed, but pretty well timed through mid-wicket rather than square leg. There was a man at deep square leg looking perhaps for the aerial hook shot, not quite under control, but Stokes got it straighter than that, took up the gauntlet.
Stokes awaits bat poise from wider of the crease, Yazir, and goes back. Stokes forcing him away past the fielder at cover. He'll come back for a second. Will the ball make the boundary first? It will. 4 for Stokes.
Oh, what a shot this is. It's not that short. Just rocks back and just punches it. He's played a couple of ridiculous strokes now. The one off the pad where he was trying to work it through mid-wicket. He kind of got, it looked like a thick inside edge. It went for 4. Off Mohammed Amir just behind square with 2 men back, and this next one just opening the blade, finding the gap.
Yazir in now, bowls, and he pulls out the slug sweep. Big top edge, flies high in the air. 3 men are after. It's going to drop safe. They were slow to pick it up initially, but it's dropped safely in the gap behind short leg. Younis was heading across from his position at slip as well, but both of them, and as well the man who's standing there backward square leg.
Where's the keeper? The keeper's got to sprint after that, hasn't he?
Oh, the keeper it looked as if he wasn't sure where the ball had gone initially either.
Yasser hasn't beaten the bat all that often. That was once. Bowls again, and there's Root to reverse sweep, and that is taking him to 200. He hit it with tremendous emphasis, tremendous power. He went away for 4 into the foot over there of the stands and to the left of the pavilion, and Root waves his bat, and you can see the determination as he punched the air. He wanted that 200. He's got it. He and Stokes wrap their arms around each other. Goodness me, a great moment of triumph. Root is now punching his bat. He's saying, I wanted that. I've got there. Good for him. It was tremendous. 471 for 5. And Root goes to 201, his second Test double century, and his highest to score in Test cricket. His other score was 200 not out against Sri Lanka at Lord's. And so a tremendous innings by Root, and my goodness me, if he was haunted by the devils that haunted him in the Test at Lord's, when he gave his wicket away a couple of times, I think he's laid them suitably to rest.
Well, what a shot to bring it up as well, to get the power on that and timing it, race to the boundary. It's been a splendid innings.
And here's Wahab Bowles. There's appeal for a catch behind us. Stokes tries to swing that round the corner, but in fact, only the wicketkeeper was interested. And, Wahab was, I think, more than passing interested. They've reviewed it. They've decided to review it.
Kumar, there is a mark on hotspot. We've gone to real-time snake on other things. Thank you, Kumar.
And he's been given out. He has been given out. Umpire Dharmasena sticks up his finger. And so Stokes has gone, and England now 471 for 6.
Bairstow again, bat raised high. Yasser moves in, bowls to him. A low full toss, he's hit that for 4. Thanks very much. And the man there at Silly Point won't thank Yasser Shah very much for that. A low full toss outside the off stump, and Bairstow just clubbed it. 2 extra cover, and that temporary stand there, full of all sorts of fancy dresses and inflatable bananas and goodness knows what else. They're having a high old time. 480 for 6. The short and pulled hard by Bairstow. I've lost the ball. There it goes. Heading out towards the sofas at a deep mid-wicket. Hit it very hard. A poor ball from Yasser. Looked tired there. 490 for 6. Bairstow moves to 15 now, and England pressing on. Don't go their eye yet on a declaration, quite I wouldn't have thought, but I think they'll come out after tea, wouldn't they, for a few more?
I think he should bowl over the wicket, I've thought for a while. He's just kept on bowling round, round, round. It gets predictable. All right, he's got some footholds to aim at, but the batsmen can set themselves and know where the ball is coming. Even if he'd have just bowled 3 or 4 overs over Jonathan, see something different, then go back.
Root on 217 now in Pakistan. It's a waiting game as to when they might have a chance to bat as Root goes back, rocks back and forces him out through extra cover off the back foot for 4 runs. And that is what could happen with Azhar Ali on at this stage of the innings. 5-2-3 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, not a great start. A, is not a regular bowler. B, is trying, he's bowling around the stumps, which can be a difficult angle for a spinner who's not a regular. You know, over the stumps is his regular angle, and so he's been asked to come and bowl around the stumps, hit that rough patch and be a little negative, I guess, but not a great start.
And here comes Azhar again, and that's swept there by Root, and he's going fine for 4. And that he hit that very well. It was a bit more leg side than the previous ball, which Bairstow swept. He hit it away fine of the fielder at short fine leg for 4 runs. And so 542 for 6. Root goes on and on. Azhar is in round the wicket. Bowled Root sweeps again, hits that on the full, and that's 4 more. He hit that like a kicking horse into the gap between deep mid wicket and deep square leg, and it goes over the boundary. to great applause, and so 546 for 6.
Brilliant batting. Henry.
Brilliant batting,
well,
isn't it?
because the ball before, he just waited a little bit longer and took it finer. He saw the fielder go a little bit finer, so he took it a little bit earlier this occasion. Yeah, he made it into a full top and put it, so it's behind square, but because of that fielder had gone 10 yards finer, it was perfect placement once again. It's a wonderful display of batsmanship.
And it has our bells again, and this time he sweeps fine, and he's got 4 more. That's sensational. 3 sweeps in succession, and 1 just to the other side of Yunus Khan at short fine leg, and then he hit him square, and then fine of Yunus Khan. That was terrific. 240 now to Bairstow, and the 550's up. 550 for 6, and it's sort of murder, isn't it? In a nice, sophisticated
well,
sort
I'll tell
of
you
way.
what, Henry, those 3 sweeps reminded me of Brian Lowry used to be able to do that to bowlers bowling over the wicket. He used to be able to sweep the ball wherever he wished, and bear in mind, you only had 2 fielders behind square on the leg side. He used to be able to just play with you and take it earlier, take it later, go finer, go a bit squarer.
And it's Yasser again, up to the wicket now. He bowls, and Root makes a bit of room, hammers that away square, runs the first one very quickly. A slight misfield. Oh, it's gone all the way. No, it hasn't. No, I thought it had gone through the ball. It hasn't. It's been retrieved. It ran just a couple of yards back. And so 2 runs to Root, 250, I should say. 250 superb runs. What an innings it's been. 572 for 6, and just listen. Root raises his bat, Bairstow goes down and congratulates him, and then comes back tapping his glove against his bat. The crowd is standing all round the ground. Even the bananas and the party stand are standing. The bananas and the lemon curds. Right again, Bowles. And that's the road. It's gone up in the air. He's going to be caught. Is it deep square leg coming in? Yes, I think he has been caught. It's been a wonderful catch, that, actually. The fielder came in at full tilt and then dived forward and held the ball. And when his elbows hit the ground, there was every chance it would bounce out. It didn't. Root's amazing innings has come to an end. 254. Caught in the deep there of Rahad Ali, and the ground now standing and cheering as one man together, one man, one woman, everyone cheering. It is wonderful, and people clapping, even the Pakistanis, some of them are clapping. Root taking his helmet off, waves his helmet to the crowd, raises his bat, unemotional in a way, but inside him he must be absolutely over the moon. What a moment for all of us to witness. He goes away into the comfort of the pavilion, and cometh the hour, cometh the man. Who comes out of the pavilion but the helmeted Moeen Ali? As Wahab is in, round the wicket bowls, and that Bairstow driving that out to deep cover, and that's his 50. Well played by Johnny Bairstow. And what a player he has become. He's really developed too into something special. He holds up his bat, and the applause may not be quite as generous as it was when Root was out a moment or 2 ago. But the Lancashire crowd enjoying Johnny Bairstow, even if he comes from the other side of the Pennines.
Bairstow on strike. What's he going to do with this? Riaz comes in, bowls to him. Well, he hammers him out towards mid-off. He's going to be caught. And comfortably taken, easily taken, and that might very well herald the declaration. I fancy it does. Moeen's heading off as well. Bairstow's out for 58. Lovely innings there. Just what the circumstances required. And England declare on 589 for 8.
Broad in again. Bowls. Nicely struck.
That's a good shot.
Really good control. Jeffrey would have enjoyed that because he didn't try and overhit it. Hit it right under his eyes and just punched it through the offside. Hafiz.
Yes, it's almost like a firm push, isn't it? It's a firm control push. I get my foot to the ball, shoulder, my elbow up, just bat is perfectly straight, and I just ease it there. Nothing can go wrong. It's when you go after it, like James Vince, flashing cover drives, a bit wide, you're asking for trouble.
I was just going to say it was a sort of classic opening batsman's cover drive, wasn't it?
Yep.
Because it could have been a 2 if he'd slightly mistimed it.
Yep.
He got it right in the middle and it went for 4. It wasn't reckless or wild.
But tough ask for Pakistan openers. Been in the field for the best part of 2 days. to come and turn their concentration to batting now. But he's got this away over the top of the gully, taking something of a slash at it, Hafiz. A little bit back of the length from Broad. So there was some width, and a leaping Ben Stokes high to his right.
Up comes Woakes again, bowls on the leg stump, and that's going to test Moeen as the ball runs away down towards fine leg. He's sprinting after it, he just escorts it into the boundary edge. I thought he was never going to get there, really. And again, England just a little bit offline, you have to say. 27 for no wicket.
Nicely played. I mean, he's making the batsman play, but that's actually leg stump, and Hafiz tucked it away, nice and fine.
Woakes again, bowls. It's edged, and it's caught. Finally, England get one in that challenging area, Geoffrey Boycott's corridor of uncertainty. And they found the edge. There's been an awful lot that's been too wide. But it's Woakes again. He is that go-to man, as they say these days. That's his first over, and he's got a wicket. He's bowled the ball absolutely in the right channel. It's a bit of bounce. It's a nice ball, that. And, well, it's Joe Root, the man of the moment, who takes a nice, neat, lowish catch. And so Pakistan are 27 for 1, and Woakes, well, showing his senior colleagues perhaps how to do it.
Well, he's having a great time, isn't he? And it wasn't, it was a testing ball, just perhaps held its line again, but I still think Hafiz will be a bit disappointed that he didn't get a bit more bat on it and keep it out. But he's outside edge found, enough bounce to carry. Nice neat catch, right about ankle height. He just got there. But that's the wicket England craved, and they need more. It's going to be hard work to get 20 wickets on this surface.
It is Woakes. He's up to the wicket now, he bowls. Aaron Jordan said, gone, is that out? Yes, he's caught him. One-handed, goodness me, Azhar played at that. He pushed at it a bit, it went back over Woakes' right shoulder, he stuck up his hand, almost, hopefully, and the ball stuck. A marvellous catch, one of those instinctive catches where the ball simply sticks. I mean, good old Woakes for putting his hand up there. A bit lucky perhaps that it's the ball stuck. That is a very good wicket, taken at a very important stage. Azhar Ali out, caught and bowled Woakes. And Woakes has now taken both wickets to fall. Pakistan 43 for 2.
Yeah, you've got to term it as soft dismissal also. He was off balance, he was going nowhere. Against Moeen Ali also, it was generally felt that he was off colour. And even though it was a great catch by Woakes in his follow-through, any catch in the follow-through is a difficult one. But Azhar Ali there, out of shape, out of form suddenly, and so big problem for Pakistan, because if Azhar Ali doesn't fire at number 3, and if the openers are going to be inconsistent, the middle order is going to come under a lot of pressure.
Stokes, thick-set, burly man. There's a chance of a caught behind, gone, and Younis has walked. The strangle, down leg side, hip high. Younis Khan drawn into a flick shot, going across, as he has done all innings. Makes the mistake, gloves it through to Bairstow. Stokes, exactly as Michael Vaughan was saying, has something about him, competitive presence, a venom about his bowling. England right on top, Pakistan 48 for 3. Woakes in now, bouncer out. It's all over for one of the more hapless performances by any night watchman you'll see. It was a banged-in ball, he just stood there and poked it straight up in the air, but probably one of the easiest short leg catches Gary Bounce will ever take. And that experiment has not worked. If you're going to use a night watchman, he's got to be able to protect another batsman, not just get out and give the bowlers more confidence. It was woeful.
The close of play of the second day of the second test match between England and Pakistan sees Pakistan in real trouble. 57 for 4, so 532 runs behind. But England declared on 589 for 8. A magnificent 254 from Joe Root. I don't think it's possible to make a not magnificent 254, but this really was a very special innings. Woakes, the night watchman, made 58, Stokes 34, and then Bairstow, a typical punchy 58. That was when Alistair Cook declared on 589 for 8.
Yazza hasn't beaten the bat all that often. That was once. Bowls again, and there's Root reverse sweep, and that is taking him to 200. He hit it with tremendous emphasis, tremendous power. He went away for 4 into the foot over there of the stands.
Woakes in now, bouncer out. It's all over for one of the more hapless performances by any night watchman you'll see. day 3 of the second Investec Test match between England and Pakistan. This is BBC Test Match Special, and I'm Ed Smith. A splendid second day for England leaves them in a dominant position in the match. In reply to England's 589 for 8 declared, last night Pakistan slipped to 57 for 4. So the questions at the start of day 3, can England brush away the Pakistan tail? If so, will Alistair Cook enforce the follow-on? Often he doesn't. And perhaps the most immediate, as I see a few umbrellas out there in the middle, will the rain stay away? So let's come to that last question first, so to speak, and Chris Fawkes with the weather.
Thanks, Ed. Yes, if only the weather could be as straightforward as it was yesterday on day 2. Unfortunately, that's not the case. For the moment, we've got a lot of cloud across the northwest of England, and we are seeing some patchy outbreaks of rain moving in. I think the main risk of rain comes across the Old Trafford area really between now and about 12:30. It might well be pretty sporadic rain, that said, so there could even be some drier slots, but it's certainly going to stay fairly cloudy. After about 12:30, well, I reckon that the risk of rain is going to diminish somewhat, and you might even see the skies brightening up a little bit later on in the day, really towards the late afternoon and evening time. So there should be some brightening of the skies around. Temperature-wise, we're looking at highs of around 20 degrees Celsius, a southwesterly breeze, and still feeling a little humid, so there might be a little bit there for the bowlers to swing that ball around. So just to recap, I reckon we are at risk of seeing some patchy outbreaks of rain. The main risk till about 12:30. After that, the risk diminishes somewhat, so I think we are going to get quite a bit of play in today.
Thanks very much, Chris. That sounds like, on balance, pretty good news. There was a furrowed brow, the BBC correspondent Jonathan Agnew, too along from me. The covers are out over the pitch, but actually, at the moment, it's not raining, so fingers crossed that there are only brief interruptions for rain and we get a really good day 3 here. Sitting alongside me is Ebony. Ebony, what did you make of England's batting, and then we'll come to Pakistan's batting in a second. To what extent did England's dominant batting performance really, I guess, put behind them the traumas and troubles of Lords?
Yeah, I think the main standout was Yasir Shah, and just feeling like there was no game plan in the first test, and just seeing how they played him yesterday. I mean, it was incredible to see, Root, he's just getting back behind the ball, knocking it around, because he was, pretty much playing a stable innings for most of it, but had a good game plan. We saw Ben Stokes loved it when he used his feet, came down to the pitch of the ball. There was just a clarity of plan against Yasir Shah, and to post so many runs, obviously it was a good flat wicket, but to post so many runs in such a manner just shows that England are more than capable. It's just about getting it right.
So the implication of that is that at Lords, perhaps, although they played against Yasir Shah in October, November in the UAE and not particularly successfully, there's always that thing of having to reset your game plan against a top spinner, and maybe they weren't quite prepared or ready or clear in their heads at Lords, but now they seem to be more settled in how they're going to play the leg
Yeah,
spinner.
definitely. I mean, let's not forget, it does help if Cook scores 100 and then Root does, because it sets that baseline. But I just felt at Lords there was a lot of really poor shots, just almost in hope, almost. It just looked like they were just trying to get their hands through it, just to try and get back on ball, as opposed to yesterday we saw, Root was getting back in the crease at times, letting the ball come into him. So he played some brilliant sweeps as well through his innings. It's just clarity and calmness, and once you have that, it really makes the innings, much easier to get through.
Yeah, I suppose that's you touched on it there. The flip side is that, to what extent have we really learnt very much for England's two premier batsmen who England have been relying on so much get in? That changes the shape of the match and also the shape of the whole series. Let's just touch on Pakistan yesterday. They'd have felt a huge sense of optimism and I guess almost Pakistan cricketing renaissance. Winning at Lords, such a big thing for a touring team. They were so joyful in their moment of victory, and then they've come here and they find themselves quite clearly on the wrong end of it. Pretty poor batting yesterday, do you think?
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible. One batter that always surprised me, Yunus Khan, how he jumps around so much in the crease and gets away with it. But I just felt that, they weathered the first spell pretty well, actually. I thought for the first spell against Anderson and Broad, who maybe weren't as venomous and tight to the stumps as possible. They looked pretty settled. But once England started being a bit more aggressive, we saw that some aggressive balls from Wokes. Ben Stokes cashed in as well. They just didn't really look to be at the party.
Well, I can see just two along from me. There's a very smart Prince of Wales grey jacket, which I know belongs to Michael Vaughan. So good morning, Michael.
Good morning. It's got a bit of blue in it.
Yeah. What did you make of Pakistan in particular yesterday. They struggled with the ball, and then they, as a batting team, all the frailties that they sort of got away with at Lords were laid bare a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the toss was so important. You know, the pitch has been a good one, and I think if they're honest with themselves, I think they bowled like it was a flat wicket. And I expect Pakistan to bowl better on that kind of surface than you would an England side if they'd have lost the toss, because England bowlers don't have that little bit of mystery about them, whereas Pakistan are used to bowling on this kind of surface. They bowled on them in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, and in Sharjah on a regular occurrence, and I expect them to just go more to that style of bowling, which is more aggressive, hit the pitch hard, bowl a few bounces, slow balls, Yorkers. And they didn't produce that, Pakistan, which was disappointing with the ball, but you have to give England a huge amount of credit for the way that they won the toss and thought, you know, this is a great surface, we're going to make it count, and to make it count with 589 and the manner of which they did it. And, you know, we were talking last night on commentary, as soon as someone or a team gets that kind of score on the board, it is so difficult to bat. You know, it's easy for us to say up here, and we always say, oh, you know, you just got to play the ball, pretend that you've won the toss, but it never really happens. There's always there's always a flick down the leg side, isn't there? There's always something happens, and you know, I thought England with the ball were very, very good, particularly Stokes and Woakes, and you know, I'd give those two the ball this morning.
Would you?
Absolutely.
So
yeah.
how would that go? Just touch on this for a second. How does that conversation go? So there you are, captain of England. You got numbers. Bowlers ranked 3 and 4 in the world, and Anderson and Broad. They're your guys have won you many games of cricket. I'm sort of turning you into Alistair Cook for a second, Michael. Outbowled a little bit, perhaps, in implication of what you're saying, by Stokes and Woakes last night. So when do you tell them the news, and how does it go? So it's a brief conversation.
Look, all you do is you go, we're starting with how we ended up last night. You know, dead simple. It's it looked from up here that Stokes and Woakes just hit the pitch that little bit harder. They, you know, the Woakes dismissal of Hafiz, just a little bit of extra bounce, bit of movement. It wasn't great batting, but it was just a little bit of extra pace. You know, when Stokes has got the ball in hand, you know he'll bowl a bad ball, but you know he'll bowl a really good ball that you can't really play. And you know, I just think those two in particular. Anderson set it up with bowling lots of dots. You know, he built pressure, and I thought Pakistan, again, if they're honest, I thought they went into their shells a bit too soon. I thought they looked to just bat, you know, time, and looked to play for survival rather than, you know, really. It's not being aggressive and reckless. It's just, you know, if you get half volley, I don't care what the situation of the match is. You've at this level got to put it to the boundary. And you know, Masood and Hafiz, I thought they looked like they were playing very timidly, which would give England an indication of their mindset. And you know, it was when Woakes is just having a golden period, isn't it? It doesn't matter what he does, he can field, bat, bowl, probably score a couple of goals in the wall.
Playing midfield for England football team.
Yeah, he can do anything in a minute. And you know, sometimes as a team, you've got to realise whose time it is. You know, it's Woakes' time just at this stage. That's why he should certainly bowl the third. But he might go Woakes and Anderson, but I'd go Woakes and Stokes. So I thought they were outstanding last
if it's
night.
that person's time, if it's a 50-50 decision, you tend towards him. That's the point. So who's got the golden arm? If it's clear that someone else needs to bowl. We're learning a lot about Michael's captaincy. Here we go.
He's, you know, he came on our Man and Toughers and show on Monday night, and he gave an indication, because everyone talks about bowling, you know, the action and the wrist position, the release. And I asked him, I said, look, why are you suddenly bowling 5 miles an hour quicker than what you were, you know, a year, 2 years ago? He just went, you know what? I said, I just run in harder.
As simple as that.
I just put more effort into my run-up. You know, I went, really? I've not, you know, Brett Lee's run-up is the one that, and Shai Bakhtar, you know, when he used to charge in, you think, yeah. And he said, yeah, I said, you've just got physically strong. He said, maybe a little bit stronger. He said, but I just run in that little bit harder. I run in with more effort in my run-up, and it's just allowing me and to release the ball. It feels like it's all in sync at the minute, and it's giving him 5 miles. So any young bowlers, that just running harder.
Just bend your back,
charge in.
Let's reflect on yesterday's play then with our pint-sized TMS.
This is pint-sized TMS. England versus Pakistan.
When he uppercuts that away, and, well, 6 runs. Goodness me, talk about a successful uppercut.
Riaz in, and Root gets it, 150. He's looked every inch one of the best players in the world this week.
Hazard again, and Woakes gets a lovely little full toss. Clips it away out to deep square leg, and there's his half-century.
Did you sleep here last night?
My dear, I think they're the finest linen trousers. I mean, they're very sexy, don't you think?
You're a sexy devil.
Overcomes his arm, it's shorter waistcoat back. He's caught and bowled. He hit it a fraction too soon. Bowles again, and there's Root to reverse sweep, and that is taking him to 200.
If there's ever a perfect test innings, this is it.
And here's Wyatt Bowles. There's appeal for a catch behind us. They've decided to review it. Just the slightest touch. And he'd been given out.
Was Joe Root one of the batsmen who was playing backyard cricket?
I'll tell you what, my lad was caught by the dog. It was a one-hand, one-bounce rule, and the dog just jumped up and caught him.
The first dog catch in cricket since Jack Russell.
Wahab is in, round the wicket Bowles, and that Bairstow driving that out to deep cover, and that's his 50. Well played, Bairstow. Brad again, Bowles. And that's the road. It's gone up in the air. He's going to be caught. Is he? It's deep square leg coming in. Yes, he has been caught. Root's amazing innings has come to an end. 254. Caught in the deep there of Rahad Ali.
Bairstow on strike. Riaz comes in, bowls to him. Well, he hammers him out towards mid-off. He's going to be caught and comfortably taken. And England declare on 589 for 8. Works again, Bowles. It's edged and it's caught. Finally, England get one in that challenging area. Geoffrey Boycott's corridor of uncertainty.
A seagull floats away rather therapeutically to our left, and Wokes. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls. Aaron Jordan is gone. Yes, he's caught him. One-handed. One of those instinctive catches with the ball simply sticks.
Stokes, thick set, early man. There's a chance of a caught behind, gone, and Yunus has walked. Yunus Khan loves it through to Bairstow. Wokes in now, bouncer out. Probably one of the easiest short leg catches Gary Bounce will ever take. Pakistan 57 for 4, 532 behind. You can watch this on the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. Well, no surprise after yesterday's play who we spoke to, and Joe Root told Pat Murphy that things had gone about as well as they could have done for England.
Exactly what we wanted, really, to get a big score on the board and then be able to put them under pressure with the ball. I thought the way that the guys came out this evening and bowled was fantastic. We built a lot of pressure early on with the new ball, and then the guys after that took the rewards, really, and we put the ball in some really good areas, and maybe got a little bit lucky with the dismissal of Yunus, but that's what can happen when you put a side under pressure, and hopefully now we can take that forward into tomorrow and make real use of the start we've had.
In what way was it like a dismissal of Yunus? I mean, because it was just a strangle?
Yeah, and sometimes that can happen when you come out and there's only 20-odd overs left in the day. It's not always a nice time to come out and play, and I thought we made it really tough for them, and that's exactly what we wanted. And hopefully tomorrow morning we can keep applying that pressure, and they keep looking up at the scoreboard, and it's quite a mountain to climb. So hopefully we continue to go the way we've done tonight.
Geoffrey Boycott, who knows about these things, has just praised you for your care and attention, was the phrase he used. Now, was that a deliberate mental thing for you after Lords?
Yeah, obviously 2 disappointing dismissals there, and you always want to make sure you put them right as soon as possible. To be able to bounce back straight away and make a really big score is that's what you dream of in your practice, and that's where you do all the hard work, so that when you do get opportunities like today, you make the most of it. And they sometimes make you a little bit hungrier, weeks like last week. So I'm really pleased that I managed to make the most of it.
Did you keep saying to yourself, play straight? Because my word, you did.
Yeah, on that wicket, wasn't great amount of turn on the first day, and obviously when he came round the wicket today, the spinner, it made it a little bit tougher out of that foothold, but to play straight. But for the majority of the day and majority of the innings, tried to make that a real point of that, and then later on had a little bit more fun when we were trying to get towards a declaration.
And the cheeky little reverse sweep to get you your highest Test match score as well, 201.
Yeah, I think that was just more looking at the field and seeing what was the best way of nullifying their plan, and it seemed to work very well at the time. And it's not a shot that I play massively, but it's something that obviously practice, and I'm glad I do practice it now to get how it went today.
Now, what about Chris Wokes outscoring you this morning as night watchman?
Yeah, well, Chris is in fine form, and he's absolutely flying at the minute when it comes to both batting and bowling. The way he bowled tonight again was brilliantly, and that partnership was really important. I thought after a great day yesterday, it would have been very easy to sort of lose a couple of quick wickets and allow them to get back in the game. But that partnership was massive, and the way he played showed a lot of maturity. He took pressure when he needed to, and then applied it as well when the occasions arise.
How did he sneak in this night, Watchman?
He actually put his hand up. I'm not surprised, to be honest, the way he's playing. I'd want to get out there all the time as well. And when you've got players like that and players wanting to take responsibility, it's great dressing room to be a part of.
That was Joe Root talking to Pat Murphy. Was Joe England's double centurion yesterday. Michael, just bring you in. Simon Hughes also sitting alongside me. We'll come to Simon in a second. Michael, how would you rate Joe Root's innings in terms of the 5 scores of 150 or more he's already made for England? He's only 25 years old.
Well, I think it's the best he's played. I think of any innings that he's played for England across all the formats, just because they're England were 1-0 down. But it was his manner and his application, his awareness of what the left armers in particular were trying to do, take the ball across from him. Against this Pakistan left arm attack, the new ball swings back for 10, 12 overs, and then they just angle the ball across. And, I think, again, the one thing that Pakistan can look at their left arm overs and think, well, they've got to try and bring something different, because I think Joe just worked it out and just, all right, I'm not going to drive the ball on the front foot. Going to get right over to off stump, make sure I'm playing with a straight bat on defence, and he just kept on waiting for that one that was just slightly short of a length and punched it through point, extra cover. I think it's a very simple method, and he executed his plan brilliantly, but the way that he picks up length quickly, I think that's a trait of any real high class player, and he right in that bracket. He just picks up length quicker than everyone else, so it looks like he has lots of time in the world. I saw this stat last night about him. If you think of Virat Kohli in India, he's a god. Virat is the god of cricket in India at the minute. He's just got a double century against the West Indies. But if you look at Root's stats in Test cricket against Virat Kohli's, Root's played 44 games, Virat's played 42. Root's got 3,804 runs. Virat's got 3,194. Root averages 55. Virat Kohli averages 46. Root's got 1,000, Virat's got 12. 20 50s to 12 50s for Virat, so you'd say that Joe's probably looking at those 20 50s. I should have got 5 or 6 more hundreds. High score of 254 for Root, 200 for Virat Kohli. And if you put Virat in this god status in India, I think if Joe Root was an Indian playing in India, he would be right up there and talked of the likes of Sachin Tendulkar and obviously Virat Kohli. He is a wonderful player, and obviously I know him very well, known him since he was a little kid, and he surprises me every time, because I never thought he was going to be this good. I knew he was a player, I knew he could play, I knew he had a great enthusiasm for the game, and I think that's the key to anyone being successful at any job that they're going to do. You've got to have a huge amount of enthusiasm for the work that you're trying to produce, and Joe, they call him the anorak in the drone, not on stats. He's not that. He won't look at the stats of the game, but he's an anorak on cricket. He just wants to play the game. He wants to be out there batting all the time. You see him at second slip. He's always, shining the ball. He's always wanting to be involved in the game. He just loves cricket. His little brother got 100 for the club yesterday as well. So, as I said on air last night, it was quite a nice day for Matt and Helen Root, who would have seen Billy, and probably, I don't know who was here yesterday, but they're real enthusiasts of the game.
Yeah. Just to pick up on that point, Michael, I think you've known him probably better and for a longer period than most of us, but even for those of us who just come in when he's, if you like, been in the public eye, I've upgraded my opinion of him about 8 or 9 times, from thinking he was really good to thinking he's special and in that very elite category. I think the point you make, that there's that sort of super club at the top of international batting at the moment, probably with Kohli, De Villiers, Williamson, and I think Joe Root's right, as good as any of them in this form. I think particularly they can do all of it, they can play every format, but I think in this particular form of the game he's as good as anyone.
Yeah, you're right. He plays one-day cricket very, very well. I think across all the 3 formats, I do think he will be regarded as England's best player. Because I'm not saying he's the best ever Test player. I'm not saying he's the best ever one-day player. I'm not saying he's the best.
But all together,
but if you put him all in one category, I think he is up there with the best that England have ever produced. And and he's done it his own way. People say, oh, he's had coaches, he's had advice. He works it out himself, and he's always trying to improve. Even last night, he was texting saying anything you saw. I go, wait a minute, mate, you got 254. I don't think you need to change too much. But he's always looking at and trying to just see if there's any way that he could just better his game, that innings, or just take him to the next level. And at the minute I looked and go, I don't think he can. I don't think he can play any better than that. Yeah, as I say, is to get a DVD, send it to all the coaches, all the junior players in England, and just try, for the longer format of the game, just try and copy that innings. It was wonderful to watch.
Totally agree. Simon, bring you in. You spotted something about technique, didn't you? And about where he stands and how to play left arm swing.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think Michael's talked about it a fair bit as well. I just sort of going on from what Michael was saying. Really, I spent a couple of hours with Joe in the nets before Lords, going through. This was on behalf of the sponsors. Just going through a few of his particular skills, and there's so much discipline and application and care. So he talked about playing left arm over, and I sort of mimicked how a left arm over would bowl and threw a few to him, and he showed the positions that he gets into and his mentality. And then we tried leg spin, and we went through various aspects of his technique, and every one of them is so carefully thought out, but he loves talking about it and demonstrating it. And there were times when I threw the ball to him and it sort of swung a little bit, and he was trying to drive it to mid-on, and it just got a sort of thickish edge and went into the net to square leg. And I said, I've got a bit of extra swing there. And he went, yeah, but I still got a couple of runs for it. And I said, but you didn't hit that where you wanted. And he said, no, but that's fine, because there's a gap there. There'll be a gap there just behind square, so that's 2 runs. So, two things came out of that session which were writ large in that innings was discipline. The discipline he had to as Michael said, not drive through the offside against the left arm over until he got about 50 or 60 runs, and only then did he try and drive the ball, and generally he would only drive it if it was straight, not if it was outside off, waiting for the shorter one to punch through the covers off the back foot. And the discipline to not try and drive the spinner. He didn't leave his crease, just waiting for the shorter one. So the discipline of the innings and just insatiability, wanting more all the time, staying in. There was a period yesterday morning where he didn't score and Chris Woakes outscored him. And he just batted. He just kept batting. He didn't feel any pressure to try anything different, just stick to his game plan.
But you know what, Yoza? I've been speaking to him. I've been waiting for him to play that style of innings because he's such a good player. I've always felt that he's been a bit too frantic at times. He's played too many shots. He always takes the hook shot on. I say you can't always take the hook shot.
And so he ducked out of a few.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I always, took a few on the body.
Well done, you actually ducked a few, and he always sends a lol. That's the modern trend, isn't it? You send lol.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
So that's the way it goes these days, and that game plan awareness and sticking to it. Alistair Cook's done it brilliant in Test match cricket. He just sticks to it. He's got 3 scoring shots. He just sticks to it. I think those that want to play long innings. How many hours was it, Andrew? It was
10 plus. 10 hours. 10 hours.
Yeah, those that want to play a long. And I look back to my time when I played. I was too frantic. I didn't play with a disc. I did on a few occasions, but look back, I think I wished I'd have just kept a few of those shots that I could play in the locker in Test match cricket and just bat a little bit more. What I call those low risk shots that get you such a high reward at this level. And I thought that's what Joe Root produced. It was real low risk shots that were going to go, 1s, 2. And he got how many singles was it? Over 100 singles in that 254, which basically tell you most people that get 254, a lot of boundaries, isn't there? There's a lot of 6s and 4s, but
no sixes at all.
The only time he came out of his, I wouldn't say his shell, the only time he slightly changed his tempo was his 220s. He just started to have, and then
when he got the message, didn't he? Go on, get on with it.
Until then, it was like he found his tempo, and I think actually tempo is an underrated concept in batting. We shouldn't have a natural tempo. We should be better than that, but most people do. I felt his tempo was brilliant, and he just stuck to it.
Well, that's why I say that. A DVD of that innings just to show that's the way you bat in the longer format. There are times in the second innings when you have to raise the tempo, or you might have to even go more into your shell if you're batting out for a draw, but that was the perfect tempo innings that I could ever wish to see anyone play in Test match cricket. It had everything. It had the awareness of a bowler being on top for a while, and you go, I've got to see this out. He had the awareness of knowing, this bowler's not bowling money, I'll capitalise and I'll make sure I play a few strokes. And I just thought it was the perfect style of innings that, as I said, there's never an absolute stamp of what an innings should look like. But if there ever was one in Test cricket,
and there was never a dull moment. I mean, he's very enjoyable to watch, and I love the way he explained to Pat Murphy there the way he got to his 200. He hit the reverse sweep. There was no kind of fancy glamour about the reason why he played the reverse sweep. Totally pragmatic. There was a space there. The bowler was bowling into the rough outside leg stump from round the wicket. So it was the obvious shot to play. I mean, he took it and played it superbly. He never played a false shot. I said to him this morning, I think you only played and missed twice. And he said, yeah, well, Mohammed Amir bowled quite a good spell just after lunch, and I think it was just before lunch. But and he just survived. He just negotiated it and then carried on.
But I think what you can learn so much as a young player from listening to Joe Root. He got his double century with that reverse sweep, and Pat asked him the question, and he just said, yeah, that's why I practice.
Yeah.
I practice for that moment, that when I'm on 198 at the time, that I can produce that reverse sweep under not under game pressure, but under his own pressure, wanting that double century, and he produced it wonderfully. It's just because of the practice. Joss Butler playing all the ramp shots, people say that these guys practice hours and hours, in the nets at the back there, in the indoor school. Then they make it pressurised. They get the coach to pressurise them in some way to, I don't know if they put a tenner on it or something, to just make it a little bit more pressurised to make sure that there's something on it in the practice situations. Then you might play it in a lesser game, and you do all the practice in the nets, in the indoor schools, with the tennis balls, with the wind balls, whatever you want to use, and then it comes out in the middle, and that's why you do all the practice. So yeah, he's a modern pro. He works as hard as anybody.
We're lucky to have him. Simon, a thought on how you see the day panning out today? If England fire through the tail, will they enforce?
Yeah, it depends how long it takes. I think there's a bit of rain forecast, actually, so that might come to England's aid a little bit. If they can get the remaining 6 wickets in the next, say, couple of hours or 2.5 hours, there might be a bit of a rain break, then they can follow on. I think the weather will partly dictate that, but I can see England definitely making them follow on, assuming they bowl them out for under 200, under 250, it hasn't taken them too long in the day.
Thanks for that, Simon. I can also tell everyone that Simon will be back at lunchtime talking about bigger bats. And you can see a video of Simon Hughes trying to hit a 6 with a 1970s bat and a modern bat. Now,
and probably
Test
failing.
Match special Facebook page. Couldn't we have found someone else to try and hit a 6 with a 1970s bat?
No, nobody else got here early enough. Otherwise, you could have definitely had a go, Ed.
read my mind, Simon. Yeah. Jerusalem is just coming to the last few bars, and the umpires are walking out to the middle. There's a guard of honour for Alistair Cook and the England fielders who are running onto the field. Johnny Bairstow leading the charge. And there's warm applause, smaller crowd today at Old Trafford, probably still filling up. Sunday morning in Manchester, lots else to do as England try and really force home this advantage. And happily, crucially, the sun has broken through and the rain clouds have stayed away. Very good morning, Jonathan Aiken.
Thank you, Ed. It has, yes. The sun is breaking through, as we heard from the forecast. There might be some rain between now and about 12:30. Then it's a gentle improvement, hopefully. So we should get lots of cricket in today. And, well, let's look at Pakistan's situation. Pretty desperate. 57 for 4. They're miles behind. And, Misbah's still hanging on in there. Rather eccentric effort by the night watchman again last night. Didn't last very long. It's one of the best bids, Victor, I've seen for someone to be removed from that post and never be asked to do it again.
Yes, well, Rahad, it was quite a good bouncer from... but he played not very encouragingly before he got that bouncer, because he kept wafting outside the off stump. He had the slip cordon on red alert.
Yeah.
And then he got a very good bouncer from Wokes, and he just fended like, tail enders of old, and the ball ballooned up, and off he trotted, leaving poor old Misbah to come out. And I think he only faced a couple of balls, but it would have been a nasty moment if Pakistan lost their captain last night. He's there taking guard in those orange boots.
Well, it goes without saying, Pakistan simply have to have a serious partnership here, or they're going to lose this game.
I mean, the pitch, last night, the pitch didn't do a great deal. No, it's just that England, and I came to your view that they did waste the new ball a little bit, England.
I thought so.
But Wokes suddenly found a bit of magic, and off they went.
Anderson then will bowl the first ball of the day. He's bowling to Misbah, right-handed, and he guides this down into the slips. There's plenty of people in there. There's 4 of them, and a backward point, and he ran that away. Down to 4th slipper, there's no run. Stuart Broad's loosening up. No, I thought they were a bit disappointing last night, and actually what Wokes did do was just show it, really, because when he came on, he's so full of confidence, as we know. Bounding in, he put the ball in the right place, he got wickets, but I thought that neither Anderson nor Broad made the batsman play nearly enough. It's frustrating as an opening bowler, because you know you've got to. Anderson from the far end bowls to Misbah, and that's clipped away through mid-wicket. Broad will give chase from mid-on. Pakistan's first runs of the day. Broad loses his sun hat for picking the ball up 2/3 of the way to the boundary out there towards the point, which looks well populated today again. People leaning on the railings there, the balcony. And so Pakistan away, 59 for 4. There's still 530 runs behind England. And Old Trafford slowly filling up. There are, I think, some opportunities today, some seats available if you want to come down. And what can happen, of course, and what might well happen, is that play can be extended, because not only is there a possibility that we might get an interruption or two, but the forecast actually for the end of the day is good, so they can add an hour's play on, in other words. Here's Anderson bowling again, quite straight, and it's flicked away down to Moeen for 1, and this is just demonstrating the tiny error of judgment, in that there we were just talking about last night. And with Anderson particularly, I thought not making the batsman play enough. He's obviously worked at it. He's thinking, I've got to bowl straighter, But you bowl ever so slightly too straight to someone like Misbah, and of course you just get picked off through the leg side. So we're talking inches and even fractions of inches. But at this level, it makes a critical difference.
Yeah, and he's usually capable of distinguishing between those, an inch.
Yeah. Round the wicket he comes, and he bowls, and Masood, the left-handed opening batsman, prods rather uncertainly forward there. And Broad again fields in the offside, but he played across his pad there. And with a smallish crowd in, I suppose about half full at the moment, you can hear lots of shouting out there. You can hear the England team shouting encouragement at Anderson, with a really full house in and the atmosphere buzzing. You can't really hear all that, but the usual shout of "come on lads." I don't think it's changed very much over the years. 60 for 4. Anderson round the wicket bowls. That's a better looking defensive shot, pushed up to mid-off. Again, Broad is the fielder, and there's no run. So it is grey, but you can see that the clouds have definition, as it were. It's not one of those sort of slate grey, totally filled in skies at the moment. But looking at the radar, there are some showers around coming up from the southwest. So fingers crossed, really. I hope we don't get any. Anderson bowls. That's edged just past the left hand of Vince there, diving to his left at 3rd slip. The ball runs down to the boundary for 4. But that was the right place, just the area for Anderson to bowl. Masood went at it. Will flick the edge just past. I don't think it carried to Vince, or I don't think it was a catch. Really.
No, I don't think it was a catch. I think he got a finger to it to take a little bit of the way off it, but it definitely pitched in front of him. But he couldn't stop it going for 4. But on target. Actually, Masood, amid the sort of minor mayhem of last night, it was quite a triumph. He was 30 not out, and Andrew told us last night how in the UAE, Masood faced 17 balls from Jimmy Anderson, was out to 4 of them. So it was a minor triumph for him to get as far as he's got. He's got 34 now. But Anderson there making the batsman play right from the start. I mean, I suppose the difference last night, two things with Wokes was, apart from the fact he's in a magical little spell, is he got the batsman playing, but he also, in the last test and possibly so far in this one, he's actually bowled with a bit more venom, and he's been England's quickest bowler. So he's hurried them on a bit. But for the moment, it's the old firm, and what an old firm they've been. Anderson and Broad, who've got the ball in their hands.
Well, Broad's boots, I think, are even more colourful than usual.
They've got an orange too.
Well, they're two-tone. I think these are orange on the front and then blue at the back.
Oh, yeah.
Unless the blue...
No, I think they're the boots.
trouser arrangement. 64 for 4, off he goes, kicking up those blue heels, and he bowls to Misbo, who drives loosely to no ball. But he drove loosely outside the off stump. He wouldn't have heard the umpire's call, of course. So he'll be cross with himself there. It's
a horrible shot, wasn't it?
It was not good, and he's gone away to admonish himself there at short leg, lifting up his legs and so on. So yes, he's got the fluorescent orange toes as well to his boots, which Broad also has. I don't suppose they're the same, because Broad's will be bowling boots full of spikes and padding, whereas Misbah's will be more lightweight. 65 for 4, in goes Broad again, bowls, and Misbah this time allows a similar delivery to go by outside the off stump. A few fancy dresses over there. I can see people in yellow. I assume they're bananas. But, they could be just about anything, I suppose.
Canaries?
Could be canaries. I met the monks last night. They were singing happily outside the stand as I left the ground. They weren't singing hymns or psalms. They were something a little more boisterous. But they are on good form.
Were they with the nuns?
No, monks. Yeah. Cassocks. Off goes Broad outside the off stump. There's no shot. Actually, did monks wear cassocks? They possibly don't.
Well, they might do. I mean, I've never been very keen on fancy dress, but there was a phase about, 10 years ago where I kept getting invited to blinking fancy dress doodads, and I ended up buying a very cheap monk's outfit. Just a catch-all. I don't have to have any headgear.
No,
I know.
That's absolutely perfect for you.
Yeah. So I have got tucked away a sort of very cheap
monk's robes.
But I don't really crave fancy dress invitations much.
No, you'd be a perfect monk, Victor. And goes Broad, bowls on the off stump, pushed away into the gully. I wouldn't have thought, you say a cheap monk's outfit, but I wouldn't have thought monks would, you'd think it goes to the territory of it not necessarily to be expensive. I can't imagine having a sort of a designer robes if you're a proper monk.
No.
Cashmere
I think the material is pretty thin and a little bit shiny.
No, I would think
the real thing.
I would think that. Well, I think even real monks' robes would be not necessarily luxurious.
No,
that's not what it's all about, is it? You wouldn't have Hugo Boss monk's robes.
Probably not. Well, you might.
But I'm not a monk. 65 for 4. In goes Broad, bowls outside the off stump, and it's tightened up now. Lets that go by once more to Bairstow. Gauntlets behind his back, and 3 slips in the gully there. There's an inflatable banana there that someone's brought into the ground. It looks like quite a middle-aged chap with some friends, but there he is. He's brought his banana with him. That's nice. He's waving it to us. Yeah, thank you, sir. That's enough of that. I was wondering why he brought it, and I think he's just showed me why. 65 for 4. In goes Broad. Bowls on the off stump. Back goes Misbah, sliding that through gully to backward point. I only assume that you inflate that once you're inside the ground. I mean, you came by tram this morning, didn't you?
I didn't see many uninflated bananas on my tram.
Or inflated ones?
Or inflated ones, for that matter. Do you have to pay for your inflated banana? I think that's quite a lot of space.
It's a space, isn't it? I would think.
But no, I just saw a lot of people quietly coming along, looking forward to a day at the cricket.
Do you get mobbed on the tram?
No.
In goes Broad. Bowls on Midland leg, tucked away to wide mid on. Down goes Moeen, scrambling, throwing, and missing the stumps at this end, but Misbah's made his ground. Moeen looks... It crossed himself there, but actually it was a nice piece of fielding. The throw perhaps wasn't the most accurate, but it's a good pick-up.
We'll have a look, because I'm not sure Misbah recognised the danger. And just if that throw, which was delivered off balance, had hit the stumps, well, he probably just hit Misbah, but not by much. I don't tend to wear... We all have these lanyards with our names on as accreditation. I don't tend to wear that in the tram. And if I'm not wearing it, no one recognises me, don't worry.
I assume that fellow travellers will simply look over at you and say, oh look, there's an off-duty monk going to Old Trafford.
In mufti.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's having a day off.
Yeah, maybe they did. Maybe that's what they were thinking.
Yeah, that old monk over there's got his day clothes on.
Yeah. That's odd, it's Sunday.
Yes, that's what we're doing. Anyway, 66
off.
Yes. There's Anderson from the far end, runs in bowls. Oh, beats Misbah. That's a beauty. That's more like Jimmy Anderson. Squared the batsman up. Ball moved away just enough. Well, I suppose just too much, of being honest, because it missed the edge of the bat. But lovely ball, perfect line.
Yeah, he had to pay it.
Yeah, he did.
Just left him off it. And I think Misbah being Misbah, he smiles a lot. He had a bit of a rueful smile after that. Too good, Jimmy.
Yeah. Anderson again, bowls. Oh, Misbah again feels. He might just have kept his bat inside the line that time, but
maybe
he dangled it a bit. 66 for 4. And again, worth making the point yesterday. Did you see when Joe Root was out, the number of Pakistan fielders who ran up, shook him by the hand and said well played and so on. It was really nice. I mean, this series looks as if it really should be played in an excellent spirit. I think that does come down a lot of it to Misbah, actually. And the realisation that perhaps relations had to improve it in this country at least. Misbah forward, the ball runs down to fourth slip, and I think the series in the UAE have been played okay, but they can be a bit sparky here. But so far, the indications are that both teams are determined just to play good, competitive, respectful cricket. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, there's a bit of cricket to be played yet. Things tend to happen in these series, but I agree with you. Misbah, I don't really know Misbah, but I just have a huge admiration for what he's done for Pakistan cricket over the last half a dozen years.
Anderson bowls turn, and off the back foot he goes again. It's a little squared up, which will interest Anderson. Wokes fields. And it's 66 for 4. No wickets down yet this morning in the third over of the day for tuning our way. We've got some cloud, we've got the threat of some showers. But apart from a very light one at about 10:30, so far we're doing okay. And Anderson wheels round with the pavilion behind him and runs in again. Bowls, and Misbah again defends the ball, bang on target, around about that off stump. 66 for 4, 523 behind. It's a mountain. It's Pakistan face here, and he lost those wickets last night.
He has an interesting method, Misbah, which is essentially, if you simplify it, he blocks seamers and he attacks spinners. That's what he does.
Yes.
If you bowl well at him as a seamer, he's barely going to score a run.
Anderson bowls, clipped away out towards mid-wicket. Two fielders there. Broad finally backs it up and does well, actually, to deny Misbah a run off the last ball of the over. 66 for 4, 523 behind. I've had a message from Barry White. I'm assuming it's not bad, but anyway, he says it's on the subject of inflatable bananas, and apparently you can buy them in the ground.
Really?
Yeah. So
I bet you can't get them at Lord's.
Probably not. Probably not. But you can.
You should do it, probably in Lord's colours. Really, you'd only need to
MCC colours.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. They'll take some puff.
Well, then you can probably buy the machines, the pedals, or the whatever it is that inflate them. I mean, it's a boom industry. It's an entrepreneurial opportunity here.
Yeah. Lanky the giraffe is doing the rounds too. He's the mascot in these parts.
Yeah.
He's patrolling.
Yeah, he was having his photo taken. Yes. I presume there's only one, but you're never sure.
No, never sure. Well, Filbert Fox, of course, down at Premier winners. 66 for 4. Here's Broad, round the wicket, bowls, and Masood clips him off his pads. Picks up one, the fielder scuttling in off the deep square leg boundary. 67 for 4. I think he's quite tired at the end of the day too, Phil, but he does a lot of leaping about. And
well, that's if he is the same person. You know,
I think it is.
Right.
I met him once. So in the little tunnel area. It's quite exciting.
You interview
the proper Filbert Fox. Didn't say much. $67 for 4. Broad pauses for a moment. The field's changed around for the right-handed Misbah, who dips at the knees. Now waits, stock still. Now a step backwards as Broad bowls to him. He stays on the back foot and runs this from outside the off stump quite firmly into gully.
Well, obviously we always see these mascots at the T20 finals day, and you've been sadly absent because, I mean, dear old Bumbo, I don't know if he still does it, but he used to run round with them when they had the mascot race and kind of interview them as they went along, gasping. I mean, I thought you'd like that, add that little escapade to your CV, really. I know you like to branch out.
Yes,
there's a few fences involved.
Well, there you go. It might be warm up for the Olympics,
exactly,
wouldn't it?
yeah.
67 for 4, and goes Broad again. Bowls on off stump, bang on that area again where Misbah has to play. I've been told off here by someone on Twitter, stop criticising the opening bowlers. Did it in commentary yesterday, on the podcast, and again this morning. It's very boring. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Just trying to tell you what's happening here.
Well, just to cheer you up, I'll let you know it's raining in Runcorn.
Oh.
Which is 25 miles due west of Old Trafford. Let's hope it stays in Runcorn.
Yes, I don't know Runcorn very well. 67 for 4. Then goes Broad, bowls, and Misbah again plays from off stump towards mid on. I daren't say anything, but I think they played a little bit more in this session, Victor, than last night.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, he would have thought, I would imagine that Alistair Cook would have thought about giving the first spell to Woakes after last night, but he's opted, I don't know whether it's quite just a hierarchy thing, but he's opted to stick to his tried and trusted.
Yeah.
He must have given it consideration.
Here's Broad on his way, bowls, and Misbah again off stump. And just feeling for it again, playing down into gully.
A lot of noise. There is a lot of noise. I'm just trying to work out where it comes from. I think a lot of it comes from Yorkshire. I'm sure.
Yes, it does.
I'm sure Bairstow is busy behind there, and Joe Root in his own way, and also, I would guess Ben Stokes is quite noisy in an encouraging manner.
No, Bairstow and Root, I think, are my two. Cook shouts a bit.
Right. I mean, I remember. Well, I know this is ancient history, but I bowled my first ball for England to a Bairstow who was effervescent, never stopped. And it was fantastic for a nervous youngster. There was Bairstow, and I bowled anything remotely on the leg. Oh, well bowled, well bowled. I thought, I was very grateful for it.
Yeah, that's nice. Bit of encouragement. Here's Broad, bowling well this morning. What earth did that hit?
I don't know, but it...
Well, Broad, I'll tell you what happened. It was short of length and wide of the off stump, but it ended up going straight to first slip. It's hit something, a crack, a hole or something, and Broad's standing there. Misbah's going and doing some prodding. Well, that's an amazing delivery. And I don't know whether it should be called a wide or not, really, because there's no anyone could stop it. There's a little slap on the back there for Cook from Bairstow, saying, well taken.
Yes, thank you very much.
It just took off.
It took off and went like a leg break.
Broad's laughing.
It was actually a very good take from... Usually at first slip, you watch the ball, which is just as well in that instance.
Broad can't believe it. Oh, he's slightly sort of embarrassed about it, but also he's pulling a face there as if to say, what on earth happened?
I mean, it wasn't that wide a delivery.
No.
I mean, it was wide off stump. He was always going to leave it, but it then jerked towards the offside.
Well, this is an amazing ball. I mean, it just... And it went high above Cook's head and to his right. Now, here's the start of the next over. Anderson makes Masood defend. And Anderson fields. Well, it's hit something. And Broad's again still looking for the replay, which is seeing on the big screen now, seeing how far it went. Bairstow couldn't get anywhere near it. Should it have been a wide?
I don't think... Well, I think it pitched in an okay place. So it's been a bit harsh.
Yeah.
I'm sure Broad wouldn't be smiling quite so much if it had been wider. He just wants to get that sort of move. Actually, the movement was too big. Even if the ball was straighter, you'd never have hit that.
No. Anderson round the wicket. Ball's outside the off stump. There's no stroke. A bit darker at the moment, actually, suddenly. Possibly something coming up behind us.
Maybe. There's no lights on. Usually, the umpires are within their right, of course, to summon up someone in the pavilion and say, switch lights on. Don't think they've done that yet.
67 for 4. It's at 522 behind, but no wickets down today. Anderson again, round the wicket, bowls, clipped firmly. That's a nice shot. He's tucked that away for 4, out through mid-wicket. And into the boundary it goes. Just straying onto the leg stump a bit there. The angle as well from round the wicket, helping Masood to play that stroke, which he did very competently, tucking it away.
Well, I think that's where he really likes him, Masood. Same area as Cook, actually, but it was a poor ball, fullish and leg stump, but he clipped it away with great authority.
Yep. Still the 4 slips. 1 or 2 have gone in that vicinity in these first 20 minutes, but nothing catchable. Anderson dips his head. Past the umpire he comes. Bowls to Masood, who thinks about playing at that and then quite rightly decides not to. Bairstow collects it. Television cameraman in front of us here has got his very expensive equipment weatherproofed today. He's just checking it too. I think he was there, making sure that it's watertight. Don't want to get rain into all that those electronics.
Do you think he's got an especially expensive one? Because the one on the left has got a covering, but the other 2 don't.
Oh, I see. Perhaps it's his own.
Yeah.
Anderson bowls. Edged! Caught! That second slip. He dangled his bat outside the off stump. And Anderson sees him off. Just luring him into playing one again. And it's 71 for 4.
Well, that
for 5, in fact.
That had a bit more venom about it somehow. It bounced. It was the extra bounce, I think, that undid Masood. And the ball travelled quickly. And Joe Root, well, he's a good cricketer, isn't he, Joe Root, now? But one of his assets is that he is becoming now England's best slip fielder, I think, or alongside maybe the old reliable Cook. But he is very much the second slip. That was travelling, the sort of one, actually, that Eunice dropped when Vince was batting in England's innings. But he clung on to that. So there's the wicket. Anderson, you could almost sense, although he's Anderson, he's got all these wickets, just a tingle of relief. It hasn't been quite working for him. And he's got that wicket, his old bunny, in fact. And England are on the way again, 5 down. It sort of looks worse than it is because one of those is a night watchman, but still, 71 for 5, England still in control.
They are. Andrew, offer something in a second. I'm going to make room for Allison.
Andrew needs to be switched on. We're going to switch him on. No, we can't switch him on. Well, that's a shame, but we'll get our team of engineers on that. He's going to get there.
I've supplied Andrew with a microphone.
Well
Here
done.
we go.
Good morning, Ali.
Morning, Vic.
You can hear me now. Good. It's the 5th time
Vic,
now.
morning, Andrew.
5th time that Anderson's got Shan Masood now, though, as we were saying earlier, in the UAE it was just 4 times in 17 balls and just 4 runs. In this innings, he faced 34 balls off Anderson before getting out.
Okay. So that was that the 5th time in a row that he's got him in?
5th time in 5 innings, basically, that they bowled him. So his average against Anderson's gone up to 3 now. 15 runs, 5 times out.
Well, that'll cheer him up.
Yeah. Maybe that was one of the reasons why Cook thought he'd start off with Anderson this morning.
Yeah, well, that's good thinking there, Alison, as ever.
So here comes Anderson once again then, and it's the small figure of Shafiq. He's out there, past the outside edge, first ball. Beauty from Anderson as Shafiq was drawn forward defensively. That's the end of the over, and warm applause for Anderson for picking up the wicket then on the penultimate ball of that over. 71 for 5, but goodness, he nearly got 2 in 2.
That's right. A lovely length, that one. And this is what I think about Anderson. I don't know how many wickets he's got now, but it's 455. But even if you've got 455 test wickets and you've bowled 8 overs and you haven't got one, I could sense a certain edginess and frustration from Anderson. It's not quite clicking. It should be. He's got 1 wicket and now just 1 ball since then. He's just cruised in, perfect length, just a flicker of movement, beat the outside edge. Even he's affected by a barren spell.
So Misbah on strike broad on a length, and he defends the ball, bounces into the turf, and Anderson comes forward from the slip cordon to pick up. That was an extraordinary delivery that Broad bowled at the end of that last over. Very amusing watching his facial expressions as he walked back out, took his hat from the umpire and set off to take his position in the field.
I know,
Didn't what was going on.
It was a good take by Cook. The only time I can remember that, sadly, was when Freddie Flintoff at second slip took the first ball of the Ashes series from Harmison at second slip as nonchalantly as he could, but no one could quite hide what had happened.
Broad, and again to Misbah, bouncer over the top of the batsman's head into the gloves of Bairstow.
That was a much quicker ball. I think just getting that early breakthrough, it's given a spring in the step, certainly to Anderson, but also perhaps to Broad, rushing in there at Misbah.
Some darker clouds starting to loom over the ground to our left-hand side.
The lights are coming on, that message is filtered through.
gloomy old day here, and Pakistan would have wished for some sort of sunshine to make things a little easier for them, as broad ball's full to Misbah. And he defends into the onside this time. And no run. And they've just really had the worst of the conditions so far, haven't they?
Well, they've lost the toss for a change, and it's quite a good toss to win. And there's been sunshine for 2 days, and now we've got banks of grey cloud.
England with their tail up and a
England
mountain
with the
on
tail
the
up.
board.
Sort of English conditions are starting to prevail. The pitch is still dry, of course.
A stiff breeze which is blowing this cloud across the ground, left to right. As Broads in again then to Misbah outside the off stump, his shoulders, arms, and it's taken round about waist height by Bairstow behind the stumps. So the 3 slips, gully point. Extra cover. Moeen's there at mid-on.
And someone's at mid-off. Don't ask me who.
We've got a substitute fielder on,
Yeah.
haven't we? I just looked and thought, is that Gary Balance? But I thought, no, in the same breath, it wasn't Gary Balance. So, is it Anderson who's... No, Anderson is there. Is he not in the slips? Yes.
Could it be Vince, perhaps?
I think you may be right, Vic, as Broads in again to Misbah, a little straighter, and it's fielded at short leg, who's standing fairly deep, a third of the way towards the square leg umpire.
I'm just wondering when Vince... I remember there was a nick that he just got a finger to... It didn't carry off Anderson, whether he's just gone off to have a bit of treatment on that, but I think he's the one missing.
Yeah, and we'll keep an eye on that to see whether he comes back out or not, and indeed who it is who's on the field.
Well,
Still,
young stalwart from Lancashire, I'm
Yes.
sure.
Still tickets available for today to buy, either at home or on the gate here, as Broad's in again to Misbah, struck on the pad, and Broad is appealing. Misbah wandering away to square leg. Does he think he got a bit of an inside edge?
Well, that... If he hasn't got an inside edge, they'll be reviewing, but I'm pretty sure that most of the people out there, apart possibly from Broad, acknowledge that there probably was an inside edge, and so we're not going to see a review, but there would have been. Just nipped back a little bit. He's right back on his stumps. I think he got an inside edge. We'll just check that. Yeah, substantial inside edge. So good umpiring, and also the men behind say, yeah, good effort, Stuart, but no, he hit it.
Yes, good judgment. Here is James Vince coming back on the field. Is it not, Vic, here walking
Yeah.
away from us with his jumper on?
He is.
So that was Rob Jones, who was the substitute fielder. He's disappeared back into the pavilion. And Pakistan 71 for 5 still, trailing by 518 at the end of that over.
And England will be very keen for this rain to hold off for a while, because they're right on top at the moment. Anderson has got his wicket. Broad's looking more dangerous. It's pretty dark. The floodlights are really showing up now.
So Shafiq, who has just faced the one ball to Anderson, gets another one which is not too far away from the bat. He's in half a mind to leave, shape to play, pulled the bat away just at the last moment as it's gone through to Bairstow. But Anderson has got so much of a tighter line this morning, hasn't he? As at the start of the innings yesterday. And that was what helped to bring the wicket, as well as a little bit of extra bounce, which seemed to take Shan Masood by surprise. Here he comes again. White sweatband on his left wrist, bowls straighter, and there's a more solid defensive stroke from Shafiq coming forward, and Anderson picks up in his follow-through. So those tickets I mentioned, £36 for adults, £5 for children. You can either buy them here by turning up at the ground at the ticket office, or you can go online, buy them online and print them at home and bring them with you. You might suspect a few people might wait to see what the weather does before.
Well, the forecast is better than it was, isn't it?
Yeah, it has improved a little bit. Anderson, and again to Shafiq, slightly fuller, straight, and Shafiq defends that into the offside, and there's no run. I was over in the long room before play this morning, Vic, and I was able to see the honours board there with Alistair Cook and Joe Root's names
Already
on there, already there.
Well, they're very short names, aren't they?
It doesn't take very long. Well, actually, it was interesting to see. Lancashire posted the video of the sign writer actually writing the names on, and so quite naively, I thought that maybe actually they were hand painted on, if you like, as Anderson is into Shafiq, defends again into the offside. Vince comes scurrying into, Woakes that is, comes scurrying in to pick up. But it's done with a stencil, hence why it's also beautifully neat. but the stencil has to be prepared and cut, and that was stuck on the honours board. And therefore the actual painting doesn't need to be terribly precise at all, because you're just filling in the stencil with a big fat brush.
Well, the signwriter was very upset about this.
But then, as Anderson's against Shafiq, who goes back, and a little cramped for room, but he's forced it towards Gully, and there's no run. Once it's all been done and it looks a real mess over the stencil, of course, then the stencil is peeled off, and then you have immaculate gold leaf lettering, and it looked absolutely perfect.
No real excuse for spelling mistakes for those two, I suppose. He could have put an E on the end of Cook. Alistair, but it won't be
Alistair
Alistair.
with an I instead of an A.
Do they have an
initials?
Alistair?
I think it's just initials, isn't it? There's Anderson's in again, shouldering of arms, wasn't too far away from the stumps. A good tight line from Anderson to end the over to Shafiq.
Umpires are going to have a word.
Oh, I see an umbrella going up. More umbrellas going up.
I think they're going to go. They're going
Floodlights well and truly on, and that'll be it for the moment. 71 for 5. Pakistan 5-18 behind then. So we've got Misbah there on 5, and Shafiq, who's faced 7 balls and yet to score. He's had a couple that have almost shaved the edge of the bat on the way past from Anderson. But it looks like a fairly light shower at the moment, but it could be a sort of persistent light drizzle. But it's enough to have the covers. You can hear them firing up. An enormous hover cover with its engine about to hove into view below us, and several spectators are heading out of the stands underneath to find some shelter, because there is very little shelter, in fact. Only if you're in the bottom deck of some of these stands below us, or indeed beneath the point, will you find some shelter at Old Trafford, or if you're lucky enough to be inside the point, or indeed in the pavilion. But it's a dark cloud overhead. Maybe the thing in our favour might be the wind. Might just help to push this through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the flags above the pavilion. They're quite high above the pavilion. They're fluttering encouragingly, so the clouds should be moving. And the rain itself is not heavy by any stretch of the imagination. It looks away to probably the west over there. It's a little bit heavier. But we're sort of relatively optimistic here. I mean, I only trust Aggers and whoever we've listened to earlier on, but it doesn't sound like it's going to be a rain all day type of situation. They did hint, didn't they, that there might be some this morning, an hour or two possibly, but it's meant to clear up a bit. England have made, another important breakthrough with Masood. Well, he played quite well actually, Masood, but eventually falling yet again to Jimmy Anderson, 5th time in a row. I mean, he just want to face someone else, really. He played him pretty well last night, actually. He left the ball well.
Yeah, he certainly looked the more convincing of the batsmen we saw, and Rahat Ali is the night watchman. Probably the less said about him, the better from Pakistan's
He's not
point
such a
of view.
good night watchman as Chris Wokes, I'll tell you that.
No, he wasn't. It was good to hear Joe Root last night confirmed what we were speculating about as to whether Chris Wokes stuck his hand up in the dressing room.
I'll do it.
He did.
Yeah, well.
Which, of course.
Well, that's a good sign.
It is, isn't it?
It shows not only eagerness, but a certain amount of intelligence too, because it was a nice time to come out and bat as night watchman on a good pitch. The prospect, if he got in, of a real opportunity to score some runs, and he'll be disappointed he only got 58.
Yeah. Well, he was well set to kick on from there, wasn't it? Until he got that corn ball.
He's in a middle magic phase at the moment, and he just wants to play.
Well, he's probably was chomping at the bit to have a bowl in these murky sort of conditions as well this morning.
But he's the sort of bloke who would not have gone up to the captain at 5 to 11 this morning. So I can't believe I'm not bowling the first over.
It's far too nice for that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Far too nice. I'll take my place, Skip, and do what you think's best for the team.
But
it paid off, didn't it? With
his emergence this summer has been the biggest plus for England. That suddenly someone who I'm sure they've always rated him, but he's struggled to really make that impact in a test match. He's always eager. Remember when he started with Kerrigan? I mean,
the Oval, wasn't it?
It all seemed a little difficult for him, but now he feels like he belongs, and he's at the top of his game, whether it's bat or ball. And you think get him the ball as quick as you can.
Michael Vaughan's joined us. Morning, Michael. As the two, we'll just mention that the tarpaulins have been brought on as well as the main cover over the pitch, but we'll keep you posted as to whether this rain ceases. I mean, it just seems very, very light from what I can see out there. Anyway, how are you, Michael?
Very good. It looks a bit dark over the party stand. I think we might be looking at a few covers
for clouds over the party stand.
Yes, I think it'll be a short while, but I mean the forecast is for it to get better in the afternoon, is it? Bit of rain in the morning and then maybe a couple of hours, but as you say, it's not damaging, isn't it? It's not pelting. It's a bit heavier now, but nothing of any note. I'm interested about the Chris Woakes situation. You know, Jimmy gets the wicket. Chris Woakes, the way that he was bowling last night in these conditions, he could have got 2 or 3. He's bowling that well.
I heard you this morning saying you would have advocated him and Stokes as well.
No question. Yeah, I just think they were the reason why England got the 4 wickets last night. They got the wicket. They just bowled a bit quicker. You know, they just have that. I'd say that Chris Woakes is just having that moment, isn't he? It's his time where everything seems to be going his way, and I, as a captain, will be going, go on.
There is a dilemma, isn't it, as captain? I imagine that there's a certain. I mean, there shouldn't be too much hierarchy, but there's always that hierarchy. You know, Anderson, Broad,
our attack leaders,
nearly 800 Test wickets, and then you wonder how they're going to react if you say, okay, it's Woakes and Stokes.
There will come a stage, Victor, that you know, Broad and Anderson, you learn the trade being the kind of second string to start with, and then you have this dominance and the hierarchy for a period, which they're still grabbing hold of that. And then towards the latter end of their spells in England, it will be that they're on the side again. And you know, someone like Woakes looks like he's going to be the one bowler that I've seen over the last few years that's going to probably be that standout bowler, and he will become the hierarchy, Victor, very soon with the way that he's been bowling.
Logically, there shouldn't be a hierarchy. It should be a conditions thing. And I'm sure when you had your 4,
there always is, though, isn't there?
Yeah. They would.
It's like the little stamp on the arm. It's like, how many tests have you played?
There would have been a look in Jimmy's eyes if he hadn't got the ball this morning. But I mean, it would have been quite justifiable. So we'll just carry on, Chris.
Or just carry on from.
Well, Woakes and Stokes would have been my choice this morning. The way that they finished last night, they just looked like they were asking more questions. It was getting the ball to just zip off the surface, but you know, you can't doubt and question what Broad and Anderson have produced this morning. They've been, as you would expect, outstanding. They've bowled the right areas. They've just got the ball wobbling around again in these conditions. It's perfect for that style of bowler. So England are in a very, very fortunate position with this 4-man seam attack that they've got good options. There's not really one that you look at and it doesn't really worry you that at any stage, on any pitch, in any conditions, if one of the 4 are bowling, you feel that they're going to cause a threat.
This rain has got a little bit heavier now, and the ground staff obviously knew that was coming because they brought on the covers either side square of the wicket as well. So the ground is going to get a little bit softer in the outfield with the rain falling. The bananas have just sort of pulled up their tops. They've sort of got little pointy hoods, haven't they, just to complete the banana outfit, which when it gets warm the hoods come down, but I can see a couple of them now just pulling the hoods up on their banana skins to keep them dry. But there is a minion who is, well, he's all on his own halfway up the back in the party stand. He's looking a little bit lonely.
I'll tell you what though, Ali, the minions nicked the Cookie Monster's seat. That is exactly where the Cookie Monster's. I don't know if it is the Cookie Monster come as a minion.
It could be, yeah.
Maybe the Cookie Monster had stolen the Minion's seat.
Now let's just say, Minion, are you listening?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. Now, are you the Cookie Monster from yesterday? Just give us a wave if that's the case, and you know, thumbs up or thumbs down. Thumbs up if you are the Cookie. I don't think he is listening.
He's either not listening or he's not going to tell us.
I think that's the Cookie Monster from yesterday.
Oh, well, he's giving you a dance, Michael, now, is he? Well, it's a day to stay dry. He's giving us, I don't know who he's waving to. He could be waving to anybody. But, I mean, the idea with the bowling attack, then, is what England obviously have it at their... he's doing a dance. England have the stronger bowling options in Pakistan. I mean, they've got a bit of trouble, haven't they, if you're looking ahead to the rest of the series, as to whether, you know, how many overs their bowlers have had to bowl here. The lack of options when they were getting down to Shan Masood bowling, things were getting pretty dire for them. They need really to have somebody like Mohammad Hafiz.
They need to
be able to bowl to give some backup.
They need to win the toss. You know, I think this game has been played brilliantly by the England side, but I do think it would have been completely different if Pakistan would have won the toss. It was a flat wicket on day one. It was very good yesterday, and as we've seen these conditions now, that Pakistan would have got the better end of the conditions and would have probably put England under a lot of pressure. And I think that 4-man attack that you've just mentioned, and Shan Masood and there's a little bit of Shafiq, they're really they're nice bowlers to face, let's be honest. And if you get down to them, you've got a few. But I think if they win the toss, and bat, I think this Pakistan team are going to be very, very threatening. Irrelevant really of the condition. I just think in this series when you've got, and they are a quality attack, England are a quality attack now. They've got Anderson and Stokes back in it. I mean, whoever they play England in English conditions is going to be very threatening. But I just think getting runs on the board in this kind of series is going to be crucial, particularly with the leg spinner for England.
Yeah, well, if you're playing against a 4-man attack, and you play, and one of them's a spinner, and you play the spinner really well, and put him under pressure, which is what happened here, then, it is a puzzle for a captain to get through the day. And Yasir didn't bowl that bad. He didn't bowl as well as at Lord's, but he didn't bowl rubbish or anything like that. But Cook and Root in particular played him so well. Misbah had to keep bowling him, and he didn't really want to. Yasir was bowling because there was no one else to bowl. So
then he's getting
it was
more
absolutely
and more tired.
critical that they played him well, and that was the start of Misbah's problems.
Yeah, I just think this series will, England will win here, I've no question, unless the rain stays around for 2.5 days. But, I just think whoever gets that opportunity to bat first and get a score, particularly Pakistan, they're going to be very threatening if they can get, even if they get 250, they're still going to be a real difficult side of playing because there will be a little bit of rough there. Yasir Shah will have something to just bowl into to hold an end if need be, and then the 3 seamers can rotate from the other end. And when you're a 4-man attack with 1 spinner, and you bowl first on a good pitch, it does question your attack a lot, and it's been the case here. But it's going to be a real fascinating series because I do think the 2 very, very good sides, and I just think that the team that gets the opportunity to bat first just gets that upper edge. I think it's a big advantage.
And I mean, the other thing that England are blessed with, which is extraordinary, in that they've got so many all-rounders, and you can argue about Mo if you like, but at the moment you've got Stokes and Woakes who just about get in the team as bowlers. They just get in as bowlers, but they both. Well, Stokes is obviously a first 6 batsman, and the way Woakes is playing, I mean he's a good number 7.
Very good.
So it gives you so much flexibility, and they'll need that in the winter, of course, when they go into India and they've got to juggle around and try and find spinning options as well. But it's a huge asset.
Yeah, and I think that's why we all get a bit frustrated with them when they get bowled out cheaply, and they do get bowled out, and they do have collapses with all that batting talent, and they bat as deep as any England team have ever done in the history of the game. They bat so deep, and they've got so many options that. I look back to that South African side of the early 2000s when they had Pollock, Klusener, Cronje, and they batted so deep. And I remember just arriving in team meetings, and you went through all the batsmen, and it just seemed to take forever.
You got
plans for the number 7, plans for the number 8.
Sean Pollock was about number 8 or 9.
He batted at 9. You go, oh no, he's got to come in, and it's daunting as an opposing team to look at that and go, wait a minute, we might have them 50 for 4, but they could still get 400.
There's never that sense of we've got the keeper, now we're into the bowlers, we're into the tail, because those bowlers are coming with very good batting records.
Yeah, and you look at a Sri Lankan side that really, they from 8 downwards were a pack of cards. You look at Pakistan, 8 downwards, you really think that they're not going to last that much longer. Whereas really good teams, Australians, for many, many years have always eked out a lot of runs down the bottom end, and it can win you a lot of series. It can win you a lot of really tight games, those lower order runs. And as I said, it's just a little bit of psychology in the team room when you look at an opposing team. And if England are looking at Pakistan, they can think, wait a minute, even if they're 150 for none, you get a couple, and then you have them 200 for 4, you could still bowl them out for 270. Whereas you have England at 150 for naught, I'd suggest that you'd look at it and go, well, at minimum they're going to get 400 with all the batting talent. I like Victor, he's writing a few names.
Well, no,
past
it's just I always remember this particular. I mean, it was just before you started.
Yep.
In 1999 at the Oval, when it was a bit of a nadir for England, and they would have been number 8. They'd just beaten by New Zealand. 8, 9, 10, and 11. I'm pretty sure it was Caddick, Mullally. Might have been Tufnell Giddins, or Giddins Tufnell.
Tufnell will have you know that he was a very, very, very talented batsman.
I saw
just didn't come out that often.
But I mean, you just think, I mean, Andrew Kellett was comfortably the best of those four, but he wasn't a number 8 at Test level. And then you had 3 bunnies in a row. I think it was Mullally, Giddens, Tufnell. It was certainly Giddens, Tufnell, and probably Mullally.
You put Tufnell in the bunnies count.
He's not here to
I don't think
defend
he'd
himself.
mind. I don't think he'd mind.
No.
And that I always remember that lineup, and they're quite all good bowlers, obviously, but it just makes it difficult. And Duncan Fletcher soon reacted against that. I said, he's not going to have a team like that, is he?
No, I mean,
and that's partly why Ashley Giles
playing against the West Indies when Ridley Jacobs had batted 7, and then there was Kirtley, Courtney, Rose, Franklin Rose, and King. For 8, 9, 10, 11, you just knew that they could bat really well, and with 280 for 5 played really nicely, and you think, well, wait a minute, you're going to be 300 all out.
And on a psychological difference.
It's so hard for a team because it puts so much pressure on that top 6. You as the top 6 basically have to get 95% of the runs, whereas this England side and they haven't batted considerably. That's why I was really impressed in this innings, because they had a method and a game plan and they stuck to it, whereas I think sometimes the England team, because of they've got so much batting and they've got so much kind of talent, they've got so many shots, and they've all got every shot, but it's about producing the right shots to the right ball at Test match cricket. And I just think sometimes they get a bit frantic, and I think if they can kind of lock the method of what Joe Root produced and Alistair Gunn said, right, no, this is the way to play in Test match cricket. If they can kind of have that as their DNA and stamp it into them, so that is what we do. We produce a plan to play on every different pitch and stick to it, and be disciplined in doing so, well, they should always get some kind of score. But
that's got to permeate, though, from Cook and Root into the other batsmen in that top 5, though, doesn't it? Because when you talk about pressure, you don't want so much pressure up on those two.
Darren Lehman used to, he very rarely had a low run of scores, but if he had a couple of low scores, he would go and put his bats into the bag of someone who was getting runs.
Some sort of magic feel.
And if I was a lot of the England,
I never saw him as a superstitious
if I was Vincent Hales and Co, I'd go and put my bats in Joe Root's bag.
So when we see him walking out of the ground, he's kind of lugging this massive heavy weight behind him. We know why.
He said it would rub off. It would rub off on the bat. So it's not always about the bat, Darren. It's about the person that's using it.
I thought you were going to come up with some deep technical point.
Some crazy superstition instead. I'll tell you, I mean, the one person that we haven't talked a lot about yet is Moeen Ali, because we've all thought with this Test match being at Old Trafford, the way it should spin, is that this is going to be a hugely important Test match to him. The way it's sort of unfolding so far, with the seamers so far sort of doing the work in this innings at least, and yes, England will hope that there's enough time in the match and there won't be so many rain delays. There will be a second Pakistan innings, but so far Moeen actually hasn't been used. That's not sort of helping his cause, is it? Do you think he'd almost...
Well, it's probably helping his cause to make sure that he plays the next game, because he won't have done
there's nothing
wrong this week.
If he's lucky, he might get on against the tail.
Yes, and then he'll be like, well, England have won, and he keeps saying, as a looking at from the outside and looking what's the best for the England, it would probably be good for the team if it's a blue sky day and Moeen does need to bowl in the second innings, and he does have to work a way of getting some wickets and bowling nicely, because that is the one area that they're going to Bangladesh and India in a few months' time, and can they win over there with a 4-man seam attack and not having much in terms of the spin department? No. You don't win in the subcontinent without your spinners playing a major role, as we saw when England won in India a few years ago. It was Swan and Panesar, and I think they will need to find a consistency from the spinner. So this should be a good opportunity to see. There's footholds there. There's no pressure in terms of the runs, because it doesn't matter if he goes for a few runs. He's got to get a few wickets in this Test match.
But I think he'll go. He's had to learn on the job, and he's played about 29 Tests now. It's a lot of Test matches actually, but he is learning on the job, and it would be such a waste to have played all those 29 Test matches and then say, well, hang on a minute, I'm not quite sure. And the competition is hard to identify as well. So he needs some wickets. He's suddenly got that flurry of wickets when he started, almost bonus wickets in a way against India, where they just kept coming, and he bowled pretty well. But it is a case of him learning on the job, and he's going through a tough time at the moment, but I certainly wouldn't stop the investment in Moeen. No. I think they've got to keep going, partly because there's no obvious other spinner of note.
But I think if you're looking at spinner, I would have a lot of concern. I've seen many spinners bowl in international cricket, and they don't seem to have a good ball. They had the odd ball that comes out right. But I look at Mo now, he can bowl very good off spin. You know, he gets revolution on the ball, he gets a bit of shape through the air, so he can bowl a good off spinner. You know, he can bowl a Graham Swan style off spinner where he gets a lot of. What I'd like to see more of, and it's very difficult to put this into a character. I don't want him to be so apologetic. I want him to be a bit more. It's not being nasty, it's not slight, it's just a bit more aggression in his act.
Imposing your personality.
Yeah, it's a body language issue I have with Mo. It's almost like an apology. He runs them balls and gets back balls again. It's like, all right, like you're bowling over. Well, I want
it's
to
a very
see
polite off spinner.
Yeah, I want to see a bit more. I want to see, from my finger spinners, and you look at really good finger spinners around the world over. Tim May when he bowled off spin, it was like, I'll have a bit of that. Great body, and he'd have a little look at the back. It's not it was like I'm here to compete against you, and I just think sometimes with Mo, and I watch him bowl and go, it'd be quite nice to face. He's a lovely chap.
Well, and it's right, you think Graham Swan, and obviously the ultimate was Shane Warne with all his tricks, but you thought there was something going on in his head. They knew that they were winning this battle, even though the figures suggested otherwise. They gave the impression that they had a cunning plan that was going to work. But as Michael was saying, Mo's stock ball, which is what you really want, is a good stock ball, has all the right ingredients in that there is energy on it, and it does dip. He's not quite as consistent, and he's not still getting used to the notion of being that prime spinner, the one spinner. It's a big difference to being, Worcester's number 2. But he doesn't have that sort of appearance of cunning and a master plan that the batsman is going to succumb to.
And isn't this the first time since he's been in the squad, since he's been playing Test cricket, that England have had a specialist spin coach with them? Because Mushtaq had left before he made his debut, didn't he? I mean, it'd be interesting to know from the time that Saqlain Mushtaq is spending with him here, what things he has specifically picked out to be working with him on. And we saw him, didn't we? I mean, yesterday before play began, he was bowling. Whether that was encouraging him to put a bit more flight on the deliveries.
I don't know how much you can do in the space of 3 days. It's just nice to hear someone. I like.
But then why bring him on board?
I think it's just to chat to him. Just talk bold.
But you wouldn't.
You're not going to be trying to change anything technically.
Not in the space of 2-3 days. That's over a period. I mean, he brought his own camera, didn't he?
Yeah, he's filming him, wasn't he?
I don't think he realised that England have a very big budget. They have all these cameras. You get it provided at this level. You don't have to bring your own camera, but he had it. I like that. Saqlain is a very, very good man. He's wonderful to talk about cricket too, really. I mean, not just spin bowling. Fortunate to spend a good couple of weeks with him in America last year playing in this All-Star, and he's wonderful to sit down and talk the game, and I think he will be a nice little, I don't know how many weeks or days he's going to do with England.
I think he's only contracted to the end of this test. Whether they would then keep him on.
It's a short contract, isn't it, Victor?
I think it's just
a 5-day. Well, I think he'd be good for Mo. He'll be good for Adil Rashid. He'll be good for any spinners that come through. And I do think England do need that. If it's the one. If you actually look at the England side, it's the batting. Yet 2 or 3 need to just up their game a little bit. But with Graham Thorpe, Mark Ramprakash, I think that'll be looked after. Andy Flower working with the Lions. I'm confident about that. That 2 or 3 will come through eventually. The seam bowlers under Otis Gibson, I think seam is it. We've always been able to. It's like a bit of a conveyor belt. We'd like a bit quicker. We're quite. We're a bit greedy, aren't we? We always want the absolute. We want 89 miles an hour, 90 mile an hour bowlers that can hit top of off and swing it either way. Well, we've got 2 unbelievable bowlers that bowl about 81, 82. Then the back of it, Stokes, Wokes, Wood, Finn, Bull. So the seam bowling is a category that I don't have concern about. The one area is spin, and yet you're right. The England team don't have that regular spin bowling coach with them, so maybe that's something that Andrew Strauss will like. And I think that's what we've got to invest a little bit more of our time into. And someone like
maybe that idea about. So I was going to say maybe that idea about the personality in his bowling might be one of the things they talk about in conversation. Then it's more about game plans and bowling in a game rather than
for Saqlain. It has to be just chatting through and sharing experiences. You can't ask Mo to bowl slower or quicker or loopier.
It's someone to tap into, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's bound to be a good thing. But he doesn't want to overcomplicate it. By the same, Mo's problem is that he just hasn't had the experience of. You watch Yasir Shah at Lords. The main virtue of Yasir Shah, apart from the fact that you think he's up to something, is he just bowls you no rubbish. And that's half the battle. It sounds such a simple thing, but you can't afford at this level to bowl any rubbish.
And he's got that energy, hasn't he? He's got that little bounce about him, Yasir Shah. That I always think that the best spinners in the world, it doesn't matter where you're left arm, orthodox, off spin, leg spin, left arm, China. they've just got that ability to make it look like it's all
Something's
about them.
happening, yeah.
It's
They
a
can hustle a
it's a
little bit.
theatre when they get the ball in the hand. Warner used to get the ball in the hand. It was like it's a theatre. He could be bowling a load of rubbish.
He was reminding me a little bit of Brad Hogg, actually, with the way, I mean, his left arm wrist spin, but sort
Well,
of the way he just
he-
bowls, and then immediately
well,
he's sort of
he's-
in that almost pounce position to appeal or to
Yeah,
catch.
he's
or just
probably
so-
a brilliant example of really getting. I mean, he's a good bowler, but he's not that good really in terms of what he delivers. But his energy and his attitude and his bounce makes him feel that much better. And I just think you've got to con people into thinking that you're better than what you really are. And I think particularly an off spinner in this era of the game, you've got to con the batsman.
Because you haven't got that many weapons, if you're honest.
Well, you can't hurt them. You can't hurt them. You can't.
No bouncer.
There's no bouncer. There's no. I don't know if this full toss that he keeps bowling.
Mowing.
Three. I don't know if it's
Well, the
an
ones which
attempt.
go over the batsman's head.
I can't
Is that
believe
an
it.
attempted deuce rub?
I think last night was just slipped
But
out.
it had happened at Lords as well, hadn't it? I think once in each innings.
That's a slight concern, I have to say.
Yeah, that wasn't a sort of Stuart Broad delivery where, I mean, he looked stunned when it bounced off the pitch, but this one just came out of the hand totally wrong, wasn't it?
Going over the bat, he's probably missing his length by about 4 metres, which isn't that good. But no, I'd stick with him. I think you go to Bangladesh and India probably need 3 spin options.
Yeah, and the problem is forget the coaching aspect. It's identifying the best options, and there aren't. They're not queuing up as far as I'm aware at the moment.
Ansari's that talked about. There's Rashid. There's Mason Crane. There's Parkinson here at Lancashire, who's started to play this year. Got 5 for.
Well, Borthwick was the spinner now, the batsman who could have
Borthwick's
put
probably the
something,
one
but-
area that I think the selectors might be looking back at the selection of Gary Barlow and think, well, could we have put Borthwick in? And he gives us that little bit of an option as a leg spinner.
His form dropped off, didn't it? Remarkably, once he was he was being talked about, and his name was in the papers and in the frame. Suddenly, the form went.
Yeah.
And was that just that window of picking someone when they're on form?
Well, well, Gary Barlow just got 100 against Middlesex when he got picked, but thought he'd averaged 30. I think in the summer. So even the Yorkshire lads said they were surprised when Gary got picked because
he was surprised, wasn't he? Doing his
yeah,
grocery
he
shopping?
was. So I just wonder
Knowing
whether they would have been better served picking someone like Borthwick just to give them that little bit of an option of a leg spin. He's bowled a bit more for Durham this year because of the wickets and the toss rule. Yeah, I mean, hindsight's wonderful. I just wonder if the selectors look back at that and think, well, maybe we should have just gone with Borthwick just to give the captain something different, knowing that they're going to Bangladesh and India in the winter where they might need 3 spin options. Well,
Yeah.
they probably will need 3 spin options.
We certainly will be taking three. You probably want to at least play 2. And Borthwick, the balance of him as a cricketer has changed, obviously. He's a batsman. But, if you've got 580 on the board, even if he bowls 6 overs, 7 overs a day, but happens to get 1 for 30 or something, that's helpful.
Probably a better bowler than the likes of Azhar Ali for Pakistan, isn't he? To have a
I'd hope so.
markedly
He's not going to
so.
do that well if he isn't.
Markedly so. It looks like it's a bit brighter outside now. Trying to see whether the umbrellas have come down, so that indicates that the rain has stopped. Ground staff are pretty motionless out there, though. All the covers still on, and 4 security guards standing in the middle of the outfield, just keeping an eye on proceedings. But hopefully that might mean that a clean-up job could start very soon, although the fact that there's literally no activity might mean they suspect that a little bit more is to come. But it certainly looks lighter in the sky away behind the party stand where it had been coming from. Floodlights are still on, though, and it's a pretty gloomy sort of scene out here. A reminder then that England took another wicket this morning. Pakistan resumed on 57 for 4, 532 behind, and Alistair Cook opted to open the bowling with Anderson and Broad this morning, and it was James Anderson who got a little bit of extra bounce, and Shan Masood was caught by Root at second slip for 39, so 71 for 5 at that point, and that was how the score remained, with Misbah on 5 and Shafiq having faced just 7 deliveries without scoring when the rain came down. So 7 overs and about 14 runs added this morning, but in conditions which certainly favoured the quick bowlers this morning, and Anderson and Broad bowled better lines, decent pace, and Anderson got his reward this morning, but at some point they'll hope to come back out and
well, Neil Mallon is
carry
out
on
there.
their
He's
business.
got an umbrella. He's the 4th umpire, Neil Mallon. He's got an umbrella, but he hasn't got it up. So you're thinking,
well, there's no one in the
where's
crowd
the
with
super
a brolly?
stopper?
Well, that's it. There's a period of
There's
inactivity at the moment.
There's a few
isn't there?
jockeys in this top tier here. Look, they've not got their umbrellas up. They've got their outfits on, all the different colours, and
Oh, one's got a very, very luminous green jockey's outfit there.
day glow.
Yeah.
You had to run on and take a few drinks. To
You
the
sure that's
players.
on the steward? I can't see him. Where are they?
Top tier here, Victor. Just on this.
Right.
About 4 rows back.
Yes, I got them. Yeah.
Well, in a little while, we're going to replay for everybody the surprise for Aggers when we marked his 25th anniversary as cricket correspondent, which took place at the Lord's Test match. So you can hear that again if you missed it. Special guest interviewer, who I had a very bizarre dream about the other night, actually, which maybe I won't go into.
Keep going, Alison.
It's after
12
o'clock. You're all right.
Yeah, that was very bizarre. So
No
that
one's
is,
switching off at the moment, Alison, I tell you.
that is coming up. But to rescue me, it is time. We're going to carry on chatting on 5 Live Sports Extra on digital and online. But we will, in a brief moment, our Radio 4 Longwave listeners will be going off for the shipping forecast, and that means it will give me a moment to make
Whilst we're
way.
gone to the shipping forecast.
I might tell you off there what my dream was. Anyway, our Radio 4 Longwave listeners are leaving us now for the shipping forecast.
I've just got this vision of Michael Parkinson himself shifting from long wage onto Radio 4 5 Sports Extra to see what's been going on in that mysterious mind of
Oh, it was
yours.
very well. Who knows what goes on when you're asleep at night, really. Well, we will wait for our Radio 4 Longwave listeners to return, I think, before we bring you the Aggers surprise. But no, it just involved a car, it involved doing a radio report.
Oh, it's getting worse.
It's
getting worse, this.
It's a bit strange, isn't it, where your mind takes you, honestly. But Michael Parkinson was the surprise guest.
I had an
interview
interesting
Aggers.
dream last night, and I'm not going to tell you anything about it.
But it didn't involve Michael Parkinson, did it?
No.
It's some
Do
activity.
a whole show on dreams. Your favourite dreams.
Well, it was the way Vic joined us at breakfast. I was halfway through regaling what my dream was, and Vic was like, "What? What?" So it's okay. It was a dream. It explained many things. The umpires have come out to the middle now, having a chat, and a bevy of ground staff as well. So hopefully, they start to lift up those covers and draw them back. And hopefully that will mean then that we're going to have some play again before too long. And people can still buy tickets, because hopefully if this weather's going to stay away, in play can obviously go a little bit longer in the evening to get the overs in. Now we've had this delay. So £36 for adults, £5 for children, and you can either buy them at the ticket office if you come to the ground, or you can buy them online and print them at home as well. But a good atmosphere here for a Sunday. I suppose that means no monks in today. They've got some duties at the monastery, you would think. Haven't seen the monks.
Well, I don't think it stops the fancy dress monks.
Bananas are back.
They're a fixture, really, the bananas, aren't they?
Yeah, no, I've been here all 3 days.
We
I
did.
must admit, I'm a bit disappointed with the crowd. I mean, I know it's raining now. There's probably many out the back getting a pint, but third day, Sunday, I'd expect more people to come and be in this ground. I have to say, England playing well, and the series is a real good one. Yeah, it's disappointing.
Well, 17,000, over 17,000 in yesterday for a capacity of 18,000. That was a
good.
good crowd building up for a Saturday as well.
It's generally the fourth day when you start to see the crowds really drop off, which again understandable. But on the third day on a Sunday, I'd expect a similar kind of crowd to yesterday, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, whether England in the position that they're in, I mean, given that they're 1-0 down in the series, if you're talking about the state of the match and how fast it could move on if England can run through Pakistan and force a follow-on. I mean, they're the team who are behind, aren't they? They don't want to go away from here still 1-0 down if it's only a draw.
If the weather's, they can get 90 overs in today, you could possibly see an England victory.
Today?
Absolutely could, yeah.
Well, that would really take some...
I mean, they've got 5 wickets already.
Pakistan
They're one away from Sarfraz. And
I'd like to
how
think
many
that-
overs have gone so far? How many overs have England bowled?
7 today.
Yeah, but in the innings,
31 in the
31, and they've got 5 wickets. You think?
I mean, I think when you're 1-0 down, I mean, I know people of my generation, they like the follow-on. And you'll come to like a quick game too.
Well, you've got to make them follow on before.
So I think 1-0 down in the series, it's going to, if England can bowl them out, I mean, for under 300, which is a long way away.
Yeah. Yes.
You would think they must enforce the follow-on, because you just don't want to waste any time.
No,
They
get
can't
on
get
with it, particularly with the
300
weather
from
around.
70 for 5.
not
Sarfraz
looking
next,
likely.
and then it's down. I mean, there's no Rat Ali that they can rely on there. He's gone. They've got the key man.
I mean, Shafiq and Sarfraz have both been, if you like, some of the better batsmen for Pakistan, certainly at Lords. So that the middle order has a more robust.
You get
than
2 more
the top
wickets
order.
and you don't think it's
then
going
you
to last
open up, don't you? Yeah. Well, that's 5 down already. Things could move pretty swiftly at the resumption. But Misbah can certainly hang around for a long time.
Especially here with the clouds. It stays a little bit cloudy all day, and we've seen a bit more swing this morning. Just not a lot, but there's enough there. We didn't see really any swing from Pakistan yesterday. It's always nice to get the ball in hand when there's a few clouds around, and whatever the surface, there's always something happens, and it's just that pressure, isn't it? I mean, there's still 518 behind.
It's a mountain, isn't it? It's more than an Everest at the moment. Some news for you: a 12:30 restart, so 25 minutes or so. So now we have some concrete news. That means we will bring you the Agger's surprise from the other day at Lords. So restart then in 25 minutes' time. So let's give you, as we were mentioning, a chance to hear what was quite a special moment from last Sunday, because it was the 25-year anniversary. Well, it still is the 25-year anniversary since Jonathan Agnew's first test as cricket correspondent. So when we were at Lords, we decided to surprise him.
Yeah, Agnes, just a few highlights of your 300 tests and 25 years as a correspondent.
He knew, this is the tragic thing about it, he knew exactly what was going to happen. He tried to step over the stumps and just flicked a bail with his right
He more or less tried to do the splits over it, and unfortunately the inner part of his thigh must have just removed the bail.
He just didn't quite get his leg over.
Anyhow, he did very well indeed, batting 131 minutes and hit 3 fours. And then we had Lewis playing extremely well for his 47 not out. Aggers, do stop it. And he was joined by De Freitas, who was in for 40 minutes, a useful little partnership there. They put on 35 in 40 minutes, and then he was caught.
A very welcome guest in our commentary box now. We've got the cousin of the match referee.
How you doing, Jonathan? How you doing, folks?
Russell Crowe, good afternoon. Great to have you here. Have you ever been introduced like that before?
Say that again?
Have you ever had that sort of introduction before?
No, that was an excellent introduction.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'll be working on that. Here's Haddon getting a single through the offside. He might get 2, actually. Bopara rushes up from deep point, and 2 runs it is. 146 for 6. And here you are, first time to Lords or not?
My first time to Lords, yes. Something that I've been talking about with Martin for probably 20-something years or longer, actually, since he was the... what is it, the Junior Cricketer of the Year here at
yes,
one point?
Indeed. Fantastic. So
he lived out the back here by the training field.
Yeah, so it's finally come true.
Yeah, and finally come together to the ground and walk through the long room together, which is something that we've talked about, like I said, for probably nigh on 30 years. And here it is. Today's the day.
Fantastic. Anderson runs away from us, moves in, bowls, and...
Now, Hussein's said whatever he wanted to say, and Key has gone out to backward point. Oh, he hasn't finished fiddling. Vaughan's coming in. And deep mid-wicket's coming in.
He's going to play the slog sweep. All 3 are going over, or he gets his 100. If Dawson pitches middle and off, he's in the frame, but so Steve Waugh, because he's just, he's going to play this stroke.
Oh, this is...
It's death or glory off the last ball of the 3rd day.
He's going to block it. 2:33 for 5. Here we go. Dawson comes up and bowls to Waugh, who drives through the offside for his 100. That is extraordinary. And Steve Waugh, a man of little emotion, can barely restrain himself now. His helmet's off. Oh, he's waving his bat. Alex Stewart shakes his hand. You could not have scripted anything more remarkable than what we have seen here this afternoon. Possibly you have to have followed this saga very closely to fully appreciate it. But this is a man who has been largely written off through no fault of his own, only that a bit of old age is starting to catch up. And he has played the most extraordinary innings here this afternoon, not simply for himself, but for his team. And that's the reception as he walks off. 102 not out. And he's coming back tomorrow for some more.
So we're at tea, 2:21 for 7. And it's a great pleasure to welcome Hugh Grant to the box.
Oh, thank you very much.
Good to see you, Hugh.
Yeah.
We've seen you chewing your fingernails a bit over the last couple of days.
Yeah, I'm suffering, I think, more than anyone in the whole crowd. I can barely speak. It's hell.
Really
I was just
bad.
saying, you spend all this money on tickets and, in fact, then put yourself through 2 days of unmitigated misery.
Yeah. How do you feel at the moment?
Well, one tiny millifraction less frightened than I was 10 minutes ago, but it looks like an awful lot of overs. Apparently, you can go on till it's dark.
Oh, we can.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we'll keep plugging away.
Yeah.
Was there a moment I felt when Peterson got his 100 that there just seemed to be a little bit of a release of that pressure, almost like just taking a bit of the top off the steam cook and just a little bit?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of very frightened and semi-drunk people who needed to let off some steam then, and I know I was one of them, and it was it was amazing. It was amazing. I worship him now. In fact, I'm now going to dye my hair. Kevin
Are you going
Peterson
to?
cut, yeah.
Well, that'd be interesting.
If I can get in
Through the city on my bike all day 'cause the filth took away my license. It doesn't get me down and I feel okay.
Well, it showed me up. I have to be honest. The other day, I was sitting here. I'd got the lyrics for one of your songs, which I'm not going to go into.
Right, Angus.
Except I was reading it off the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Quite loudly. I think I was entertaining Malcolm, saying, "Cool, look what we got on the programme on Saturday. Look at this," and I was reading out the words. And
Are you sure you weren't looking at one of my wardrobe malfunctions?
no, I think I had a split screen. Split screen. So I was reading out, it was the title to this song, if your followers will know, quite loudly, when to my absolute horror, I looked just here to my left, I was 3 yards away, and there was a lovely woman bearing a cake.
Oh, no.
And she said, "Agnes, I've brought this for you." And she heard me saying the most appalling language.
Oh, no.
And it was quite embarrassing.
That is truly awful. Talking of appalling language, I think we should be able to hear more of the sledging.
Ah, okay.
Don't you think? I think that's how you're going to get more young people into cricket. We've got to get some more microphones down on those wickets.
Here's Broad coming in and bowling to Voges. Oh, he's brilliantly caught! Brilliantly caught! That is an outrageous catch by Ben Stokes. That was gone, it was past him. And he flung himself backwards and to his right. You won't see a better catch, I'm sorry. You can have your Andrew Strauss here in 2005. That beats it. That beats that catch. That was quicker. It had gone. He had no time to see that.
Oh. Well, what a catch. What a catch. What a delivery, first of all. And look at Stuart Broad's face. He's run up to Ben Stokes with his hands over his mouth, and he can't believe he's caught it. It was a couple of feet past him.
It's outrageous.
Yeah,
that was an outrageous catch. I don't know how he caught Thank you, Simon, very much. Indeed, in the chairman's office. What a wonderful view he has. I'm amazed he gets any work done at all here. The third floor up of the pavilion used to be about the area of the old visitors' dressing rooms up here. Here I am, closeted away, with the Prime Minister, David Cameron. Lovely to see you. The last time you were on, of course, you were leader of the opposition and life was easy. Or easier.
Well, I remember we had a good chat at Lord's in your... I was in the TMS studio that time, so we got the cake, we got Geoffrey Boycott, we got the full package.
We thought we'd spare Geoffrey
I feel
Boycott
slightly
today.
robbed this time. But anyways, it's lovely to be here for an afternoon of enjoyable cricket.
Great. And you're quite happy to come, you're able to come, it's not a problem for you to come. Lots of people always say, what is the Prime Minister doing? He should be leading the country rather than watching cricket at the Oval.
Well, I hope no one will begrudge an afternoon's cricket, particularly when England are playing so well. I had a busy day today. I've had the...
Kevin Peterson needs a new bat rubber on his handle. And as we know, all amateurs will know, it's not easy to do that. You've got to roll it on down the stick and make sure that it's all in place. And no floppy stuff on the end of the handle or anything like that. You can't have that. So it's a bit of a procedure. And I thought he did it very well, actually. Michael, Vaughan's beside me. It's not easy putting a rubber on, is it?
No, it's not. I was never good at that.
2-10 for 2. In comes Fernando. Bowls, and that's turned away for backward square leg. And they'll come back for 2. You know what I meant.
Should we move on?
You know what I meant.
Hello, Henry. He's played well, Caterey, hasn't he?
He has played well. You really get to feel that you're amongst the atmosphere, amongst the crowd. It's been pretty quiet walking around, I must say. A lot of people, I think, have rather given up what's going on. But Roy Hodgson hasn't. You haven't given up, have you, Roy? I mean, you've seen adversity before. I just wonder what you might be saying if you were Randy Flower, if you were England. Do you want to switch sports? Do you want to go in there now and try and G them up?
I think it must be very difficult. I think 2 days virtually in the field like they've had to do, batting on such a good wicket as the South Africans have been able to do, I feel really sorry for the bowlers and the fielders. It's been a thankless task, and I suppose now they're going to have to face quite a difficult period themselves because they've got such a commanding lead, the South Africans. It's not going to be easy for the English batsmen, despite the fact the wicket is playing quite nice.
It looks as though the officials...
I'm getting some news, Jim. Apparently, the umpires are going to come out and take the bails off.
Right.
And that is going to be the moment that this game is over and England win the Ashes. No one in the crowd actually knows what's going on here. There's been no public address announcement about this. We just got inside word up here. This is what's going to happen. They are inspecting for light. They're really just going through the motions here. The umpires are going to their respective ends, and in the most extraordinary manner, the bails are removed by umpire Bowden. He throws one in the air, and England have won the Ashes. Finally, in the most bizarre ending. Oh, let the crowd speak for themselves.
Entertaining, batting for 35 minutes, hit a 4 over the wicketkeepers. Angus, for goodness sake, stop it.
Yes, Lawrence played extremely well.
He hit a 4 over the wicketkeeper's head, and he was out for 9. And Southall batted for 12 minutes, and then was caught by Haynes on Patterson for 2, and there were 54 extras, and England were all out for 419. I've stopped laughing now.
Now, you can't interview yourself. Well, you'd probably like to, I don't know. So we managed to find someone who might just be able to do the job.
And you're a liar as well, because you said you weren't going to be around.
I did say that. Yes, I had to be very cautious and hold my mouth, actually. But I'm delighted to be here, because, as you know, apart from being a mate of yours, I'm also a great fan of yours. And we thought it would be rather nice to sort of do a little quick trawl through your life and your work with TMS.
You've completely stitched me up. They all have. I can't believe...
Well, you deserve it. I mean, yes, you do. 25 years.
Easiest job in the world.
No, well, the most enjoyable job in the world, yes. Maybe. Not the easiest job in the world, that is for sure. The special gift for doing radio, and you have it. That at least the first question. I mean, did you always have it from the very beginning? Were you settled here? Did you immediately feel, yeah, I'm at home?
Well, I think I did, because I hadn't really listened to the programme when I was playing cricket. And I think if I had done... If I had been a proper broadcaster, I think I would have been very anxious about suddenly coming into Test Match Special. But as it happened, I hadn't really heard it. I heard it as a kid, when my dad was a farmer and he had the radio on when he was gathering in the grain and so on. But there was then that big 15-year gap, really, of not hearing John very much, or John Arlott, or anything. I can't believe you're sitting here, Michael, by the way, and asking me questions. It's ridiculous. But so therefore, I think I was just really lucky to go in from a much more relaxed position than I would have otherwise.
Being very relaxed about it all, and a lovely sort of rhythm and sense of timing in what you do. But let's go back to the days when you were a player. You left playing cricket when you were 30. Does that denote a certain disenchantment with the game?
I'd had enough. I'd had enough standing at long leg.
What?
Because I think the trouble is, Michael, and I see the people playing now, if you know you're not going to play for England again, and my English career was a disaster, really. Look at the batting average and the bowling average are the wrong way round. If I had a batting average of 90 in Test cricket and a bowling average, but anyway. So I think, but once you've played for England and you know it's not going to happen again, then it's time to go, I think. You know, if you are very competitive, and I am very competitive, then I didn't see more years standing at Grace Road admiring the rose bushes at Fine Leg. So it was time to move on, and I was very lucky that this job came up. The Today newspaper, which you'd remember.
Yes, you were working
Eddie
with
Shot,
Today,
yes.
of course.
The first colour paper.
That's right.
Everything was blue. But they were brilliant because they sent me off, this is when I was still playing, but they sent me off for some winters to do, skiing, Aussie rules, rugby, surfing, everything, really. And so go away and write about it, which is a really good experience.
Of learning your trade.
Absolutely. And the first of these 300 tests was working for them, actually, in Australia. So that, without them and the people that worked there, I wouldn't be sitting here now talking to you, because that cutting edge of a tabloid newspaper was really important.
Yeah, but when you came into TMS, I mean, it was full of old pros. Yes. I mean, been around for an age and more. How did they greet you? What was it like? Was it sticky to begin with?
No, it wasn't. Because my first memory is walking into the old box at Headingham, which you would know so well, down there in the old football stand. Rickety old place, wasn't it? Awful place. Yeah. It was just falling apart for years. But anyways, we're not there anymore. But my first glimpse was opening the door. Well, actually, I'll go back one step. I saw Blowers, who was actually going to work for Sky then. So he was going, I was coming. And Blowers said, well, one piece of advice to you, Aggers, is absolutely be yourself. Don't try and be anybody else, because radio will show you up. Be
Good
yourself.
advice.
And so I waved Henry off to go and start his career at Sky. And I walked into the commentary box, and there was this old boy stooped over a sort of pile of cake boxes. And it was Johners. And he said, you must be Aggers. And that was it. And Peter Baxter, very wisely, because I hadn't commentated before on anything, decided that I'd be an expert summariser for that first year, which is a joke, because the other two expert summarisers were Fred Truman and Trevor Bailey, and then me. So anyway, but the point being that I would sit beside Johners and watch and learn. And he and I did hit it off. I mean, you
did. You were like a comedy act, actually.
Well, it's like...
It was wonderful. The Western Brothers.
Do you think...
It was rather stylish, you know.
Do you think so?
My brother and I.
Don't you think that there is often a good gap in generations, though? Because with grandparents and grandchildren are often even closer, maybe, than parents and children sometimes. And he was like a granddad to me, really. I mean, he was, because the age difference, just the way he looked after me.
Yes.
And we just got on incredibly well. And, of course, the leg over that we heard there...
Well, I mean, I have to tell you, the only thing that would get me back on to tell it to radio, in fact, to do my second This Is Your Life, or it's called, Desert Island Disc, would be to actually choose that as the funniest broadcast I've ever heard in my life.
Would you have it on?
Oh, would I ever have it on? I mean, it is priceless, and no matter how many times you see it, or hear it rather, it is wonderful. It is so funny.
Yeah.
And
it has been seen once.
Has it?
And that was the only time I was ever paid for it. I got 50 quid because it turned up on Auntie's Bloomers. Do you remember that Terry Wogan used to do?
That, yeah.
Well, otherwise it's been one of the most extraordinary replay things. It's played everywhere. Man.
I love the thought of people driving along and crashing into each other.
And funny enough, see, Johners, when it happened, was really quite cross. And he stomped off at the Oval. It was my first year. And he stomped off into the night, shaking his head. And I remember he was very upset at home. And the next morning...
He'd already gone too far.
He'd already gone too far. He'd lost it, unprofessional, and it hadn't been very funny. Absolutely. I mean, he was really worried about it. The next day, we don't get them now, it's all emails, isn't it, and so on, but there was this mountain of letters. And I was reasonably confident, because I'd heard it being played on the Today programme, so I thought, actually, this is funny, you know. So I waited for the old boy to come in. And he started picking through these letters. He still wasn't talking to me. And he got to one from Ronnie Corbett's wife. So she opened up. Yes. And she had been one of these people who was stuck in the Dartford Tunnel or something, laughing, you know. And so immediately his mood lifted. And I took him down to the engineer and said, come on, Brian, we've got to come and have a listen to this. And we sat there and listened to it. Of course, he had tears pouring down his face. I mean, he loved it after that. But it was a classic. But of course, he then wouldn't work with me anymore. He said, if we look at each other like you and I are now, it would be hopeless. And he was right, really. We'd just end up corpsing anyway. We had a couple of goes, but we just sort of broke into silly laughter, really.
But speaking about relationships, I mean, that was a very, sort of, as you've said, it was a grandfather-son, sort of grandson relationship. How do you sort of explain your relationship with Geoffrey Boycott? I must explore this, because this is something phenomenal. I mean, you're keeping him in work, you know. I mean,
I know. People always wonder, don't they? I mean, I suspect because on the radio, it is a bit bickery, isn't it? I mean, it can be a bit edgy, I suppose. But I'm with you, I think. I mean, I do have a sort of a genuine affection for Geoffrey.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy, is it?
It's not, no. I've tried since I was 16.
I know, and you've known him considerably longer than I have. No, but I mean, we are really good mates, and like you, I mean, you can't help but admire him for a start.
He reads the game well.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
I think of all the summarisers, the experts I've worked with, he's the most pithy. He'll put, particularly batsmen. I mean, bowlers obviously not quite his thing, but particularly batting, he will highlight a weakness, particularly because that's his strength, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Technical weakness, or he will highlight that within just a few minutes. And I really admire that. He's never late. He's always got something to say. So I love Geoffrey. And when he was ill, I mean, you'd go and see him. I'd go and see him, and he wasn't. He was in a bad state.
That was the most awful illness he had.
Yeah, it was. And for him to, well, it's kind of typical of him, really, that he's fought it off.
It, yeah.
But you get people in, and when I feel Geoffrey sit down beside me, you know you're going to have some fun.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because when you started as an ex-pro, the problem always is, if you're going to be honest in your commentary, that you have to actually criticise at times some fellow pros, and some are very good at that and get into it straight away. Others back off, and there's nothing worse than listening at home and feeling he's backing off this. And you can't accuse you of doing that, nor Geoffrey doing that. I mean, you've always been very honest in your opinion, and sometimes I suppose it might have cost you a friendship. I mean, there's a famous incident with your commentary about Michael Atherton on the Dustin and Pocky thing. You didn't hold back there at all. You said you thought he should be sacked. When you did that, did you understand the consequences might be losing a friend?
It's funny that, because Mike and I have still never talked about that.
Really?
No.
You've never
What was
cleared
that?
it up?
That was what, 94, 95?
Yeah.
It's a long time, and we were perfectly good mates, and we chat and we talk, but we've never talked about that.
Really?
Yeah. And it was here. And it was, I think that obviously, and then with the KP business, lastly, has been the most difficult times doing this job, because you do have to be honest. You might be wrong.
Yes.
But you've got to be honest.
Yes.
And the Mike one was really hard, because we'd had the year before a lot of ball tampering issues with Pakistan and so on. I mean, it seemed to be, well, it's all right for us to pile into the Pakistani fast bowlers and talk about it, but actually, when one of our own appears to be ball tampering, for some reason we shouldn't talk about it.
Yes.
And I thought that was wrong. And it was interesting how actually the broadsheets sided entirely with him, whereas the tabloid newspapers rather sided with my argument. But it was really unpleasant, really unpleasant. And I remember you came up to interview me, didn't you?
I did.
For the Telegraph.
That's right.
And that was, in a way, a bit of a turning of the tide, because I think you whether you thought I was right or not, I don't think it matters, but I think you felt that I was right to say it, whereas others ran a very stiff campaign, some newspapers, actually to get me out of the job, because they argued that BBC correspondent shouldn't make comment like that.
Yes.
Would the political correspondent of the time demand for the Prime Minister to be sacked? They sort of likened it like that, which made it all a bit complicated. But I think, well, you're popping up to see me there, sort of just turn the tide a little bit, actually.
Oh, it's good. Good news.
But it's funny how we've never
talked about it to Mike. That's interesting. It sort of looks there like a shadowing across the relationship in a sense.
It does.
Yeah.
I do wonder what he would have written now, by the way, if he'd been sitting watching that.
Well, again, he's a very honest journalist.
He is, absolutely.
So I think he might have actually sided with you.
I take the view, Michael, and you know this, you've covered sport for years, that whatever happens on the field is not actually your doing. It's not your fault. Like Stuart Broad not walking at Headingley at Trent Bridge, who again is really, their family's very close friends of mine. I walk my dogs with Stuart, and for people sometimes to write stuff about, journalists are too close to players. Well, hang on a minute, maybe do get close to the players, but you still got to do your job. I walk my dogs with Stuart, but I said, I'm sorry, you can't behave like that. That's cheating. You shouldn't do that.
Yes.
So you do have to do your job as well as maintain relationships in the game, and sometimes they do sustain. Yeah. Well, thanks to my friends. Thanks to Michael Parkinson for surprising me the other day. We're playing that, of course, because we've had some rain here. I'm hopeful, looking at the various radars and so on, that might be it. We might be very lucky now. There's some more rain going to the north of Manchester, but we hopefully might get away with not a great deal more, which will be wonderful. The sun's trying to come out as well. We've got the floodlights on, and we've got all the players out in the middle ready to restart. With Pakistan on 71 for 5, they've lost that one wicket today. Masood, the opener, nicely taken by Root at second, slip off Anderson for 39. So Pakistan still 518 runs behind. And they're in real trouble here. But they've got Misbah and Shafiq, might say the best two batsmen actually that Pakistan have available. Actually at the crease right now, and Stuart Broad's going to get us underway with 3 slips of gully, a man just behind square on the leg side. Misbah is on 5, he's on strike, and Broad runs in and bowls to him, and he drives him a slice drive out to backward point. And there's no run. He wasn't quite aiming for that, aiming more for cover. I think he's just playing a shot again now to himself, and Bairstow's jumping about, springing sideways there, loosening himself up again after that time off the field, which was about half an hour, Andrew, a bit more perhaps.
It was an hour exactly.
Oh, was it really? Gosh. So that can all be made up.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so we are now going on till 7:30.
That's right.
Or up to 7:30.
No overs lost.
Okay, well there you go. It's good how you can make this time up these days. 71 for 5. Off goes Broad again. Bowls, and Misbah covers up, defends, plays the ball down into gully. And there's no run, and England's two most senior bowlers bang on the money today. They're a bit off last night, I thought, but today much more in the groove, making the batsmen play much more. And Anderson at least has his reward for that, and Geoffrey Boycott is looking on. What do you reckon? Morning.
I think, first of all, I'd like to say, Jonathan, what a wonderful decision by the ICC. Now the new decision, put lunch back.
Yes, makes sense, doesn't it?
We've been talking about making sensible decisions for the public. The public have had to wait for an hour's rain. Give them an hour's cricket before we have lunch.
Absolutely. In goes Broad. Bowls on the off stump again. Misbah forward. A ball that actually just climbs a bit, hits the splice of the mat. And Stokes comes in from gully to field.
Well, it's nice. I like to compliment good cricket, good things, rather than just criticise when it's wrong. And that's a proper decision.
Hasn't been around long either, has it?
No, it hasn't.
3 or 4 years.
We've had some daft things. Sometimes we've come on for 10 minutes and there's been lunch.
Correct.
And the public have been waiting in the rain or something. So this is absolutely good innovation. Common sense at last. Think of the public.
71 for 5. 518 behind. Broad in sunshine now. Bowls to Misbah, taking that away off his hip. Out for Moeen, who's fielding at mid-on.
What were you and I saying yesterday? Pitch the thing up. He's pitched one ball up. He's driven it at extra cover, and where it does, shot off the face to gully, didn't it? Backward point gully. That's what you want. Just look at that and think, oh, that didn't go where he wanted.
No.
That's what you got to do. You got to get the ball up. And you made the point first before asking me last night. Both our major bowlers bowled certainly 2/3 of a yard to short, if not a yard, didn't they?
Yep. Here's Broad again, taking his shadow with him, and he bowls. Oh, Misbah's hit on the pad. They're squared up. And, Broad started to appeal, and so did Root actually at second slip, but it looked high. It didn't look to be a good LBW call from here, so it was abandoned really before it got too serious. It was short again and hit up on the thigh pad. Funny how the weather changes, isn't it? Lovely now, sun out, some breaks in the cloud, but a blue sky overhead. Still the floodlights on, and still grey to our left. But hoping that's just going to pass by and leave us alone now. 3 slips and a gully. All with their hands on their knees, crouching. As Broad's on his way. Bowls Misbah forward. Right over that. That was a better length. Misbah plays into the offside. It's the end of the over. 71 for 5. 518 runs behind. And you'll enjoy the lunch break entertainment, Geoffrey, today.
Gave me a clarinet man yesterday.
Well, this is about big bats, which is one of your little bugbears, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got one of the best in the business to go out there. He's got a 1970s bat, the type that you used, and he's got a modern bat, going out there and demonstrating how he hits sixes.
I actually, funny, I would like to see a match, I don't know if it's a day or what, of all the modern day players, and we have very good players in the modern day game. But everybody have to bat with about 2 and 4 ounces, 2 pound 4.5 ounces, like we had to Compton, Hutton, Bradman, everybody, and just get the reaction to it. It's not going to make them lesser players, but they won't be able to miss it for 6. They'll like give it a thought. Listen, if I'm going to hit this spinner, I better hit it properly. Otherwise, it's just going to spoon up to a deepish mid-off. And it'd be interesting to see the reaction, because all these kids have grown up with big bats, haven't they?
Oh yeah. Here's Anderson. Bowling to Shafiq, not yet off the mark, and he's edged that, runs down to 4th slip, and taken by Stokes. It landed well in front of him. Yes, so Simon Hughes is going out to demonstrate 6 hitting.
Well, he can't demonstrate batting, because I remember him trying to bat.
I thought that
he could have a swing for a 6, but
I thought I'd get a bite.
I told him he can bat for toffee. I said his daughter, 14, Nancy, bats better than him. She's a very good player. She'll play for England ladies. He's a cracker.
Well, he's going to demonstrate anyway. The big bats against the 70s bats, and other things we're going to talk about during lunch today, which is postponed, as it were, delayed. That's turned away out towards mid-wicket by Shafiq. And there's no in front. The video of it is already up on the Test Match Special Facebook page if you want to have a look at what we're going to be talking about at lunchtime, because the MCC Cricket Committee has recommended that there should be smaller bats. It's interesting because there's never been a restriction or a regulation about the depth of the bat, has there?
Well, because it's never been necessary, because bat makers haven't made them as big as they are.
Yeah.
But I just wait till after he's bowled.
Anderson running towards us, bowls, and Shafiq waits that just a swing away a little. It's pushed up towards cover. Woakesfield, and they run 71 for 5.
We should never be afraid that the people in the game will make decisions of change. Cricket has always changed since its first inception. It wasn't always, played under exactly the rules of today. It's changed with the times. As bats have got bigger, then maybe they have to do something to make the balance between bat and ball. And, the stumps were never the same height, were they? Or same width. They've all adjusted in different periods of the game.
Anderson past umpire Dharmasena, bowls, and Shafiq lifts his bat, he's right-handed, lets it go through. But isn't odd, though, that you get the height, you get the width, and that they've never felt the need to regulate up to now the actual depth of the bat, where all the meat of it is.
Well, for a long time, the stumps were half the height when they had underarm bowling. Many people think the only overs that have been bowled are 6-ball and 8-ball. That's not true. There's been 4-ball and 3-ball in the history of the game, and it has changed and evolved, and I could go on about that, but it's always evolved.
Anderson, and there's a lovely shot from Shafiq. He's just over-pitched a little there, Anderson. And Shafiq was waiting, has driven it through mid-off. Broad's in hot pursuit, he'll dive. I think he's just kept it in too. Rather wildly throwing the ball back as he was diving at full stretch. And it's been retrieved by Woakes, and all of that effort has saved one run. He's broken the boundary down there too. He's got one of those pieces of foam that goes over the rope, of course, bearing the advertisers' logos, and he's taking one with him there. But anyways, did he get rid of it in time? They're looking at the replay now. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps umpire Dharmasena's happy, actually. Yeah, I think just got rid of it, didn't he? 74 for 5. Nice shot from Shafiq.
Can't see you diving like that, Jonathan.
Well, not now, certainly. Good effort from Broad, though. He's got dirty trousers as a result. 74 for 5. 515 behind. Anderson comes up, bowls wide. Not tempting Misbah, that one. He let it go through, so it's the end of the over from Anderson. Only he and Broad have bowled so far today.
I'd like to see bats, not quite as big. We've got better batting pitches now, drier surfaces because of the the condition of the covering of the square, the whole square, as well as the pitches. We've also got better drainage, we've got better preparation. A lot of it's gone to make better batting, and you need to keep the balance, otherwise we don't want to get too far, but we need to keep the balance. And it's got out of kilter now, where you miss it for 6, and if you hit it properly it goes like 10 rows back.
There's no restriction on weight either, is there?
No.
So you can go out there with
anything.
Yeah, a 10-pounder if you wanted to. Shafiq's on strike, Broad's on his way, bowls outside the off-star. Poor swish, loose shot there from Shafiq, no foot movement. Just the sort of shot that will get you out. 74 for 5.
It's a mindset. When you bat like this, it's the same similar pitch that England have been bashing runs on, but the problem is they've got scoreboard pressure, that huge score. They're tired, their legs are tired, they've been fielding for 5 sessions, the mind gets a bit tired, and okay, they have a rest, and so that's a bit better this morning. But your mind gets all befuddled about, how do I play? Do I play the same? Do I play over defensive?
Broad over the wicket, bowls, Shafiq defends this. It's a good probing line and length, that one.
Some people are very good at playing in those situations. Cook, for example, England is very good at that. He's bloody minded, he's a strong mind. A few years ago you would say Michael Atherton. You don't have to be a great technique player, it's a mindset rather than the technique. Michael Atherton was a goodish player, wasn't as good as Root or Cook, but he had the mindset for it to get in there and fight.
Over my dead body.
Bloody minded. And some people have that, many don't.
He goes Broad again. Shafiq waits for him and he plays that across his pad out to mid-wicket. So finds balance fielding there with his cap on. And no run, the sun out again. Somebody marching around over the covers. Now, those who looks quite important. He's got a white shirt and black trousers on some sort of mission.
It's like you see, Jonathan, in some test match figures, some batsmen have good performances first innings and not so clever second innings. Come under more pressure, don't they?
3 slips waiting. Broad wicketless so far. Runs up, bowls to Shafiq. A little bit of in-drift there. Shafiq's into line. Stokes again is the fielder, and our friend, whatever mission he is on, continues it, having crouched down there in front of the crowd so they could all see. Wonder where he's going. He's marching. He looks very purposeful. He's up to something. He's carrying something too in his right hand. Maybe to go and see the photographers looking out there. Good crowd, but still room if you want to come in. And Broad kicks up his heels once more, moves in past umpire Tucker, and does again that lovely line once more. Off stump just outside. Shafiq has to play, which he does quite late. Ball runs down into the gully area. 74 for 5. Have you been tempted out by the Jazz Festival yet, Jeffrey?
No.
Oh, it's good night.
I might have come here for the concerts.
Would you?
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded that.
Who's been here?
Beyonce.
Not your friend Katy Perry?
No. She's got a new single out. I haven't heard it yet.
Has she?
Mm.
Why haven't you heard it?
I haven't done it in a minute. I just found out yesterday.
Oh, right. And goes Broad, bowls on off stump, and again Shafiq plays very late, allowing really the ball to hit the bat rather than the other way around. Got to the fields at 74 for 5. I thought you'd been straight on downloading it and got it on your iPad.
And then there was another one came. What was the other one came after Beyonce here? About a week later they had a concert.
I think David Bowie's been here in the past.
No, the girl was here. What? Rihanna.
Oh, Rihanna.
Rihanna. I like Rihanna.
Do you?
Yeah, she seems a real girl. She obviously makes a lot of money, great records, but she enjoys herself. She likes a night out.
Does she?
I think she's a bit of a party girl. I
don't know,
young
Jeffrey.
Right. Yeah.
I'll take your word for that.
Yeah, she has a big super apartment not far from where I stayed when we were doing the cricket in Barbados.
Oh. There's Anderson bowling outside the off stump. Starting a new over.
I didn't get an invite.
You didn't go?
I know they were telling me just 100 yards away she had the top floor apartment.
Really?
Yeah.
Looking over the sea.
Cost a few million.
I think it did.
No.
So she's played Old Trafford?
Played Old Trafford and Beyonce. I know somebody went to the Beyonce concert, my friend. Richard Nags in the family said she was good, really good. Yeah.
He should have gone.
I didn't know until he was going. He bought tickets and gone. And I said, oh.
Anderson bowls outside the off stump, no strike. It would have been one of the more unlikely sights, I would have thought. Jeffrey Boycott at a Beyonce concert.
I bet she did Halo, the last song. I said to him, he said, yep, she did. She was good. He enjoyed it. Look, he has a girl and his wife, they wanted to go. Yep. But he enjoyed it. He said she was good. So that's good, isn't it? I mean, she must have, whatever the tickets cost. If you're good, if you've done your job professionally, you can't do more than that, can you? He said it was really good.
74 for 5. In comes Anderson. Pavilion behind him. And Misbah's again allowing this to pass by, just swinging away a little, lining it up, taking the bat out of the way. You must watch out for Anderson's in-swinger, which is up his sleeve, of course. It's just allowing Misbah here to line up the outswinger, but Misbah will know that Anderson's got the in-swinger.
They've got to stay in, haven't they?
Yep.
They've got to stay in. They're in trouble. They've got to. It's a mindset now. It doesn't mean to say you play every ball, block it and defend it, but you've got to be careful.
Anderson bowls. Oh, that squares Misbah. He wants a quick single too. They're going to get there. Not sure there was much calling involved in that. It was more of a little nod of the head, really. And to be fair to Shafiq, he responded very well. Once again, good old Misbah, you know, he defies his age. 42, and he set off there for possibly the quickest single in the game. Shot off to the far end.
To a point, it's a number. It's not irrelevant. I mean, we all get older and things slow down and so forth. But some have such a mindset and keep themselves fit that they delay that process. And so he's got himself in a frame of mind to play Test cricket. He's got him fit to play.
Anderson bowls on the leg stump, turned away out towards deep square leg. Moeen is coming up off the boundary. Some vociferous Pakistan support, just growing a little bit in confidence now. They were quiet for much of yesterday.
If you can leave the ball well outside off stump, just leave it. Make the bowler bowl, play only what you have to. Eventually you bowl a bit straighter and then you just pick it off on the onside. That's your safe side. That's how Joe Root played the left-arm seamers.
Yep.
He batted over middle and off stump, tried to make sure that he's not going to cover drive at wide balls outside off stump.
Anderson bowls, and that's pushed away out towards mid-wicket. No run for Misbah this time. It's fielded by Gary Balance. So it's 76 for 5. Then there has been 1 wicket today. Masood is caught by Root at second slip.
Nothing in the shot,
for
wasn't it?
39.
Nothing. You don't have to play that. It's sort of way above stump high. It's outside off stump. You've got to play away from your body. What the hell are you doing? If you hit it, it's only 2. It's a little sort of flirty push at it. It's what I call a get-in-out shot. Either block it, leave it, or let it, or hit it. One or the other. Don't flirt at it. It's nothing. It's just understanding the angles and the state of the game and where you're playing. The better players do it, like Joe Root. They work out the angles.
He played pretty well up to that point too, actually. He just battled away. 3 slips and a gully. Broad's continuing from this end. Shafiqi's on strike. He's got 4, and Broad bowls to him. He hits that hard off the back foot, but well fielded by Hales at backward point, saving a boundary there.
But how many did he make?
39.
So he made a 39. He's made a 50 in UAE. And he's had how many failures? He had 3 in the UAE, he had 2 at Lords, and he had he's had 5 failures, and 2, 1 a 30 odd, and I think he made a 50.
It's due a score, Geoffrey.
That's not good enough. You can't have 5 failures if you're going to be successful at this level.
Here goes Broad, bowls full, and he's driven it really.
Yeah.
Edgy sort of away to point, really loose dismissal. It just shows that Broad, there's his first wicket in the innings. He's not been at his best, but well, that's just been driven to backward point. Now when you're 5 down for 76, that's not a great shot, frankly. And Pakistan 76 for 6, and they've lost Shafiq, caught at point driving.
Well, not a good shot, he says. I say that's absolute tripe. That's a sucker ball. That's beautifully bowled by Stuart Broad. What I was talking about, pitch it up, make them drive. He bowled his line and length, and he pitched it up. That ball must have been over 12 inches wide of off stump. In the state they are, 5 down for Note, now 6 with him. There's no way in the world he should have even been playing that. It's a sucker ball, Jonathan, isn't it?
Certainly was.
Is that right?
Yeah.
If you'd bowled that, you'd have thought, well, that's a gimme, that.
Absolute bonus, that is.
Absolute rubbish. I mean, it's absolute tripe, and that's what I say about batting in these situations. It's a mental thing. That ball didn't do anything. If that ball had pitched off the middle and clipped the top of off stump or left him in it and nicked it, you'd say, "Oh, great delivery." That's rubbish, isn't it?
Can only think, and I'm guessing a bit here, that it didn't quite go through with the shot as he embarked on. He just suddenly just held himself back a little bit or something, because it was a poor shot.
Yeah, it's rubbish. Sorry, there's no else for it. If he comes in the dressing room and one of his mates, and he tries to tell me we're unlucky, I said, look in the mirror. He's the best player in their side, him technically. He's a really good player, that lad. We've seen him play in the UAE. We saw him play at Lords. He's a very good player. But that is it's the mental side of it. And I was just telling you, the Athertons, the Cooks in this situation, I could give you people before that. Javed Mirna could do it, Sonny Gavaskar, people might not remember them, but certainly Cook and Atherton they can.
Look at the replay, it wasn't a half volley, it was just fully, he went at it, didn't he?
And it's wide.
Thick edge. So Sarfaraz is the new batsman. Broad's on his way, and he bowls outside the off stump. Oh my word, he's flung the bat at that, and the edge didn't carry to first slip, and that was very wide. And that's a very strange.
Where's my phone? I told my Rachel, listen, don't go home today. Go to the daughters in Cheshire, and you can take me home tomorrow when the match is over. I should ring her up now and say, listen, they keep playing like this. You can take me home tonight.
That was a terrible shot, wasn't
That
it?
was awful.
Yeah.
That was so wide you couldn't reach it with that sweeping brush I talk about, could you?
I think hit the bottom and the very end of the bat.
It's ridiculous.
76 for 6. Slips are ready. Anything could happen now as Broad runs in, bowls a short ball. Sarfaraz ducks underneath it. It's collected by Bairstow. Sarfaraz goes for a walk. He didn't get very high that, but he's not a tall man. He negotiated it safely enough. 76 for 6.
Some would say they're lucky to get 76. Their just mindset has gone, hasn't it? It's gone.
Well, it seems to have done.
Yeah, it's gone.
Look, I'm not sure why. I mean, they won at Lord's handsomely. Okay, they've had a couple of hard days in the field, but goes Broad, bowls short. Oh, he's almost holed out in the same place. He's got 4 for it this time, but it wasn't that far away from Hales. It went over his head and into the boundary. It's like our old friend Sarfaraz thinks he's playing a T20 here.
They are beauties, aren't they? Yeah. You never know what you're going to get with Pakistan. Brilliance at Lords, and then the dust cart.
That was
today.
An up and under shot.
You never know what you get.
Well, it's a way to get off the mark when you're 76 for 6, isn't it?
I'm not sure about that. Oh, yeah, well, it's fun. Yeah.
80 for 6. There's still 40 minutes to go till lunch. Lunch having been put back because of the rain. Then goes Broad again, bowls to Sarfaraz. Oh, he's beaten now, keeping the bat just inside the line perhaps, but he's clinging on. Broad's got a real bonus wicket there, and so have England. With Pakistan 80 for 6, they're 509 behind. Jeffrey can't believe it, and I'm sure he'll tell you all about that while I make room now for Henry.
Well, I can't see the point in being diplomatic about it. It's just is silly. You know they're talented, but I've seen it so often with Pakistan. Graham Gooch and I used to talk often. I was very friendly with him when I played with him, and afterwards when I was commentating. So whenever it was Pakistan, you never knew what you were going to get. You never knew how they were going to play. I don't think they know how they're going to play from one day to the next. Do you, Henry? I don't think they know.
Well, I think they have this great ability, don't they, to beat themselves.
Absolutely. What a good comment. They do. They just beat themselves. They don't give themselves a chance sometimes. Then other times they play like at Lord's, world beaters.
Mind you, I think if the toss had been different here, they'd won the toss, then it could have been different here. England had the chance, went in, made that huge score. If Pakistan had batted first and made, 300? Who knows?
Yeah, but you can't only say, well, we only bat well when we bat first.
Of course,
can you?
absolutely.
It's a game of fortunes, batting first and second.
And it's Anderson now in, bowls out to Misbah, who's just pushes forward as though he hasn't got a care in the world. It just easily, comfortably back to the bowler. And it is Anderson who picks up and walks steadfastly back to his mark at the pavilion end. We got 4 slips, a rather backward point, almost a short third man, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a deep mid-wicket. That makes the lot. And here comes Anderson again up to the wicket, bowls to Misbah, drives, a little bit bottom-handed there, goes down to Hales at mid-on, and there is no run. The lights are on, and indeed the clouds building up away to our left, which is the sort of westish direction, are fairly heavy, so we may not have seen quite the end of the rain, although I think the forecast promises us this afternoon, after about 2 o'clock, it's going to get out. But it does look a little bit grey there now. And Anderson, white sweatband round his left wrist, in now, bowls outside the off stump, no stroke from Misbah. Through it goes to Bairstow. Misbah leans over and sort of half rehearses another stroke. Stewart in a yellow day-glow jacket emerges from one of those staircases coming up from the bowels of the earth underneath the point stand over there in the far distance, the red stand a lot to the left of the pavilion as we look at it. Quite a good crowd, but with the weather as dubious as it is, not as big, I dare say, as we would have had it been a blue sky day. Here's Anderson in, Misbah's forward, and it's Hales comes in very quickly indeed from mid-on to short mid-wicket, picks up, returns to Bairstow, and there's no run. There was a thought of a run there, but Hales is a quick fielder, he moves quickly, and I think any thought Misbah had of a single very soon disappeared. And our duotone Crane is still there, leaning over just behind the stand to the right of the pavilion, the yellow and red Crane. As Anderson's in again, he's up to the wicket, he bowls. Misbah's forward, and this time Hales has to go to his left towards the bowler's stumps. To field, hands back a high one to Bairstow, who leaps high in the air as if he was a gymnast. And when he comes down, takes the bails off. And then he replaces them, saving umpire Tucker the business of coming in from square leg to reorganize the stumps. And Anderson is now back to his mark. Bairstow is just back to his position. He goes down, the slips go down, and here's Anderson, he's in, he bowls, and Misbah drives, he slices off the edge, the thick edge of the bat. He's going away for 4 runs behind point. He's being chased furiously away there, but it won't, no one can stop that. So 4 runs there to Misbah. The score goes to 84 for 6. And Misbah himself goes on. Andrew will have to help me because I got 10. He's got 10.
Oh, he played that over quite nicely. Just blocked everything, and then when it was over pitch, very full, he just eased it, trying to ease it in front of square. It just slipped off the face a bit, but he eased it. He didn't flash at it or try to hit it hard. He just eased it, and it just ran backward a point for 4. So you've got to do, stay in, make the bowler bowl to you. Leave everything that you don't have to play. Wait till he over pitches. Wait till he bowls in the safe areas, on your pads, on your hip.
And it's Stuart Broad in now, up to the wicket, bowls to Sarfraz. Sarfraz plays no stroke at all, coming forward, leaving his bat high above his head. Not an inclination that he suffered in the previous Broad over when he threw his bat at everything immediately had come in. We've had a truncated morning. How much did we actually lose to the rain?
Well, it was an hour, but we're going to make that hour up at the end of the day.
And lunch, of course, has been put back to 1:30. And 2 wickets have gone down today, 1 each to Anderson and Broad. Shan Masood was the first one out, and then Shafiq the second. Here is Broad in, bowls outside the off stump, and Sarfraz plays no stroke. Through it goes to Bairstow. And the first man out, Masood, was caught by Root off Anderson, and then Shafiq caught a very wasteful stroke, caught above his head by Hales at backward point off Broad in Broad's previous over. Broad just gives his right shirt's shoulder, the shirt at the shoulder, a little bit of a tug to lift the sleeve, bowling in a short sleeve shirt. And then he waits. Now he starts in again. Sarfraz is ready. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls. Sarfraz comes forward, plays that quite well, just running it down to the right of Stokes there in the gully. And there is no run.
He looks to have good rhythm, does Stuart Broad. I've watched very carefully. Everything about him is flowing nicely. And he's bowled a bit fuller length. Ball really disciplined around that corridor of uncertainty off stump. Looks good. He hasn't done anything with the ball. The pitch is still playing very true. He's just bowling with nice, rhythmical, good pace and good line and pretty good length.
And it's Broad again. He's up to the wicket. He bows to Sarfraz. Sarfraz goes back, plays that square on the offside. They go for a single. It's misfielded there by Hales, who did a bit of a somersault, didn't get his hands to it, and it's gone away for 4. Hales really should have stopped that one. And he's a big man, but he moves very quickly. But for whatever reason, he didn't get behind that, and whether it went through his hands or just maybe it bounced a little unevenly.
No, he didn't. He missed it. He misfielded it. Just looked. Stuart Broad put his hands on his knees, his head down. He wasn't too impressed, but there's nothing you can do. We all misfield, we all drop them, but no, that was just a pure misfield.
88 for 6 and 8 to Sarfraz, and Broad is in again. Bowls to him short. He doesn't even have to duck under that. It was going down the leg side. He just moved fractionally across to the off, and Bairstow went across the leg, took it and backhanded the ball to Cook, as wicketkeepers do these days. And Cook at first slip, who had the most surprising one earlier when Broad made one cut away viciously and lift off the seam, and it went straight there to Alistair Cook at first slip. It was way out of Bairstow's reach. And Cookie handled the situation and the ball extremely well. And here's Broad again. He's up to the wicket now. He bows to Sarfraz. Sarfraz goes back. Oh, and looks round rapidly. He felt that ball might have gone back towards his stumps. It didn't. It stopped pretty well in the crease. And Bairstow, running up furiously from behind the stumps, picked it up. It is the end of the over. 88 for 6, 10 to Misbah and 8 to Sarfraz.
Well, the pitch is playing pretty through. It's not really doing very much. You'd expect that. England made a lot of runs on it. It's just the mental side of the game for Pakistan. Good bowling by England, good neat catching, and also it's just the pressure. The pressure, poor shots, just don't have the mindset for it, and it's just got to Pakistan. They've got themselves in such a hole, as I said last night in the podcast. There's a big hole there they're in, they're not going to get out of it. There's not going to be enough rain to save them.
Well, I think we've got a change of bowling. It's Wokes who's going to come on at the pavilion end, and Wokes, of course, has been the man that Cook has turned to when in need of a wicket. It would be nice to have another wicket or two for England's point of view before lunch.
Henry, the way they've been playing, they might be following on after lunch.
Well, this is true, isn't it?
You get one of these out, the tail ain't so clever, is it?
589 for 8 declared the England score, and so they are still 501 runs behind Pakistan. And I think there's no doubt that they'll be made to follow on, because A, there's rain about, and B, the England side have not been out there for a very long time. They've made fairly short work of this Pakistan batting this time. Pakistan in a very different idiom to the one they showed in the first test at Lord's. It is Wokes in bowls. He beats him outside the off stump. Goodness me, might have had a wee with his first ball. Misbah pushed to that, playing it almost on the walk, in fact, and it just shaped away towards the slip. That was a beauty.
It was. He got sort of turned square on, chest on, and just walking. Didn't really go forward or back. He threatened to go forward, but the foot didn't go anywhere. He likes to stay back, Misbah, so you can pitch the ball up a little more.
Well, Wokes, quite tall, turns now, and here he comes. It's a very straight run of his, arms going, he's there, he bowls, Misbah turns out round the corner and gets runs there. Monty's after it from deep backward square leg, and they collect a single. Here comes that lovely, easy throw of Merrien's into the stumps, and it's always a joy watching Moeen Ali in the deep field. He has this lovely, doesn't he, this lovely fluent throw. So that single takes a score to 89 for 6, the deficit now exactly 500, and it is 11 to Misbah. Sarfraz takes guard, Geoffrey Boycott has gone, and Ramis has arrived.
Hello, Henry. Morning, afternoon.
My dear thing. And here comes Wokes, bowls there, and Sarfraz just goes back, plays it down the pitch. Wokes picks it up and then throws it to Hales on the leg side, who does a bit of polishing. Well, not a very good, one or two rather careless strokes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Pakistan hasn't been good with the bat, with the ball in this test match, and credit to England for neutralizing them so early in the test match. But this should be good fun watching Sarfraz. Bit of a counter punch. May just give a bit of lift to Pakistan.
Wokes it is, in again, bowls to Sarfraz. Sarfraz goes back, thrashes that one square on the offside, 4 runs. It was short, it was wide, and he woofed it away. It was a good shot. And hitting it just forward of cover. So that's 4 more to him. He's gone to 12, and it is 93 now for 6.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good batsman. He'll create his own angles because, at times he's standing out of the crease. At times he's deep in the crease. So, very difficult batsman to bowl, I guess, because he's always looking to hit you and find ways to pierce the field and rotate the strike. So this should be exciting and interesting watch.
He's a busy little batsman, isn't he? And Wokes is in again, bowls, and this time he goes back, turns that away off his pad through mid-wicket. It's Moeen Ali after it from deep backward square leg. Picks up about 10 yards short of the boundary. Another lovely throw there into Bairstow's gloves, and 2 runs there to Sarfraz. First time he's progressed in anything other than a 4. He's hit 3 4s, now at 2, and so he goes to 14, and the total 95 for 6.
I mean, the way he's begun his innings, it just exemplifies the fact that this is still a very good batting strip.
Oh yes, it's all of that, isn't it? And here is Wokes again. Coming into Sarfraz, he's up to the wicket, he bowls. Sarfraz turns this round the corner, more runs here. Moeen has to go the other way, 4 runs, he won't catch that. Sarfraz moved across his stumps, played that away very well indeed. So it's now 99 for 6, and Sarfraz goes along to 18. Moeen fetches the ball, and at the other end we have Misbah on 11. Well, that was rather an encouraging over for Pakistan.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's so good for Pakistan team. Sarfraz bats low down the order, is good with the tail, he bats sensibly with Misbah and Yunus. He's got centuries against the top sides in the world. I remember his 100 against Australia and the UAE of just 105 odd balls. So he's entertaining to watch, like most keepers these days. And he's a real team player also. I know him, so I think he's great for this Pakistan cricket side. He's also the vice captain, by the way.
He's impish, isn't he? Yes. Like so many of these wicketkeepers, there's something rather impish, delightfully so in his stroke play.
Yeah.
We got another change, a predictable perhaps. Broad has come off and Ben Stokes is coming on at the Brian Statham end. The cloud is not as dark as it was when we had the first interruption for rain, and it could be that it's going to go over and without actually dropping anything on us. And of course the floodlights are on, so the light is, although it's not good, it's still eminently playable. And Stokes is going to bowl 3 slips, gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And here's Stokes. He's in now. He's up to the wicket. He bowls outside the off stump, and Misbah looks at it and has nothing to do with it. A fly flies past me in the commentary box and lands against the windscreen. And a small fly. We sometimes have blue bottles in some of the boxes, but this is a tiny wee job that's buzzing around, showing rather through close and interest in what's going on. And Stokes turns. Here he is again, running away from us. It's a very straight run. He's up to the wicket. He bows to Misbah. Oh, and Misbah edges that. He felt that he should have left that alone, really, and he played it with soft hands. He went into the ground, and Vince stopped it there at third slip. But I think if he had that again, that moment again, I think he might have played no stroke.
Yeah, it got big on him. I think it reared up from that good length, and he plays like this. He'll jab and he'll be determined and he'll not go at the ball. So I think that technique probably saved him in the end.
Well, he's there facing again. He's shaping up as Stokes is in, bowls it short, and he steers this down into the gully, and Anderson, the fielder, there, and there is no run. And you don't think of Manchester as a country ground, a rural ground, but looking all the way round on the left, where the old practice ground used to be, the other ground, then behind the pavilion, you see the trees everywhere. And then away to our right, with the high-rise blocks of Manchester in the distance over the scoreboard, trees poking out their heads and just waving very gently at us in the breeze. Stokes it is, in again, he bowls, and forward comes Misbah, solidly playing that one down to Moeen Ali at mid-on. Moeen comes jubilantly in and throws back to Bairstow. You will see this, there's another way in which cricket has changed. The old days you see wicketkeepers belting up to the stumps whenever the ball was played away from the pitch in case there would run. Nowadays they tend not to. They stay back, but fielders, even when they know there's going to be no run, ping it back to the keeper. I think this was something started probably in Duncan Fletcher's reign here. It's an act of hostility, I suppose. Stokes is in, bowls that short, and Misbah pulls that round the corner. It goes down there to fine leg. In fact, no, it doesn't. It's balanced running back from square leg who fields, and they take a couple of runs. So 100's up, 101 for 6. That's the cheers, which I dare say come more from the Pakistanis in the crowd than from the Englishmen. But 100 is 100. But then 6 wickets is 6 wickets. That's the other side of the coin.
Absolutely. A catch is a catch. And he miscued that pull shot. So he's not very good with that shot. He avoids, he'll duck.
101 for 6 anyway. And here's Stokes again into Misbah. He's there, in swinger. He came forward, played that down to Broad at mid-off. And that is the end of the over. It is 101 for 6, the score. 13 to Misbah and 18 to Sarfraz. And after a word from you, Rammies, it is going to be time for Ed Smith.
Yeah, he bowls a good heavy ball every now and then, Stokes. He looks slippery, also deceptively quick. And so it was a good first over that he bowled to Misbah. Misbah was camping on the back foot and hit on the glove once or twice, so a very good start by Stokes.
Afternoon, Rammies. Afternoon, everyone. Gloomy day here in Manchester, but some bright cricket as England look to force home the advantage. Sarfraz hit a few extravagant shots. He's 18 not out. Skied one just over point. And it's Woakes charging in, bowls now, and Sarfraz advances down the track, whips it wide a bit on, and they'll get runs for it. At least 3, I think. Will it get to the boundary? It's just slowing up now. And Misbah scuttles back for a third. He's not going to hang around. Ian Healy did this a bit, didn't he? Sometimes for Australia, came in at 7, bit of a crisis. Let's get busy, let's try and put some pressure on the bowlers, not just sit there and suck it up.
He's not a slogger, he's an intelligent striker. You know, that last shot wide of the mid-on, you know, any proper batsman, top order batsman would have enjoyed playing it. And then a couple of good cut shots. He's always looking for runs, a trait that you like in him.
He definitely bats like a keeper, Sarfraz. I don't know quite what that means. We'll come back to it.
Busy.
Misbah waits for Woakes, who slightly more stately, elegant fashion, just turns it into the onside. Andrew Sampson.
Oh, stat on his busyness as a player. He's got 27.3% of balls he's faced in Test cricket he's hit for singles, which is easily the highest of any batsman in the 21st century.
Really?
And he's also got the highest percentage of twos in the 21st century. He goes 6.48% of his balls that he's faced he's hit for twos as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's cheeky, he's busy, he's great to watch. I mean, I've followed him, and you know, he can surprise you with some great innings.
Woakes in now, Misbah defends down the crease. The other thing we're doing is every time that Andrew backs up one of our intuitive opinions, we just slip him 20 quid, because it's very, very good scoring.
Yeah,
Andrew.
it makes
we were just chatting, but it makes it sound very good.
Good, and we sound like experts suddenly.
I'll give you a discount. Give me 15 for that.
But it's true, that's how the impression he gives, isn't it? It's always never just getting stuck or soaking up too much pressure. Someone who doesn't mind doing that is Misbah, who's very still at the crease, waits for Woakes and drives. Nice push drive through extra cover. I don't think it'll go all the way. James Anderson's after it. He's a fine athlete. Ball heading towards the boundary. Anderson slides, brilliantly pulled in. Actually just got his stride pattern just right there, Anderson, to arrive in sync with the ball. He's a brilliant outfielder. Not many fast bowlers have fielded as well as him in the history of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they say that a great fast bowler, a good fast bowler is usually a very good athlete. And you can see that in Anderson. And plus the passion, he still wants it. You know, after having played so many years for England and after having been described as a very skillful bowler. And a glimpse of that we saw in the UAE, where he bowled the off-cutters and the leg cutters. And I think a bowler who likes to improvise, there are very few bowlers who like to improvise like Anderson. And that he can do because he's so confident that he can pull off anything.
Woakes into Sarfraz, who just punches it on the offside, and there's another one of those singles that Andrew was talking about. That makes it probably about 28% now. He's so busy. Something about his stance as well, Sarfraz. Elbows and knees out, like he's bustling around. And a real contrast with Misbah, who's taller and looks like he's too dignified to rush around too much. Takes his stance very deliberately. Sideways, slightly blocked off actually, his left toe to the offside of his right. Here's Woakes, he's the in-swinger. He's too wide though, his bowl's safe in leaving it alone. Extended morning session here, I think due to a bit of a rainstorm earlier on. Play will run through to 1:30, and then if there's no more rain, it'll be a finish at 7:30, so we may as well have dinner brought to us here in the commentary box.
Long day awaits us.
Wokes bowled 6 overs, 3 for 18 yesterday. Has already gone for 18 in his 2 overs this morning.
So England's two bright all-rounders, Stokes and Wokes, who combined to such effect last night, operating in tandem here. Stokes from the Statham end, close to the stumps, full ball. Sarfaraz bunts it with a controlled cover drive. I think that will go all the way. Hales is after it, but no chance. It was a wide half volley. There's no charitable way of describing that ball.
He's completely immune to the situation. There's 6 wickets down, but he obviously is going to play his own game, which is the way to go. So if there's a half volley to be hit, he's going to crack it to the fence. And it's a very healthy approach towards batting.
It is. Particularly, I think, so often there is a collapse on when you're at number 7. I remember we mentioned Ian Healy earlier on. Ashes 97, England had Australia in all sorts of trouble. And he just came out and just played shots. A couple went over the slips and then he was away. Stokes in, edged, gone! Not going to work this time for Sarfaraz. Stokes has his man just outside the off stump on a length. Sarfaraz, unusually for him, was caught betwixt and between. Wasn't a proper attacking shot, but he pushed it hard enough and the edge carried at a sweet height to Joe Root. And the counter-attack is over for the time being. England right on top.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't always offer a straight bat. He's looking to square drive the ball, and that length delivery was beautifully bowled by Stokes, just about perfectly delivered, because he played it at an angle, and on a pitch like this where there's a little bit of bounce and movement, I think you're flirting with a lot of risk. But nevertheless, a very good hand. Entertaining innings comes to an end. 26 he got.
Off 18, and as he walks off, Sarfaraz in his sleeveless sweater, he just practices the leave shot as though that was the one to leave, and it probably was. It was 5th stump, 6th stump, perfect length, and if you play with hard hands, it's a fraught with danger, that ball. Smart catch by Joe Root. Doesn't look like dropping any at the moment. It's amazing, isn't it, when you're in full confidence as a batsman, you just go and stand in the slip corner and it seems so easy. All these things are connected. There's a virtuous loop of good form. And who's it going to be at number 9 for Pakistan? Yasir Shah's coming out. With an old-fashioned arm guard. Held together, looks like a piece of tubey grip. He's having a chat to Misbah, who's on his haunch. She's just having a little drink.
Yeah, it'll be tough for Misbah after his team had floored England. At Lord's. He must have been expecting better stuff from them. But that advantage is quickly nullified by England's brilliance, first of all with the bat and now with the ball. That's a sad state of affairs, but this is what Pakistan cricket is. They'll be good for 2 days and then they'll go down a little for the next 4 or 5 and then resurface again and surprise you with a cracker of a game.
Part of me doesn't want them to change.
Yeah, this unpredictability, I think the world likes this unpredictability. I think that they're not a boring side, which is like, in a good way, the marketing Test cricket quite well.
In some ways, Pakistan are sort of antidote to the professional era, not because they're unprofessional, but because they've always had that
amateurish spirit, yes,
and joyful spirit. Now, Yasir Shah's ready, 4 slips. I'm going to ask you a captaincy question in a moment, Ramiz. Stokes in bowls, perfect line and length, but Yasir Shah right forward. It's a little early, but at 111 for 7, England in 42nd over of their work as a bowling unit. 18 odd overs today, so what was that, 25 yesterday or something like that. Surely, if they get these 3 wickets quickly, they will enforce the follow-on.
Yes, absolutely, they should. I mean, that's nice weather, cloud cover, the ball is shaping around, so make advantage of the conditions. And also, Pakistan would be feeling a little low and dull.
Stokes in, nicely check-driven by Yasir Shah. Stokes fields off his own bowling.
So, bounce on that negative mindset. And no one bowler has bowled a long spell, so they'll be relatively fresh as well.
I know Cook favours not enforcing the follow-on, and I actually generally agree with him. I think it's a risk actually enforcing the follow-on in off many situations. At the moment, I'd favour it. Stokes in now, and again angled in, and Yasser Shah pushes back to the bowler. Gary Balance skips across from short leg.
See, the other thing is that this pitch is not going to change a lot come day 4, day 5. So England will be safe, enforcing the follow-on, because it's not going to. This pitch is not going to disintegrate, and batting is not going to be difficult at all. It's just that Pakistan have been poor with the technique, with the selection of shots, and England have bowled well.
Stokes in again, once again line and length. Yasser Shah's lined it up very well so far. Played those 4 balls with some ease, and a really warm round of applause around the ground. About half full, 2/3 full today. And Manchester crowd celebrating a fine over by Ben Stokes. Andrew Sampson.
Well, it's 3 catches in innings now for Joe Root to go with his 250. 254 makes him the first player ever to score at 250 and take 3 catches in an innings in the Test match.
Can't do anything wrong, Andrew. Can he?
I thought you meant Andrew for a minute. Yeah, no, I mean, it's just so often the case, though, isn't it, with Joe Root, that batsmen, when they're in good form, often batsmen are catchers and they just don't drop them. Woke's in now, and Misbah gets the ball angled in towards him. It looked like he just struggled with his balance a bit, but made decent contact to mid-wicket. No run. So much easier, I feel, than the slips of it. It's so much easier fielding the slip cord when the team is on a high as well. You can just chat, and it's when you're struggling and you start worrying about whether a drop catch is going to cause criticism and all those things. Woke's in, and Misbah inside edges this down to Moeen Ali at fine leg. Throw comes into Bairstow. Balance comes back into short leg. The helmet is passed down the line like a 3/4 line in rugby union. Now Wokes, who's bowled briskly this match, might just test Yasser Shah out a bit. How does he play the short ball, Remy?
Not very well. But it's just that, he bats at 9. So, I mean, he can't be very good with the short ball. I mean,
will he take it on? No.
Yeah, I mean, if it perils his existence, he may.
Wokes in, and there it is. Actually, just probably short of a length rather than a bouncer length, but it went uppishly past short leg. Balance looked instant for a moment. Broad trots round from mid on, and Shah gets safely off strike.
He was gutsy at Lords. He got a good 30 for Pakistan. So Misbah would be hoping that he sticks around and drags this innings further, maybe into the next session. Or the 3rd session, last session, who knows?
Wokes in again. Oh, good ball angled in. I think at the end, I wonder if Misbah was trying to leave that. Let's hit him a bit.
Yeah, there's a bit of variation creeping up, but the pitch is slow, and so the ball is not really gone anywhere. It's hit the glove or the thumb or the splice of the bat, and it's died down completely straight away after the impact.
On a pitch which is varying in bounce, actually the short ball becomes quite a difficult one to handle. Wokes in now and pushed through straight mid-off by Misbah to get runs for this. Anderson rather reluctantly in pursuit and picks up now, and that prevents a 3rd.
Yeah, even I feel that short leg would be a good call on a pitch that is offering 2 bounces of variation.
.116 for 7.
Yeah, with 473 run deficit, England not keen to have anybody close on the leg side. There's no short leg in.
Wokes. Misbah just shovels it round the corner for a single once again. That means he'll keep the strike. 20 not out, the Pakistan captain. Yasser Shah 1 not out. Pakistan 472 behind with 3 wickets in hand. England with probably 2 overs left in the extended morning session. grey Manchester skies, being helped out by the floodlights here at Old Trafford, which are on. Probably play would be bright enough to play anyway there as a precaution in case it gets darker still. Stokes, longish runner, in, bowls, short ball, pulled away by Misbah. Now 2 men back for that shot, and it's the one just in front of square, Gary Balance, who picks up and returns to Bairstow. I think Stokes might get stuck in here against Yasser Shah. Try a few short ones. I think against tail end batsmen, sometimes there's a case for a fielder kind of halfway back, 2/3 of the way back for the miss-hit. At the moment there's a short leg and a fine leg, and Moeen Ali actually is moving round a bit that way. That's good captaincy from Cook, just putting Ali a bit squarer, so straightish mid-wicket rather than mid-on. Here's Stokes in now, short ball, and Yasser Shah, who must be said doesn't have far to go down at 5'5", ducks underneath it easily enough.
Yeah, 1 for the over, so he's coped well with the first bouncer of his innings.
Stokes probably saying it was only length ball.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do about that?
Yeah.
4 balls left in the over. Yasser Shah 1 not out. Stokes steaming in. Bowls now another short ball. I'm not sure that was a bouncer length. Well, it has been given as the bouncer. There you go. He's used his allotment of short pitch balls at Yasser Shah. He played that pretty well.
Yeah, he didn't flinch. Looking at the ball, not entirely, but it wasn't such a bad leave. So now what? A Yorker, outswinger, length ball?
Length ball. Stokes again close to the stumps, and it is a length ball, and Yasser Shah gets in a bit of a tangle with his footwork, but makes good contact, balance, tumbles away at short leg. Just chatting last night, Ramis, with Michael Vaughan. When one team gets 600, even on a decent wicket, I mean, you wouldn't expect 118 for 7,
no.
but it's so rarely the case that the opposition goes out and gets 600 as well. Occasionally it happens on a ridiculously flat pitch. As Stokes is in now, full ball, and sort of flick driven away on the offside, doesn't get it past Hales at point. There's nearly always a mini collapse. Sometimes sides sort of get out of it. In this instance, Pakistan haven't yet. It's just the fact of fielding for a couple of days, or just everything.
Everything, yeah, absolutely. You're feeling low, actually. You feel low because your egos are bruised in a way. You know, the entire unit feels as if they don't deserve this treatment from the opposition. So what you have, as a reserve is the only thing that you have. And so you start off the show with a low.
Stokes in again, length ball, and push through mid-on. Stokes is so quick across to his right-hand side. He's a wonderful athlete, brilliant fielder, and prevented a single, and that means, well, whether Woakes will thank him for it or not, I don't know, but he'll get the chance to bowl at the senior batsman, Misbah.
The ball hasn't done a lot, and so you can describe this innings from Pakistan as faulty, wrong shot selection and all. But clearly England have done more with the ball compared to Pakistan. Pakistani seamers were only hoping and looking for some reverse, except for Mohammad Amir, who bowled tidily with the new ball, but the rest were just not there and weren't competitive. England, on the other hand, very keen to swing it, to use the conditions and bowl the channel.
Last over before lunch. Woakes to bowl it in now, bowls. Nicely straight driven by Misbah, who's been a rock of calm amid some rather frantic Pakistan batting. Just carries on doing his thing, going in his own tempo, like a sort of midfield stroller at the end of his football career, not exerting himself too much, the odd pass here and there. flexes his knees, bat up, waits for Wokes. Short ball, hit him hard, hit him on the helmet, and I think his earpiece has flown off there and settled down by his left foot. With a good short ball, very good line, straight at him. A nice gesture from Ben Stokes, who's just picking up Misbah's fragment of his helmet. Let's have a look here. Right at him.
Yeah, followed him.
Actually,
Good bouncer.
A very good bouncer. And the little piece that they now
Yeah.
wear on the back of their helmets post Philip Hughes is actually the bit that's come off.
Hit him on the grill, and I think he was in an awkward position because he
glove first actually probably saved him a bit there.
Yeah. He's not a natural puller of the ball, so he'll keep on doing that. Now England posting a short leg fielder, I think that's a better post to have against Misbah, because he hardly ever pulls the ball or hooks it. It's a good delivery, sharp delivery, a surprise delivery.
And also it was angled slightly in. I think he
Yes.
bought it from slightly wide.
Followed him.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Really good bumper. As Ramiz was saying, there's now a short leg. 3 slips and a gully, a deeper sort of catching point. Woke sensing a wicket in now, bowls, and Misbah just opens the face, and Stokes has it at gully. Good pace from Wokes up into the high 80s today. Three balls left. Wokes has 3 for 41. 45th over of the innings. Wokes. Misbah comfortably turns it to Broad at mid-on. There's a bit of a mix-up, and they're appealing for run-out. I'm pretty sure Shah's made his ground, unless he's got his stride pattern messed up here and hasn't run his bat, or his bat has bounced.
Mark, there's a review for run-out.
England
Can I have your side angle, please?
fielders quite like this, but to me it looked like he should have made his ground. That's not quite the same thing as making your ground. The Broad was Broad through sidearm.
Okay, I've made my decision. My decision is not out. Not out.
Not classical running from Yasir Shah.
It was about a yard past. But
Yeah.
it was just a question of whether he didn't really run his bat. But
Yeah, absolutely. Ran like a novice. I think he had to get around the fielder at short leg, and so hence the reason why England looked enthused by that call. Actually, it wasn't a direct hit.
having completed that single, it's Yasir Shah. Ramiz is throwing money around in the commentary box. Wokes in now, and Yasir Shah edges and is caught. Joe Root has yet another catch. That will be lunch. Ramiz, a moment of flashing £20 notes, has brought an England wicket. And there's another catch for Joe Root. They've all come at a lovely height, waist high. And it's not a great shot from Yasir Shah. It was a straight ball in the channel. He just hung the bat out, and now he hangs his head in despondency. Pakistan's leg spinner. Once again this morning, all England, 4 wickets, and Pakistan at deep trouble at 119 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, he looked okay for a little while and then out of sorts, and so just couldn't do anything about that length, and England's slip catching has been pretty good and neat. Root in action again, and so it's the usual dismissal that we've seen from a Pakistani batsman in this test match, not knowing where the off stump is, and so it's not looking good at all. 119 for 8.
Great ovation from around the ground here at Old Trafford for England's bowlers and catchers, must be said. Fast bowlers love a good slip cordon. That'll be the first in the bar this evening to say thanks to the catchers for finishing off those wickets. But England, well, what a turnaround from Lords. Lords was a great test match. I thought England were probably paid for their first innings batting, but here at Old Trafford they've been ready, they've been keen to balance the ledger. It's been a relentless performance by England.
Yeah, still a lot of time left in this test match, and so they've got this covered. They've got all their bases covered, England.
The ground staff come on, just do a bit of sweeping and painting the lines. And with England in a very happy position. A cheery-looking Jonathan Agnew.
I'm cheery because I'm talking big bats, Ed, and I'm always looking forward to that, and without Jeffrey Boycott either, so that relieves some of the pressure. But, well, what an extraordinary scorecard that is. There's still 70 overs to go today, and 8, of course, could be added on for a half hour, so a lot of cricket left, and Pakistan in a great deal of strife here, still 470 runs behind. They're looking pretty jovial out there in the temporary seating too, all sorts of characters. There's someone in a grass skirt and a Hawaiian shirt building a beer snake, and they're enjoying themselves too. So everyone here's having a good time. I think, hopefully, touching wood, the rain has gone. So if you want to come down and watch some cricket this afternoon, there will be some room for you. We can accommodate you, of course. So come on down. So a funny old time this for lunch, but that's because we lost an hour's play. That can be added on tonight. It will be as well. So the players will be out again around about 2:05 if you're clock watching. As I mentioned, we're talking bigger bats with the analyst Simon Hughes shortly, and you'll hear some of the entries trying to be the voice of John Arlott. Well, some people have tried. You'll hear them in a second. But first of all, we'll check on today's other cricket action around the country. There's lots of Royal London games today. And Dan Norcross, who's with us for the next Test match at Edgbaston, is watching Middlesex Kent at Lords. Dan, good day to you.
Hello, Aggers. Hello. Well, the day started absolutely thrillingly, because 8 teams that won the toss today were all the away sides, which I was reliably informed. Well, I was informed by a mathematician. The odds are 256 to 1. I thought they were 128 for 1, but apparently I'd made a novice's error. So that was thrilling. I'll start with the South Group because that's where I'm at. Middlesex were effectively bowling 185 for 4 at Kent, having won the toss, elected to bat. And we've just seen Sean Dixon get out for 99, sadly. He's a young batsman I'd never seen before. He batted quite fantastically. After Stephen Finn had begun very, very brightly, of course, he's not in the Test side, and he bowled with some fire and ferocity. He looked like he was rather miffed, actually, at not playing in the Test team. He's taken 2 for 22. He bowled Dixon for 99. Darren Stevens as well picked up 61. They were 12 for 2, but they've recovered 185 for 4 now in the 39th over. Elsewhere at Chelmsford, Surrey 215 for 3. Jason Roy in great form. He got 55. He's now out. Stephen Davis 61 not out. That's in the 37th over. Gloucestershire against Sussex. Sussex 164 for 6. Sorry, I should say Gloucestershire 164 for 6. Klinger 46. Jordan and Will Beer both taken 2 wickets there. And Somerset against Glamorgan, 3rd against 2nd. Somerset going well, 222 for 3 after 36. Trio 80 from his 76 balls. Jim Allenby 53. Now in the North Group, the really exciting thing was that at one stage Worcestershire were looking at their lowest ever List A total. Previously it had been against Ireland. I think they got 59 against Ireland in 2009. They were 19 for 6 at one stage, and Ricky Clark had taken 5 for 26. They've recovered somewhat, but they look fairly doomed. They're 107 for 9 after 35. Yorkshire are going tremendously well, 227 for 2. Travis Head, their Australian signing, is 125 not out from 115 balls. He's in partnership with Jack Leaning, who has 73. They put on 176 so far. Nottinghamshire against Derbyshire. Nottinghamshire, I should say, 248 for 6. Ricky Vessels, again going well. He got 114 from 85 balls. He's got a lot of runs at Trent Bridge this season in 50-over cricket. And finally, Northants against Durham. Northants were put into bat. 275 for 3 in the 42nd over. Rob Keogh still going well. 117 not out off 97 balls. So I think you're pretty much up to date with all of them there, Aggers.
Yes, certainly am. Enjoy Edgbaston, Dan. Be good to have you as part of the team. Every ball of every game you can hear, by the way, of course, on the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. Big bats in a moment, but you may remember at Lords we were hearing about the search for the voice of John Arlott for a play about the life of the Test match special summariser, but of course best known as a swashbuckling batsman, Colin Milburn. Well, they were swamped with entries, and here are a few for you to listen to.
And Milburn settles himself again. A characteristic tap of the bat behind his back foot as he pauses and looks up. 99 to his name.
The crowd at Lords waits in breathless anticipation. One more for Milburn's first Test century. Wesley Hall makes his way back to his mark.
Hall turns at the pavilion end, and he's away. Shirt flapping, open at the neck. Long strides, and he's up to the wicket.
And that's it, 4 runs, and how fitting it is, off the bowling of the great Wesley Hall. Yes, Milburn's done it, his maiden test century and only his second test match in all, and the whole of Lords rises to salute him. Colin Milburn, many congratulations to him.
Tell you what, first time I've heard those, that is not bad. And in order, John Dixon, Andy Gray, Hayden Williams, Richard Coghill. There are others out there, but let us know your thoughts about the favourite out of those and others. We'll reveal and speak to the winner later in the summer, but that is not bad at all. Simon Hughes is alongside me, nodding. Thought about big bats. They're pretty good there, weren't they?
Yeah, I thought the first one was him.
Yeah, I mean, no sound effects outside and so on. That was a really good effort. So here we go. Talking of Colin Milburn, I wonder what he might have done with some of the bats at the modern play they're using these days. I mean, it's been talked about so much, hasn't it? And the MCC World Cricket Committee have expressed their concerns with those legendary batsmen Ricky Ponting and Sourav Ganguly, among those calling for bat sizes to be reduced.
The bats are getting too big these days. As a batting unit, you just keep hitting them into the stands with ease. And some of the bats which were shown on the video were enormous, actually. And I can't remember seeing a cricket bat like that during my playing era. And I haven't finished too far behind. So from that point of view, yes, we believe that there should be a little bit of control on the bat sizes, especially the meat and the edges. Some of the members were worried, or rather complaining, that sometimes you hit the ball on the edge and it still goes to the fence for 4 or a 6. Which they felt was a little partial towards the bowling unit, because you still have to hit a good ball properly to get runs, and sometimes you don't. So that's one of the reasons to get the bats, get the balance right between the size of the bats, so that there's a fair contest between the bat and the ball.
There maybe should be some sort of limitations. Now, what they are, we're not entirely sure of just yet, but we're a little bit worried about where it's going to go. If something's not done about it now, worried about where the size and shape of cricket bats might get to. I mean, it's our job on the cricket committee as well is to try and do the right thing by the game and try and make the balance between bat and ball as even as possible. And we feel as a group that balance has probably gone a little bit too far towards the batsmen in recent times, and we want to try and find a way to just give a little bit of something back to the bowlers. We talked about changing the ball and doing different things with the ball as well. I think that's also something that could happen down the track, but we came away from the meetings over the last couple of days convinced that the right thing to do by the game was to have a look at bat sizes and try and just put a limit on where it might get to.
There we go, Ricky Ponting, and then before him, Sourav Ganguly, giving their thoughts following the MCC World Cricket Committee announcement. Simon, as I mentioned, is here. You can see a video, actually, on the TMS Facebook page that he's made on the subject right now. Let's remind people, first of all, I think, Simon, about the MCC World Cricket Committee. I mean, they are a lot of former great and good players on there, aren't they? As far as they don't have any power themselves as such, apart from a recommendation that they make, don't they?
Absolutely. Mike Brearley is the chairman of that committee, and the idea is that the ICC commissioned the MCC to actually do an investigation, a scientific investigation into bat sizes. And then the ICC will take recommendations from the MCC, and the World Cricket Committee debates it, and ultimately, actually, it comes down to the MCC the MCC main committee, which actually I'm on. They will get the ultimate say on, whether they agree or not with the recommendations of the MCC World Cricket Committee, and then it gets passed back to the ICC. And the ICC will pretty much, I think, accept what the MCC say.
Isn't it odd? I mean, we've got a bat here behind us. Isn't it strange that when the laws of the game cover just about everything, down to fractions of inches in terms of stumps and width of bats and so on, and the length of the blade and all that, but not the depth of it. It seems strange that that's never been regulated in any way.
Yes, it does, and it's certainly having an impact, because for instance, in one-day internationals, the number of sixes have risen 60% in 6 years. That's, I think, partly because the boundaries are in more, players are fitter, stronger, etc. But there does have to be an influence on the size of the bats. And this one here that I've got is a current bat. The edge is about 35 millimetres, But the testing that the MCC did at Imperial College with some scientists, they had quite an interesting range of bats from a 1905 Ranji.
Right.
So Dulit Ranjit Singh's, KS Ranjit Singh's bat from 1905, which was only 14 millimetres in edge width.
Yeah.
And as I say, the modern one's about 35, 40 millimetres. And the edge widths in the modern bats go right up to over 40 millimetres. And the depth, the width of the bat now can go up to 80 millimetres, whereas Ranji's bat was 45. So they've doubled in size, basically.
It's a long time since I've felt a modern bat. I must say, I'm not sure I've actually held one of these, because of course different bat manufacturers have different things in different places and so on, don't they? But that edge is incredible compared to what we had when we were playing. I mean, does that have an effect on the ball carrying to the slips?
Well, I think that's a good point. It probably does. There's no doubt that the edges of the bats help the ball travel further. It's not just the depth and range and strength and power of the middle of the bat, but in a way it's the edges of the bat which are more of the problem, because they're so thick now that the sweet spot of the blade is much bigger. And I've done a few things on telly actually where I've stopped the shot as the batsman's hit the ball and seen the ball's hit the edge and it's gone for 6. There was a classic example of that at Trent Bridge in a one-day international this year. The leg spinner Prasanna from Sri Lanka had a top-edged hook and completely missed it apart from just the top of the bat, and it went miles over the boundary for 6. And I think that's where the testing of the MCC, which I'll explain in a sec, has really exposed or revealed that it's the thickness of the edges, which is almost something that needs to be looked at more than in a way the depth of the middle.
And that is there's a huge amount of wood in this bat that I'm holding that you brought in.
And that's actually not as big
heavy, though.
And it's not as big as some. Well, it's not as heavy. It's not that heavy, and that's the interesting thing. The way that bats are made now has changed, because in the past you'd have sort of 20% of moisture in your bat. And probably add a bit of linseed oil and stuff to it as well, and that added to the weight. But what they do now is that they dry out the bats. They dry out the wood. Before they make the bat, they really dry the wood out in a kiln so that all the moisture is removed.
Right. So that weight,
and then their weight's been taken out. That enables them to use a much larger piece of wood in the actual bat.
I think it's sad, a bit of a distraction, I know, but as kids when you got your bat, and it was all about linseed oil and how many coats you put on, and that smell of the linseed oil too. I mean, it was all part of it, wasn't it? And your dad would say, go out and go and coat your bat, and you'd leave it out there to dry, and back next morning, and you'd smell it, and it would have that lovely smell.
Yeah,
it's just something that's
and knocking them in,
people,
knocking them in as well. Everybody had their own way of doing it. There was a hammer that you could use to knock them in. I know Michael Atherton practiced as a kid with a sock and a ball inside it. Hitting that lots of times, or a ball on a rope, or whatever, or just banging the ball lots of times.
It's all gone.
Yeah, I mean, you take a bat straight out of the packet and whack it for 6 now.
Right. Well, so go on to the MCC then. What have they been? How have they been testing?
Well, so the MCC commissioned the Imperial College to test a range of bats from, as I say, the 1905 Ranji through to a 1980 bat, and then some ones that are more recent. Obviously, as I say, the sizes were very different. The Ranji bat weighed only 2 pounds and 3 ounces and had an edge thickness of 14 millimetres. The contrast of that was a modern 2013 Nemesis, which was 2 pounds 10 ounces. So not that much more, but 41 millimetre edge, so 3 times wider in a way. And what they did was they did 3 main tests, mainly in a laboratory with a hammer, and rather than a ball, because they wanted a controlled testing environment. So the idea is that the bat is sort of suspended from some kind of string and then hit with a hammer at different points, and the amount of vibrations detected shows how powerful it is. In other words, if there's too many vibrations, that means the batsman's hand shakes. When you miscue one and your hand really jars, well, that's lots and lots of vibrations, which means a poor bit of the bat. And if there's no vibrations, if you hit it right in the middle, you hardly feel it. So that means you've got maximum power and no vibrations. And so they banged the bats with these hammers to see where the stronger and weaker bits of vibration were, and then worked out as a result of that what the kind of sweet spot area is. And they worked out that for the sort of the 2013 bats, you know, you can bang the hammer all round and there's hardly any vibrations because it's so thick and there's so much energy transferred back into the whatever they're hitting it with, a ball or a hammer. So the thickness of the bat really, really has the power throughout, whereas the thinner bats from the olden days had a much smaller sweet spot. So if you hit it on the edge, you did get this sort of shaking sound and much more vibrations. And, you know, they had various ways of measuring it in a laboratory to come up with the stats, and they proved that, you know, the modern bat does have a much bigger hitting area.
Yeah, and Ponting's point about, look, if we don't do something now, what is going to happen is presumably the big point here, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's get bigger and bigger, and new techniques keep the weight of the bat still usable.
Absolutely, and you know, the bat manufacturers have created ways of now using pieces of wood. I mean, David Warner's bat is absolutely massive. I think it's 80 millimetres wide, thickness. In thickness, and still picks up beautifully because they've taken all the moisture out of it. And you know, in some ways, I mean, we're talking about the elite level of the game here. You know, I don't think that the new rules that the MCC will eventually bring in, which is to restrict the edge to 40 millimetres maximum and the depth of the middle of the bat to 60 millimetres, I don't think those will make that much difference in the end to the elite level of the game, because the guys are so strong and powerful that they'll probably still hit lots of sixes. But at the amateur level and at the junior level, there are people wanting more and more thicker, bigger bats. And it's costing the manufacturers a lot of money. I mean, we can hear from one maybe to explain that. But I think it won't actually inhibit the game too much, but it might just redress the balance a little bit more between bat and ball and give the bowlers a bit more chance when there's mishits.
Okay, well, as you said, you've been trying out a 1970s bat and contrasting it with a modern bat to see the difference. You can actually see a video of that now. It's on the TMS Special Facebook page. But first, you've been out the back here at Old Trafford to meet a bat maker to find out how bats are made and how they've changed.
I'm here at the Grey Nichols stall at Old Trafford with Alex Hohenkirk, who is a bat maker for the company. Alex, firstly, let's just have a look at the process of making a cricket bat. Okay. And you've got here a piece of English willow, a log, I suppose, about, 2.5 feet high?
Yeah, 29 inches high at this point, and roughly 52 inches round.
And then what happens to this?
So from this point, the first thing we have to do is we have to split the timber. So you follow, there are natural split lines in the wood, and we'll split each one of them to start creating our cleft, which will make the bat from.
So you've got a big chunky log here. How many clefts of bat will you get out of that?
We would hope to get 8 out of it, 8 men's bats on a good full-size piece of timber.
Right, okay. And once you've sort of wedged out the clefts, let's go to the next process. So we've got here an assortment of different sizes of wood. So this is the first one. So this is the actual cleft here, which just looks like a sort of, I suppose, a piece of wood that you put on a fire, although it's slightly big. You don't need a big fire. And what happens to this?
So from the very first thing to do is the sawyers to actually assess which is going to be your striking face. This is the first time that we get to actually look at that. You'll then sawyer the face out, so you get a nice, clean, straight face. Cut 2 edges, and then a process called backing off, which is where we put the point of the back of it. That will give us our wet cleft before it goes off for drying.
So this here is what looks like a sort of rudimentary bat. In fact, it looks like almost a tube train, I suppose that you could say, wooden version, with a big roof at the back, which is a sort of rudimentary bat, but it's far too thick at the moment. It's probably, I don't know how thick that is. What's that, sort of 40, 50, 70 centimetres or something like that, 70 millimetres.
Correct.
What happens to that?
So that will go into, it'll have 2 to 4 weeks of air drying. It'll then go into a kiln for 8 to 12 weeks. During that time, it will reduce its moisture content. It'll also shrink in size. That will give us, after about 12 weeks, the correct moisture content, which will give us something to work with to make a cricket bat. We're aiming somewhere between 10 and 14% moisture content, and that works out really well for us.
And then eventually you get down to what looks like more like a cricket bat. You've cut a V in it for the handle to fit in. In fact, I played with Phil Edmonds, who at Middlesex, who actually batted with one of these once, and you could almost bat with this. It's very sort of crude looking, but I guess you could use it, could you?
You could do. I mean, it's all. it's a very rudimentary shape, but it's not far off being finished for some people. It's just a handle fit and some pressing away from being completed.
So how in the end would you get this to be a bat which would be used in a match?
So from this point, we've picked where the handle's going to fit, so we've picked a strike point. It's just a case now of fitting a handle, compressing the face to give it some strength so that actually so you can actually hit the ball, and then it's just shaping and balancing and getting it ready for the individual.
And how do you get? I mean, the big bats now are what, sort of 40 millimetres in edge thickness.
Easily, yeah.
How do you create a bat like that? I mean, how much pressing is required to get that amount of power in it, but not too much weight?
So the key comes back to the first key thing is the moisture content and the density of the willow. So we're looking specifically to create a really big bat, a bat that's low in moisture content and low in its density. That allows us to compress it as much as possible to give it a hard strike surface, but it still leaves enough timber behind it to get the big bat. So if you've got a piece of timber that's got a very high moisture content, you're never going to get a very, very big bat unless it's very, very heavy.
Now, the MCC and obviously the ICC are on the verge of bringing in a new ruling which says that the edge of a bat can't be more than 40 millimetres and the thickness of the middle probably no more than 60 millimetres. What impact is that going to have on you, a bat maker, and the people buying the bats?
I think as a bat maker, I think it works quite well for the industry. It'll stop the demand for ginormous bats, which will have a knock-on effect on pricing because we'll be getting less bats out of a tree. I think it'll make some of the professional players have to change their minds about how they play their shots because it'll be quite a big jump. But I think for most consumers, they won't see a huge difference in what is currently available. Won't change an awful lot with the restrictions coming in.
And what about the public's fears that we're going to see less sixes?
I don't think we'll see less sixes, especially at the top end of the game. These guys are so fit that once they've got past the fact the bat's a bit smaller, they're still going to swing it as hard and it's still going to clear the boundary rope.
Right, well, I'm going to try a couple of bats from different eras. This one is from the 1970s, a GN Scoop, only about a 10 millimetre edge. Nice middle though. I'll see how the middle goes first. Fairly clunky, woody sound. Did actually make it to the boundary, but that's okay. That felt good. That felt all right actually. Timing, but probably went about 40 yards. Let's try an even bigger one. Yeah, that's pretty good. Makes a bit of a clunky sound though, so trying to get one right in the middle and see, but certainly the clearance is good, the sound isn't great. Maybe that's just my timing. Now that was off probably a lower bit of the bat and it didn't go very well. And that was off the middle and definitely got a 6 that time. So I'm quite happy with that for the middle, but the outside's not so good. Right, now I'm going to try a modern bat. This is one, a Gray Nichols from obviously this year, used by Chris Wokes, Alex Hales, big beefy bat, probably about a 30 millimetre, 35 millimetre edge, very chunky middle. It should go well off every bit of this bat. That was a slight miss hit, but it's still gone for 6. That was a very clean hit, right off the middle. That's gone 70, 80 metres probably, hopefully. Watch it. Could be caught, that one. Yeah, sort of outside edge. Did carry quite a long way, but not quite a clean hit. That was a sort of top edge, really. I think that was a top edge. Probably came off about the outside half of the bat and went flat, only for about 4, but did feel good. I'm just going to try one more and see how a really good middle one goes. That's gone flat, easily for 6. Probably actually didn't get it right out of the middle. Probably there's a little mark on the bat there, which missed the middle. But my goodness, the range of this bat is incredible.
Well, you've rather proved the point there. There's a video of that, by the way, I have to mention, on the TMS Facebook page to see Simon hitting more sixes, I suspect, he's hit in his life.
Easily. Comfortably.
And how are you actually getting the ball?
I'm glad to say our producer Adam was excellent at feeding it.
Right.
Perfect.
Little lobs.
Perfect lobs to be smacked into the stand. It was just this morning, actually. And in fact, I've tried a range of different bats. In January, in my other sort of role working for the Cricketer magazine, I tried 30 different bats of New Balance, which some of them retail at 775 quid, Gun and Moore, Kookaburra, all sorts of other makes, and they're all massive, and they all, even the £125 bats, go miles. I mean, it's incredible how. They pick up like feathers, most of them as well.
I was going to ask you that, but in some ways, pick up, get a bit technical perhaps, but that's all about the balance, isn't it, and the weight and how it feels when you do lift it. And you can tell, I don't know how good a batsman you have to be to be able to sense it, but actually not terribly good, because we can both feel a bat's in balance, can't we, and the pick-up is right and so on.
I honestly think, Aggers, if we played now with these bats, we would get a few more runs.
You think?
I mean, not many, but a few more. And one other thing I've learned, quite interestingly, is that the scoop idea is the best version to have, because it stops the bat spinning in your hand when you mishit it. Right. And you and I probably had more mishits than clean hits. But because of the scoop distributing the weight of the bat more evenly across the whole of the back of the bat doesn't spin in your hand as much. And that's one of the other things that they've tested, the MCC, is the ability of bats not to twist so much. And that actually gives you more hitting power.
So I mean, how did it feel hitting those shots?
Well, I mean, there was a definite difference.
Really?
The old set 1970s bat felt very sort of jarry in your hand unless you absolutely nailed it in the middle, whereas the new bat, I hardly felt the ball on it at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it felt like batting with a trampoline.
How much of this, I've not been terribly exercised, I don't think. I'm not certainly as exercised as Jeffrey is about big bats, for instance, because actually the public likes seeing sixes. It's entertaining, isn't it? But also, a massive difference, I think, in not simply the fitness, has to be the confidence of these batsmen to hit sixes. I know there are more sixes hit, and you could say it's because the bats are bigger, but they just expect to hit sixes now in a way that they didn't when we were playing.
That's a fantastic point, and it probably also applies to golf, where the head of a driver now is so enormous, isn't it? It's like playing with a boulder, and I'm sure that must imbue the striker with confidence. But there's no doubt there are so many factors. One of them is the confidence of the batsman with those big bats. Another is the boundaries, which are so, being brought in so far. And these guys are so fit, and they practice so much. You see them in the middle now, especially before one-day internationals, doing this range hitting, and they'll have lots of underarm deliveries, and they'll just be smacking them into the stand ball after ball. So, the technique, the strength, the power, the confidence, the fact they haven't got to hit it as far as they used to, and the bats, all combined to being, a batsman's game, especially one-day cricket. But I don't think it's going to change that much with this new ruling. They're going to bring in, once it's been ratified, there will be a new rule which says a bat can't be more than 40 millimetres in edge width and 60 millimetres in thickness, and they're going to create a gauge, a bit like a sheath, that you put the bat in, and it has to pass through that gauge to be,
that's how they'll check
to be allowed to
but
be used.
But that's that you've said there is actually this bat that you've brought in, that Gray Nichols, would
easily pass
fit in. Yes.
All the bats that the current guys. I mean, I looked at some of Joe Root's bats the other day, and they would all fit comfortably within the gauges. There's Vic there with a
well, rolling back the years, and that takes you back to Hinckley in about 1986, when Vic walked out. He stood just like that and was out first ball. It looks very, very similar. But anyway, I was thinking in the night, Simon, as we finished that thanks for all the new bat stuff. But again, all the fads that there were, I think particularly in the 80s, before I guess this new technology happened of scoops and double scoops
holes.
And all that Reaper, was it? The Reaper with all the holes drilled in.
And who advertised that? Bob Willis. Bob Willis was the only one who used it, I think.
That's right.
Which wasn't a great advert for it, really.
No, it wasn't a terrible advert. But if he forgot it once, and they're going out to bat, I think, as well. But
they had little holes in the back.
Yeah, half a dozen holes.
Ingenious. But they've gone back to
never caught on, did it?
Not really well. I mean, and the fact is, it was being used by Bob Willis, and no one else bothered with it. So
Dennis Amos had an unusual one. I can't remember what it was. Because I think one year, David Gower, who was a Gray Nichols man in our dressing, I think he had 4 scoops
That's right. Two little mini ones.
And then there were two, yes. All ways of...
And there's one called the Nemesis now, which I know Sam Billings uses, which has got a sort of huge clump on the back, like a kind of roof on top of the back of the bats, which just gives this... It's like a club. It's like going out with a railway sleeper. And so those kind of bats are not going to get through.
No.
David Warner is not going to be able to use the bat that he often uses in the sort of T20 kind of
stuff,
cricket.
yeah.
But I think the average bats are going to be unaffected. The game as a whole will be unaffected, and I think it will save the manufacturers money, and therefore it will, hopefully that saving will be translated into the pockets of the customers.
We shall wait and see.
I mean, it's 675 quid for a bat.
Amazing.
I mean, it's just
amazing.
Crazy.
Is the Nemesis the most absurd new name for a cricket bat? I've not bought a new cricket bat for ages. I know your daughter plays, so you've probably been much more actively buying. But I've not bought a new bat. But
there's one called a Predator, and there's all sorts of strange ones. I don't know the names of them actually, but the only thing I do know is they all go incredibly well.
Yes. The Mongoose, Adams.
The Mongoose, yes. Oh, that
was a T20 bat, wasn't it?
Have you noticed Alistair Cook shaves the corners off his bats because he grips them so low with his bottom hand that he was almost getting a bit of a bruising in between his thumb and forefinger. So he doesn't have square edges. He has slightly rounded edges at the top of the bat.
Oh, let's have a look.
Yeah, and batsmen are so finicky about it and everything.
I know.
But now they've got 8 or 9 in their bag, and you can just take them straight out and play with them. And the only problem about the lightness of the bats now, because of the no moisture, is they break.
Well, I was going to ask
very
you that.
regularly.
You and I might get through a bat, every 3 years or
6
so?
years.
6 years.
I think I had one bat for the first 6 years.
Really?
Which I know Boyce would say, well, you didn't need more than that for the whole of your career anyway.
No, but the odds are that we would have broken more bats simply through because they're not made to last now. Well,
they're dried out, so they just crack.
Yeah, I always love talking about things like that. I said there'll be so many people listening now who would just they'll have that smell of linseed oil in their nostrils.
Yeah, and actually, it was nice this morning spending a bit of time with the bat maker, because seeing how the actual way that a big chunk, a cleft of willow evolves into a bat, and they make 60 or 70,000 a year now.
Incredible.
And it's all English willow, grown specifically for that one purpose, apparently from Somerset right up to North Yorkshire.
There you go.
So it's a good old English industry, isn't it?
Yeah. Who made your bat? Who was your bat?
Slazenger.
You're a Slazenger man.
I don't think they exist anymore.
I don't think they do.
I mean, they started. You were Duncan Fernley.
Yeah.
And Duncan Fernley, funnily enough, I was mentioned on that interview there. Phil Edmonds. We Middlesex won the championship in 1982, and we won it at Worcester, the last day's play. And Duncan Fernley, whose factory was nearby, he was chairman of the club, I think, at the time, Worcestershire. And he invited us to his bat factory for a champagne breakfast on the morning of the last day's play. We'd already kind of pretty much sealed the championship. So we had this champagne breakfast, and we were wandering around the bat factory, and Philip Edmonds, who was a bit of a sort of maverick character, saw this big cleft of willow hanging on the wall, which was about to be made into a bat press and everything. And he said, "Oh, that looks all right, I'll use that. Get us a handle." So they banged him a handle with glue, stuck it in, did no stickers on it, no pressing, nothing. He went out and batted against Worcester, made 92.
Did he really?
And it was all dented because it was very, very soft wood.
Yes.
Hadn't been properly prepared, so there were all the dents and cracks in it everywhere. And Duncan kept it, framed it in his factory.
Didn't Phil have, because he was very tall, an extra long handle on his bat? I mean, it was more than just a long handle. It was an extra long one. I seem to remember that. Anyway, oh well, come on, Simon. We could talk about bats and things forever, but we've got to stop because.
Well, I will just say that this ruling will probably come in by next April.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. But yes, hopefully out there in club cricket land and so on, you shouldn't really notice any difference. But it'll be very interesting to see if it does have an impact on the number of sixes struck in international cricket. We had a shower while we were chatting there, so a really well-timed lunch break that was, because it's gone. The ground has been cleared up again, and the sun's trying to come out once more. So is perfectly timed. We're not going to lose any more. We're already playing an extra hour today anyway, so we can go through up to 7:30 this evening if necessary, and there's always another half hour to be added onto that if a result is possible. It could be, with Pakistan already 8 wickets down in their first innings, having a pretty disastrous morning again. Misbah's still clinging to the wreckage, but he's going to be joined by Wahab Riaz now at 119 for 8. Victor alongside. It was lovely to see. Just holding that bat again.
I know.
Victor.
Well, you were talking about linseed oil and sand. That's what you had to do. You had to have sandpaper at first, then you put some linseed oil on. And I do remember when I first joined Somerset, Stuart Surridge, Closey had a DB Close. Yes. And the game was going on, and he said, Vic lad, he said, you couldn't just sandpaper my bat and put a bit of oil on it, could you? And I, oh, yes, certainly, sir. Yes. And I scurried away, and I got the sandpaper, and I had it absolutely perfect. A DB written on it. I thought you'll be thrilled to bits. They all come back into the dressing room. Dennis Breakall picks up this bat. So who's been at my bat then? I'd done the wrong one. Never mind. But I used to lovingly do that. Get it absolutely impeccable.
It's just something that I say that young cricketers today, they're just a little pleasure, a ridiculous pleasure. But it was just so part. I remember Richard Bryars in Ever Decreasing Circles, that wonderful sitcom with this frustrated character who was in charge of the village cricket team. He had every stump and the bails and the bats all hanging up in his kitchen with all linseed oiled and perfect. It was just part of it. But anyway, there we go. Out go the players, out go England's fielders, and Pakistan's batsmen as well. A lot of work to do. 470 runs behind, so England need 2 wickets, and then one assumes they'll invite Pakistan to bat again. They've only bowled 44 overs so far. 119 for 8. Dan Allison's coming in here to get us underway with the commentary.
Thank you, Aggers. Well, certainly bowler fatigue is not going to be a problem for England. If they can get out these last 2 Pakistan batsmen and then set about levelling the series. Got to remember that it's Pakistan who are 1-0 up here. England are coming from behind, needing to level things. And Chris Woakes has just got 1 delivery to bowl to complete the over. That was incomplete prior to the lunch interval. That's right, because he took the wicket.
Well, he's got 4. He's already got 4, Chris Woakes. Well, he could get another 5 though.
That's when we'll start looking at, it'll be three fifers in 3 innings of Test cricket.
Yeah. Well, I hesitate to ask Andrew, but I'm going to. Well, I was intrigued by the Shan Masood Anderson stuff. 5 in a row for very little. And I wonder what the record number of consecutive dismissals by 1 bowler against 1 batsman, whether Anderson's anywhere near it.
Here's the first ball after lunch then. Woakes bowling to Wahab, and it's full and straight, and it's defended. Back down the pitch, no run.
Does your system give us hope of an answer to that one or not?
A little bit.
A little bit. There's always hope.
There is hope. The problem with this sequence, of course, is that Anderson didn't play in the last Test match. So it's relatively easy to work out.
Yes.
But I can do it. And you just have to filter out games where they didn't play against each other.
Well, if you come up with a run of half a dozen or more, I'd be intrigued to know who the bunny whose bunny.
I will let you know. I'm not sure when I'll let you know, but I'll let you know.
Okay. Because someone was saying, they were talking about it downstairs, Warne and Cullinan. They used to be, but in fact, he only got it about 4 times, Shane Warne, but he's...
It's a little bit of a myth, that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And to do it in consecutive dismissals. There might just be 1 batsman who tends to get out to a bowler, but over a long period of time in their career.
Well, there was the old Atherton McGrath, but I mean, they wouldn't have been consecutive very often.
No. Ben Stokes then from the opposite end to Chris Woakes. The first full over after lunch, and he goes Misbah on strike, 3 slips in a gully down the leg side. Good bouncing carry and into the gloves of Bairstow. He doesn't need to attempt a shot. Well, the chat about linseed oil, though, even taking me back to my childhood and our garden shed at home. It wasn't me necessarily linseed oiling any bats, but my brother certainly took an age over it, lovingly done with old rags. And
that's right. I mean, it helped to preserve them because you couldn't afford to have them break too often. At least I think it helped to preserve them.
And then knocking in new bats by tying up a ball. We had this old swing frame in the back garden. Tie a cricket ball onto that and just stand and knock. Stokes, right arm over again to Misbah. Full and clipped away down towards fine leg. Stokes just straying a touch too straight. And Misbah easily able to take a single. So 120 for 8. Pakistan still 469 runs behind. 4 for 62. There was figures for the morning session in 20.5 overs. Crowd getting a little bit lively over in the party stand. Beer snake is being carefully constructed. Got plenty of room to do it today. Lots of empty seats over there. Short leg in place as well for Stokes, standing a little way back from the bat, outside the off stump this time, and Wahab somehow steers it a little ungainly past gully, but gathered by Hales at points, and no run. That's a nasty one that Misbah took on the helmet from Woakes just before lunch, wasn't it? A real lifter, proper nasty fast bowler's delivery right on the chin.
Well, he's quite skiddy, Woakes. The ball doesn't sort of get up sometimes as much as you think. Perhaps Misbah thought it was going to go over his head, and his hands got high as well.
Stokes goes running away from us. Past the umpire now to Wahab, and this is clipped past a square leg umpire along the ground, running busily for one, asking Misbah for a second. And they complete it comfortably, and it is Woakes down there at the deep backward square leg boundary, who picks up 122 for 8. So Wahab 2 runs from his 3 deliveries. Misbah back on strike. Let's just get Wahab on strike as much as possible.
Yeah. I mean, it's a poor score. This because the overhead conditions have been good for England, but it's still a dry, essentially true surface, I'd say.
There's been no demons to speak of, no prodigious swing. Stokes in again, back of a length, and he's almost dropped onto his stumps there. Trying to play defensively, got an inside edge, past the stumps, picked up in the end by short leg. Wahab wandering away down towards square leg. Don't have much control over that one. Overcast, but those clouds higher in the sky now and much lighter. Floodlights are still on. This just tells you a little bit about the light conditions. It's certainly not as gloomy as it was, though. I think it's the jockeys down there orchestrating that beer snake.
Quite big for jockeys, some of those, aren't they?
Yes, I'm not sure they would fare too well in the weighing room. In goes Stokes to Wahab outside the off stump, and thought about playing it, but withdrew at the last moments. Through to Bairstow, and no run. End of the over then from Stokes, 122 for 8. The score remains 467 behind Pakistan. Let's find a good look at his bat down there. Wahab examining the edge.
Well, I mean, there's the old stories of Wally Hammond saying that some bowler, look, I could play you with the edge of my bat, and he took him off to the nets. And in Wally Hammond's time, the edge of the bat was no bigger than your index finger. It was the thin. But now, you say I'm going to play you with the edge of the bat. Well, that's what we do. Anyone could do it, really. It's such a wide edge.
Well, you see players doing keepy-uppies with the edge of the bat, don't you? It's no challenge to do it with the face-off. An interesting thought as to whether that limit should apply to maybe just professional batsmen, whether amateurs actually would rather have the option of a thicker edge. Woakes comes in from the pavilion end, Foolish then to Misbah, defends, picked up in the gully by Stokes, and no run.
Although, I mean, I understand the concern about the big bats and devaluing the 6, although we've only had about 1 6 in this series.
That's right, yep.
Which is an oddity. Uppercut from Woakes. Which is odd in this era.
The idea of those thick edges flying away seems more prevalent in T20 cricket, isn't it? Woakes in outside the off stump, driven nicely, not quite timed though. And straight to extra cover. And it probably means that in a T20, maybe when the Chris Gales and so on are flailing the bat, and David Warner, that those 6s might just fly into maybe the second row instead of the 22nd row, perhaps.
Maybe. And well, then the oddity is, of course, compared to golfers, that the hitting equipment has got more powerful, but in golf the courses have got longer, but in cricket the boundaries have got smaller.
Woakes fuller to Misbah, back to Broad, mid-on, and no run.
Well, very often, particularly in 2020 cricket, they've got smaller. Which is not necessarily a good thing, I don't think.
Golf courses are engineered all the time, aren't they? New courses become more challenging.
Take the tees back a bit.
Very lively over there now, aren't they?
It's only 2:15.
Well, it's the late lunch which has done it. Woakes again to Misbah, a little squared up, and he turns it towards the onside. Broad comes in to pick up again. Well, they're in good voice. It's not even the choristers. They were not in terribly fine tune last night
Were they
when
not?
we were leaving the ground. They look very smart.
Well, you've got jockeys jockeys who are about 16 stone and choristers who can't sing.
Giving themselves a standing ovation. There's some appreciation for them down there as well. 3 slips in the gully, point, spokes in again, defence from Misbah outside the off stump, angling the ball away. Quite a crowd of people. There's various different vantage points, aren't there, around this Old Trafford ground? Now there's quite a cluster just to the right of the pavilion, which is, I'm not sure whether it's intended to be a standing and viewing area, but there's certainly some stalls down there that people gather. If they're doing a little walk around the ground, they can actually stand and have a bit of a chat and pause, watch the game before moving on to take their seats in the stands further around. Here comes Woke, slight angle to his run at now, and the off stump, defended by Misbah out towards gully, and again, no run to end the over, so 1-2-2 for 8, 4.67 behind still. Phil De Freitas in the house, here at Lancashire.
Oh, yeah.
Enjoying the hospitality.
Still looks like he could bowl a few overs, perhaps he does.
I'm not sure what matches he plays all around the place. Has he played a little bit for Lashings these days?
He looks as if he's fit enough to do it.
Monty Panesar was playing for Lashings the other day at Amersham. It's their annual cricket week. Haven't had a report on how he bowled.
Well, I think the England selectors prefer he was doing it for Northamptonshire,
sure
really.
Would, yes.
But I think that's a long way off.
Yeah. Well, Moeen's got the ball in his hand, but it's not because he's about to bowl. He's just he's keeping it warm for Stokes, who was tying a shoelace. But at the moment, it feels as if the momentum is with the quick bowlers. They've taken all the wickets so far, keep them going. The aggression it certainly was displayed by Wokes just before lunch. Stokes turns up past the umpire. Now bowls a short ball. Oh, and it struck him on the body. Wahab didn't know whether to duck or to sway, and he just sort of turned his shoulder and took it almost on his back, but then he's barely flinched.
That's right, he let it hit him. Banged in, not very short, but short enough. And he just stood there and it thudded in. Actually, it'll be painful, but he's determined not to rub it.
Just above the elbow?
Yeah, above the elbow. There's no protection there. He's got an arm guard below the elbow. I bet you that's hurting like fury, but he's not going to rub it.
Well, this could be quite the battle, isn't it? Wahab, the batsman, against Stokes, the bowler, as Stokes in again, and he's squared up a touch, but he defends stoutly. And Stokes picks up in his follow-through. The two of them had a little collision, didn't they, yesterday, which he thought this could be a little bit of fun, liven things up a touch.
It's an old story, but I'm sure it's true. It's from years ago. Mervyn Kitchen, who was an umpire, but also quite a very good batsman for Somerset, playing the West Indies, and he got hit several times, just about where Wahab got hit there by Wes Hall. And after 2 or 3 times, Mervyn, he refused to rub it.
As Stokes sets off, running away from us. Red sole and black sole on his shoe. Short one again. Oh, that was fast and furious, and didn't strike Wahab, went over the top of the shoulder. Through to Bairstow. Good sign of aggression from Stokes.
So Merv, he's playing the stoic. He's not going to rub it, but he's in exquisite pain, and Wes just better rub it, man, because I know it hurts, he said.
You've got to try and get some sort of victory if you're the batsman. Try not to show that it's...
Well, Stokes is just testing him out with a few short ones now.
Off he goes again. Floodlights on at Old Trafford. Fuller from Stokes, and the off stump thinks about a single. Wahab, he's scurrying back. Broad picks up. In the end, it's a gentle lob back to the middle because he made his ground. I think that was almost a sign of I just want to get down the other end.
Yeah.
Let's get the
it's
captain
good
on
from
strike.
Broad, that actually very quick onto it. He knows that Wahab wants to go to the other end. Yeah, he's got a shuffling of the field. What's he doing, Stokes? I think he wants to think about having that point a bit deeper, partly for a slice catch, partly perhaps near the end of the over. He doesn't mind if the Wahab gets a single.
So 2 more balls to come. Stokes runs in. He's there now, bowls another short one, fended over, just beyond Gully, leaping away to his left-hand side and running away down towards the third man boundary for 4.
Well, it's a good lifter, and Wahab didn't quite know where it was going, went off the outside edge. There's 3 slips in a gully, but it went between them. Good aggressive bowling from the splice of the bat. Not quite to hand. Why not have another one in there?
Well, not too many's been coming off the face of the bat down the ground from Wahab.
Well, they weren't from that length.
See what Stokes comes up with the last ball of the over. They wouldn't mind if Wahab gets down the other end. Outside the off-stump edge, but no, missed. Very, very close. There might have been some deviation taken by Bairstow. End of the over then. And the Wahab has survived. And Pakistan 1-2-6 for 8, but he's played at it outside the off-stump. Something of a push.
87 miles an hour. I mean, England's two fastest bowlers are in operation now.
Stokes and
Pace
Stokes.
is not everything, of course, but they tend to bowl a little bit quicker than the openers now. But real venom in a couple of those deliveries from Stokes.
Against the tail enders, it makes for somehow slightly sadistical, compelling viewing, doesn't it? You know the batsmen aren't really quite up to it, but somehow every survival is a small victory. But here is Misbah on 23 on Sir Wokes bowling outside the off stump. Withdrew the bat, Misbah, let it go through to Bairstow. Keeping the 3 slips, the gully, deep point, extra cover, Broad standing at mid-on. They've got 2 men back at deep mid-wicket, and then at long leg, Moeen is there. Is that a shout of Root that's going up?
I think so.
Hands above head and clapping. Good appreciation from the Lancashire crowd for the Yorkshireman. Wokes, and again to Misbah, short ball. Well directed as well. Misbah had to sway out of it. He was in his crouched position. Dealt with well by the Pakistan captain. But it is a good aggressive spell of bowling from both of these two. And Pakistan clinging on at 8 down. Andrew.
Well, Root, by the way, we mentioned earlier, was the first player to score a 250 and take 3 catches in the same innings in a test match. And then, of course, he took a 4th catch just before lunch, becoming the 3rd player to make a double 100 and take 4 catches in the same test.
As Wokes into Misbah, and he's played at that one, trying to cut it a little close to the body, but it chops harmlessly into the ground and fielded by Stokes in the gully.
To make a double century and take 4 catches in the same innings in the same test match, joining Bobby Simpson, who did it against the West Indies for Australia in Bridgetown 1964-5, and Jacques Kallis, who did it against Sri Lanka at Cape Town in 2012. No England fielder's ever taken 5 catches in an innings.
So another little record for Root to notch up. Hoping he can snaffle another one here as Wokes is in full. Good ball to Misbah, but he dealt with it well, came forward, defended, nullified. Delivery Stokes picks up. Yeah, he's caught well, Root.
It's a big part of a new puzzle to get a slip cordon organised, and Root hasn't fielded much in the slips until the last few months, 6 months perhaps, and he's looking very good there.
It was one thing that Trevor Bayliss commented on after Lords, wanting to still work on the slip catches, and he questioned the overall England technique of slip catching as Wokes is in again and defended by Misbah, foolish. Fielded at point. He made the comment that if it was often in the slips, England tend to throw out a hand, and he was very much wanting better footwork and for the head to follow the body was the point he was making. When the ball comes straight to you, not much footwork required, but it's those catches when you're moving left to right. So much of it is instinct, isn't it, in the slips?
Well, it is relaxation, that lovely combination of relaxation and concentration required.
Wokes can get outside the off stump on a flashing drive that has raced away, sped over the outfield to the boundary between gully and point. And it brings 4 for Misbah. He's on 27, 130 for 8. But it will mean that Wahab will be on strike for the start of the next over.
Yep, Stokes is there. He's got his cap off already. Ready to have another go at Wahab. Bowled a good over at him just now. He's sort of bowler that imposed himself on a tail ender. I mean, years ago, Ian Botham was very good at tail enders, not just because he was a good bowler, but he would kind of intimidate them, and they knew something nasty was coming, and he kind of softened them up. He wasn't frightened of bowling the odd short ball at them to get them feeling a little bit insecure. I think Wokes is of a similar mind.
So So Pakistan still 4.59 behind. Stokes to Wahab now. Outside the off stump, he's fended out, he's got it through the gap again.
He won't like that.
Between third slip and gully, it was much lower. It wasn't like the flying edge from before.
Well, that was quite an educated shot, that. He almost opened the face. And he's certainly giving the impression that was intentional. I think Stokes is thinking, wouldn't I be better off having another man in there? But who shall I put there? Shall I put my mid on there? That's Moen. Well, that might be a good idea, I think.
You've got to really attack.
But he's had two go through. What he's going to do, he's going to take the gully away, and he's gone to fourth slip. And Hales, who was at backward point, has just gone a little bit finer and a bit closer.
Let's see if Stokes can persist in this channel. In he goes now into Wahab, and that's through to the keeper again. Good carry through and not far away from the edge. 87.5 miles an hour.
Well, that's a hostile ball to anyone. It's bounced much more than we're used to. Bairstow taking it in front of his eyes, and you can see Bairstow's blowing. Oh, that's a bit of a surprise.
Ball was still travelling at a rate of knots as he took it. He had to absorb all of that pace into his gloves right in front of his face. Wahab clinging on for Pakistan. In goes Stokes. Is there Wahab waits, and he pushes it another one outside the off stump, which fizzes through to Bairstow. It's a good passage of play for England. A good contest with the fast bowler trying to prize out the tail ender. I feel he could go at any moment.
Yeah. I mean, no matter who was facing this spell from Stokes, they'd be tested. He's battling hard, actually, to be fair to Wahab.
Stokes turns. Goes racing in again. There now bowls outside the off stump, touch wider, and Wahab that time shoulders arms. No attempt at a shot. Broad stands at extra cover, hands on hips, watching on. Wide-brimmed sun hat, sunglasses fixed on the back. Balance there under the helmet. He's taking it off, adjusting it. Getting ready again at short leg. Crowd urging on Stokes, partly entertaining themselves. 134 for 8, Pakistan. Stokes goes in again to Wahab, bouncer, and it's taken by Bairstow down the leg side. That one didn't really trouble Wahab. One more ball to come in the over. Misbah all the while, the Pakistan captain, who was one of the two not-out batsmen overnight and has watched 4 of his teammates fall in the morning session. Prowling round there at the non-striker's end. 4 wickets to Woakes so far in this innings, 2 for Stokes, 1 each for Broad and Anderson. Here is Stokes again, last ball of the over to Wahab, and he gets one on a length, and it was well directed, but dealt with a straight bat defensively by Wahab from the crease, and it's a dot ball to end the over. So 50 overs bowled in the Pakistan innings. They're 134 for 8 and still a whopping 455 behind. And England's trying to prize out these last 2, but it's a good contest watching Stokes bowls. He and Woakes at the other end have both been aggressive so far in this post-lunch session. Vic and I'm going to make way. A few words for you. And Ed Smith is coming in.
Well, he hasn't played that much cricket lately, Ben Stokes, but he looks in excellent rhythm with the ball, aggressive. Pace is very good. Slightly frustrated, he ain't got Wahab out yet. I suppose Cook might be thinking, well, I could toss the ball to Moen. Misbah might hit him out the ground. That's what he usually tries to do.
Afternoon, Vic. Afternoon, everyone. Here's Woakes bowls, and Misbah, as he so often does, seems to have all the time in the world and just dinks it away on the offside. 134 for 8. England having a frustrating spell after a straightforward match so far for them. Everything's gone their way. Misbah, so often the glue for Pakistan's middle order, unflappable, calm presence, drawing on all his 42 years. Probably about 40 of them spent with a bat in his hand. He's looked easily the least troubled of Pakistan's batsmen. Woakes in now, and Misbah runs it down to third man, but a brilliant diving stop by Stokes at Gully, away to his left-hand side, deprives Misbah of a certain boundary. Just looking at people who have scored 200 and taken 4 catches in innings, as Joe Root has done now, Jack Callis and Bobby Simpson.
They've stolen that from Andrew, I'm sure. he popped that out just now. Television.
Just on my
just
way up from the press box.
They've been listening.
Typical. Radio is the pioneer. Television climbs on the back.
That's right.
Wokes again. Cut shot, this time flashing blade, and even Stokes can't stop it, away to his left-hand side. 4 more for Misbah. Bit of width from Wokes, not that short, but Misbah, the full flourish into the 30s. 31 for him, 138 for 8 Pakistan. You're not going to catch that at Gully. You're not there for those. We used to reassure ourselves. And the cordon off one flash through like that. Victor, you're a man of great experience and seen many scenarios in cricket matches play out. When you look forward, how do you see this match evolving? Will England enforce the follow-on? Will Pakistan bat as badly again in the second innings?
Well, I would have thought the answer are yes and no.
Okay. Wokes in again, and Misbah off his hip gets an easy single down to Moeen Ali at fine leg. That will bring Wahab back on strike.
I don't think you can avoid. I mean, if you've got to force the follow-on when the lead, well, currently is in excess of 400. I mean, that's why I toss out the notion of Moeen. It is a slight risk because you might dent Moeen's confidence, but you would therefore, if you might get Wahab out, you might get Misbah out. You might get him a wicket or two, which will give him confidence, because he's going to be more important, I think, in the second innings. But also you spare a bit of energy for your 4 pace men.
Wokes again, good ball, good pace, bounce outside off stump, well left by Wahab.
There's a slight risk involved, only a slight one, insofar as that Misbah, although he got out to Moeen, at the first innings at Lords, he just toyed with him and dented his confidence a bit. But that will be going through my head, whether to just for a couple overs, toss Moeen the ball now, perhaps either end, whichever end, along with one of the seamers, see if he just sneaks a wicket and perhaps picks up a couple, and he'll be buzzing for the second innings.
Wokes again on straighter and fuller, and Wahab equal to it, whips it away on the onside, broad lolloping strides enable him to pick up now and return to Bairstow. A couple for Wahab off the last ball of the over. 141 for 8 after 51 was the score. Misbah 31, Wahab 12. But Victor wants to bowl the off spinner.
Well, I always want to
buy a wicket.
Well,
chuck him up there.
No, I don't want him to lob it up in the air to necessarily, just to come and have a couple overs. Partly I want to save my seamers, who haven't done that much bowling so far, but in the knowledge that I'm intending to enforce the follow-on. I should be very grumpy if they don't enforce the follow-on.
I think there may
I won't be alone either.
There may be grumpiness around the area.
There may be grumpiness.
Misbah on strike. Pink boots standing on middle stump. Stokes in now. Bowls, and it's a beauty. Misbah fences at it and he's furious with himself. Goes through to Bairstow.
He's looked good, hasn't he, Stokes?
2 for 29 off 10.1. He's been worth those figures. Great natural competitiveness and natural variation as well as a bowler. Always feel there's a chance to get someone out. I haven't seen the average speeds. Often he's up there, isn't he?
Well, no, I've had a look, and there's some around 87. Especially when Wahab's on strike.
Stokes again, and Misbah defends on the back foot all the time in the world. Floodlights on here at Old Trafford. Is definitely the least good of the 3 days weather-wise. Grey clouds, a bit gloomy, more sparsely populated crowd. What do you reckon, Vic? Half full?
Yeah.
No more?
No more than that. I don't know whether you've got 10,000 here, probably, perhaps not.
Stokes in again, bowls, good ball in the channel. Misbah dabs it down to Hales at third man. An amazing turnaround in fortunes. England facing a mini crisis, having gone 1 down in the series at Lords, and the two senior men, Cook and Root, turned the tables on this match, and the whole complexion of the series really. England massively on top. Pakistan still 447 behind, a couple of wickets in their first innings remaining. Wahab though showing some resolve and sticking around. Stokes in. Good line, good length. And Wahab wanders across his stumps and punches it to Moeen Ali at mid-on. You played it. You happy memories of Old Trafford, Vic? You played in a big World Cup match here, didn't you?
Yeah, not many happy memories. We played in a semi-final against India, the year India surprised the West Indies at Lords. It's a weird old match, really. Looking back, it looks a strange match, and that England got 210, 20 and 60 overs without quite being bowled out.
Stokes in again. Good line, good length, and lands just short after the edge, the third slip. Vince picked it up cleanly. It landed about a yard short of him. Perfect, just slightly full of a length. Wahab drawn forward.
So yeah, I expect there were nearly 120 overs bowled and about 430 or 40 runs scored with India winning.
Yeah. About as many as Australia used to score in a day of Test cricket. Yeah.
Yes. But then, yes, in that old pavilion that we're looking at now, of course we were side on then, there's a variety of fast bowlers Lancashire used to have. You didn't want to watch them from side on.
No, you didn't want to watch them at all, probably. Stokes in now, good line, good length again. Wahab dinks it in the offside, picks up a single, and will keep the strike. This is the end of Stokes, it's over. Yeah, I remember watching the ball fly through from sideways on in the dressing room.
You can see how far the keeper's standing back.
I never copped Akram and Patterson, as you probably did.
Well, I don't much about Patterson, but certainly Akram. A youngish Akram, perhaps.
Yeah, what year would that have been?
Well, sort of late 80s, probably. Yeah. Michael Holding played here, of course, for a while. He did, I promise you. Before he went. No, he did. Colin Croft.
I think I've heard enough. Croft Holding, Akram and
You don't
Patterson.
want to watch them from side on.
No, you don't.
Or indeed from 22 yards necessarily.
Wokes in again. Flashing drive will bring Wahab forward. Sliced it away through gully, but 5 slips are in place and nowhere near a fielder. The funny thing about, I actually think we always commentate, nearly always, from behind the bowler's arm. Very occasionally you're slightly just over third slip or something like that, and we all complain about it. But I always try to get out in amongst the crowd and watch a little bit from square on, because I think you get a different sense of occasion. You get the bat and the ball sort of coming together. You get a sense of collision and conflict.
And you can pick up the fact that the ball is travelling much quicker. Obviously, it's fascinating to watch batsmen's footwork.
I think
from side on.
Learn more about batting from side on.
Yeah.
Maybe learn more about the ball bowled from behind the bowler's arm, as Wokes is in now, and Wahab comfortably plays on the offside for a single. 149 for 8. But I think you actually learn more about rhythm and synchronicity and smoothness in a batsman from watching side on. And I think, actually, given the fact we all have monitors as commentators, I wouldn't be against having the box side on. There you go.
Yeah, well, you'd probably be alone. It's difficult to see whether it's swinging there. Well, you've got
a monitor for that, Victor.
Yeah, but you can see it swinging usually by the way the batsman has played the ball and where the ball's gone.
Exactly, and you can normally see if it's LBW, actually. You can see the shape of it.
Anyway,
there's a column for you. Wokes in now. Over the top by Misbah. What an extraordinary shot. A lofted drive, and it's going to plug like a 7-iron, and Broad picks up now. And Misbah comes back for 3. Extraordinary shot. Ramis is going to settle himself into the Sunrisers chair. It's very much how he bats Misbah. He absorbs pressure and hangs around, and then suddenly decides he fancies a swing the arms. He's just slotted a lofted drive. Afternoon, Remy.
Afternoon, Ed. Yeah, I mean, he's got the ability to hit the ball hard, but it's not on regular basis that he tries for that big shot, big six down the ground.
Wokes again at Wahab, who leaves a good ball lifted and moved away off the seam. Good pace, 86, 87. He's actually got the most life out of the pitch, I think, out of everyone, Wokes.
Yeah, he's got a strong action, you know. His arm is high and hits the deck hard, and the seam position is beautiful. You can make out whether a bowler is in good form or rhythm when, if you look at his seam position. And the few who when not bowling well will have a wobbly seam all the time, but Wokes always presents a beautiful seam.
Here is Wokes, good bouncer, wow, hostile, brilliant line. And it felt a lot quicker than 85 miles an hour. Terrific line, he hit Misbah a few overs back with exactly the same ball, wide of the crease, angled in, right at the neck. Wahab really discomforted there, he ducked and turned his head, and Bairstow took it, well, right at his badge. Quick ball, wow.
Great bouncer, really was beautifully fired. And he was almost on his knees. Wahab lost a fair bit of balance and then recovered.
Actually, I mean, I'm not in any way comparing them as bowlers, but if Malcolm Marshall had bowled that, everyone would have said what a good bouncer, because it was a skiddy bouncer right at the head. Wokes in again, another good bouncer. This time Wahab plays it with more ease, ready for that one. End of the 53rd over, Pakistan 151 for 8, clinging on, extending England's period of frustration, and all these negotiated dot balls will just make England's bowlers that little bit more tired. They'll make Cook think maybe twice about enforcing. I'm sure he still would at this time, and they'll put extra miles in the legs of England's bowlers.
Yeah, there are a couple of long sessions coming up also. I mean, the last is a very, very long session. It can stretch up till 7:30 p.m. So they have to keep that in mind also. I mean, if this innings is stretched to another 45 minutes, 50 minutes, then they'll have another opinion, second opinion regarding enforcing the follow-on.
New over Stokes, full ball. Misbah all the time in the world on the front foot. Anderson, as if he's playing petanque, flings it underarm at the bowler's end. Moeen Ali mops up. Still 438 behind Pakistan. Someone on the Pakistan balcony is doing a few impressions of Misbah, I think. Who is that, I mean?
It's wearing the jackets. He's not playing.
12, 13 or 14. It's an unfair question. He didn't get much of a view of him. Stokes in now, bouncer. Not such a good one as Wokes has won the penultimate ball of the last over. All the time in the world for Misbah to sway out of the way.
You know, if you occupy the crease, you get runs. I mean, it's an age-old sort of theory that's been proven right over the years. And you know, we were once in Barbados to this Barbados Legends Club where Everton Weeks was there for Q&A. I still remember that question that was popped up to him.
Stokes past the umpire, bowls now. Another short ball, jabbed down on the offside by Misbah, who takes a single.
It's regarding, I think it was Jeffrey Dujon who asked him, you know, what's... I mean, West Indies were reeling. I mean, the batting was horrible. He said, how can they get out of this rut? And he said, I can take you back to late 20s, early 30s when I was making my test debut against England, I think, in 30-31. He said that, you know, I played the first test match, my debut game, got 20 or 19, played the second one, nothing much to write home about, was dropped for the third one. But then George Headley, the black breadman, pulled out, and so he was asked to come and play at Jamaica.
Stokes in, bowls, and defended by Wahab.
And he said that being a Barbadian, I was booed. So I walked in, opened the innings, and at lunchtime I was 25 or 27 not out, and still there's a lot of booing. Tea time, 60 not out, so there was a few people who were still booing me, but a few claps also were included, and at the end of the day I was 103 not out. And so the booing had stopped, and they all appreciated my effort. So the basic thing, the basic principle in batting hasn't changed from the late 20s to 2000s. Occupy the crease and you'll score runs.
Yep.
And so Misbah-ul-Haq is a great example of that.
Stokes in, good length ball. Wow, zip through. Bairstow taking that leaping on like a goalkeeper pushing it over the bar. 88 miles an hour from Stokes. Probably one of the quickest balls of the day. Wow, zip through. Nearly knocked Johnny Bairstow over. It's a good ball.
Quite interesting. Wahab was looking at the replay of that ball on the big screen. I mean, why would you want to do that?
Yeah, look the other way. Do your shoelace up. Anything other than watch it again. He's come down and had a little chat to Captain Misbah. Stokes in again. Another length ball, and this time edged, but well short of Anderson. He's rather despondently flicks it to Joe Root. Can't believe it didn't carry, but it's like there's no question there's uneven bounce. Look at those two balls there, sums it up. First one nearly knocking Bairstow over, going through head high, and the next one which found the edge, dying about a yard before James Anderson at third slip.
Yeah, well, thankfully no serious injury has occurred, which is good. I mean, there's not a lot of pace in this pitch, so every time the ball has misbehaved and it's reared from that good length area, it's not sort of gone at a pace. And so we've seen the ball hit the gloves and the helmet as well, but every time the ball has hit the glove, it has come down and died down instantly almost.
Two England all-rounders continue in tandem. Here's Woakes bowls now, and Misbah watchful in defence, and actually played it so softly, it's settled around his feet, and for a moment he might backspin onto the stumps, but safely dribbled away to square leg. The light is definitely not improving here. Fortunately, we've got these floodlights on, so play can carry on. Fingers crossed, we've seen the last of the rain. Interruption in the morning session, which is why the hours of play are much longer today. Woakes in again. Misbah once more compact and concise in defence, and then gestures as though he wished he'd played a pull shot afterwards.
No, I think you've got to bring him forward. I think he's extremely happy to be on the back foot, because that's his normal defensive shot.
Yeah, he's very much he hangs back, doesn't he, and then tends to come forward to play an attacking shot rather than defensive. Woakes in again, down leg side. Misbah whips it off his hip for an easy single down to Moeen Ali at fine leg. Very interesting cricketer. You mentioned early on, he's at Misbah, sort of fitfully can be a very hard-hitting batsman.
Yeah.
And between those sort of spurts of energy, he just soaks up the punishment, lies on the ropes.
Yeah. He's like at times he feels like a Muhammad Ali, 38 years old, in his last fight.
Rope-a-dope.
Yeah, absolutely.
Woakes in now, and this time Wahab finds exactly the same shot. A little shovel off his hip down to Moeen Ali at fine leg. Throw comes in now. 154 for 8. What's the stand, Andrew?
It's up to 35 now.
35. Been the odd player miss, but a few edges have gone short of the slip cord, but there's been some pretty assured batting actually as well. Wahab's applied himself well for 19 off 31. Pakistan's captain back on strike, Misbah. Woakes in, and Misbah. A three-man game at the moment. Woakes bowls, four I should say. The batsmen are taking alternate turns to squeeze it down to Moeen Ali at fine leg. Keeping Moeen loose. I wonder if his fingers are loose. He probably wants to have a bowl. I think I would turn to spin actually. Victor's been calling for it for a while.
Yeah, I think it'll make a lot of sense because there's Wahab Riaz on strike, and we know tail-enders can easily be lured into playing a lofted shot against spin.
4 slips in a gully, all waiting. Wahab is for Woakes. Length ball outside the off stump. Good pace and carry again. Bairstow took it rising chest high. But Pakistan survive another England over. 155 for 8. More thoughts on you, Ramiz, and I'll make way for Henry Blofeld.
Yeah, time for a bit of spin from England, but they're very keen just to use the paces. And even though they bowl well, but maybe a pace off the ball may just work, especially against Wahab, because he's been tied up. He's become used to this, play and miss kind of a batting performance from him. So maybe an off spinner at this stage. Henry, do you recommend an off spinner?
Well, yes, I think just to change it around a bit, and we had first of all Vic Marks suggesting this, and then Ed Smith, and if two of such high merited professorial rank suggested it, would be far from me to suggest otherwise. But I would have thought it would change it, and of course there's always the chance that Wahab may decide to have a go and hit one vertically, and there's also the chance, isn't there, that by bringing on a change, that it just may upset the batsman's concentration or whatever.
Well, he's on now.
He is indeed, absolutely, and he's bowling a practice ball away there to Hales on the offside, and the field will sort itself out in just a moment. Cook at short fine leg is what you might call directing the traffic, and we've got Cook at short fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and a forward short leg, deepish mid off, extra cover saving the one, deep backward point, and a slip. Jimmy Anderson there at slip with that white sweatband round his left wrist, and here's Moeen in from the Browns, and there's a reverse sweep. And it's Misbah played it very well indeed, and we go straight back to Lords, don't we? With that stroke, he played it brilliantly. Do you remember that over when there were 2 reverse sweeps and 2 ordinary sweeps, all of which went for 4, weren't there? And that was in the first innings, when of course he got that 114. And that was a very confident stroke too. And the result is that Anderson from slip now goes back to a very fine third man, but in fact he goes back to fine leg in effect, doesn't he? Because that's what he's there for, the reverse sweep. So that's trick number 1 to Misbah and Pakistan, 159 for 8. And he bowled again, and there's the orthodox sweep. Goodness me, history is repeating itself. And they go for 1, and that is all they will get, as Woakes returns that one from deep on the square leg, or deep fine leg boundary. So 160 now for 8, and it's 43 to Misbah. And I must say, what a cricketer he is.
Yeah, dogged.
Isn't he? Well, dogged and unruffled too. And this is the great thing, the calming influence. And now it's going to be Moeen Ali in bowls there. And there goes Wahabi, has a tremendous heave-ho. It goes along the ground out there to Stokes at deep mid-wicket. And they collect a single.
I just feel there's hope for England. After looking at that shot from Wahab, there's potential.
Well, this was always likely to happen. He rather lets his hair down, doesn't he, on occasions like this. Wahab, he's got 20, by the way, and it's 161 for 8. And Misbah having a very close look at the leg side field, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. Moeen Ali in, up to the wicket, bowls. Misbah goes forward, turns that past the diving figure, the sprawling figure of balance at short leg. And it's fielded by Cook going round square from short fine leg, and they collect a single. So it's 162 now for 8, and Misbah is 44. And Wahab is in strike. Mid-on goes a tiny bit deeper. Moeen Ali again in, bowls. Misbah has another heave home. That goes furiously down there to mid-on. And he hit that along the ground, but it really scythed at it. It's like a kicking horse.
He's desperate to hit a 6. England are desperately hoping that it's going to be a no-show. There's a top edge in the offing.
Here is Moeen Ali again in, and he plays really well. When I say a respectable stroke, pushed it out on the offside. I don't think it was really quite what he intended to do. It was a very rather strange noise from the bat, but he gets one to short extra cover as Broad comes racing in, floppy sun hat and all from backward point, and they scamper the single. So end of the over, 163 for 8. Misbah Al Haq 44 and 21 to Wahab Riaz. And I think you can say certainly that Pakistan won the trick in all the tricks in Moeen Ali's first over, but it was an over not entirely without hope for England, because Wahab has shown that he's prepared to throw caution to the winds.
Yeah, I mean, they feel that there's an opportunity, Pakistan obviously, of scoring few quick runs, and they're willing to take a risk or two against Moeen Ali. And that used to happen against the West Indies also. I remember way back in the 17s when Barry used to come and bowl, or Viv Richards used to come after, there's a bit of respite facing those fast bowlers. They would be attacked, the spinners would be attacked right, left and centre by the batsmen. So here is a similar story, where the fast bowlers have bowled splendidly well, swung the ball and kept things extremely tight. They see Moeen Ali as an opportunity for a bit of a relief.
Well, it's Woakes now, coming in from the pavilion end. He's up to the wicket. Oh, and that's the bouncer, and it hits Wahab on the back. He turns his back on it, hits him just about in the middle of the bat, bounces away on the leg side, and Bastow goes there and fields. And there's a rather predatory look about Wahab. He's pacing around out to square leg, and it looks to me as though he rather wishes he could hit the next ball into Yorkshire. He's got that sort of look about him.
You see, Henry, that was the reason why I was so keen to hit a six of Moeen Ali, or to get out.
Well, they're actually calling for something from the dressing room, maybe tape it. I don't know if he's been hurt, but both Misbah's come down to this end. Both batsmen have taken off their gloves. They've gesticulated twice towards the dressing room. Wahab's taken gloves off and all, is twirling his left arm like a windmill. And a number of emergency fieldsmen are coming out. One of them's bearing two bats. I wouldn't have thought the bat was the problem, actually. And then, of course, two more day-glow jacketed chaps in white trousers come out to bring all manner of drinks out for the English side. So we've got an impromptu drink break. And this seems to me slightly strange. It looked, didn't it, as though it was started, this drink break, by Wahab and Misbah. But I'm not quite certain why everyone has come out, but maybe drinks were just round the corner, and the umpires decided that as Wahab wanted something, a bit of a rub or something there, because that one hit him in the small of the back, that we might as well make it the drink interval as well.
Yeah, I mean, Pakistan would want to kill as much time as possible, but I think it's a just break because he was hit on the elbow, and so he's still ringing that part of his arm, and that's his bowling arm, by the way. So
he was twirling it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it obviously was. I said the back. He turned his back on it.
Yeah, but it hit
him on the elbow. Yes.
Even though it's well cushioned, it's padded, but I think it just got the area where there wasn't 100% protection.
Well, yes, the elbow can be very sore when it's flexed. There's very little skin, and anything like bangs into the bone. And Wahab is not looking a picture of content, I must honestly say. He's bending over and shaking his left hand. I do hope he's not, not seriously hurt. It's just, something that'll inconvenience him for a short while and then go away. Anyway, one of the Pakistani staff is the medical staff having a look at it. And Misbah is there, umpire Rod Tucker is there. And it looks as though this could be quite a long break. The England side, meantime, are having drinks. They're all gathered round sort of Bastow behind the stumps. And Bastow standing back to Woakes, of course, at this end. And meantime, looking up at the clouds, they're looking a little bit heavier in the direction from which the weather comes here at Old Trafford. And it may be that we haven't seen the last of the rain today.
It's building up.
It is, isn't it? I know. So we keep our fingers crossed over that one. As you were saying, Pakistan happy to save any time they can, but on the other hand, they've got an awful lot of time ahead of them.
That's right, yeah. I mean, they need to play well. It's as simple as that. Bat well and stretch it to the last day if possible. Because, there's a way of losing a test match. You'll always win some, you'll always lose some. But I think you've got to give the impression to the opposition that we are here to compete, that we can't be rolled over in a matter of couple of sessions. We are a better team than that. So I think that message has got to reach England. After Pakistan did so well at Lord's, that effect has been nullified straight away in a matter of couple of days, or couple of sessions, in fact.
Well, it was that session last night was very damaging, wasn't it? Those
absolutely.
4 wickets going down. I mean,
in 20 overs or 25 overs spell, that is what they had to beat.
Well, it looks as though we're going to get cricket again in a moment because the emergency staff have gone off. Wahab is pacing round like a sort of caged tiger, but he's getting his gloves on now, and he's going, I think, to continue. He flexes that left arm, takes a new guard from umpire Dharmasena, scratches it assiduously there in the crease, and looks round the field. When he looks over his shoulder, he'll see 4 slips and gully. They go down, here comes Wokes, the pavilion behind him. He's up to the wicket, he bowls now to Wahab. Wahab with a bit of a hop, skip and a jump, goes up on his toes and gets a run as he steers that absolutely square off to square on the offside, and it is Stokes from the gully who comes out and fields, and it's in fact Hales from the gully who comes out and fields, and they take a single. So 164 for 8, and Wahab goes along to 22. And bringing the imperturbable Misbah down to this end, stands there, bat up in front of his chest like a rifle, puts it now, here comes Wokes in, bowls to Misbah. Misbah actually followed that a little bit naughtily, one might almost say. He plays most of the time, bat and pad close together, body behind it, but this time he fiddled it away, and it was Stokes' time in the gully because Hales has gone out to mid-wicket. Stokes went across and fielded very quickly, hence the round of applause. And when he resumes his place in the gully, Stokes does a few sort of exercises. A rather friendly pigeon flies across, and Wokes comes into bowl, not looking very friendly. He's there now, he bows. Oh, and that's steered away past by Misbah, past the diving Stokes in the gully. And they come back for the second run as Balance goes round the boundary, going fine from backward point, and they collect 2 runs. So 166 for 8, and Misbah has now got 46. Batting with coolness and control. And I should think a certain amount of irritation that some of the senior batsmen have not followed his example earlier. Wokes is in, bowls again, Misbah steers this away. It's half stopped by Vince, diving to his right at third slip. Root runs back, and they collect a single. It was a good half stop that by Vince. I know he'd probably feel he should have stopped it completely, but he saved certainly 3 runs.
Yeah, whether it was a catch or...
Was it, I didn't think it did carry. Do you think it just may have done?
I have no idea. It would have been 50-50.
I thought it fell. My impression was it fell in front of him. I may not got that wrong.
Yeah.
Anyway, if it was a catch, it was a very, very hard one.
Yeah.
And the score now 167 for 8. And Wahab is now facing Wokes. He goes across his stumps, plays that out on the onside, and it's Anderson running around to his right from mid-on who fields, and there is no run. It's all happening, isn't it? It's rather an entertaining and, from England's point of view, irritating. From Pakistan's point of view, although in the full course of events it may be irrelevant, it's quite an entertaining moment for them, and also quite encouraging that these two are really making England fight.
Absolutely.
They put on, 38 runs now? And 38? 48 runs. Oh, my arithmetic was a bit faulty. Indeed, so it's nearly a 50 partnership.
Yeah, it's about letting the dressing room know that all is not that bad. And so if you apply yourself, you can still be competitive and still can bat on this pitch. It's still a very good batting strip, this.
Well, Misbah really looking round the field. He's going to face Moeen Ali and eventually takes up his stance. And here is Moeen in bowls. And Misbah goes back and works that away out to mid-wicket. They run the first very quickly. They go for the second. There's a furious throw there, which is brilliantly backed up on the offside of the wicket. And Goodness me, that was Stokes now, really throwing that in, almost throwing himself in. And Misbah gets a couple of runs, 49, the 50 partnership, 169 for 8. And Wahab goes down the pitch to punch gloves with his captain, and a congratulatory punch. Andrew.
74 balls for the 50 partnership.
74 balls for the 50 stand. Well, they've done very well indeed. Misbah got 27 of them, and Wahab, not to be outdone, has got 22 with one extra. And here is Moeen Ali again to Misbah, who goes back. I think he was hoping that one was going to turn on to him, and he's going to push it into the gap, at the mid-on gap, but it didn't. It held its own, and he just pushed it back to the bowler. Moeen Ali again, in, up to the wicket, bowls, Misbah sweeps, and that goes off the pad, down there to Alistair Cook at short fine leg, and there is no run. And Moeen back, tossing himself a catch from hand to hand. He's in now, up to the wicket, overcomes his arm. There's the sweep again, and this time there are runs. It's being fielded down there at deep backward square leg. And that is Misbah's 50. It's 170 for 8, and it's been a very brave innings and a beautiful innings in its way, a cultured innings, an innings that has shown the importance of temperament more than anything, hasn't it? He's taken no risks, he's seen exactly what the situation required and has fulfilled it. Anyway, his hand is shaken again by Wahab, and who now goes down the strike zone. This is where it gets interesting and perhaps adventurous, because Wahab is going to chance it on. 3 men round the bat. And Moeen Ali bowls. He had a tremendous heave-ho there, and he's connected. That's gone all the way. 6 runs indeed. He really got hold of that and tonked it. That was tremendous blow. And almost out of the ground, away to our right, over the scoreboard on the Warwick Road, or the Trafford Park Station, I think as it's now called. So, great excitement. 176 for 8. And terrific. And here comes Moeen Ali again into him, who this time plays a rather cultured drive down to mid-off, then takes his bottom hand off the bat, his right hand, and shakes it like mad. It's the end of Moeen Ali's over. It's 176 for 8, 50 to Wahab. No, sorry, I'm telling you wrong. 50, of course, to Misbah, and 28 to Wahab. And Andrew.
Misbah's 50, 155 minutes, 108 balls, 4 fours, and it's the 6th test match in a row that he's made a 50 in.
And I'm going to say after a word from, but there's no one to give a word from, so it's going to be I'm going to hand over straight over to Angus.
Yes, thank you, Henry. Well played, these two. Anyway, they've put a bit of backbone into Pakistan's innings, enjoying that batting there. Misbah 50, Wahab 28 with that nasty blow on the elbow. At least there's showing the others perhaps the error of their ways. 176 for 8. They're still 413 runs behind. Ben Stokes having a change of ends. He bowled a tremendous spell from this end. Proper pace. That's a bounce too. Misbah's on strike on 50. There's only Mohammad Amir to come, of course. 3 slips and a gully. Stokes on his way from the far end, bowls outside the off stump. And Bairstow collects it as Pakistan's captain plays no stroke. Amir can bat, mind you. He's no mug at all with the bat. But England will be keen just to finish things off now. Deep square leg, long leg. One assumes that they'll to say that Pakistan will go out and have another go. It's a nice day on which to bowl. It's a lot of cloud cover around. It's a huge lead. 413 runs. We do know, past experience, Alistair Cook, he thinks about these things. He's actually having a chat now to the coaching staff off the field. In comes Stokes again, bowls short. It's pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll take 1 run. Jeffrey's here. I mean, he can't seriously be talking about batting again, can he, Jeffrey? What do you think?
Yes. Probably wants another 100. But look, this is where the leg spinner comes in.
Absolutely.
The wrist spinner.
Yeah.
Instead of tiring out Woakes, I thought Woakes, bowled beautifully yesterday, this morning, but he bowled too long. Nothing was happening. The 2 batsmen were getting in, the tail ender and Misbah, And when nothing's happening, he's just tiring them out, isn't he? Should have swapped the bowling round before. But the leg spinner, there's no way that the tail ender would survive against a leg spinner with 3 round the bat. He's going to play shots and eventually get out.
Stokes, pavilion behind him, bowls outside the off stump. And there's no stroke this time from Wahab Riaz, is on 28.
At 28, which he reached with that 6 is his highest test score now. Previous best was 27, which was also against England at the Oval in 2010.
When he was night watching, gosh, I thought he got more than that. Here we are.
He's got a couple of bigger one-day scores, but not in Test cricket.
He's gutsy, actually. He does get stuck in, Wahab Riaz, with ball predominantly, but also with the bat. 177 for 8, and Stokes on his way again. Short leg, a little deep there, moves in, bowls, and lets that go. Very confidently raising the bat high, and he holds the pose. Cook is on the boundary edge, but he was just solely talking to Trevor Baitlis and Paul Farbrace there. Obviously, we won't know, but...
they're trailed by 412 and they're going to have another bat.
Oh. Would it surprise you?
Not totally, but it makes me laugh.
I know, but I'll probably be in that same category.
Yeah, those ex-players are ridiculous.
In comes Stokes. And the bowls, and it's pushed away down to mid-on, and there's no run.
But it is. It's players who play club cricket now. The wrist spinner bowling in the last half an hour, isn't it? It was made for him, tailor-made.
Yep.
That's what Adil Rashid does all the time at Yorkshire. Yes, he's not Shane Warne, but who the hell is? But he gets wickets. They'll hit 1 or 2 fours, score a few runs, but they get out. He gets wickets.
You want to get 1 wicket, really, don't you? Just roll 4 or 5 overs, get somebody out.
Tail enders don't last against wrist spinners. They don't know which way it's going, and they've got 3 men round the bat. They're thinking, I'm going to get out propping and copping, so they slog it.
Stokes bowls. That's played away down to mid-on by Wahab again, looking increasingly confident, and Wokes does the fielding. So the end of Stokes is over. Alistair Cook comes running back onto the field again. Whether he's going to report anything to Joe Root or not, who's his vice-captain. He's come some of the way down to meet him. Cook strides past him, they exchange a word. And now Cook takes up his position again. And is going out, where is he going? We've got Moeen bowling at this end, so Cook is going to go to short fine leg by the look of it. There's a man under the helmet there catching in the leg side. So this contest between Misbah and Moeen continues. 177 for 8. Moeen spins himself a catch. There's 3 out on the leg side boundary, and also a deep backward point. A deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. And Moeen knows that Misbah's after him. It's just the only way that he plays him, it seems. Man, they have the reverse sweep too as Moeen bowls, and there goes that reverse sweep, and it pops up. Rarely and unusually there, he didn't get it right, but there is a man there. It's Anderson. It's a very short third man, quite fine, and he's there for that reverse sweep.
And he's running squarish, isn't he? As soon as he gets down for the reverse.
Here's Moeen, bowls to Misbah, short of a length, punched away into the leg side, but Moeen's able to scuttle across to his right-hand side and prevent a run being taken. 177 for 8. Short leg crouches. Misbah is over his bat again. If goes Moeen, he bowls. It's an orthodox sweep. And they'll get one there with Wokes coming in off the deep square leg boundary. The floodlights we can still feel now being very effective. I don't think they'll be playing now without them, actually. Low dark cloud overhead. 178 for 8 now. So 411 runs behind.
By a wicket. Get up there, let him. If he hits you a couple of times, don't matter if he holds out.
Wahab's on 28. In goes Moeen, and he bowls to him, and he just comes solidly forward and defends this one.
It's a good pitch. Still a good pitch. Yeah, isn't it? It's still a very good pitch.
Some pace in it too. Stokes really worked up some pace, I thought, in that spell. Moeen bowls, tossed up. A swing from Riaz. Sends the ball again out to deep backward square leg and to Wokes. And 1 run, 179 for 8. T, totally coincidentally, we talked about him a lot yesterday. But I think it's Lancashire's Old Players' Day today.
Is it?
Here, yeah. There's a few. I've seen Philip de Freitas down there at the far end. But we're sort of doing it's a sort of Todmorden test match, this. And we talked a lot about Peter Lever yesterday. He's here today, so I'm going to go and...
Met him this morning.
Talk to Peter.
After talking about him yesterday, he came round to say hello.
Oh, lovely. Here's Moeen. Bowls. And that's going to be caught. He's out. Misba's gone. He's swept to catch. And Cook's taking it there at short, fine leg. And finally, England end this partnership. Misba's out for 52. Played well, the skipper, but as we've seen before, he just can't resist himself against Moeen. He doesn't want to block a single ball, it seems, off him. And that was off a top edge, and Cook took a very straightforward catch.
Yeah, well bowled, Moeen. I've said before many times on radio here that he just has this knack of getting wickets.
Yeah.
And it's a lovely knack. I saw him at breakfast this morning. I was in the lift with him. I said, you better get some bowling in, because he hasn't had much batting lately. Only get 2 not out in that 580.
Yeah.
And yeah, he just has. It's better to be lucky, to whatever you call it. A knack of getting wickets is marvellous. I mean, you'd have said that was a straightforward, orthodox off spinner, outside off stump. Not much turn. There might be a fraction if it hits a bit of footholes. Misbah's one of the best players of spinners. You know he's going to try and sweep you or tonk you to the onside, but he got out, and it's a marvellous thing. I don't think anybody, when anybody says, well, he's not a Jim Laker, he's not a great bowler, always give him credit, though, he gets wickets.
Well, now I imagine the England players, they're in a bit of a group. There might be a discussion about what they might or mightn't do, and Cook has broken away and he's talking to Joe Root. I wonder if they're coming down here to speak to James Anderson, who wasn't part of that group down there, but that's exactly what they're doing. Look, here we go. Cook approaching Anderson, and I suspect he's saying, what do you reckon? .410 is the lead. Pakistan 179 for 9. Muhammad Amir's arrived, but there is a conversation there. Cook and Root and Anderson, whether it's about the follow or not, who knows? It might be what they're doing tonight for dinner, but there's a conversation anyway. Trying to read body language here. And I think, I'll tell you what, I think England are going to bat again. I saw Cook there signal something to Alex Hales.
He said something to the ground stuff there, probably heavy roller.
I think England will bat again. I think he was just saying there to Hales, which he would do, wouldn't he? Get your mind on batting.
Get your mind on batting.
Might be completely wrong, but it just looked as if that was the message that he was sending to him.
He certainly wasn't saying come and have a bowl.
No, he wasn't.
With tail enders in, I think all the 4 seamers are queuing up for a bowl.
Yeah. Well, they could go in, I suppose, and crash a few. It is surprising. I mean, you think if you do bowl a team out for like this with that sort of a lead, but that's the way it seems to be done these days. And in comes Stokes. Pavilion behind him, runs in now, and he bowls outside the off stump. Wahab Riaz on 29 now, allows that to go through.
Wouldn't be so funny if it rained all day tomorrow,
no.
Would it? And then you got 1 day to bowl them out, and they've got an end
the
product.
forecast's all right, to be fair.
Is it?
Misbah's details, by the way, 52 of 114 balls with 4 fours in 164 minutes.
Thank you, sir. And the partnership?
The partnership was 60.
Andrew's happy. He wants you to go 5 days. He'll have plenty of extra lunches and teas.
And more time in Manchester.
There you are. Discovering the place, the Jazz Festival. Here's Stokes, bowls, Riaz forward, hits out into the ground. Oh, it's a crowd catch, everybody. Come on. Broad took it, but it's hit hard into the ground. 179 for 9.
No, I'd like to be in here the other week when Rihanna was here for the concert. I like Rihanna.
I know, Jeffrey, you've told us. You've told us all about that. You've introduced me to songs I've never heard of. I just think of England's plan, Jeffrey. It's not so much runs, is it? It's just, I suppose, to give the
bowlers a rest.
Give them a break.
They wouldn't have needed a rest if they had the leg spinner.
Yeah. In comes Stokes. Bowls. Oh, there's a peel flag before wicket. Looks good from here. Oh, he's been given not out. Perhaps he nicked it. And I'll tell you what, they're not reviewing it, so I suggest he absolutely, definitely nicked it.
Wow.
He got across in front of his stumps.
Yeah, we only get the back of the batsman from here.
Yeah.
But it certainly looked pretty close.
It was pretty straight. He got right across in front of his stumps to try something rather ambitious there, and big nick into the pad.
Yep.
179 for 9.
I think as Stokes bowled at me a bouncer, his bouncer would be, I'd be wary. It's quite slippy, isn't it?
It is. Here he comes again, bowls, and Riaz plays down to mid-on this time. I mean, you could see a situation, if they do get this last wicket, of England actually bowling again tonight. Have a fair.
Well, what's the point of having 2 or 3 hours rest? Might as well just bowl them out.
Yeah, but you could see that happening, couldn't you?
If they're going to bat, they might as well bat all day today, and have a night's rest, the bowlers, and then come back and bowl.
Yeah. Stokes wheels round in the distance, sandy-haired, and running in hard again, trying to finish this off. If it comes now and bowls very full, it's driven by Riaz. Broad's there moving in at mid-off, and there's no run. So there's a ball to go. Mohammad Amir down at the other end. But he's no mug with the bat, Amir. He's not a number 11.
It's I can tell you, Jonathan, it's not a very pleasant moment for the Pakistan opening batsmen. Because in the dressing room, they're not sure whether England are going to bat again or not. And they've got it. They're thinking, oh, do I have to get my mind right for batting, or will we be fielding?
In comes Stokes. Bowls, and Riaz punches it into the onside. What's a single? Could be a run out the throw. Misses the stumps. And I think Wahab was just back in his ground again as Woakes came in there to throw only at, a couple of stumps he had really. A view there coming in from mid-wicket. But it keeps Amir down on strike. I was surprised at Riaz there because I keep saying it. That's not a bad player, Mohammad Amir. But anyway, he's going to be on strike now. And he's going to face his first ball, 179 for 9.
If you're a Pakistani opener now, and you're not sure what's going to happen, what you have to do is get your mind ready and assume you're going to bat.
Yep.
Presume, assume, get your mental process ready, get kitted up, get your pads on, don't be rushing about last minute. Be ready to bat mentally. And then if England bat, doesn't matter, you just take them off and go field. But if you're not mentally ready, you're going to get out again. If England do decide to make you follow one, you've got to get your mental side right.
So Moeen swings his arm. There's 2 men in the slips now as Amir prods forward. They're setting off for a quick single. The throw comes in. Bairstow has the bails off, but Riaz has made his ground. He set off straight away. And Woakes had some ground to make up a backward point. 180 for 9.
That was irritating. You wanted to keep the left-hander on strike there.
Yeah.
So there's footholds for Moeen to work on. Left-hander into the bowling marks.
Well, I think if I'm Moeen here, I'd be really tossing it up now.
Buying a wicket, yeah, so. The old pro bowler there.
I think so. He's got men out in the deep. Go on, get it up there. He has a great swing. There we go. And he's clubbed it straight down the ground for 4, I think. It landed just inside the boundaries below us here. But he did get it up there, and Riaz's eyes lit up. And I think it's worth buying one here.
Yep. The old pro thinks a couple of 4s and a 6, 1 for 14. I'll have that.
Absolutely. But also how the established lower order batsman thinks of number 11 standing there. He's going to play a few shots.
Yeah.
As long as Moeen tosses it up again, and he goes, bowls. Oh, he's gone for the reverse swipe this time. I don't call that a sweep, but the reverse swipe. I'll tell you what, that's gone for 6, I think. I lost the ball completely. It's gone over mid-wicket. I think Rod Tucker's checking to see how far that went. It's almost a switch hit, but he didn't change his hands.
Well, they all play reverse sweeps now.
But that was gone through mid-wicket. That's more than a sweep, and they're waiting to see whether that's a 4 or a 6.
He whacked that hard. He did hit it hard. He whacked it.
Well, though replay is forthcoming at the moment, Rod Tucker's waiting. But it looked like it had gone for 6. Let's have a look. Oh, I can't quite see where that's landed. Has it actually hit?
Be a big hit if it has gone for 6.
Yeah, if it lands on the boundary edge, of course, it's 6. But I can't really see the... They're showing one of the most distant... They're both showing a television replay that seems to have been taken from Leeds or something. It's miles away. And how are we going to see that? Oh, he's given it 4 anyway. So there we go. Almost a 6.
Bowl it slower now. It's harder to hit it when it's slower, isn't it?
Yep.
Looped up slower. Not quite so full.
188 for 9. In goes Moeen again. Bowls to Riaz. Down the pitch on a horrible heave. And, well, the ball hit balance there at short leg. He's going for it.
Yeah.
And, well, Bairstow comes up to balance with a little tap of the hand, says, bad luck, mate. But they're still standing there. I wonder if Cook might take 1 or 2 out, because it's like being a coconut shy there at the moment.
Just slow. Nice loop. Not right up there, but slow loop.
Here we go again. Moeen moves in, bowls to Riaz. A sweep this time. Poor old balance. Ducks out of the way. Ball flies between him and Cook. And they take 1 out to deep backward square leg.
Here's a thought then. If England bat again,
yep,
which is a possibility now they haven't knocked them over early after lunch, do they promote players? Instead of Cook and Root. Wow. There's people there that need to get a few runs, isn't there?
Yep, I doubt it somehow. Here's Moeen, round the wicket, bowls, and Amir simply defends. Leaning forward and pats the ball back to the bowler. So that's the end of the over. 189 for 9. It's good entertainment, but Pakistan are 400 runs behind with 1 wicket in hand. And we think from the little signs out there that England are going to bat again.
I don't think I'd change the opening batsman, but I don't think I'd necessarily bat Root at 4. No, I think I'd promote Balance to 4.
Get him up there, would you? Okay.
Yeah, get him a knock. I mean, look, Vince, Balance, Hales, they have to get some runs.
Yep.
We wouldn't do them any harm. I mean, look, if you go in and you fail, that doesn't do you any good. But if you don't go in, you won't make runs here. You've got to think, you have a positive thought. You've got to get in there to make runs.
So here comes Stokes. He bowls to Wahab Riaz, wide outside his off stump, and he lets that go by.
I mean, they don't gain anything by Joe Root making another 100, say?
No, they don't.
They gained if the batsmen who haven't made runs make runs.
Yeah. Wouldn't be a bad time to bat. There's no pressure on, is there?
Not quite
for a match
same
situation.
It's just pressure on them to show that they can get a few runs behind the net.
Yeah. Tea is delayed, by the way. It's going to be at 20 to 5. 4:30, sorry. 4:30 today. In comes Stokes again. Bowls short, turned by Riaz. He gets a single into the leg side. But Hale's coming up to field. 190 for 9. So an hour from now is tea. That's all because of the hour that we lost to rain this morning, and that time we added on. So we might go through to 7:30 tonight, if the light permits. I don't know, I suspect we might see England bowling again.
And if there's a possible result, can they claim the extra half hour till 8 o'clock?
They could.
8 o'clock. I'll have roast beef and 2 veg, please.
I don't think you will, because England are going to bat.
Oh, what a shame.
Unless they get bundled out. And no.
Never had me dinner at an English test match. Ordered me dinner with Adam, behind me. Roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, 2 veg, please, Adam.
190 for 9, 399 behind. Stokes from round the wicket. They're all lined up there in the slips. And here's Stokes bowling to Mohammad Amir, a high-waisted bouncer. And Amir simply gets underneath it. Crowd boisterous, especially over to our left-hand side. A fair amount of fancy dress on display again. We had a chap wearing a cone yesterday. Well, there's 4 of them wearing cones today. What do they think they look like, actually, really, sitting there with traffic cones on their heads? I mean, it's
look like Muppets, don't they?
Well, I was going to let you possibly offer that thought, Geoffrey. 190 for 9. In comes Stokes, bowls outside the off stump, and Amir launches himself at that and misses. It's the discussion that they must have had for all 4 of them. They look like middle-aged men to me. They look like they're probably bank managers or something. It's the conversation they've had before coming here about what they're going to wear at the Old Trafford Test match. It'll be a great day. Looking forward to it. Got nice seats. I'll tell you what. Let's all go with a traffic cone on our heads.
If your mum saw you, so what are you wearing?
No, it's interesting. It's an intriguing thought process. I mean, it only happens in England, I think. Here's Stokes bowling outside the off stump, but Amir will get a couple of runs here at least. He's nicely off the back foot. The ball chased by Moeen. It's going to go for 4, in fact, out through deep point, out towards our friends there with the cones on. And one, I think, is wearing a tie. nice light blue shirt, a tie, and a traffic cone.
Well, there's plenty of them up motorways these days.
Yeah, but they can't be those ones. They're heavy, Jeffrey. But anyway, well, they're enjoying themselves. That's all you can say, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bit of escapism. Here's Stokes bowling to Amir, forward this time, and stroking the ball into the offside. Wokes chases it. They take 195 for 9.
It's not doing anything, is it?
Nope.
For the seamers, once that new ball's gone and it stops zipping through and just doing a bit because of the hardness.
End of the over. I'll go into the far end of the ground. Go and see Peter. More thoughts from you, and then Ali's coming.
Yeah, go and join them. Put a cone on your head. Come on, Ali. Oh, what a game, eh? How can you not play the leg spinner, Ali?
No cones on my head, Jeffrey.
No, you're smart, love.
But England need another wicket, don't they? To get this game onto the next phase.
Yeah, the best bowler to bowl at the moment is playing down at Leicestershire for Yorkshire. You're going to have a bat. You get runs on this pitch, Ali.
At the moment,
you get runs on that pitch.
I've been signed up, Jeffrey. By the way, I've got a game on Wednesday.
Against? And for?
It's for the Cricket Writers Club. Here is Moeen into Amir, and he's taking a big heave. This sliced on. It's evaded the man at cover, diving away to his right. And they're coming back for a second. Chase out into the deep for Wokes. They'll look for a third as well. They're going for it, and Bairstow will gather the ball at the stumps. But 3 runs taken. Alex Hales it was, leaping away to his right.
He bowled correctly there. Dust it up a little bit into the rough, outside the left-handers off stump a little way. Get into that rough, the bowler's foot marks, and it's skewed off the face. Just past a diving Hales. Nearly was out. It's the right way to go. Same again here. Get it up slow, spin it though. Get it up slow, loopy.
Wahab facing up to Moeen. He goes back, misses, and Bairstow with a little juggle behind the stumps, gathers and tosses the ball back into the hands of Moeen. Wahab is on 39 out there, but that stand for the 9th wicket with Misbah, worth 60, the biggest stand of the match for Pakistan. Slip in the short leg, Moeen in again, and no, he wasn't ready. Wahab holds a hand up, and it's dead ball signalled by the umpire. Even attempt to play a stroke, stood tall and raised his hand. Said, I wasn't ready. Moeen again, then up past umpire Rod Tucker. There, bowls a little flatter, defended by Wahab, foolish of length. And Broad picks up at point. No run. Amir at the non-striker's end. Sleeveless jumper leaning on his bat handle. Wahab crouches over his bat. Moeen in again, looking for the last wicket. Charges him, hits him, heaves him. Over cow corner. Hales is there. Takes the catch. And Pakistan are all out. 391, the difference in the score. They're all out for 198. But in the end, Moeen picking up that last wicket, inviting a big heave-ho, but it caught the wicket.
Well bowled. Yeah, it's exactly what I said. Get up there. He's going to have a dart at you. Nicely caught on the boundary, but that's the way to go. Use the spinner well, and it's quite obvious when Cook's running off, and I saw him signal wheel back first. I thought so. When Jonathan and I were talking about it, they just didn't get them out quick enough after lunch, and they couldn't winkle them with the finger spinner. It took a little longer. I think he bowled the seamers a bit too long. If you'd have had the leg spinner been all over sooner, your seamers wouldn't have been as tired. You could have made them follow on easier, but it doesn't matter. Still be the same end result. Just take a bit longer to bowl Pakistan out and beat them.
England will certainly be hoping that the weather doesn't have an impact and take much time out of the game. 2 whole days left plus the rest of today.
Ali. There's no chance.
Well, it's
Typhoon.
interesting to see how they come out about what the approach is. Do we see slightly more free-flowing attacking stroke play to try and get some runs quickly tonight, or do they come out and play proper cricket to bat to the end of today?
Play proper cricket. The only reason they're doing it, look, they've got a lead of 400 basically. They're 390, is it?
391.
Yeah. The only reason they're doing it is he thinks the bowlers bowled quite a bit today, this and that. Not sure Jonathan and I agree with that, but it doesn't matter. They're still winning the game, and they still are going to win it. And they'll need a lot of time out of the match through rain for England not to win it, or an exceptional performance by the Pakistan batsmen. I don't necessarily see that. It's just a matter of, say, let them get the boots off, have a rest a bit. Jonathan thinks they might have a little bowl tonight, a few overs. I'm not so sure whether there's a point in that, or just wait till tomorrow morning, give them the total night off. give them the afternoon, the evening session, sleep in bed, and then there's no excuse.
Will they take into account maybe how the conditions fare throughout the day and think perhaps put in Pakistan for an awkward 10 minutes, 20 minutes before the close?
Well, probably a bit longer than that. I don't like 10 minutes. I don't think
don't
Jonathan will
get
tell you, as a bowler, he'd like to get 4 overs each, wouldn't you? Something, just get a little bit of spell. 5 would be nice. That's what they'd like. You give them an over each, racing, but try too hard, the ball's all over the place. You want to get into a rhythmical spell, so if he's going to declare, he's got to give him 8 or 10 awkward overs, something like that. I think he's just giving the bowlers a rest, that's all. It's actually a modern day ploy. When last, 15 years, we just said, Jonathan's next to me, 15 years, 20 years at the most. I mean, in the old days when I played, in his old days, a long time back, people just put them back in and bowl.
Get the bowlers straight back out there. Well, they'll be in there. They'll be able to have
I don't think
ice baths and a massage, rest up, put the feet up.
It's not a bad thing. It's just, you think, hang on, 400 lead basically, 3, that's a hell of a lot, isn't it?
You'd feel if England, certainly if they'd been able to nip them out quickly after lunch, if all that momentum was with them, but that 9th wicket stand sort of just took the momentum and the sting out of that England attack. They would have been really buoyant and buoyed, wouldn't they? A bit like how the day finished yesterday when Woakes was ripping through them.
See, Moeen's got a couple of wickets, bought a couple of wickets, which is good. The wrist spinners buys them easier. It just is, he put men round the bat, tail enders, don't know which way it's going. It's up in the air a bit more from a wrist spinner. They think they better tonk it. They don't know what the hell it's doing. They just get out. They hit a couple of 3 boundaries and get out. Just do.
Well, let me take you through the full scorecard then for the Pakistan innings, all out for 198, so first innings lead of 391 for England, and they resumed this morning, Pakistan, on 57 for 4. So the first wicket that fell today was that of Shan Masood. A little bit of extra bounce from James Anderson as he was caught by Joe Root at second slip, out for 39. Asad Shafiq drove it a wide one outside the off stump, off Stuart Broad, to be caught by Hales at point for 4. Sarfraz Ahmed was caught by Joe Root at second slip off Stokes for 26. Yasir Shah, another catch by Root at second slip off Woakes for 1 this time. Misbah in that 9th wicket stand of 60 together with Wahab eventually top-edged a sweep off Moeen to be caught by Alistair Cook at short fine leg, out for 52. Wahab Riaz, the last man out, caught by Hales in the deep off Moeen for 39. Mohammed Amir not out, 9. To the bowling figures for England, James Anderson 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 27. Stuart Broad 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 20. Moeen Ali 7.4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 43. So picking up those late wickets of Misbah and then Wahab, as Pakistan were trying to add some runs to reduce that deficit with the end of the innings nigh. Chris Woakes 16 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 67. And Ben Stokes 15 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 39. So the total 198 all out. First innings lead 391. Andrew.
391, which is England's second largest first innings lead against Pakistan ever. 401 at Nottingham and 1954 is the largest. And it's going to be the 5th biggest first innings lead by a team that's declined to enforce the follow-on.
It's a pretty safe margin then, isn't it?
Two of the higher ones were in timeless tests.
So Michael Vaughan is humping next to me. Would you have liked to have just seen them put Pakistan straight back out there, bat again, make them bat again?
Yeah, if you get to 250, 280, I can understand that. 391 runs ahead. I've only been out there for 63 overs and it's been in intervals. There's been rain, there's been delays, they've had the lunch. Did a bit last night, came back, had a bit more today, and then it rained, and they came back. I'm staggered.
Is it that thing about momentum? Is it the 9th wicket stand which has just made Alistair Cook think, well, actually, maybe it's not going to be so easy to bowl them out cheaply a second time?
Well, you've still
got this huge comfort margin, though.
391 runs. It's win the game today. Why delay it? Manchester weather. Rains for a day and a half. What happens then? I mean, it just it doesn't make sense. As I said, if it gets to 250, 260, the lead, you kind of go, and you bowl for 110 overs, get it. But 391 and they've on the ball 63 overs, don't get it at all.
So given that they have made the decision that England will bat again, how do you think they will go about it?
Well, this is when it becomes a bit silly because you don't know how to play it. you're so far ahead of the game. What you do? Going back for 2 hours? I mean, 2 hours rest, or do you say, right, we'll back the day out and then we'll bowl again tomorrow? I don't know how you play the situation from here.
Do you look at the batting order and think, well, actually, we might promote someone up the order to?
Well, there's no point because the runs are irrelevant. The runs are irrelevant because you're so far ahead of the game. It's just time. How long do you want to give your bowlers to rest? And I presume it will be till tomorrow. So England will bat out the day, and we'll come tomorrow, and England will be bowling. It'll just be a chance for the bowlers. I mean, they haven't done any bowling.
63.4 overs.
I don't see what they're resting for. I don't see what the work rate is. I mean,
well, it's not the sort of hot, steamy day in the UAE,
after bowling a spell. No, Aggers is in agreement with me. I don't get it. I mean, if they'd bowled 110 overs, it's been really hard work. It's boiling hot, yes, and you get to within 252. See, I can get that. But when you bowl 63 overs,
it's a temperate Manchester
It's been relatively easy, apart from one partnership, just that 9th wicket partnership. I don't get it. I really don't. I just think it's... Look, they're going to win the game unless the weather comes in for a day and a half, but I like to win the game as quickly as possible and as hard as possible and win it by an innings and say to Pakistan, those press-ups that you did last week? Make sure that you're not going to be doing them again throughout this series, and we're going to try and rub your noses in it, hammer you, make sure that we can affect your confidence. And no, I wouldn't have done that.
Maybe England are trying to do their bit for 5-day test cricket.
Well,
even still, if this goes into a 5th day, the way Pakistan batted
I guess they'll
today,
have a look at likes of Hales and potentially Vincent and Balance again. But he's batting for batting's sake. It's not for me. That I think.
Well, he shouldn't be basing potentially match-defining decisions on whether you want to get give some guys some batting time in the
maybe they looked at the win-vis percentage chance of victories, and they saw that it actually from here on it's a 98% chance that England will win, no percent chance that Pakistan will win, and it's that 2% chance of a draw that they're worried about.
Well, we're going to find out soon enough how England will approach this evening session. I mean, who knows? Maybe Pakistan will find some zip and fire in their bowling, and actually the match might move on a little quicker than we thought, but not through England's doing.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of Pakistan now will try and run in and knock a few scalps over, and particularly those 3 players that I mentioned. I think Pakistan will be thinking, right, if we can get rid of Hales early, even if we lose this test match, we'll knock a bit of the confidence from the England side. If we can knock Hales early, Vince and Balance, it's going to affect their confidence if they're all in the side for Edgbaston. So Pakistan can just work a little bit of a system out there now, and Misbah's giving his team a good long chat. It's not a huddle, it's just a circle, isn't it? There's no hugging of each other, it's just a nice little circle that he's giving some instructions, and I think he'll be just saying to his Simmons, right, come on, let's just run in and make it awkward. I think he'll try and get them to bowl quickly, and they'll also know they're not going to bowl too much, because they know that England are just going to bat the day out, and they're batting tomorrow. So how many overs left today?
48.
48. I'd look at that. With these conditions now, England could easily have got well into the package, if not potentially win the game today.
It's been a bowling day today, hasn't it? It really has. The floodlights are on. It's got that murky sort of feel to it.
I want to go and have a rest.
Well, I'll tell you what, it could be fun watching Wahab bowl this evening. If he can get up to the sort of pace that he did towards the end of yesterday. He had a rather feisty innings with the bat and the partnership with Misbah, and a good battle with Ben Stokes. So Mohammad Amir then is marking out his run and getting ready. Players out on the field, including the England openers Alistair Cook and Alex Hales. And conversely, if Pakistan trying to get some confidence up as well, Alex Hales will be hoping to get some confidence up and put together an innings of substance if he can, alongside the captain. So Cook, who made a century in the first innings.
Well, look at Pakistan, 4 slips, and you would do in these conditions. They're absolutely perfect for bowling. And England have allowed the likes of Mohammad Amir to get the red ball in hand. Floodlights are on, as you've just said. There's been a bit of drizzle in the air, and England are batting. Marvellous.
Are they going to find it as good to bat as they did in the first innings? And Mohammad Amir in, and Cook outside the off stump. Defends it, eases it towards point, and no run. Well, it's very, very different conditions to day one when Cook came out to bat in the sunshine, blue skies.
Yeah, I think if, that first one from Amir was really gentle. I think their Pakistan bowlers will probably be surprised, actually. They're probably thinking, going to watch our team bat again, so no point in thinking about bowling. They're probably surprised. They've got to get the paces up. Anything over 85 miles an hour has been the threat on this surface.
4 slips into Amir outside the off stump. Cook shapes to play, lets it go through. Not close enough to attempt a shot and invite a drive, and he goes wandering away towards square leg. I mean, the pitch, as we've been saying throughout, still a decent batting pitch, and it's over to Pakistan, isn't it, to try and generate some pace, get something out of it, try and stop England having it all their own way.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the lead's 391, it's a hefty one. England are sitting pretty. We're only really halfway through day 3 as Amir's in again, and Cook cuts, and this will be 4 runs. Square on the offside, and Cook says thank you very much, and he's off the mark, and the lead's now 395. Amir doesn't want to be on too many wide of Alistair Cook's off stump there.
Well, that's a gift for Alistair Cook. It's exactly what he's wanting early in the innings, short, wide. Doesn't have to try too hard. Just, we've seen throughout the Test match that players that just keep their shape on this surface. It's been a very successful method.
Wahab Amir long sleeves into Cook, and he fended that one into the ground and into the slipped cordon, fielded in the gully, played with soft enough hands that it kept low. It moved off the pitch.
Yeah, good ball. Just went down into the deck, didn't it? It's just a little bit of seam movement. We haven't seen too much seam in this game. A bit of shape, as I keep saying. There's going to be shape through the air in these conditions. Jimmy Anderson and Broad must be looking at this going, surely they'd want to have a ball, wouldn't they?
Well, you wonder what is the think tank and how much say do the bowlers have, as Amir is into Cook, and this was closer to the off stump. He shakes the play and let it go through.
Someone's just tweeted me actually, said, it's to manage it with the sports sciences, managing workload. How can it be on ball 63 overs? I feel like Jeffrey at the minute. I'm in a real grumpy mood, aren't I?
Jeffrey, conversely, was reasonably accepting of the decision.
Well,
I think he still would have preferred to see them come back out and show the more aggressive attitude towards winning the match, grinding them down as quickly as he can. Here goes Amir again. And the grey skies over the wickets, wide of the off stump to Cook, and he plays no shot as it's through to the keeper. Amir kicks a little bit of turf as he walks to take his cap from umpire Rod Tucker, and England are 4 without loss with the 1 boundary from Cook, and the lead a whopping 395. And lots of strong opinion on social media as well about the follow-on, or not enforcing the follow-on. Brian Jeffrey says we're 1-0 down by batting again. England have given Pakistan the chance to save the game. England are taking up more time the game by batting again. Michael, leave that one with you, and Ed Smith is coming in.
Yeah, it's good, but I think they'll need some rain, Pakistan, if they're going to get anything out of this Test match. I still think England will win the game, but it just seems silly that they haven't grabbed the opportunity of bowling again with such a huge lead in these perfect bowling conditions. It baffles me, Edward. It baffles me, my dear old thing.
My dear old thing. Afternoon, Michael. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, England starting to bat against. Surprised me. Often I can understand the logic of not enforcing. I think in these conditions and not having bowled that long, they've been very tempted. Wahab in now to Hales, who whips it down the corner to fine leg. Rahat Ali, rather. My apologies. Actually, also with Stokes and Woakes having bowled an extended, I don't know if you made this point a moment ago, I was downstairs in the press room. Yeah, the new ball pairing of Anderson and Broad, relatively fresh. It's mild, it's not cold and horrible out there, but it's not draining and hot either. You'd probably say it was, all the Pakistan players are in shirt sleeves, pretty nice conditions to play cricket in.
Yeah, and probably won't get all the overs in today with these conditions. I think it'll probably be a bit dark later on.
Ali in, bowls to Cook, who cuts, nicely played, and he gets 4 for it. In front of square, trademark Alistair Cook shot. Short and wide, so seldom misses out there. If you're going to err, don't be short to Cook.
Yeah, I think looking at the pitch and the way that Pakistan have started with the ball, Alistair Cook probably, I fancy a few more runs.
Wouldn't bet against him.
No, so they put point back up. That's a silly move as well, putting point. The runs are irrelevant for Pakistan, really. You can't, the 400 in front now, Get all your
I see what you mean.
mean.
See what and mine slips.
Yeah, might as well just go all out attack.
Ali in bowls and Cook takes an easy single. There's no future in that field. You're absolutely right, Michael. And the other thing is that someone like Cook, he's not going to get frustrated by missing out on a 4 shot.
And you've just put a fielder out there for an awful ball. It's like your feels for bad bowling. It's
the lead is 401.
I think we're going to see some cricket that's going to be quite bizarre.
It's true.
It's just like, how's the game going to pan out from here? England will bat. I just think they'll bat the remainder of the day and they'll come out and bowl tomorrow when probably the sun's shining, it's blue sky.
The lead's 401. And there are 47 overs left today. So you'd say if they went along reasonably, it could be 550, the lead. Rahat Ali in now, and Hales nicely plays it to
This is why it's silly, because
the good chase.
The runs are irrelevant.
It's about rest, probably.
The history tells you that no one, anything over. What's the highest? Chase 4.
Hang on a minute. You are speaking to someone, Michael, who was on the field in a first-class game, England A, when North Zone chased down 501. So don't talk to me about fourth innings run chases.
Well,
don't get that game up.
Are you the?
I was not captain. No, I was brains trust. But
you were part of the think.
Part of the think.
Oh gosh,
saying the field. Rahat Ali in now, and Hales pushes it back to the bowler.
Well, the highest chased in Test is still 418.
So 418.
So they only need probably another 200 on top of that.
So they'll get another 20 or so, and they'll just pull out and declare. No, they'll have decided that the bowlers can rest up for the remainder of the day and come back tomorrow. But I might stop talking about it, Ed.
How many follow-ons did you get to decide on in Test cricket?
I don't know. Andrew will tell us, I'm
Ali
sure.
in now, and Hales easily works us off his hip to a deep backward square leg. You have a guess, and Andrew will tell us. Test your memory.
I was one always to pretty much bowl again. I think I may have batted again once, and I'm guessing there was probably 7 times, something like that. And I can't remember the game where we batted again, but I'm sure Andrew will put it up. There was a time actually, Trent Bridge 05 was the one that I look back on. What was the closest to being a tricky decision. I just went with the momentum of the game, and Simon Jones was injured, pretty much straight away in the second innings. And then Australia got that 120 lead, and it was Hoggy and Chilo at the end.
Off,
I certainly wanted to chase 30 or 40 more. So that was probably the trickiest one.
Amir in, good ball, in swing, just outside off stump. Hales leaves it.
I don't know. The Australians would always do this and bat again, and I just always looked at a game and thought, well, we could win it now, win it today. Why wait? And if we have to chase a few at the end, well, you have to chase a few. That's just the nature of the game. I think that Sri Lankan game at Durham would have been on the mind of Alistair Cook, that they wouldn't want to chase 130 against the Pakistan side. But that's still a long, long way away when you're 391 runs ahead.
Amir in, and Hales drives on the up. Slightly unconvincing shot. It was kind of neither forward nor back, slightly closed face. 2 or 3 bounces to square cover. Be a good little test for Alex Hales, this. He's showed some form against Sri Lanka, and then he was up against a really good spell of bowling from Amir in the first innings. Amir looked right back to his best. Nippy, in swing, all the tricks, variety of deliveries, some angled across. Very good disguise he's got on which ball he's bowling. Had a look at a split screen of his in-swinger and the one that goes across. Very difficult to pick. 2 men back on the hook. Amir, slight man, angled one up, in now, bowls. Short ball, Hales plays it well, ducks underneath comfortably. Let's ask the question the other way around then. What would have been the mood in the Pakistan dressing room when the news came they were going
I think they'd be very surprised. I think that's what we're seeing with the bowlers. I mean, they're bowling in the medium, aren't they? I don't think they've really started that well in terms of the pace category. They've probably got the shock of their lives when they probably realised when Alex Hales was
Amir, another bouncer ducked underneath it by Hales.
He was on the cow corner boundary practising all his shots. 10 minutes before the final wicket, and I think that was a bit of, Leo. He's obviously been given the nod.
Yeah.
And Alistair Cook ran off the pitch, didn't he?
And so did Hales, took the catch and ran straight off, didn't he?
And it's raining. Okay. Now they're going to come off. Looks like it's quite filled in over the back there.
So England are going to get a rest, but it's the batsmen who are going to be doing the resting.
Even more so, you're going to be on and off all day. That's the forecast.
Well, it's you're quite right, Michael. It's actually raining quite heavily now. Andrew's going to give us some flesh on the bones after our chat about Michael's declarations, I expect.
That's right. Yeah, you had 6 opportunities to enforce the follow-on.
Okay, so you're all not far off. One off, not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
And just the once when you didn't.
Now you're in your 40s.
West Indies at Edgbaston in 2004.
Okay. What was the scores?
566 for 9 declared England. West Indies 336, lead of 230. Batted again 248, won by 256 runs.
No one's going to hold that
What test of that series was that? Was that the second or was it the first? Third? I'm just trying to think whether we'd been involved in a back-to-back games. And got a couple 236.
Season you got 200s in one of those games. The Windies 2004.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did at Lords.
Yeah, it was the second test of that series after the Lords test, a week later.
The big hover cover zoomed its way out onto the pitch, and I'm afraid it's that. Can you describe rain as thick but fine? I'm not sure you can, but that's how it looks. It's that lots and lots of little drops, quite Mancunian actually. And unfortunately, all the ground staff are now bringing out the big sheets. And it's going to be. Well, it can't be less than half an hour, 40 minutes. I wouldn't have thought from here.
No, it does. You just look over the party stand, and it's probably looking as filled in as we've seen. We've had a couple of shower breaks today, and it just looks a little
feels
bit more
different, doesn't
set,
it?
Yeah. I mean, the forecast was for it to have a couple of hours of rain at some stage, but now what happens? What do England do now? If it rains all day, do they bat half of tomorrow? I mean, what do they do? That's why it's become stupid and confusing.
So yeah, if you just go, just thinking actually statistically,
or do they have to declare too soon and actually Pakistan can win now?
Well, I'm just wondering where one thing you don't want to do in a rain-affected game is run out of time.
Exactly.
And if you're batting last, you can actually score at 10 and over if you need to. You know, throw caution to the wind, but you can't do that if you don't know the shape of the game. So if you're batting third, you don't know how much time, which is why actually going back to, I'm very impressed by CricViz, the app that sort of shows statistical likelihood of winning and so on. That one of the points that Nathan Lehman, the England analyst, often makes is that teams are wrong to bat first on super flat wickets because it's going to be flat in the second dig as well, and you don't know how much time is left in the game. What England have effectively done here is they're batting without knowing how long there is left in the game.
So he would say that you should bowl on flat wickets.
One of his arguments is that on certain flat wickets, he makes distinctions between different types of flat wickets. I'll give you an example, was Abu Dhabi. So in Abu Dhabi, it felt like a big bat first wicket because it was so flat. But in actual fact, if you bat first, you don't know how quickly to score in the third innings. As well, his argument is if you actually want to win the game, on certain types of flat wicket, your best chance of winning is to bat when there's in the fourth innings, when you actually know we've got to go at sevens or eights or whatever. So it's an interesting statistic. I'll show you the numbers on it.
It's Aggers and Henry just strolling across the pitch with their umbrella there. They're just obviously going to interview somebody. I guess they've seen somebody in the point.
Peter Lever they're going to interview.
There you go.
Peter Lever.
Have a chat with Peter Lever. Yeah. I mean, Abu Dhabi was a funny one, wasn't it? There was no Yasir Shah. I think it'd have been a different story that week if Yasir Shah had played for Pakistan. I think it'd have been a lot harder for England to mount up those first innings runs where they got that lead. And great test match. It always comes to life, doesn't it, on those kind of pitches on the last day. It seems to kind of erupt into action. But
for those of you that can't remember it, so Pakistan made a big score, say high 500s, and then England made an even bigger one based on Alistair Cook, huge double 100, and then piled a lot of pressure on Pakistan, bottom out relatively cheap, and just ran out of time in bad light.
That's right.
Adil
Rashid got that quick fifer, didn't he?
Yeah, so I think the argument is, as some statisticians say, had that game run to its conclusion and bad light hadn't intervened and England had won, that would be a case study on how to win on the flat pitch, as opposed to kind of batting first and not knowing how much time's left in the game when it's there to be won. Well, I'm afraid to say all the tarpaulins are out now.
My little weather app tells me tomorrow that from 11 o'clock right through till 3 o'clock there's a 40% chance of rain. So just say England don't play again now. Say it does rain for 3 hours tomorrow. What are England going to do? What are they going to do? Just get another 50?
What do you think, though? The answer your own sort of question.
Well, I think they'd panic a bit then and just go, right, we better just get another 50 quickly and just get out there and bowl. Get the lead to 450 and then pull out. And that'd lead England 3-4 sessions to bowl Pakistan out if there's no more breakage in the weather. I mean, Tuesday looks okay, but I don't think you can ever trust the Manchester weather.
It's now looking really. It's just in the last couple of minutes since Michael got his weather app out. You don't need to be a particularly great forecaster to see it's pelting down here at Old Trafford.
So if you have got a lead of 230, 270, there's always an argument either way. You know, you can go right bat, you can say bowl, and you go have two people in the room and one to say you should bat and one to say, but you go fair argument. In this scenario, I just can't see any reason why you would have batted again with such a huge lead. I just don't see why. I can't understand. Unless if you've got 2 or 3 injuries or niggles, you go.
Well, that's what we don't know.
But if they come out to look with 2 or 3 of the bowlers that are struggling, you go, okay, they need a bit of time to be strapped up. But there doesn't seem to be. And you just, can we change the subject? Just getting.
Okay, well, rather than changing something just yet, I'm just going to back you up in one way, which is that I actually often, not as captain, but also kind of watching, I'm not in favour of enforcing. Simply because if I imagine myself being the opposition, I sometimes think going out there to field again, and then, like you, someone who opened the batting a lot, another lot of fielding, and then you've got to go and bat in the 4 things. It can be bleak, and you can just feel completely disheartened. Today, I have to say, I'm not sure. Unless there was a niggle, I'm not sure I'd have considered it.
Well, you look at the game situation. For Pakistan to have given England that tricky 130, 140 chase, they'd need to get 530, which would have taken the game probably mid-afternoon on the last day, because they're just going to play very defensively, and that's going to take how many overs? You score at 2.7 or something. How many overs would that have taken, Andrew? We're going to bring all sorts of stats and maths out. Yeah.
Fortunately, we've got help.
And you think now that, and that's a long time to bat. How many overs would that take?
To get, sorry, how many?
Say they're thinking about 520, 30.
Yeah. So they're 400 ahead at the moment. So it's another 120. It'll take another 30 overs. And there's, theoretically, still 180 overs in the last 2 days, plus whatever we get of today.
So for Pakistan had batted again to make it a tricky chase for England for them. Yeah. So I'm thinking if Pakistan had batted again, they'd have needed about 530 to make it a bit of a nip-on for England. And we're thinking about 2.7 to 2.9. So Pakistan would have to bat deep into that last day. Whereas in this situation now, Pakistan might actually get to the situation of looking at 4 sessions. 4 sessions to potentially get something out of the test match. It just doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. The band are playing. That's the nicest thing I think about the afternoon so far.
Well, no one's going to be doing any batting or bowling for a while, because I can tell you that all the covers are on the pitch here at Old Trafford. They don't have one of those giant inflatable covers. It's just one small hovercraft over the pitch, and then the flat tarpaulin sheets covering the run-ups and the square. Brollies are up in the party stand. Doesn't look very cheerful. Not much partying going on. Huddling and nestling up to one another. The bars and restaurants here at Old Trafford are filling up because there's not going to be much cricket to watch for a while. I'm not sure there's going to be much play for the rest of the day. We'll wait and see. Andrew, you're poised with the microphone, so you're going to add some pertinent point.
Not really, but just to let you know, a reminder that of the history of follow-ons, this is the 3rd highest first innings lead in a non-timeless test, where the team hasn't enforced the follow-on.
The 3rd highest?
Yeah.
And what were the others?
The others were both Australia against England.
So backing up Michael's point that Australia don't enforce.
In Brisbane in 2006 and in Adelaide in 2013.
What a lovely tune this is. Let's just listen to the band. Well, maybe it's just like, you've been walking everywhere in Manchester and seen the delightful scenery around the town, and all the different streets.
Can I reach for more protective equipment?
Look, maybe Alistair Cook's loving Manchester so much that he just wants to.
He wants to join me
sure
on the
that
walks
it's
in the
there for
canals in the
another
morning.
day. He's just thinking this is a splendid place to come and play cricket. And
this is picking up on a pretty brutal spell of bodyline bowling last night from Michael, who was quizzing me about my knowledge of Manchester City.
Did you find anything new last night? You had obviously walked down the canal in the morning. Anything on the way back that you spotted or noted that was splendid? And
I've only good memories of Manchester this trip, but I'm first of all going to get the news from Middlesex against Kent and Dan Norcross.
Hello there, Ed. Well, here at Lords, we're in the Royal London One Day Cup group matches. They've each team's played 4 matches so far, so they've had half of their group matches. We're into the second half of the season, so to speak, and in the South Group, starting here at Lords, 5th place Middlesex restricted Kent to 238 for 7 from their 50 overs. Sean Dixon was the mainstay for the visitors with a composed 99, but he was bowled by Stephen Finn, who ended up with 2 for 31 from his 10 overs. In reply, Middlesex are going fairly well, 67 for 2 in the 14th over. Paul Sterling has got 48 not out. At Chelmsford, 82 from Stephen Davis and 52 for Rory Burns propelled the Surrey side, missing both Currans, of course, who are on Lions duty, to 313 for 8. Essex lost their openers early but have recovered to 58 for 2 after 11 overs. Gloucestershire have recovered from 155 for 6 to post 242 for 8 against Sussex, for whom Chris Jordan snaffled 3 wickets. But in reply, Sussex are struggling. They're 81 for 4 in the 18th, 2 wickets for Matt Taylor. Finally, in the South Group, 80 from Peter Trigo, 53 from Jim Allenby helped third place Somerset reach 322 for 7, but second place Glamorgan, who are also going very well in the T20 Blast, of course, have started well. They're 90 for 1 in the 16th over. David Lloyd has 43. Into the North Group, Warwickshire, for whom Ricky Clark took 5 for 26. They've already wrapped up victory against Worcestershire, set 116 to win. They cantered to their target in just under 23 overs for the loss of 2 wickets, 54 unbeaten from Tim Ambrose. Welbeck, Nottinghamshire, thanks in large part to an 85 ball 114 from Ricky Vessel, set league leaders Derbyshire 341 to win, and their reply is stuttering somewhat. They're 109 for 4 in the 19th, a couple of wickets there for Luke Fletcher. At Northampton, the hosts marched to 355 for 6 in their 50 overs, 134 from Rob Keogh, 65 from Rob Newton. Durham are in all sorts of trouble. They're 80 for 5 in the 18th over, 2 wickets apiece for Azarullah and Richard Gleeson. Finally, in the North Group, Yorkshire thrashed a massive 376 for 3 at Grace Road against Leicestershire, don't tell Aggers. Jack Leaning finishing unbeaten on 131, and Aussie signing Travis Head made 175 of 139 balls. In response, Leicestershire are floundering. They're 63 for 3 after 14 overs. And finally, we must not forget at Canterbury, England Lions are playing. Sam Billings, exactly like Travis Head, he walloped 175 or 139 balls. What's the chances of that for the England Lions against Pakistan A? Lancashire's Liam Livingston contributing 64 to a total of 324 for 8. Pakistan A, they're 113 for 2 off 19 overs in reply, and that's all the scores.
Thanks very much, Dan. Every ball is available via the BBC website, and now we can join Aggers in the pavilion.
Yeah, you okay? What?
You're on.
Well, apparently we're live, Pete. I was just saying hello to you. They got all your mates around you. Look at Barry Wood over there as well. Just look at age over. A year over what? Come and sit down. I'm a bit surprised that you've suddenly been put on the air. Come down here a bit. We've been battling around trying to find you. Oh, so there we go. Sorry, everybody. We've made it around. We've been struggling trying to find you, you know. Up and down through all these posh executive boxes you've got down here.
Yeah.
They say never meet your heroes.
Is that right?
Yeah. And I think one or two of Geoffrey Boycott's fans might agree with that. But I've been lucky with my cricketing hero because he's a nice bloke. And it's you.
I keep hearing this down in the local pub in my village in Devon.
Do you?
Yeah, as soon as I go in the pub, they say, "Oi, this fella Agnew's been on about you again."
I know. Well, but I remember coming here. Okay, everything's changed around a bit now, isn't it? But seeing you tearing in far too far. Your run-up was far too long, wasn't it? But,
sure.
Yeah. I mean, look at you. Look at your knees now. I
made a comeback last year.
Did you? You didn't bowl again?
Yeah, just 75. I bowled again. Got 2 wickets.
I bet you didn't run as far as you did then.
No, just shortened it a touch. But you were a schoolboy then, weren't you? You used to come and...
Well, my family lived at Alderley Edge before it got posh.
Right.
So I used to come in here, Easter holidays.
Yeah.
Aged, 12, 13, 14, I suppose, with my two cousins.
Yes.
And come and have indoor nets. Well, they're still in the same place, I think, over that stand over the back there.
Yeah,
and,
it is.
And I used to get a chance to bowl to you fellas, not to you, but to the batsmen, to Bumble.
Yeah.
To Barry Wood over there. Haven't seen him for years.
That's 2 easy wickets you've got.
Jack Simmons over there. I remember. I was very young and very excited because Lancashire was my team, you see.
Yeah.
Going along when you were having your lunch, again under the indoor school, used to go over that far side.
Yeah.
And I remember asking Ken Shuttleworth. Is he here today, by the way?
Grumpy.
Is he here?
No, he's not. You're safe.
Just as well, because just as I offered my bat for him to autograph, it sort of slipped into his bowl of soup, and it went all over him. And he wasn't very pleased.
No, he wouldn't be. He's grumpy at the best of times.
I know. But I ended up playing with him, you know.
Oh yeah, down at Grace Road.
Yeah.
How long was he there when you were there?
He was
a couple of years.
He was a sort of mentor.
Right.
Because he moved into the little hotel that we used to stay at, us very young players.
Yeah.
And there was him and, of course, Ken Higgs. Another Lancashire connection, you see.
Another grumpy devil.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there was Ken Higgs, there was Ken Shuttleworth, there was me, and another one, Alan Ward.
Alan Ward?
Yeah, what a quartet.
Crikey, big tall lads.
Yeah.
A bit of pace there, quietly.
Bit of pace usually in the nets. Not quite so much when he got them into the middle, was my opinion. There seemed to be one or two creaking bones. But see, Mr. Higgs, as the chap called him who ran the hotel, had his own table.
Did he?
So he used to set up Mr. Higgs's table, and he would eat by himself, usually pork chops. And there'd be me, Ken Shuttleworth and Alan Ward on our own little table. See, me aged 18 and those two great bowlers. But I've come to see you, Peter, and talk to you because you were the fellow. I'll tell you when it really, really hit me was 1971.
Yes.
The Lord's Gillette Cup final.
Yes.
Against Kent.
Yep.
Brilliant catch by Jack Bond.
Yeah.
You bowled from the nursery end, and I sat in the grandstand, and I said to my dad, "That's who I want to be."
You know you're embarrassed. We're not online. We're not on the TV now, are we?
Oh, we're on the radio.
We're on the radio.
Yes.
Test match special.
Yes.
But
I suppose that's where it all began for me.
Yeah. I can't believe that somehow. When people down in Devon say, "Oh, are you the Peter Lever that used to?" I still find it, even after all these years, I still find it very embarrassing for people to recognise me in any way.
Why?
Well, I just did something I totally enjoyed. It wasn't a chore to me. It wasn't an occupation. It was a bloody good way of earning a living.
Yeah.
It's difficult to assess that, and I've never ever regarded it as a hard work, although it can be hard work, as you well know. You used to do it yourself. At the same time, it's so enjoyable that the hard work, you put that to one side.
Yes.
And every single minute of it I've enjoyed.
Yeah.
I assure you.
And even now I can see you with your old mates around here, old players. It's just part of it, isn't it?
Yeah. Is Bumble listening?
No, I've just seen Bumble. I asked him for a story or two about you on my way over.
He'll have a few.
Well, I have to say the ones that he gave me weren't broadcastable. Because you and he, I mean, but that team, you see, that Lancashire team. Well, in my case, of the very early 1970s.
Yeah.
That was my team of heroes.
Yeah.
Fantastic team you had, and particularly, of course, in one-day cricket, led by Jack Bond, Farouk Engineer, Clive Lloyd.
Yeah.
Jack
you
Simmons
say for one-day cricket, but in truth, we missed out a couple of times, I thought, with the championship.
Right.
Oh, we should have won it. But the one-day stuff, I don't think there was a team anywhere in the world that was as good as that one, and I was fortunate to play in it. It was a fabulous team, so talented. And the overseas players we had, they were Lancastrians.
Yes.
You know, there was not, I know I'm a Yorkshireman, but they were Lancastrians. And you can't get more than Clive Lloyd and Farouk Engineer.
No.
And we used to have a wonderful time playing. And I look at what's the crowd today? 13,000, somebody told me.
Be about right, yeah.
I make sure that none of the young'uns are around when I talk about size of gates when we played, but it would vary between, on a bad day, 5,000, the best I've seen, 30,000.
Crammed in? Crammed in?
Well, they used to get 7,000 or 8,000 on the grass.
Yes.
These, the stands now have come nearer to the square. I think they've taken a bit of the grass work away, and we used to have a rope round and a little picket fence, and no one would go on the field because they knew that if they did, they were ejected. They went out through the gates. And we could have 7,000, say, on the grass, and that swelled the crowd to 28 and 30,000, yeah.
I was one of them, sitting on the grass watching you guys play, especially Sunday League, those early days when there were fantastic crowds, when there were wonderful atmosphere.
Yeah. Well, I think you'll find in one of the years, I think it was the second year of Sunday League, we broke record gates at 4 or 5 grounds around the country. And they didn't come watching us, they didn't come in a char-a-bang, they came in trains from Piccadilly station, and off they went, a train full of them, you know. And I've been at grounds when we've turned up Southport, I remember Chelmsford, where there's 4,000 and 5,000 locked outside. Seems crazy, but it was true in those days.
Great time to play.
Oh, fabulous time. I think we had a very, very good time to play. Between 65 and 80 was probably the halcyon days of one-day cricket.
Yes.
And there was a certain newness about it at the time, and we took to it like ducks to water, you know.
I wonder why. Why were Lancashire and Kent actually were also a good side in those days, weren't they? In one-day cricket. What stood Lancashire apart?
I think, well, Kent, Essex not so bad with the Crazy Gang, you know.
Yes.
Another Lever, and East and Company.
Yeah.
Oh, crazy they were. And but I think that we were sort of brought up in the league in a similar type of vein, and we would easily play that game when we felt that certain other counties were still learning the one-day game. We'd already learnt it in the leagues that we played in here.
Of course, yes.
But they still had to learn it, and we got a head start, if you like.
Yes, it was just basically what you were brought up on, I suppose.
Yes, very much so. And you see, they go back, and I ask kids questions and young people questions that, when do you think was the first time it was a wide down the leg side? Can I ask you that?
When they first brought that in?
Yeah.
I think we had it when I was playing, certainly, but I'm not as tight as... It's quite harsh these days, isn't it? Go on then, tell me.
And one that I remember bowling at Burton-on-Trent, it flicked this guy's pad and went through. It was given a wide.
That's a bit harsh.
And that was in round about 1970.
And it surprised you a bit, did it?
71.
I suppose you were very happy.
Yeah, lovely.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I met someone yesterday. I've met him before. Someone you were at school with.
Right.
Todmorden Grammar.
Oh, God. You've got to have a good memory here. Go on.
Who well known has come from Todmorden Grammar School?
A weatherman. There's one of the weathermen.
John Ketley or somebody?
That's it.
Right, I thought he did.
John Ketley, yes. Yeah. He was at Todd Grammar School.
Right.
Well, originally it was Sir John Cockcroft.
Right.
Who got what award? You'll tell me, no.
I know, but it's not the person I'm thinking of.
Sir John Cockcroft.
Think music. Have you got any idea? He remembered you being there?
No.
Oh, well.
Go on.
The saxophone player from Supertramp.
Oh, really?
John Helliwell. He was at school with you. And he remembered you. And he was here yesterday.
Was he?
Yeah, do you remember Supertramp?
I've heard the name.
Well,
yeah,
there you
of course
are. Well, you were at school together. He remembered you for the cricket, you see. Yeah. He did say you were older than him.
Yeah, I'm older than everybody. We used to actually at school. My brother also was a professional in the Central Lancs,
which I didn't realise until today, actually.
Yeah, and the Worsley Cup, which was the knockout cup for the Lancashire League. For some unknown reason, after the first round, the matches were played during the week.
Right.
And you'd all to meet at the cricket ground around soon after lunch, and they'd get a day off work and so on. And our headmaster'd say, no chance, you are here, your schooling comes first, and so on. And I remember my brother and myself, we used to crawl along behind the wall at school so that he couldn't see us from his office as we crawled down the road. This is on the pavement, going down the road, and then as soon as he got out, off we'd go. And he'd say, have I seen your name in the paper for last Tuesday's game?
Surely not. I was talking to Peter Lever. Here it's tea. In fact, tea might have finished, actually, but we've had some more rain. The covers are on, and England are batting again. Peter's been telling us about playing again. What were you doing playing at, 74 years old then? What were you doing?
Well, someone rang me and said, will you play this afternoon? I said, do you know how old I am? Yeah. And they said, well, look, they'll get fined. Well, they get fined 50 quid or 70 quid or something like that if they don't turn a team out.
Right.
And they also lose points on the league table. So myself and another guy, we said, go on, but you'll have to be very sympathetic when you're placing the field.
Yes.
The first ball I chased, I finished up on my backside. I then got I called it a diving catch. They said it was a falling catch.
We did catch it though.
I caught it, yes.
Done.
And then I went on to get 2 for 1.
No.
Yes. And they've never let me forget it.
No. How high was the arm?
Well, it still swung a little bit.
Did it?
Yeah.
Well, you always did swing it, you see.
But you can imagine these young fellas, they were busting to see me fall on my backside.
Yeah.
But I thoroughly enjoyed it, except for trying to get out of bed the following morning.
Well, it's very game of you to do it, Peter. Tell me about a match that I work a lot with Jeff Miller. Goes round telling his stories.
Yeah.
He one of his favourites is the
coming.
Buxton match,
Yeah.
where it snowed. Was it 1975?
70. Yeah. What was the World Cup? 75, wasn't it?
Yes.
The inaugural World Cup.
Right. So it was that year, was it?
Well, we went from Buxton. Barry Wood, Frank Hayes, and myself were in the squad, and we went from Buxton straight to Lords.
Right.
And played against Peru.
Right. Of course, for India.
For India.
Well, as Jeff Miller tells his story, the first day of this match in Buxton, Clive Lloyd went berserk and smashed the ball all over the place and got a huge score.
Yeah.
Second day it snowed.
Yes.
And there was just snow all over the pitch because it wasn't covered, was it? So there's snow everywhere. Third day, he reckons they turned up just to take the bags and go off, and you would go down to London then, presumably. But the umpire, who he says was Dickie Bird,
yes,
made them play. And the ball was flying off a length. Ashley Harvey Walker handed his false teeth to the umpire and said, hang on. But what he did say was that you...
about that.
I will do.
Bumble took his out as well.
Oh, did he?
Yes. Yeah.
But what Jeff did say was that you wouldn't bowl. You thought it was too dangerous.
Well, I didn't. I bowled to start with off a short run because it's quite slippery.
Yes.
And then this first 2 or 3, the pitch just went straight up in the air, and that's when Ashley Harvey Walker took his top set out, and he said, I've not. Oh, cracky! I don't want one of those in my teeth.
No.
I said, so? He says, you're a bit too quick for that. He said, you mind just tuning it down a bit, And we were talking like this down the wicket,
Really?
Oh, yeah. I said, well, I'll bowl a bit slower, but make it look good and then miss one in about 10 minutes. But Bumble had taken his set out because he was at bat pad.
Right.
And I don't think we stopped laughing during that game.
No.
And they did never contemplate playing now.
No.
Quite rightly so.
They bowled out for about 40 or something, weren't they, in the first innings, and followed on and bowled out for 60-something.
Something silly, yeah. and it was, when we were coming off the field, I think it was Bob Taylor said, well, he said, I don't mind losing that game. He said, there's no way we were going to win it. He said, and at least there's one thing, no one got hurt.
No.
Because it just literally, if you didn't bowl a low full bunger or a full, Yorker, it'd go straight over the top of the stumps. You couldn't hit the stumps.
Really?
And it was
What was Dickie thinking of then?
Pardon?
What was Dickie thinking of then?
I don't know. It's funny, I've just signed that actual picture. Bumble had already signed it.
Oh, really?
And I've just signed it a couple of hours ago in there. And there's about, I think Frank Hayes was on it, Dickie was certainly on it,
Right.
and Bumble and myself, I think there were about 6 of us on it. Oh, Clive was on it.
Right.
And I think that was the one where Clive said it's the first time he'd ever actually touched snow. He'd come over flown over here, he'd seen it on top of the mountains and all the rest of it, but he said that's the first time I've actually got hold of some snow.
It was in June, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, June 3rd or 4th, something like that.
No, ridiculous. Cover's coming off here, by the way, so we'll be carrying on with the cricket soon enough. What do you think? You have stayed in touch with the cricket. I know you've moved away now, haven't you? You're down in Devon, aren't you now?
Devon.
Yeah. But what do you think when you sit and you watch cricket here at Old Trafford, see how it's changed? Do you like what you see, the modern game?
Oh, I like what they've done with the wicket. It is right because
to turn it round, you mean?
Yeah, sure. Because nowadays, if you don't have the breeze going across the wicket, they won't give you any money for building clubs and doing things like that. You've got to do it in a proper manner. I spent the first 7 years bowling at that end.
Right, the left hand.
Into the wind.
Yeah, which can be strong.
Because it was a fair old wind sometimes. And because Brian Statham was still playing.
Yeah.
And he couldn't bowl it. Well, he said he couldn't bowl into the wind. And he used to come tearing down the other way. And then, finally, when he retired, I thought I'll get a bit of a chance. And Ken Shuttleworth and myself used to fight each other for who came downwind and who went into the wind.
Whereas poor old Higgy?
Higgy, he then, if he couldn't get it downwind, he then went to another county.
Going to us where it did get downwind.
Yeah.
But it's some great bowlers to talk about there, Peter. I mean, Brian Statham, did you learn loads and loads from Brian Statham?
I didn't. Brian was a very shy person. He didn't come forward with a lot of suggestions for young players. I think it was his shyness as much as anything that prevented him from doing that. But he's a fabulous bowler. And I remember the first net I had, they divided them up according to ability. I was the worst bowler, just come on the staff. So I joined Brian in one net. And then Higgy, and do you remember Colin Hilden?
No, before my time, I think.
He was a bit sharp, was Colin. They went in the other net. And I remember seeing, it was those where it just scuffs the top, slightly damp, and it scuffed the top. And Brian's marks there on the wicket, you could have covered them with a dinner plate.
Really? Yeah.
And mine, you couldn't have covered them with a carpet. And I looked at it at that time and I thought, there's no way you'll ever do that. And that, rather than inspiring me, it just demoralised me for a short time.
What sort of pace was he coming down the wind?
Brian?
Yeah.
He could nip it through a bit quick, yes, he wasn't the slowest of all. I don't know, when he got his rhythm, I suppose, as much as anything, he could make them jump about a bit. Yeah.
He'd have enjoyed all this reverse swing and so on, wouldn't he, I would imagine? I mean, we didn't know about it, did we, when we played? But
He never swung a ball in his life.
Didn't he?
Right? No, he couldn't swing it. And he would, when he threw it to me, he'd said, go on, you can swing it, get on with it. And he'd refrain from bowling, and Ken Shuttleworth would be at the other end, you know.
Yeah.
Because Shutt could make it do a bit. And we'd get our chance to bowl. Yeah, but Brian, fantastic bowler, but too shy to coach you.
Now, we were talking about you yesterday. I've got to try, because I was taken a bit by surprise by us talking, so I've not got my equipment lined up here, Peter, so I'm going to have to fire it up, because your test, well, it is a test debut, although they didn't actually count it as a test, did they?
Oh.
Your first match for England, so let's put it that way, against the rest of the world.
Yes.
Look at your figures. 7 for 83.
Yeah.
Look who you got out. Eddie Barlow. Graham Pollock. Mushtaq Mohammed. Gary Sobers. Clive Lloyd. Mike Proctor.
I enjoyed that one more than anything.
Which one?
Clive Lloyd.
Oh, how'd you get him?
Got behind. Yeah.
Well, that is the most ridiculous 7 for us possibly ever been taken in international cricket, isn't it?
So I've been told in the past that it's probably the best 7. The good ones, I enjoyed it, that's for sure, because I'd never been anywhere near the testing before, and I lost a car doing it as well.
How'd you do that?
Well, do you remember at that time there was a Ford Capri GT?
Oh, very smart, yeah.
There were 3 prizes for batsmen, 1 for the labourers, the bowlers, and I got picked for that test match, and I'd already got 98 wickets. It was the first one to 100.
Right.
And Michael Buss
From Sussex?
No, was it Michael Buss?
From Sussex?
Yeah. And he said, do you want to share it? And I said, no, whoever takes it wins, you know. And then I got picked for the test match, so we didn't start till Thursday.
Oh, no.
They started on the Wednesday. And Barry Wood and Bumble had an opening partnership. I think it's still a record. I'm not sure. They got about 350 between them, you see. And I thought, oh, the car's mine, you know, if I can roll a couple over. And I didn't get on the ticket. I think I sort of got to the 100 about 10 minutes after Mr. Buss.
Oh, no.
And that would have been double my wages for the season.
And your Capri.
And your Capri.
You're not a Ford Capri man, Peter, though.
Oh, I wouldn't have swapped it for a test match.
Well, no, of course you wouldn't. But let's break in, but they're going to have an inspection here in 10 minutes. So you can manage the 10 minutes, can't you, Peter?
Yeah.
Chuttering away. Inspection in 10 minutes, and then hopefully they'll start shortly after that. But there's still plenty of time for play. They can go through to 7:30 this evening. Fingers crossed that we get more cricket. England have chosen to bat again, by the way. They've bowled Pakistan out. I can't see what the score is from here. It might be 11 for no wicket. But anyway, they're so far ahead, it's not really worth talking about. It's just a question of giving the bowlers a little bit of rest, I would imagine. Come on, then back to that day then, Peter. 7 for 83, getting all those out. Was it doing a bit, or was it just one of those days where everything just went right?
Well, it was a funny couple of days. We batted first.
Right.
I think Boyce got a few, as he usually did.
Well, don't say that.
And so I've seen him this morning. He actually gave me a hug.
Did he?
He never used to do that when I bowled at him, particularly when it came past here.
No. He has changed a bit.
Yes.
Were you a bit surprised?
He's mellowed.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't have him down as a hugger, though.
No, I've never had it as that. I've written to him a couple of times over the past few years, you know, when he wasn't very well with cancer and so on. And he sent a couple of very pleasant letters back and so on.
And I've seen him hugged by him, though, Peter. I'm not sure about being hugged by him, though.
I remember him looking up once, the first ball of a match, Sunday League, out there with ram jam full. And he looked up and he said, "Not you again." The biggest nick you've ever heard. I think all 20,000 appealed.
Lovely. And out he went.
And it reluctantly.
Oh, what a great moment.
Yeah.
But you've got still got a huge smile on your face remembering that, you see. I mean, was he? I mean, he must have been high up the list of those to get out when you were playing, wasn't he? Not boycott over.
Oh yeah. I mean, he never would give you his wicket. You knew that. Even if it was a charity game, he wouldn't get out. And I remember when the team was picked for Australia, the Railingworth team, 70-71.
Yeah.
And he said, "Lever, come here." When I saw him towards the end of the season, the team had been picked, and he said, "They're coming to Australia with me, and they can bowl at me in nets, and if you see any green, it's got to be paint." He really meant it.
I bet he meant it, because of course that tour came after the incredible after the Sevenfold, didn't it?
Yeah. That was.
You would have won the Ashes.
I had sort of one chance to do something, to get on the bus, and it was my lucky day. You know from swinging a ball that what happened was, when I got hold of the ball, first day, second day, I can't remember, but their first innings, it was humid and it swung. And I did Barlow, I think he was caught by a slip. I'm guessing here a bit. And then Mushtaq, so I got those two. That made up the 100 wickets. A wee bit too late, but...
You had your vision on that car.
Yeah, I got the keys in my hand. And then... the following day, Pollock.
Right. Well, how was that? How'd you get Pollock? Come on, how'd you get those two out? Honestly, and don't say you give it the old setups and 3-card. Just how did you? Come on, how did you get them out?
Both, yeah.
You bowled them both.
Oh yeah, in through the gate.
Left-handers straight through the gate.
Left-handers, yeah. It was swinging, and that was the day after it came in humid again. Meantime, they'd had a dry spell after tea, and they just smacked it everywhere.
Right.
Everybody went. It didn't matter what your name was, you were going to the boundary.
Yeah.
And I reminded Gary of this. 3 weeks ago, he came to Devon. He was working for the tourist board of his island, and we had a good chat about old times. And I remember him smacking me out of the arena at Trent Bridge. Never touched on the way over.
Just out of the ground?
Did not touch the stand. Straight out of the ground and came back wrapped in tarmac. Gone straight out of the place. And he started walking down the wicket at me, and he's coming down head on, face on.
Right.
And his bat across here, and he's walking in, and I didn't know what to do. It was we'd got 200 and plenty, and there was 60 odd or 70 for 6 or 7 wickets. They'd no chance.
No.
And he starts walking down the wicket, so I stopped and I said, "Where are you going?" He said, "You bowl, I'll bat." Very straightforward.
I told you.
And so I threw it wide of him next ball. It's all I could think of. And he gave me the fetch from outside off stump. It went over the long off stand at the side of the pavilion. It just disappeared. Yeah, wonderful. What a good player.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's an understatement, isn't it? A good player. He must be one of the best you ever came across.
Oh, yeah. We've Barry Wood and Jack Simmons and company, we were sitting there, and we all said the same. He's the best we've ever seen go up to a cricket ground. He was wonderful player. And if you got him out, you were a lucky man.
Yeah. But to get out Pollock and Sobers in this rest of the world match, of course, is there any way of deciding which you're most pleased with or not?
Well, it was sort of an accumulation of what I regarded before that match as, well, I still do, as genuine stars of the game. Those guys could play.
Yeah.
And I think I was just a bit lucky. You got the humidity, and it did swing in my favour, and it just happened to go in the right direction at the right time, off the seam, in the air, and so on. And I'm complimenting myself here.
That's all right. You're allowed to.
It's it was just one of those wonderful times you have in your career when you can look back on it. And it's funny, I was coaching with an Australian guy down in Devon, and lovely fella. Not many Aussies are that way inclined, but lovely man. And we have lunch about 3 or 4 times over the winter period. And he came in one day, we had lunch, and he said, I've got a present for you. And he went out to his car, came in, and he's got a disc of that day at the Oval.
You've got it, on the
when
film.
I got 7 for 80 odd. He brought the, what do you call those discs?
DVDs?
Yeah, I'll have to buy a DVD and play it.
You haven't seen it? Oh,
yeah,
Peter,
I've seen a couple of bits of it on somebody else's.
Well, I'm so glad you've got that.
Yeah.
I've just the last thought. I've got this. I've read somewhere that what you're doing now is, and it's a lovely image. You're wandering around your village in Devon, sowing wildflowers. Is that right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's my hobby. Yeah, I love planting wildflowers, and it brings a bit of colour to the village, And I've been planting them for the last few months. And the first lot that I planted back in beginning of April, those are now in flower. And the ones I've just planted last week, they're next year's.
Are they?
But yeah.
So you wander around on the verges, the grass banks.
Oh yeah, wherever there's a bit of empty soil, I throw a few seeds in and so on, and plant them, and they love them. Yeah.
Lovely. It's a lovely image, that, Peter. It really is. I'm a lucky man. I say I've got my sporting hero is a lovely guy. Thank you, Peter, for getting me into the game, which is what you did. So thank you so much. It's lovely to catch up with you again. The cover has come off, not very far off. It still looks a bit threatening over there, but at least we're going to get some cricket, I think, because some of the Pakistan bowlers are out loosening up and they're running around, all this modern paraphernalia, the mops and so on, and so hopefully we'll get some cricket fairly shortly. So I think perhaps the best thing to do is go back to the commentary box, and maybe Alison Mitchell knows more about a start time, Ali.
Hello, Aggers. Yes, we will have a start at 4:55, so just about 10 minutes time, and it's absolutely right. Stumps have been put back into the ground at one end at least. They're about to go in at the far end, and the Pakistan bowlers are already out there and in the field as well, doing some warm-ups. So, England, 11 without loss, choosing not to enforce the follow-on with a first innings lead of 391, the third highest lead in a non-timeless test when a team has chosen not to enforce the follow-on after they bowled out Pakistan for 198. Ebony Rainford Brent is alongside me, a former England World Cup winner. Ebony, are you as surprised as many about the non-enforcement of the follow-on?
Yes, I am, very much so. I mean, if I just, watching this game, you just want your team to be ruthless, don't you? You want them to really, really just get in there and cash in and take the wickets. And now with the weather around, you just feel that this game could potentially go on and on and on, and England might find themselves making a little bit of a mistake. It just gives Pakistan a bit of hope. If I went back into that changing room, I'd be thinking, England have just stuffed themselves up a little bit there.
Well, the ironic thing is, if not enforcing the follow-on was about giving the bowlers something of a rest, even though they'd only bowled 63 odd overs, they would have had a break anyway now with the rain. And it's much easier, isn't it, as the fielding side to be on and off the field rather than being the batsman and having to come on and off.
Yeah, I mean, the bowlers had bowled sort of, 15, 16 overs max. You felt that, yes, they've put in a few overs, but equally, it wasn't exhaustive. It wasn't like they couldn't come back on. And like you say, with the tea break, with the rain breaks, they would have had enough time to get refreshed here and there. So, this could end up being a little bit awkward, and England might have to find themselves, potentially, if the weather keeps playing a part, declaring on a really low score, which kind of then defeats the whole purpose, really.
Yeah, it just feels a bit odd, doesn't it, to only have 50 odd on the board, maybe. Who knows? I mean, it's a little bit about time now too. They've got until 7:30 this evening that England can bat, and we certainly felt when they decided to bat again that probably they'll bat all evening tonight and then just come back with fresh bowlers tomorrow. But equally, bowling now is sort of almost the best time. Certainly much harder for batsmen, with the lights on and murk and the weather around as well. But so the scene we have in front of us is a busy one, with the ground staff preparing the pitch once more. The hover cover is still lurking next to the pitch, but at the moment it stays dry. All the umbrellas are down, and the rope is being dragged around the outfield as well by 2 tractors. In fact, the steward's going to have to skip out of the way of the tractor there so he doesn't get mowed down. We've got then 5-6 minutes before the resumption of play, Ebony, because your dual role, as much as we hear you on the radio with us, you are Director of Women's Cricket at Surrey as well, who are taking part in the inaugural Women's Super League, which starts on Saturday as the opening match. So Surrey Stars is your team. Just to remind everyone of the structure, so there's 6 brand new teams: Surrey Stars, Lancashire Thunder, and a couple of matches here at Headingley, Yorkshire Diamonds, Loughborough Lightning, Western Storm, and the Southern Vipers. So this is a T20 tournament held between the 30th of July and the 14th of August, culminating in a finals day which is held at Chelmsford on Sunday the 21st of August. Chelmsford, always a ground which packs out and sells out for women's cricket, and there'll be lots of coverage on the BBC, on the website, and on 5 Live Sports Extra as well. So plenty of stars. I mean, this is the thing which excites me a lot about this tournament. We've just seen England playing Pakistan in a series which England won comfortably. The matches themselves were not tight encounters because there's quite a big difference between the level between England and Pakistan's women. However, when you look at these 6 teams, by the very nature of them, the England players have been spread amongst them. There are 2 overseas players spread amongst them, players from the England Academy. All these teams should be very evenly matched, with a lot of high-class players in there, and particularly looking at the overseas talent joining in as well.
Yeah, there's not one. I can't think of one player in the world that's not on that list or didn't get originally signed up. It's been an incredible process, really, because I suppose for Claire Connor at the ECB, they could have opened up the process and it didn't attract the big stars, but it has done that. The Elise Perrys are coming in. Meg Lanning was due to come in before injury. Stephanie Taylor, Dottin. All the exciting players are here, and I think the quality is fantastic. Destined to be fantastic. Like you say, compared to that Pakistan series, I think we're going to see real jewels on the pitch, and each team is going to have a wealth of international experience, at least sort of 7 or 8 players mixed with overseas plus the England players. So it's an exciting time for the domestic game. I think it proves to be quite an interesting journey. I think it'll be a roller coaster. I think it's quite hard to predict where or who's going to dominate, but it will be very interesting.
And it's a huge opportunity for a lot of the point of this new competition is to bridge the gap between women's domestic cricket and international cricket, and it gives players at the top level of the county game, plus those in the England Academy, to mix it with the likes of, well, not Lanning this time because of injury, but Elise Perry, Stefanie Taylor, Renee Farrell from Australia, Susie Bates, the Wisden leading women's cricketer of the year at the Southern Vipers. And when else would players at the England Academy, who haven't quite made it into the England team yet, when else are they going to get that sort of experience?
It wouldn't happen. It just really wouldn't happen. I mean, yes, they might get to play with the England players, but already our players came together on Monday last week, and we had Marizanne Kapp come in and join. And already you can see...
She's a former South African captain who just recently stepped down, hasn't she?
Yeah, Minya Debris. But Yeah, she's a bowler coming in. But she... I think there's a grit in a kind of experienced international pro these days. Meg Lanning, they've been there, done that. They're not fazed by it. And seeing them join the squad, there's just an automatic kind of, there's a bit of confidence about them. They know their game plans. We did some psychology sessions, and they're quite clear. And you can see the younger players already quite like soaking up everything they're saying, watching how they're going about their training. There was a real sharing of information, which has been quite exciting. So, there's no doubt that the younger players will learn so much more. We've got so 3 or 4 in the squad who will really get to learn from this.
Yeah. Well, the other thing I like about it is that it's providing new opportunities for coaching in the women's game as well. With some coaches have effectively sort of made the transition almost from the domestic county side across, but Lancashire Thunder, Bobby Cross in charge of them, Richard Pyra is in charge of Yorkshire Diamonds. You've got Richard Bedbrook, who has come from, he looks after Surrey women.
Sorry, not so much women, but he's involved in the performance setup, so he does a lot with the academy and second team.
It's part of, it provides, it's a part of the coaching pathway.
And it'll be, it's quite a big head coach role for him in the club, and what's quite exciting is from us, and I know it would have been similar with the other teams, Alex Stewart, who's our director of cricket, the legend of the game, he's very much involved in that because it all fits in part of a structure. So it's a real opportunity to for a coach coming through to be able to stake a claim.
And importantly, women coaches as well. Caroline Atkins in charge at Western Storm, and Sally Ann Briggs, who's been coaching England, coaching at the academy, involved for a long time with Loughborough Lightning, taking charge with them. I do like the branding that has been developed for these teams. We went along to a launch in Manchester City Centre just on what night? Was it Thursday night, wasn't it, just before this test match started, and we saw this logo KSL Unleashed and these splashes of colour, quite similar to the BBL, it struck me, the Big Bash in Australia, where children were asked to identify what their favourite colours were, and they came out with these bold statement colours, and these colours remind me a little of that. You've got the red for Lancashire Lightning, blue for Yorkshire Diamonds, purple Loughborough, green for Western Storm. Sorry, you've described yours as duck egg.
It is
blue.
duck egg, it is definitely duck egg, of course, sorry.
And yellow for the Southern Vipers. What I would like to see still, though, is I think this all needs to be brought together. I'd like to see it all brought together with one dedicated website. I don't know whether that is yet part of the plan before the first match on Saturday, or whether that's something that's going to come, but it did just strike me that trying to find out quickly what the KSL, what the Super League is about, who the teams are, who's in the squads, given that there is this branding and that the colours really, really distinctive, I'd like to see that translated somewhere very easily on the internet, and I couldn't find it easily. It's not to say it's not there, but if I can't find it easily, it's not quite doing the job. At the moment, I think the fixtures, I've been looking on the ECB website, the fixtures are there, but it's just listed in a very text format. Yeah, so there's a huge opportunity, because it's terrific branding they've got there to really hammer home those colours and those logos and make it really stand out. So that first match then is on Saturday, the opening game of the Super League, and it's up at Headingley. Yorkshire Diamonds against Loughborough Lightning, and Yorkshire Diamonds, I notice, do have the hashtag Shine Bright, so that's the one to use if you're on social media and want to get behind the Yorkshire Diamonds Super League team, and that match will be on 5 Live Sports Extra as well. So that is the Women's Super League getting underway on Saturday. Players are on the outfield, and we're going to start again here. 2 England batsmen come out, Alistair Cook alongside Alex Hales, 11 without loss then. The lead 402 thanks to Ebony Rainford-Brent. We'll see her again a little bit later on. Floodlights on, ideal bowling conditions. Vic Marks back in the hot seat alongside me, and England building their lead.
I was just about to say the same. It's dark, it's damp, the ball is new. And England are batting with 402 to the good.
Well, how long will they bat tonight? We've got till 7:30. Are they going to see out the evening? Are they going to stick Pakistan in again?
I doubt it. I wouldn't have thought so.
Well, here is Amir then, and he goes to Hales outside the off stump. Hales lets it go from left arm over the wicket angle, angling it across Hales' body. Well, it's a curious decision.
Well, the logic is, if there is any logic, is that if you don't enforce the follow-on with 3 9, you have to put the other side right out of the game. Which means, I guess, you've got to get a lead of about 600.
600, isn't it? Yeah.
Why otherwise, why bother? And that's unlikely to get that big tonight.
Unless...
in these conditions.
Unless you notice the weather is coming in.
Well,
Amir in again to Hales, leaves it alone outside the off stump once more. End of the over. That just finished off what we had before the rain came, so 11 without loss still. Shaking your head.
I'm actually quite seriously trying to think, because they're going to get asked, okay, could you just explain the decision? And I'm trying to put my sort of... I've never really aspired to be the media manager of the ECB. It's not really my scene. But, I mean, I'm just trying to work out what the argument is. And I haven't got there yet. Particularly when it's so grey and damp, and it's not a bad time to bowl. I just can't get there. And they've had, actually, as it's happened, they've had an hour of rain here. So if you had any time bowlers, well, they had an hour to put their feet up or go onto the physio's table. So I'm very confused, Ali.
Here's Cook, the guard outside leg stump to Rahat Ali, and he defends down towards Misbah. He moves across to his left-hand side from mid-wicket, and there's no run. It makes you feel as if England are, well, were they not as confident as we might have expected them to be about bowling Pakistan out quickly a second time, cheaply a second time? Were they therefore worried about batting last?
No.
Should Pakistan have, they would have had to have batted until deep into the
I mean, it was
second
legitimate
day.
to be worried about how you're going to bowl Pakistan out again as cheaply, because this is still quite a good surface. So the chances are it's going to be a more demanding process.
But you would have bowled them out before they got to 391. Surely, and that one has passed the edge of Cook's bat. He was looking to cut and play late.
And I don't think they can be worried about batting last on this surface, because Pakistan have got to get so many to make that challenging. I mean, and they're now absurdly, I tell you, well, we're going to have a light interruption probably, or there's a discussion about the light, and we're going to go off.
Again.
Oh, it's raining, is
that
it?
was the ooh and the boo from the crowd, and so it's been a very short-lived affair. 4 deliveries, and off we go again. And
I mean, this is making a nonsense of it as well, to be honest.
It is.
So I can't. I mean, the only other surmise you can have is that they, in the England dressing room, they are fretful about the fitness of some of their bowlers.
Which would be the thing that's the unknown that we are not privy to.
But they shouldn't be, because you don't play bowlers who aren't fit.
I mean, the other thing about these have been back-to-back Test matches. Yes, there was a bonus day off because the Lord's match finished a day early. But you would think as well, with them being back-to-back, that an opportunity to finish this match a day earlier again. You would be eager to finish as soon as possible.
I agree with you. But anyway,
so
so
we're clutching at straws
frankly,
to try and understand the dressing room mindset.
We are all just trying to work out the thinking, and we're none of us, I think, successful in trying to find the reasoned argument for having another bat. But still, there we go.
And it is raining, and the hobby cover is being brought back
And
on.
it's all the more infuriating from the England camp that, we're just losing time because of rain now. And England are obliged to use up another couple hours. We may have to wait till tomorrow to make themselves absolutely impregnable before starting to bowl again, when presumably the sunshine will be out tomorrow, possibly. I don't know.
Yep.
Well, let's hope so from an England perspective, actually.
Now you've started batting, you have to continue, don't you?
Yeah.
For a while at least.
We'll see how it unfolds, but I mean, at the moment there'll be no play, whether you followed on or you hadn't followed on. The covers are whisking on again. It's quite grey. The floodlights are on.
Problem is, if you had followed on, you're always still safe, aren't you? Because even if the opposition were to bat long,
I can't think it was a case of insecurity about the game. I mean, you're 391 runs ahead. Just to get even, Pakistan would have to bat in well into the 5th day to get alongside you. But I mean, I don't suppose it's a problem that you've come across very frequently, Ebony.
Ebony Rain for Brent back alongside
following on, I mean, I know you played a lot of one-day cricket, and a few Test matches. Have you ever?
No. The closest we got to was declaration cricket, but it's still. Look, this is. I have to be honest. For a lot of reasons, the weather is frustrating, but you want England to be ruthless, don't you? I think that's the key. As an England fan, you want to see them, get stuck straight in and really back their bowlers to go back. And I still, looking at the bowlers, I felt Stokes and Woakes in particular hit the pitch harder than anyone else else, really. We saw they got some good lift, and that didn't really die down, towards the end of they've bowled 16 overs, which is, it's not an extensive amount. It's, it's overs, but it's not.
And well, as the innings was going on, the Pakistan innings, and there was a bit of a rally from Wahab Riaz and Misbah, but you also noticed that there was no Anderson, there was no Broad. So you just assumed that Cook was saying, well, I don't want to use them because I'll be using a new ball again shortly, so we'll keep them out of the attack, and we'll have Woakes and Stokes with a bit of Moeen, who eventually got the last 2. So you assumed that he was just preserving his trusted new ball bowlers to have another go at the Pakistan openers before too long. At one point, I think Cook came off the field, and he must have had a chat.
Yep. Consulted with the senior management.
Not with the meteorologist. There should be a team meteorologist, shouldn't there?
Well, they have
or if there is one, he should be sacked.
He's not planned it very well, has he?
No. Because I'm sure if factored into their decision is the possibility that we're going to lose, I don't know, a couple hours play this afternoon, when the bowlers can put their feet up anyway, they wouldn't have come to the same conclusion. But anyway, I'm not the only old player. I mean, players of my generation, they like following on. They like to enforce it. They like to keep the game moving.
But I think the spectators would like to see the game kept moving as well, and keep the foot on the throttle.
I mean, the last time this cropped up in England,
I'm thinking Headingley.
2013, the game we've just been looking at downstairs, and I got puzzled because it was against New Zealand, and the lead was only 180, and then we worked out that the first day was completely washed out. So if it's a 4-day game, the follow-on is reduced from 200 to 150. And controversially, England didn't enforce, and they got home just. The weather was a bit dicey, and they just about did it. And I've just seen some Alistair Cook quotes, which will probably be repeated. Everything's absolutely fine. It's now 1-all, decision justified. But what happened in that game, and it sort of could apply in this one, it was poor old Nick Compton's agony, because he went out to bat in that third innings, and he spent ages getting 7 or 8. And it was the last nail, actually. They dropped him after that.
That's right.
And he was sort of tortured by the situation. He knew he had to get on with it, and he couldn't quite manage to get going, and he ended up getting a horrible 7 and was dropped for the Ashes series thereafter. This time round, you've got a few players, particularly Vince perhaps, who's in a similar position, that we're going to have another look at him. He's unlikely, I think, to sort of go ultra defensive, given the situation, given the way he plays. But there's, he's suddenly under the scrutiny again. So there'll be a sort of macabre interest if he gets in of how Vince goes, and maybe how Balance goes, up to a point how Hales goes. But it shouldn't be about that. It should be about winning the game as quick as you can.
And it goes one of two ways, doesn't it? If you want to have another look at a batsman, he's batting in a very different situation. If it gets to a point where they think we actually want to get some quick runs, and then he's out, with an expansive drive and a nick or what have you. You have to take that judgment on its merits.
I cannot believe in this instance they're doing this so that they can
add quick runs.
Give certain batsmen another opportunity and give themselves another opportunity to look at them.
And there's nothing worse as a batter anyway as the breaks, the start, stop. So, this is not, if I was Vince sat in that changing room right now, I wouldn't be thinking this is my ideal opportunity here, because over the next few days it's going to be start, stop. So even if you get in, you have to start again. This is perfect for the bowlers. You get a little rest, you can come out again, find your line, you've got a new ball, maybe a bit of swing in the air. This is not set up for Vince and Balance to really express themselves.
I'm trying to recall the interview that Aggers did with Andy Flower at the end of that Headingley match, and asked. It was a little
punchy,
terse,
wasn't it?
Maybe. But I'm trying to think though. What sticks in my mind is whether I have a feeling that Andy Flower was saying that they don't take the weather into account.
Well, that can't be.
Surely
he must have done. You've got to do that nowadays. I mean, you can't always trust him, but clearly, by contrast, although I don't think I was there was a match in New Zealand, Wellington, where England had a big lead. But they might not wanted to have enforced the follow-on, but they knew there was a Hooley coming in on the 5th day. So they enforced the follow-on. I don't think they won the game in the end. But they knew the weather dictated that's what they had to do. And you're bound to take the weather into consideration. Bound to.
Yeah, and this is a murky on-off day. It has been
They were
throughout the
defensive
day.
about that. They did get home, though, England, but there was rain about. I remember it being all a bit tetchy. And I suppose one should throw into the cauldron the fact is that, in many ways, we don't look forward to this third innings because it seems a bit meaningless and a waste of time. And a lot of us like a short game now and again.
Good game's a quick game.
Yeah. But trying to put all that aside and be, as objective as you can, I still can't fathom how they've reached this decision.
I'm looking forward to the post-play interviews this evening. I mean, we won't get to speak to the captain, but surely there'll be some insight. Yes, someone's going to have to come and answer the pertinent questions. Who will be put up tonight? I mean, Woakes has taken another 4 for today.
Well,
Stokes took a couple, was bowling quick, wasn't he? He bowled up to 88
Yeah,
at one point today.
he looked good.
Yeah.
The ball fizzed off the turf.
I wouldn't put Stokes up. He might say, actually, I fancied a bowl again.
Yeah, he might say, well, I've been thinking that as well.
We're wondering what we're doing.
Is it a Paul Farbrace day?
No, it can't be that. I mean, actually, they usually turn to Warwickshire because in the older days, when they'd had a slightly dodgy day, but they wanted to put a sort of safe pair of lips out, Ian Bell would go out and would be very nice and not stir the pot.
Say all the right things.
And I should imagine Chris Woakes is quite capable of doing
Set up
that.
nicely for him too, isn't it?
Yes.
But I hope he's briefed, actually.
Could they put you out to the media, Vic?
Well, all those years ago, they didn't bother with all this. Quite such an extensive So I would have quite enjoyed it on certain days, but no, it didn't happen quite so often then.
But I'm sure
he should be briefed.
because he would not have been part of the decision-making process.
But someone
he
will
needs
need to tell him.
Yes.
Because I know
This is the
they're
message
downstairs and they're going to want an explanation because they're all a bit puzzled down there. So he needs, if it is, say, Chris Woakes, he should be given a little forewarning, if nothing else.
Poor Chris Woakes.
Well, I'm not saying
look forward to his
it
press
might not
conference
be,
this
but,
evening, isn't he?
You can usually work out from the performances of the day who it might be, and he's obviously a candidate.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Woakes bowled well, 4 for 67, Stokes 2 for 39. Moeen helped to mop up really, but he did get whacked for 6 by Wahab. 2 for 43 off 7.4 overs that he bowled.
Well, it was quite important, I think, that Mo got those 2 wickets because, he's been tormented by Misbah, but now we can see...
They love him, don't they? I mean, he comes on and the sweep and reverse sweep comes out.
Yeah.
So he could have had his confidence dented. As it happened, he got both of them in the old leg trap.
He got Moeen, he got Misbah at Lords as well, didn't
That's
he?
right,
So
Moeen has got a bunny
feathers.
at last, and it's Misbah. Or is it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, a couple of feathers in his cap.
But getting those 2 wickets was quite important for him, I'm sure, and it'll help him in the second innings if we ever get there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the scene here at Old Trafford is that the covers are on. We haven't got the covers square of the wicket, though, so we haven't gone 100% tarpaulin.
No.
And has it actually stopped raining? I think
it has.
Very,
not
very
many
light.
umbrellas up, are there?
No, but the ground staff are not showing any signs of activity, standing in a cluster at the end of the hover cover at the moment. Those in fancy dress over in the party stand up on their feet, finding a few chants and entertaining themselves. People are still game enough to sit outdoors on the sofas over there as well, in front of the old press box. You would have spent many an hour, Vic, wouldn't you, in that press box over the years?
Yeah,
when the pitch was 90 degrees the other way.
You had to remember to bring your hat because the sun
Well, it
zoomed
set,
in.
didn't it, in the...
set over there.
Set in the west, as it all usually
amazingly.
does.
And so it would zoom into that press box at about 5 o'clock when you're just getting down to business. You couldn't see much.
That was one of the problems, wasn't it? Now and again, the sun would be setting in the batsman's eyes.
I suppose so, but it had been like that for about 100 years or more. So,
Is it Derby as well, they've had that problem
they switched
as well.
it. Yeah, but it's taken a long time to adjust it, a century or more before anyone was too bothered.
Maybe no one was games complain in years gone by, I don't know. But our building used to be that side as well, wasn't it? The huge media boxes that we worked in until this redevelopment, and then still redevelopments to come because to the left of the Victorian Pavilion we've got the pillar box red building of the Point, and then a replica of that is going up, but there's no evidence of it quite materialising yet. The crane's in where it's a proper building site at the moment. Yes, it'll be symmetrical in the end to look at it. But inside the pavilion as well.
Is it a hotel? That's going to be a hotel.
Hotel? Is it not
or what?
Is it not a Point building as well?
Well, I don't know. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's going to have a sort of symmetry.
Well, it's all full of porter cabins at the moment, isn't it? A full-on building site. Will be a hotel as well.
Yeah.
Yes. But
probably a red hotel.
It would have to be, wouldn't it? It would have to be to match Lancashire. So we're waiting to see if we're going to have another inspection at some point soon. 7:30 we can play until. The crowd today has been sparser than the first couple of days. It's still a weekend day, isn't it? But the weather forecast would have put quite a number of people off today. We had 17,000 in yesterday, which was a bit of an increase on day one. But Pakistan, here we go. Umpires coming out. Rod Tucker and Kumar Dharmasena making their way out to the middle. So hopefully, it looks to have stopped raining. So we'll bring you news as soon as we've got it if we're going to have another restart. But Pakistan must have been also scratching their heads somewhat at being asked to come back out and field as well, wouldn't they? And their bowlers would have been, those who weren't out there batting, kind of almost not got their head properly in gear, not knowing what's going to happen.
Maybe not. Maybe they saw that coming. I don't know. But one of the things you always say, isn't it, when you're making a decision, well, what would the opposition least like us to do? And I'm just trying to put myself in Pakistan's shoes. And I think, I obviously think that they would least likely to go out and bat under heavy grey clouds with the floodlights on with a bit of dampness around. I suspect they would think that, there's a little respite. We've got to go and field. But the real challenge that awaits, which is the fourth innings of this match, has been delayed, and we've got a bit of sort of gathering ourselves time.
Yeah. Here's a suggestion from Graham Pettingill on email. Did Cook want to give Hales and Vince opportunities to get test match runs when there's little or no pressure on them? They both need big scores to justify their places in the team. He says, unfortunately, there does not seem to be a queue of batsmen in county cricket to take their places. We've sort of touched on this a bit, haven't we? That we surely can't be taking a match decision based on giving individuals another go.
For me, Test cricket is about going out and winning your games, and yes, you want to find out about players, but equally you find out about them when they're actually under the pump in pressure. So we talked about Joe Root, for example. Can he handle the move to number 3? Well, he's had a couple of opportunities and he's showing, yes, I am capable. For me, you determine that, not in a game where you're nearly 400 runs ahead and your innings as such is almost irrelevant, and it's only a matter of time. That's for me is not a good judge on character and how they handle pressure. So maybe Cook was thinking about giving them more time, but personally I don't think that's the best way to understand about your player.
I don't think that would be the case. I also don't even think that the likes of Vince and Balance and maybe Hales would think they're going out there without any pressure on. Don't you worry, they'll still think there's pressure on.
Well, almost more so if you think a decision's been based around you and your place.
So, but I can't believe that would be a reason why they would go that way. The first priority is to win the game, not to give X and Y an opportunity to demonstrate that they're good players.
But we are trying to look at this from every conceivable angle, aren't we? To try and get inside the head of that man we're seeing on our TV screens there, Alistair Cook, who's now watching a laptop and maybe watching his own innings.
Maybe Cook wants some more runs. Maybe he's trying to get up to 11,000 quicker or something. Maybe he's like, look, this is my time to cash in. Got a couple of days here.
I'm feeling quite good. I don't think so.
Root wants to beat Virat Kohli to a few more little records or something. Maybe it's...
Yeah. Oh, it's difficult to know, but it's going to be interesting then to see what gets said at the end of the day's play today.
What's happening out there? The umpires are going off. Neil Mallender is a sort of middleman there who liaises with the ground staff, who don't appear to be about to do anything.
No, still looking pretty inactive, aren't they? And that's not a promising sign. Maybe the umpires have a reliable weather radar and they think some more is coming, but neither Rod Tucker nor Kumar Dharmasena are walking off with any purpose.
It's dark.
Swinging her umbrella. It's gloomy as well, isn't it? The floodlights are on. Well, maybe we won't play till 7:30 at all, because maybe they'll get called off a lot earlier if there's further rain, or if they just think it gets darker. But it's only 5:15 at the moment, so we're not going to be thinking in the calling off territory anytime in the near future.
There's a very ancient parallel here. But I have to take you back to 1959, Alison, when England were playing against India here, and in those days especially, just as possibly they wanted to maximise the income that they could get from Test cricket, and the game probably wasn't as wealthy then as it is now. And Colin Cowdrey, the England captain, announced to the public on, say, the second evening that he would not be enforcing the follow-on. The game would be going on, therefore, for much longer, and please come along. So he didn't enforce the follow-on with a lead of 280. But that was, I think, partly, well, I don't know, it's a long time ago, but there was an element from the authorities said, we need this game to go on a bit longer, we need the dosh. And the Manchester public need to be entertained. So with a lead of 280, the follow-on, as predicted by Captain Cowdrey, was not enforced, and the game proceeded. England won in the end.
Well, we did pose the question earlier as to whether England are doing their bit for 5-day test cricket. Make sure the day goes into a fifth day, with questions lurking about whether... Well, a vote is seemingly going to take place in September, isn't it, for 4-day test cricket? And if the reports in the papers are true, it seems... Sorry, go on.
Sorry, yeah, it used to be compulsory to enforce the follow-on until about 1900 or something like that. I'm looking to Andrew, but there was a time where there were no options. You had to do it. Sadly, those days are gone.
But it gives us something to talk about, doesn't it? Because how boring would life be if we weren't trying to understand the thinking of the dressing room, which we can't possibly get on top of at the moment. Andrew's going to give us the exact dates.
I'm not actually sure what the exact dates were, but it's got towards the end of the 19th century, in that when the follow-on was compulsory, people used to give away runs so that they didn't have to enforce the follow-on. And eventually that was why it was changed to making it a choice.
And there was a time where you couldn't declare, wasn't there?
Very early days, yeah.
Yeah. Well, so we wait to see. Still inertia out there in the middle then about as to whether we're going to have a resumption of play. And so certainly no rain around at the moment. No umbrellas are up. Spectators sitting around in their seats, and it's just all a little bit frustrating now, isn't it?
There's been some good singing today, though. I'll give them that.
Well, there has.
Some really good, I don't even know what the songs are, but they've really got into it.
Yeah. Well, I'll remind you what has happened throughout the day. If you are, perhaps, it's a Sunday afternoon, might be coming in after a day out to catch up on proceedings. And, well, it was a very good performance from England with the ball, and some pretty woeful batting at times from Pakistan this morning. But they resumed on day 3 at 57 for 4, so still a huge 532 runs behind. And, well, Woakes and Stokes bowled well with good pace, and it was in fact the 5th wicket to fall was taken by Anderson. Again, he and Broad started off much better than they had with the new ball at the start of the Pakistan innings, and found a much tighter channel on off stump. Batsmen were forced to play a lot more, and Anderson got a little bit of extra bounce, and Shan Masood was caught by Root at second slip for 39. Root went on to take 4 catches in the innings as well, which would remind us of that record, Andrew. Joe Root's four slip catches in the innings to go with his 250. It was a little nota bene for him, wasn't it?
Well, he was the first to score a 250 and take 3 catches in an innings in a test match. And he's just the third to score double 100 and take 4, along with Bobby Simpson and Jacques Kallis.
So another little fillip for Joe Root, alongside his 250. Anderson got that wicket with a little bit of extra bounce. Stuart Broad then dismissed Asad Shafiq, who drove at one and wide of the off stump, and Alex Hales took the catch at point. He made just 4. Shafiq, who had been one of the better of the Pakistan batsmen at Lords, certainly 73. He got there in the first innings and had looked very accomplished. Sarfraz Ahmad made 26. He was a wicket to fall to Ben Stokes, and that was another catch to Root at second slip. Just went back of the length, Stokes, and Root took the catch at chest height. Yasir Shah came in, made just 1 off the 11 balls that he faced, again caught by Root at second slip off Woakes. That was 8 down Pakistan. And then there was something of a rather irritating, as far as England are concerned, irritating partnership for the 9th wicket, a stand of 60 between Misbah and Wahab Riaz. So those two stuck around for a while until Misbah was out, caught by Cook at short fine leg off Moeen, who was going for a sweep, top-edged it. He'd made 52 runs by that stage, so 179 for 9, but Pakistan still way behind England at that point. And then the final wicket fell also to Moeen. Wahab Riaz out for 39 in the end. A test best for him, no less. He'd whacked Moeen for 6 as well, for good measure, but then was caught in the deep by Alex Hales. So 198 all out, and England taking that first innings lead of 391. Then came the moments which we've been discussing ever since, when Alistair Cook jogged off into the pavilion, getting ready to put his pads on. And England duly began batting again. And no sooner did they come out, faced a few overs, then the rain came back out again, another couple of overs, and the rain came back once more. So 11 without loss is where we are, and England leading by 402. But we'll chat a little bit more up here in the commentary box, but we will first of all check on today's other cricket around the country and catch up on some of the county action. And we can go over to Lords because Dan Norcross is there watching Middlesex against Kent. How are you doing, Dan? Give us an update.
Well, I'm doing fine. It's Royal London One Day Cup fixtures, as I've been telling you about a bit during the day. It's not the fifth round, but it's the fifth matches for everybody. And here at Lords, well, Middlesex are cruising to victory. They need 239 to win. They're 161 for 2. Paul Sterling is 92 not out. I've never seen him score 100 in the flesh, but I think he might today. And Owen Morgan, England's one-day captain, is 60 not out at the other end. There are plenty of overs, 16 overs remaining, so you'd expect Middlesex to cruise to victory. At Chelmsford, Essex are 182 for 5, chasing 314 to beat Surrey, but Jesse Ryder's the problem for Surrey. He's still there on 108. Sussex require 84 from the final 10 overs to beat Gloucestershire. Harry Finch is unbeaten on 60, so that's bubbling up to quite an exciting game. Glamorgan chasing 323 to beat Somerset. They're 167 for 4 in the 29th over. That also looks quite fun. And Iron Donald, you remember, he hit that amazing 230-odd in 130-odd balls at Colwyn Bay. He's still there on 37 not out. So they'll be hopeful they can just about get over the line. Warwickshire, well, they've already beaten Worcestershire by 8 wickets. They dismissed Worcestershire for 115 and cruised home in the 23rd over. Yorkshire have also won. They beat Leicester by 192 runs. You recall Travis Head scored 175 and Jack Leaning also got 100. Durham are about to lose to Northants. They're 185 for 9, needing a virtually impossible 171 to win in 17 overs with 1 wicket in hand. And finally at Welbeck, Notts set Derbyshire 341 to win. They're 237 for 7 with 10 overs remaining. And I'll just give you the Lions score because that's bubbling up quite nicely as well. England got 324 for 8, propelled of course by that wonderful innings of Sam Billings of 175. And Pakistan A, they're 212 for 4 in response. They need another 113 to win from 13.3 overs. So that's looking pretty exciting down there at Canterbury.
Okay, Dan, thank you very much. Well, good to see that there is a lot of play going on around the country, and we have reached a state of momentary inertia here at Old Trafford with the covers on. I do notice, though, that umpire Neil Mallender out there, the fourth umpire, has just put his golf umbrella up again, as have several people around the ground. So a little bit more drizzle back in the air, which is unfortunate. But England 11 without loss, leading by 402 as we're at 5:25 in the evening on day 3 of this match. Michael Vaughan is back with us again, and Ebony Rainford-Brent here as well. That glum look on your face, Michael.
It's quite grim out there, actually.
It is
grim.
I've
just looked over the back, and you're just looking over the party stand to our left. It's if it does stop, I'd say that bad light is definitely going to come into play as well. It's a gloomy afternoon, isn't it?
Makes it more and more curious, the decision
it's a ridiculous decision.
Well, we'll leave that for the moment because I think we've probably done it as much as we can for the moment, but it's going to be fascinating to hear the view direct from the England dressing room with those interviews at the close of play, and you'll be able to get those here on the programme and indeed in the podcast at the close of play as well with Jeffrey and Aggers. Michael, I want to take you back to actually the last time England lost to Pakistan here at Old Trafford, which was 2001, which was a match you played in, wasn't it? A match that Saqlain Mushtaq is here working as a spin consultant with England. It was a match where he ran through England, took 6 wickets in the match, a number of which were no balls towards the end. Do you remember that game?
Yeah, I think Shep was umpiring. Is that
right?
Was that his last Test match?
I'm not sure whether it was his last. It was
last Test matches. Yeah, and it was in the days where obviously we had our dressing rooms in the old pavilion, and the wicket obviously was square on, so we could see, and we were on that balcony, and we were calling out. It was we were trying to get the attention because it was evident from where we were sat watching that Saqlain was always close to the line, and he was going over that line on a regular basis, and I think he got 2 or 3 wickets with it. So
yeah, well, he got 2 for 80 first innings, but 4 for 74 in the second innings. Here we go. Found the
I'd love to if you can find out what was the score at tea. I thought we were comfortably batting out for the draw at tea on the last day.
Tea on day 5. Doesn't have it on the scorecard we've got here. Andrew might be able to.
I know we had a real collapse. It was you know, it typifies Pakistan really when they get on top, and particularly with the old ball, and it was a spinning wicket. They just got one, and then they just kind of ran through us. It was an avalanche really. You just can't stop it when they suddenly start getting it going, and you know, they were helped by the fact that Saqlain was able to bowl so many balls that should have been called. But it was a good Test match. I think I got that was my first 100.
Got first innings?
Yes, I think I got
120.
Yes, I did. That was my first Test match 100. I remember bringing it up. I think it was on 95, and I clipped one to third man. Well, it might have been 96 or something, or maybe 94. Clipped one to third man, and Wasim was just being a bit dozy, so I decided to take him on to get a second. And he just panicked and he flung the ball. So I'd run 2, and he flung the ball over the keeper, and there was no one backing up, and it went for 4, and I got a 6, and I got my first. And no one realised in the ground really. They were having to work out how many did he get for that. He went, oh, he's actually just got a 6. I've now got a century.
Nice one. Graham Thorpe 138 as well before he was run out. Do you remember that? Run out. Inzamam had scored 100 as well in the first innings, so 403 played, 357.
Pakistan, yeah, they batted for. What's going on
a bit
there?
of activity. Cover's being brought off.
Ooh.
So hopefully we'll have some play again imminently. Andrew, if you found out what that score at tea was and what the collapse subsequently was.
196 for 2, England were at tea. Just Gothic on 112 and Thorpe going well, and all out for 261.
Yeah, not happy dressing room after that.
So yeah, they just got. I need to see the scorecard. I'm trying to think of some of the dismissals. Yeah. Wasim Akram Eldridge.
Well, Alex Stewart got an
Saqlain.
LB, so he was recalling that during the Lord's Test match. We were
Thorpe bowled
discussing this
Waqar.
one.
Yeah, they just ran in and got it reversing, and then Saqlain was. You always knew Saqlain had a little bit of a buzz when that run up got a little bit quicker, and he had energy and just bounced. And bowled that terrific Dusra.
How many times did you tour Pakistan? So you were on England's just that last one in 2000.
Twice. So I was there when we won. When we had the famous
Karachi in the dark.
Yeah. I was one of the 12th men moving the side screens because they were going over and round to try and delay time, and we were sent out there. I think Hoggard was there. I think Paul Nixon might have been the reserve keeper. I think Freddie Flintoff was not playing as well. I think 2 at each end to monitor the side screen, and we were there pushing it.
Pushing in the side screen.
We felt
Brilliant.
that we did as much as a 12th man could possibly do to win a Test match. It was that was a really good series.
I hope you were congratulated on your efforts afterwards.
Yes, I was. I remember Gilo bowling really well in that series. Crofty was there. Thorpe was the match winner. Really, he
Those are
played.
famous images,
we won
aren't
in
they,
Sri Lanka as well, and that
dark.
was down to Thorpe's batting in the middle. He just had a wonderful way of playing spin, and you know, again, he'll be the first to admit it was the time when Murali didn't have the Dusra, so playing in Sri Lanka, you know, he had that massive off spinner, and he was very good at sweeping Murali and also just waiting for that cut shot, so there was no threat of the ball coming back into him. And then the next time we went, he was there with Trescothick, and they were saying, oh, it's a nightmare, because they couldn't pick him, and he was bowling over the wicket, and he was landing it on the stumps and then just bringing it back, and they were like playing for the big off spin, and it was doing them on a regular occurrence. So yeah, he was a great player at spin, and when you look at that 100 in the first innings, he was always someone that you liked to bat with, because he was good fun, you know, but he played it in an aggressive way, and you know, you always felt that he was controlling the game when he was out there.
Did you get out and about much in Pakistan on that tour? Because 2005, that was suddenly by then the nature of touring with the security had really changed, hadn't it? Because that was quite soon after the 7/7 bombings in London. You just won the Ashes. It was a big tour to then go on in the winter, but the tour was, I remember, hugely high security, wasn't it? Going from the hotel in Karachi in particular to the ground. But I wonder how different it was in 01.
Well, brilliant in 01. We went to play in Peshawar, you know, right up there in the north, and I remember going on a day trip when we went out walking on the Khyber Pass, and someone said, you know, whose house is that? And it was Osama bin Laden's house.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, that was his house, and I always obviously went, did some more research on him, and you know, all the guards were there, and we strolled around just looking at all the different things. I remember going with Trescothick. You know, the second time in 05, I remember there was an earthquake. There was me and Trescothick went up in a helicopter to deliver some goods and kits, and
that was on the 05.
Yeah,
wasn't it? Yeah, so I remember that.
It was a very interesting place to tour.
Just to tell everybody, there will be a restart at 5:40, so 10 minutes time, just under that, and the tarpaulins have been taken off, waiting for the hover cover now to be pulled away, and then the stumps will go back into the ground and we'll get underway once more. England's lead 402 to remind you, after they opted not to enforce the follow on. They're batting again, 11 without loss. Cook and Hales at the crease.
It's interesting because England now have got to go out there and just swing. They've got to get the runs now. They've just got to go out and say, right, what do we need? Just get the ball crashed around and make sure that they do the batting today. You know, if they do get, how many overs left, Andrew?
Well, there were 36 when they went off, but it's probably another few have gone by now. Another 8 to know, so we've been off for 34 minutes. So probably no more than 25 at the most, I would think.
Yeah, they've just got to make sure that those 25 overs today are the 25 overs that they bat.
Yeah, and they're productive overs.
Yeah, just get on and smash it around a bit.
Make it worth batting again.
You know, they don't want to lose any more time, and they certainly don't want to arrive tomorrow. And you know, they're lucky so far that the rain that has come has been very light, so it's having no effect on the outfield. This outfield, I don't think, will survive a deluge of 2 or 3 hours of rain. So tomorrow, if it does rain, it comes down heavy. I mean, you look at all the bare patches from the concert, and it was very moist on day one, and it's still quite soft underfoot. It wouldn't take a great deal to delay the match by quite a bit if it did come down in a heavier kind of format. So England have just got to make sure they get the batting done today.
Yeah, the super stoppers were hard at work during the last rain delay, less so this one, but there were some really spongy patches down here at our media centre side of the ground. But just going back to the 2005 trip, I remember when that earthquake struck. It was in the middle of the night, and I, you know, living in England, you rarely live through earthquakes, but I woke up because the bed was shaking. And I woke up and I immediately, it felt as if the noise I heard sounded as if a lorry had driven into the hotel. It was like a big bang almost, and then the shaking. And immediately, though, once the shaking stopped, switch on the TV, and instantly, you know, rolling news, earthquake, 8 points, whatever it was on the Richter scale. But it was in Afghanistan, I remember. You know, and we were over in the east of Pakistan in Lahore. I just thought astounding that you can be that far away from the epicentre of a quake and still feel those aftershocks.
Yeah.
That must have been really quite moving to take a helicopter.
Yeah,
and
it was.
take supplies into that area.
Yeah, it was. You know, a trip that I'll always remember. You know, you don't want to make those trips, but you know, me and Trescothick thought, you know, it was only right that we went and just give them a little bit. We gave them a load of food and goodies and big bagfuls of cricket kit. We actually played a game of cricket there. We just had a game, with a load of the youngsters and the kids in the area. It was. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame, obviously, with what's happened that teams can't tour Pakistan, because it was completely different to even India, different to Sri Lanka. It's just a different part of the world that's, you know, particularly the cricket feels so much different. The wickets and the passion there in the grounds.
Played the warm-up match at the Baggy Jinnah Gardens, didn't you, in Lahore?
Yes,
it's a very peaceful setting, really. Very green,
you always
leafy.
Found that of all the, you know, in India, you go to India and there's all these young spinners wanting to bowl at you in the nets. You go to Pakistan, there's all these showy Bakhtar wannabes, you know, and they charge in and they think, I don't really want to face this, and then I'm just trying to get a few out the middle of the bat, but they charge in because they want to make an impression of you, and as soon as they bowl at you in the nets, they go, do county cricket, you know, can you give me a county? Yeah, and you're going, well, no, I can't really help you out there, because, you know, you need to come and play in the leagues, and they're always after opportunities, so they try so hard because they're trying to impress you. I think what's going to be very interesting tonight, Ali, with the cloud, if it's that we'll get to a stage where it'll be bad light, and that's where this following on and England batting is going to be silly, because England will say, oh, we'll batting, but they have to come off. You know, they have to get the reading. They'll say, right, that is it, it's dark, and that's the reading that they take into tomorrow if it comes around, and then on the last day, and we potentially might be strolling off the pitch with England desperately wanting to stay out there to get some more runs. So it's become a little bit of a farce this afternoon, I'm afraid.
Well, I wonder what the forecast for tomorrow, I think, is similar to today, isn't it? So it's still, in a sense, if we come back and it's murky again tomorrow, and what would be would seem to compound the decision against England is if the sun suddenly comes out tomorrow when they've got to come out and get bowling against Pakistan. But the forecast,
yeah, I think there's a bit of cloud around for the next couple of days. As I said, this ground just doesn't need a real heavy downpour for an hour or so, because it would take a bit of time out of the game. You know, I would think a few hours would be taken out of the game if that happened.
Yeah. Well, we're getting underway in 5 minutes' time here. Pakistan players are on the boundary edge here, on the edge of the outfield, doing some stretching, limbering up. I haven't been outside actually to know what the actual temperature is like out there. I mean, it looks murky, but probably not on the cold side, I'll suggest looking out and just looking at what people are wearing in the stands. But a number of jumpers being sported by the Pakistan fielders there, long sleeves, some of them with those long-sleeved skins, the lycra tops as well. So they're limbering up and warming up, and the stumps are in the ground, and so play will be getting underway again very shortly. They're still enjoying themselves over in the stand of the fancy dress and keeping their spirits up. So we can play until 7:30. Whether we get there with the lights, we will see.
I don't trust many with the weather. Ian Botham is useless, but Jonathan Agnew is usually quite good.
Well, he's got that pilot.
Yes,
it's because he's got the pilot qualification.
He's just...
he does like a good radar.
He just said that there are showers forecast tomorrow, so we could get some delays, which, again, is... There's all the brains and all the science in the world, but for someone not to just check a forecast seems very, very strange to me.
Maybe they did. We'll find out the answers after play. Anyway, here come the two opening batsmen for England, Alex Hales and Alistair Cook. Mike, I'll leave you for another few thoughts, and then I'm going to hand over to Blowers for commentary.
Yeah, Pakistan are out there. A bit more sawdust put at the end of the run-ups. I'm sure Pakistan won't be rushing through their overs. I don't think they're going to be racing around. Let's just see the approach that Hales and Cook bring out. They've just got to get on with it, Henry.
Well, I know, it's extraordinary, isn't it? Now, look, I want to go back to one thing in this declaration business. I wonder when a follow-on... I should have said follow-on rather than declaration. When was a follow-on invented? When was the first follow-on in first-class cricket?
It was invented quite early, the early days. I don't know the exact year, but it's...
I mean, in the 19th century?
In the 19th century.
It was it. Yes. And in those days, would I be right in thinking, Andrew, that it was almost... It wasn't obviously obligatory, but no one ducked it.
Well, it was early. It was obligatory for quite a while until it changed in the late 19th century to make it a choice.
It became a choice before the turn of 1900, did it?
Also,
before that, yeah.
When it was brought in, it had to happen. That's interesting.
But there have been anyway, here we are, we're about to start. It's Rahat coming in now, bowling to Cook. Cook plays that one away firmly, just behind square on the offside. It goes out to the field there at deep backward point, and they run a single, and so we are underway. 12 for no wicket. Cook has 10, and I wonder if I'm sure he does have an exact idea of what, at the end of the match press conference, he's going to have quite a time, isn't he?
It'll be fine if he wins.
Well, if he wins, exactly.
Absolutely fine.
But there have been one or two extraordinary matches, and there's one particularly famous one, which I think was played at Edgbaston when Warwickshire played Hampshire. This was actually thinking in the 1920s when Lord Tennyson was captain of Hampshire. More of that in a moment, because Rahat Ali is in, bowls, and Hales goes to turn that around the corner, and Cook is scampering for a run, has to go running back, and indeed it was Shafiq from the gully, came forward, picked the ball up in a silly point position, threw down the stumps at the bowler's end, but Cook would run a run and a half then, just about got in. The ball was hit Hales, bounced out just on the offside. Cook thought there was a run and was coming down the pitch. Hales did not respond, and Cook was jolly nearly stranded. Good throw by Shafiq, but he had a long way to run to pick the ball up, and Cook had time to get back. So an incident already, Andrew. I'll come back to that in just a moment, because Rahat Ali is coming in again to Hales. He's up to the wicket now. Hales goes back, edges that into his pad. It trickles down into the gully. Shafiq comes forward to pick it up again, and there is no run.
Well, he's doing a bit. There's a bit of shape back into Alex Hales, a bit of swing, and then a bit more nip off the surface. You're bound to get a bit of movement in these conditions. Absolutely perfect for bowling.
And Rahat Ali gets the seagull, a rather thoughtful seagull, a splendid chap with a black face, goes in front of us, a black-headed gull, that must be. And here comes Rahat again in bowls, and Hales plays that around the corner. It may have been pad. We must wait and see the signal. Yes, it is leg by's signal. He was playing that away to leg, hit on the pad, and they ran a leg by, and so 13 for no wicket, and that is the end of the over that was interrupted by the rain when they came off. But in this match at Edgbaston, I think Warwickshire batted first, made an awful lot of runs, and bowled Hampshire out for 15. And Hampshire then, if my memory is right, then made a huge score and bowled Warwickshire out and beat them.
That's right, 223 Warwickshire made in their first innings. 1922 this was. Old Hampshire out for 15. Hampshire followed on 521. Old Warwickshire out for 158. Win by 155 runs. Extraordinary game.
Isn't extraordinary, yes. Yes, and of course, I suppose I wonder if Alistair Cook knows about that. And it's Mohamed Amir now in Bolster to Hales. Hales plays that to mid-on and thinks for a run, but it is not there.
Yeah, good swing right behind the arm of Mohamed Amir. It's just a nice bit of shape back into Alex Hales. He'll have that first innings dismissals in the back of his mind, both the bowler and the batsman. The one that whipped back into the stumps.
And Mohamed Amir, who perhaps the most dangerous of these three left-armers, turns and comes in again now to Hales. Hales stands there, bat raised, and Amir is in, bowled very wide of the off stump. For a moment it just looked as though Hales might be interested in that, but he decided against. There is an extraordinary flurry of a mixture of gulls and pigeons flying around the ground. I don't know whether the rain has freshened things up and made turned Old Trafford into a more attractive eating place for them. But they're all flurrying around the place. There were lots of gulls lighting on the boundary, just inside the extra cover boundary, in fact. About 8 or 10 of them. And it's Amir again. He walks a couple of strides rather daintily. Now he breaks into his run. He's there and he bowls, and Hales is back, running this out square to cover. And there is no run. It's picked up there by Shan Masood. And the score stays on 13 for no wicket. Andrew.
Just getting back to the history of the follow-on, at one stage it was actually custom for the team batting second if they were behind to automatically follow on. But then in 1835 they made it compulsory with a deficit of 100 or more.
You mean they followed on originally, if that deficit was 2?
Apparently, yeah.
Did they?
But, so they made it compulsory for 100 runs, and they changed the amount of runs that you had to be for a couple of occasions.
And Amir is in, bowls that to Hales. Hales on the back foot, plays that to mid-on, and there is no run. And it's fielded there sharply and quickly.
And then in the year 1900 was when it became optional.
Did it? That's, yes, it's a long time ago. But far as I remember, sort of looking back at ancient wisdoms, which I used to when I was young, when the follow-on aside was 100 runs behind, the follow-on was almost always invariably enforced, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Indeed, it was only later that it became more optional, as it were. Amir in again, bows to Hales outside the off stump, and the ball goes through there to the wicketkeeper, Sarfraz.
My dear old thing, there's always an indication of how much rain we've had and delays by the amount of sheets. So we have a sheet in front of us with all our names on and times that we're on, and because of that it keeps changing. We've had 4 different ones today.
Have we really?
Yes, 4 different sheets.
Poor old Adam, our producer, has a ghastly time trying to do everything and get us all in order like this. I don't know how he does it, a work of art. And it is Amir again in bowls. Hales is forward, mid-on again, Fields. It is the end of the over. 13 for no wicket. Cook has 10 of them, and Hales has 2. You're wearing a very sharp coat today.
Thank you very much. You like it? A bit like Rupert the Bear, isn't it?
Well, it's slightly, yes.
Yeah, a little check number, a little blue and grey, and
it's
very nice sort of paisley blue in the insides.
If I was tempted to say it was very fetching.
Oh, thank you very much. Would you wear it yourself?
Well, I know you never know. They tell me I'm colourblind, so maybe I would. Anyway, it's going to be... the pigeons have come back in bulk now. They're all landing at the pavilion end of the ground, long off. So it's going to be very much... We're going to have a lot of aerial activity. I can see that over the closing overs. And it's going to be Rahat Ali who's going to bowl to Cook, who takes a little bit of time to...
What pigeons, Henry?
I know, aren't they? White and grey and black. All sorts of pigeons. I don't think our friend Percy from Lords is amongst them, though.
It's a long way, isn't it?
Yes, it would be.
He might be here, you never know. He might like the cricket.
And here comes Rahat Ali in. Bowls now to Cook. Cook got back hit on the pad, and that was going down leg side. The ball just trickles out on the offside and is quickly fielded.
Well, he's just doing enough that nip back to Alistair Cook. Full length, yeah, just little nip backer.
And we've now got free slips. Gully has gone out into the covers, and the field cover has come into third slip. So we've got free slips, back, deep backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square, no, mid-wicket really, a rather square mid-wicket, saving the one, and a fine leg. Also heaps of sawdust at both ends because there is dampness about. Rahat Ali is in. He's there, he bowls. Cook goes back, forces us into the covers. It's picked up in the covers, and there is no run. Still 13 for no wicket. Runs rather hard to come by. And this extraordinary decision of Cook's not to enforce the follow-on will certainly haunt him if England don't win the match. And there's going to be an awful lot of queries about it in any case. Because if he does win the match, it's unlikely now to be much before Tuesday. In fact, it's likely to be nothing at all before Tuesday. And Rahat's in again. Cook drives expansively, hits it well, and it's fielded out there by Masood at deep cover, and they collect a single. So Cook goes to 11, and it's 14 for no wicket. The sky is grey, and I think the odds are that we're going to get some more rain this evening. But certainly, if we don't get any more rain, bad light is going to play a part.
Yeah,
I think that must
could be. I mean, I do think England will have the plan of just batting out the day, and then tomorrow they could still win tomorrow. It'll be 98 overs tomorrow. What Nandu? Yeah, so 98 overs. You'd think that if England bowl like they did in the first innings, that could be enough to.
Well, if Pakistan bat as they did in their first innings, which must be a bit of a but on that, I would have thought, or a bit of an if. Here comes Rahat, bowls out to Hales. Hales drives, and Rahat just puts a hand on, just touches the ball, and it's fielded behind him there by Wahab at mid-on. And the crowd actually in very good voice, and our friends in yellow, they're there in the party stand, which has lived admirably up to its name, with all the fancy dress and the shenanigans that have been going on. And waving now they are at us, hello things, and here comes Rahat Ali in bowls, and Hales plays that away firmly off his legs. I think looking at just the one, it goes there to the right of Wahab at mid-on. He has to go a bit of a way to collect it, so that is 3 now to Hales.
Yeah, they're all waving now, Henry. Look at them all. I think there's a guy down there having an ice cream.
Do you think I thought he was listening to Test Match Special. You think he's yes, they're all there waving to us, and there's a lot there in sort of like having black jersey waving.
They've been loud. That I think the group of they've got Hawaiian shirts on. They've been a loud bunch today.
Well, good luck to them. Here comes Rahat Ali in bowls, and Cook plays that round the corner. It's going away fine down there. It's our friend Yasser Shah down there, twinkling to his left, who fields, doesn't throw particularly straight, but keeps Cook to a single. So the score at the end of that over 16 for no wicket, and Cook goes along to 12 with Hales on 3.
Yeah, it's been a good stand this week. A good atmosphere, hasn't it? Been plenty of singing. It's all been good, nicely spirited.
I think what's been so good here and at Lord's is the sort of relationship not only between the two sides out there, but also between the two sets of supporters.
Yeah, it's been nice. A few jockeys.
Yeah, I know.
There, and then just next to them, there's a group with cones on the head.
There was a chap there with a jockey and a whip under his arm. I was signing some books at lunch. And his colours were the MCC colours. So.
Yeah, he's there. And they're doing the hoof now. They're doing the Icelandic hoof.
Chap there in a blue turban, too. He's having a nice time of it. And it's Amir in bowls, short. Cook goes back, plays into the covers. They go for a hesitant single, and it is Yasser who comes in from cover and fields. But Cook started off, ran about 3 paces, stopped, put the brakes on, and Hales also instinctively stopped. Then they started again, but it went very slowly towards cover, and so they had time to get through with the run. 17 now for no wicket, and Cook goes along to 13. And Mohammed Amir it is, polishing the ball on his... he's raising his leg as though he's signalling a leg by, polishing the ball on it. Now he's got both feet firmly on the ground.
It's got a bit dark. You can see the shadows, can't you, of the players.
Certainly, and Mohamed Amir, these two walking strides now. Here he is galloping in. He's up to the wicket now, it's short, and Hales ducks underneath it, and through it goes out to Sarfraz. And as I say, lots of shouting. Our friends in some of them wearing black jerseys there. They're jumping up, they're waving, and it's great fun they're all having. And the rest of the ground, in comparison, is sitting as quietly in relatively sleepy solitude. And the pavilion is not overpopulated today in front of us. Lots of empty seats. But I dare say a number have gone home. Here's Amir again, bowls, and Hales goes back, runs that down, backward of cover for 4 runs. It was a good shot. He got on top of it, and away it's gone for 4. It takes him to 7, and the total now to 21 for no wicket, and all the pigeons at the far end of the ground get up and fly away. The spectators cheers send them from the left-hand side of the ground, or left-hand side of the pavilion, to the right-hand side of the pavilion. They're not incredibly
Do you think
timid.
they have a leader? You think there's one of that decides?
I think it must be the white one. He says, "Come on, boys, we're off now." Do you think? I don't know.
It must be.
Or on the shout of 3, or 1, 2, 3. Oh, I don't know why they all go.
They all go together, don't they?
Yes. Who sets the pace or the tone? Here comes Amir again, in outside the off stump, no stroke there, and through it goes to Sarfraz. And the Gulls, on the other hand, were here, and they've all gone. Oh no, there's one I can see at the far end of the ground by the multicoloured crane. And it looks, I dare say out there it's still reasonably warm. There are no long sleeves, so as I can see.
The inflatable banana's been flung around the stand.
You've got inflatable bananas at home?
Oh, I've got many.
Oh, my dear thing. And here comes Amir in what's on the off stump, and Hales plays a shot off the back foot. It's fielded there in the covers, and there is no run. Flicking it up from boot to hand, then I think in rather a spectacular way. And that is Hales now going on to 8, and the total 22 for no wicket. And the field changing round for the left-handed Alistair Cook, who of course made 105 in the first innings, played so well, and really with Joe Root for that second wicket set the match up for England to win.
So this is when the communication in that stand gets very good.
Amir it is, he's in now, he bowls, Cook right-handed round the corner, misses, and Sarfraz takes.
So this is the definition of teamwork. They're now just starting to build the beer snake.
Oh, they are,
and
yes.
They all have to communicate, and they all have to go and collect the, and then they send the message around the stands.
I'm going to have to interrupt you a thing. The score is England 22 for no wicket in our second innings, and Radio 4 long-wave listeners to Test Match Special are now going to leave us for the shipping forecast.
See, and they all kind of get together now. Look, they start the snake in the middle of the stands, and then there's more arrive from all over the stand. It's a real good effort, you know, the team spirit amongst them all. They're all helping each other out.
Well, you see, they're copying what goes on the Western Terraces at Leeds,
I have to say, yesterday's snake was the biggest I've seen.
That one,
it went all the way at the back, front of the stand right to the back. It's gloomy out there, Henry. Look at it. It's dark now.
It is very gloomy. Here's Rahat over the wicket, in, bowls there. Oh, to Hales, who slashes at that, and he's got away with it. It went away. Hafiz went up, two-handed to his left. I'm not sure the keeper might have gone for that. Anyway, it got away. It's gone away for 4. But that was certainly a chance, a very difficult one. Hafiz went up like a ballet dancer after it, two-handed. He may just have got a touch to it. If he did, he tipped it over the bar. No, I think it was first slip. It wasn't the keeper.
Exactly the same shot, and it would have been the same code of dismissal caught Hafiz. If it caught, it was a difficult chance. As the second innings at Lords.
Yes.
Same bowler, flashing blade, on and around the 5th stump, just no movement of the feet towards the ball, just kind of wafting at the bat.
It's a
difficult chance.
And here is Rahat again in bowls, and Hales on the back foot plays down the onside to the bowler. It's now 26 for no wicket, and that 4 took Hales along to 12. And it shows really that he hasn't learned the lessons that he should have done from Lords. I mean, I know England have got to get on with it, but Hales is trying to make a good impression. Oh, it's
growing.
It's growing. It's growing quite fast. That snake of beer mugs going back to the top of the stand. Rahat Ali in bowls, and he drives at that Hales. Not much footwork. He reached for it and doesn't get a run. And into the covers. So, but there wasn't much footwork there, was there? He was almost off balance when he played that. Just looking at that drop catch again. Hafiz might just have got a finger to it, but nothing more than that. And it's Rahat Ali turning now in front of the pavilion, walks a few strides as they all do, and now here he's in, up to the wicket, he bowls, and Hales this time flashes that outside the off stump, hits it hard into the ground, and Yasser Shah at backward point has time to back down, go into reverse to make sure that it bounces nicely for him into his hands, and there is no run. Hales doing everything he can to score. He's got 4 this over off the outside edge. But he's not living too safely, not living too beautifully either. A solitary gull lands there at cover, comes off, like takes the air, and it's Rahat Ali in again, bowls there to Hales. Hales forces that into the ground, and it's caught on the bounce at mid-off, and we welcome listeners to Radio 4 Long Wave back to Old Trafford, the News England 26 for no wicket, and you have missed nothing. And except a seagull landing and taking off. We've got 13 to Cook and 12 to Hales. And Hales is living a little bit dangerously in this over against Rahat. And the chain of beer glasses gets longer and longer. And here comes Rahat again and bouncer, Hales ducks underneath it. The end of the over. 26 for no wicket, and the attendance today, disappointing really for Sunday, 13,356. We had just over 16,000 on the first day, did a little bit better yesterday with 17.5, near enough, and now today down to 13. So maybe the weather has had something to do with it.
Well, that's why this beer snake grows right to the top of the stand. It betters yesterday, because there was more yesterday, wasn't there? There was more contributions. This is a tremendous effort from the stand.
Well, yes, when you get a beer snake like that and you only have 13,000
the jockeys at the bottom, they're doing a lot of the teamwork, the shouting their orders and getting people in place.
It's Amir now, starting in now, bowls to Cook, and Cook hits this one beautifully off the back foot, a little bit short, a little bit wide, he's going to get 2 through the covers. It's being chased by Yasser Shah, no, they're coming back for a third. Yasser Shah runs almost faster than he goes, his legs are twinkling away, but being a short man, he doesn't generate the greatest of speed. He picked that up about 10 yards in from the boundary, unwound, a good throw, but not before Cook had completed 3 runs, so he goes 16, and it is 29 now for no wicket. 29 for no wicket. Amir bowling 3 slips, gully, backward point, a mid-off, we got a mid-on, a deep-ish square leg about 2/3 the way back, Yasser, and a fine leg down in the distance, again about 15 or 20 yards in from the boundary. That's our friend Wahab doing a few exercises, which suggests he may be bowling pretty soon. And it's Amir again. He's in now, he bowls, and Hales is forward, playing that down to mid-on, and that is no run.
Well, that was better from Alex Hales. If you think back to the first innings, where that front foot didn't move, the ball swung back in, he kind of got stuck in his crease, and the ball went through the gate and clattered into the furniture. That was better. His front foot did go towards the pitch. He had more of a balanced look towards it. He could have quite easily played a more forceful shot, and that's good to see that he's just trying to get those feet going. He's batting a little bit further out of his crease as well, which is a better sign. I thought he was a bit too deep in the first innings.
And it's Amir again. He's in, it's short. Hales ducks. Didn't really need to duck under it, but it was outside the off stump, and through it goes to Sarfraz. And beer mugs are making an even longer chain. We might institute or organise a game of cricket between the Western Terraces and the party stand. It'd be a rather good occasion, wouldn't it? Well, it'd be a very noisy occasion.
I bet there's quite a few who go to both, actually. I bet there's a few that travel up to Leeds for the test and also come here. Singing that football song that we heard all the way through the Euros, Don't Take Me Home. It's, I think, something about drinking the beer, not going to work and staying here.
Mohamed Amir again over the wicket, in, bowls to Hales. Hales just stands up in the crease, plays that firmly down there to mid-off, and Misbah fields, and there is no run. Misbah 50. What did he get, Andrew? 52. And was eventually, the sweep undid him when he swept Moen to Cook at fine leg. But it was a good innings anyway, a very good innings, and it showed all the attributes that Misbah revealed in spades in that Lord's Test when he made 114. Mohamed Amir again in it short, and Hales ducks right underneath that one, and threw it, wasted bounce of that really. And
I don't know how much longer we're going to be playing. Actually, it's
murky, isn't it?
Yes, it is murky. Yeah,
it really is, and the floodlights obviously help, but they aren't enough on their own at this transitional stage of the day, which is happening early because of the heavy cloud. And the lights are sort of taking over in the middle of the ground, and it's generally gives it rather an uncomfortable look and an uncomfortable feel. As Mohamed Amir is in again, he's there, he bowls, and forward comes Root, picked up there in the covers, and it is the end of the over. 29 for no wicket. Alistair Cook has 16, and Alex Hales has 12. And after another word from Michael Vaughan, it's going to be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, and Rahat Ali's going to continue. 29 for naught. England are 420 runs ahead. And the pigeons just fly off again. They're coming straight towards us. They're having a nice afternoon. It is quite gloomy, Ag, isn't it?
It is gloomy, yes. And they're lucky still to be playing, I think, actually. Made it back from the far end of the ground. There were lots of old Lancashire players I saw in residence. Barry Wood, remember
Barry
him?
used to coach me, Barry.
Jack Simmons. Here's Rahat bowling outside the off stump. Cook nearly chops it into his stumps. He'll probably get 4 as the ball runs down past the wicketkeeper and to a very fine leg just below us here. So a bit edgy, but he flung the bat at it. 33 for no wicket. He's gone to 20. Hales has 12. And of course, it is purely an umpire's decision these days about the light. They don't offer it as they used to do to the batsman. And Cook here, I think, will be pretty desperate they don't come off, because he needs to keep going here.
Well, he needs to make sure he gets the batting done today. I mean, it's...
Yeah. I mean, who knows what might have happened had England bowled in these conditions, but it's irrelevant, really, because they've chosen not to do it. But it's an odd one. As I had people talking. The lead 424. And Rahat comes bounding in again from the far end. There comes cutting back, hits on the pad. A vociferous appeal, a very lively one. I thought it looked leg side from here, but they've taken a leg by. It's possible they'll review this. Rahat and Safraz are having a word. Misbah takes his time on these, and he strolls over from mid-on. It takes a lot to persuade Misbah, I feel. He might think, well, there's not much to lose here, but I can see his gesture there saying he thinks that's a bit high, and he's running out of time. And I think that one will probably stand. It didn't look out from here, I must say. But no, there's a lot of talk over there amongst the old uns about the decision to bat again, inevitably.
Quite straight. It's just the height. You're right. It's nipped back. You know, the more I see the ball just do what it's doing now in these conditions, the more it makes the decision more staggering. Quite easily. Just umpire score, clipping the top of the stumps. Hit impact was in line. So it was a real close one there.
Right. And comes Rahat, bowls to Hales forward, pushing to Misbah up at wide mid off. So Paul Allott holding sway up there.
Walter.
Top end. Neil Fairbrother.
Was it an old Lancashire reunion?
Yes,
there,
it is. They're up on the they're not the top, they're in the middle layer actually.
Right.
As we look here from the pavilion, took a bit of finding. We're up and down. Henry and I were scooting about between all the boxes there, but suddenly there they were, and these lovely old faces that you remember. Yeah, okay, 30 years or so ago, they haven't changed that much. Barry Wood still with a bit of a cheeky smile on his face. There's Rahat bowling on the off stump, and Hales plays up to mid-off. No run. Here's a good cricketer. Very strange little bowling action. He must have bowled you, did he, if you used to coach him?
Yeah, little swingers.
Little swingers, but with a huge jump. He used to go almost like a vertical takeoff. Good batsman.
I played with his lad Nathan in the England under 15s. Bunbury. We were in the Northern team together for the Bunbury Festival.
I thought Barry was also in the boycott mode, really. That's the same sort of batsman.
Grumpy
batsman. Yeah, brave. Took it on. Here's Rahat bowling outside the off stump, and Hales on the back foot here gets runs. Misbah's off it. I tell you, he does run quickly, for a 42-year-old. He really does. He's sprinting out to the boundary. He'll get there as well, and come back for 3. 37 for no wicket. He really does move. But Barry was one of those, and false teeth got a bit of a mention during my interview with Peter Lever. People taking them out on uncovered pitches and so on. I remember Barry would come out to bat and he'd say, "Oh, morning, how goes?" or something, and he would smile. There'd be nothing in there. He'd just take them out and leave them in a glass of water in the dressing room or something, and then and that would be that. But certainly that match, when it snowed at Buxton, there were false teeth coming out all over the place there. No helmets, the ball flying off a length. People have false teeth like that these days. Here's Rahat bowling short, and Cook pulls him. He's pulled it hard too, and well in front of square. He's gone past mid-on really, and Misbah's saying, "I'm not going to fetch that. Someone else can go and do it." 4 more runs, 41 for no wicket after 10 overs. So the lead is 432. Cook's on 24. Hales is on 15. I think the light's improved a little tiny bit, just enough.
I think that's why they're bowling bouncers.
I'm trying to get off.
Well, yeah, it's not a game plan that you'd bowl short to Alistair Cook. We've bowled a number of bouncers. I think they're just trying to hope that one looks a little bit dubious.
And off they go. You're right about the forecast. I just looked at the airport, actually. It's giving showers tomorrow. It's not suggesting it's going to rain all day or anything, but
it's just there are some showers. It's just outfield I worry about, because if you get a bit of heavy stuff on it, it's
so wet.
Yeah, I don't think it's in a position to withstand too much.
No. Right, we've got Yasser coming on. I think he's a bit stiff. 2 for 213 over it was in the first innings. But, not sure how much. Well, he seems the sort of fellow who probably won't mind too much coming on again. I think he enjoys bowling.
Just the 1 for 213.
Sorry, 1, wasn't it?
54 overs.
Yes. I think he's aching a bit. But, he's coming on from our end. Wiping his hand on the grass. Cook's having a word with Hales. They've got a short leg and a slip. Misbah's on the drive at short extra cover. And England lead by 432. And we've still got 18 overs to be bowled today. Jeffrey's in his pyjamas, almost.
Declare. They still need to get the most runs ever to win a test match, don't they, Pakistan now?
There goes Yasser, and he bowls to Hales on the back foot, thumps him down the ground for 4 runs. On a good ball, and he's on it straight away. Well, that's what I said to you at the start. There must be a chance that England could bowl this evening if the light is anything like. To have half an hour at them.
I'm not even convinced we'll get to 7:30 with this light. It's really murky, but in the old days they'd have asked the batsman, and in this situation England would have stayed on, wouldn't they? But they don't anymore. They just look at it as being fair to both sides. It's the umpire's call.
Yasser runs in, bowls to Hales into the leg side, and there's 1 run there to wide mid-on. 46 for no wicket. The lead 437. A wailing siren goes past the iron gates of Old Trafford. Flashing lights. 46 for no wicket.
I can't help thinking he's made a mistake. If he'd have made them follow on, we said so, even with good light, then with the bad light and the rain, they've been sat on the bottom, wouldn't they? The bowlers resting, come out, had a little dart at him, go back for rain, come back out fresh again, had another little dart.
Horrible.
Tonight they've been bowling, terrible, especially following them 400 behind. Bad light like this, murky.
Yasser bowls, spinning into Cook, who flicks that firmly to short leg. 46 for no wicket. I've been meeting some of your old adversaries down at the far end there, Jeffrey.
Have you now?
Oh,
Ken Shuttleworth?
Actually, Ken wasn't there, which is a shame. I expected Ken to be there.
Good lad. I like his wife. She used to laugh easily. Nice
Barbara.
lady. Lovely lady.
Yep. Here's Yasser bowling. Oh, well, Cook's got a hold of that. He did keep a bit low, but he adjusted as he played the pull shot and gets one out to deep square leg. 47 for no wicket. Barry Woods out there.
Is he?
Yeah,
Would he?
With his teeth in.
Came to my house when I had cancer, drunk me bottle of wine and then spilt it all over the wallpaper and carpet.
Did he?
I love him. It's all right, I love him.
How did they get it on the wallpaper?
He fell back in the chair.
Oh, I see.
And the glass spilled.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Here's Yasser on a bit of turn there, which Hales fiddles away into the offside.
Who else was there?
For no wicket. Flat Jack Simmons.
Oh, I love Flat Jack.
Yep.
He'd stop at the fish shop going home and then go home and have his dinner. His wife had cooked, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Had 2 dinners a night.
Is that right?
He stopped at the fish and chip shop.
Yasser outside the off stump. Short steered. Oh, it was a misfield, a backward point. That gives England another one. 48 for no wicket at the end of the over. Peter Lever told me you gave him a hug this morning. He didn't know what to do.
I like Pete.
You gave him
good
a hug.
lad. Yeah, good competitor. He's got me out. Yeah, Yours matches. Good bowler. Went on the tour of Australia with him. Raymond Illingworth, successful tour. Good bowler. Big heart.
He's still getting over it up there, you know. He was a bit surprised.
No, he was.
He was.
Come all the way from Devon. Told you the other day where he lives, and he's come up for 3 days. But I like players with big hearts. I think character is so important at cricket. Sport, life, isn't it? And not only was he a good cricketer, but he bowled for you when it was tough. He won't give it in. Pete.
He told me he bowled at you here. About 20,000 in, he reckoned. Quite a loud noise.
Got me out before they all got in a bit.
So the nick was loud enough for everyone to hear.
Yeah, I thought it was caught Flat Jack at first slip. I can remember it low down.
Apparently he stood there as well.
Well, till the umpire gave me out.
No, he had a chocker. He was on really good form. It was lovely to talk to him. 48 for no wicket. Up comes Amir and bowls on middle stump. Hales works it around the corner. Down to fine leg. They're picking up the runs quickly and easily enough. But again, the light now is, I think, the worst it's been in
terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, in the 10 minutes I'll be sitting here.
And see Pakistan batting in that, following on. Well, then they might be queuing up for that, will they? England steaming in.
No, that's the point. I mean, people will say, well, it wouldn't necessarily, but they would. It's now purely an umpire's decision about the light. So it makes no difference who's batting.
Yep.
They take into context the danger still, the danger element, not just to the batsmen, but actually to themselves too, the umpires. Everything comes in. But they set a limit, and that's what they stick to throughout the game. Here's Amir bowling to Cook, who drives him, getting on the front foot up to mid-off, and Misbah field. So in other words, Pakistan would have been batting in this.
No choice.
Yeah.
Who else was there from Lancashire? Leapy Lee.
Didn't see him.
David Hughes, left arm spin.
He might have been there. To be honest with you, I sort of rushed in and rushed out a bit. Paul Allott was up there holding court.
He's on the committee in Distill, Paul.
Is he? Yeah. It's just nice. It's nice that the club do it too, actually, to have the old players.
Lovely club. Actually, Lancashire treated me a lot better than Yorkshire committee.
Did they?
They were sacking me for 8 years.
Amir, left arm over the wicket. He's driven for 4 by Cook. Reaching a little, brings up England's 50. Nice shot that, but quite a generous delivery. And Cook moves to 29 as Amir there over-pitched a bit. Lovely half volley, really, but he put it away well.
Yeah, nice shot that.
Yeah.
Again, didn't try to hit it too hard, just creamed it. Still get to the boundary quick enough.
Yeah. Well, that chanting's been going for a while over there. And Amir's on his way again. Bowls to Cook, who leans back and runs it down to third man this time. He's played that well because the man at third man had been moved to where he drove the previous boundary. So they come back for a nice easy 2. Masood is the fielder, 55 for no wicket. So England lead by 446 now.
The thing I've noticed, and this all the time of the match, there's not a lot of lateral movement. Early on, when England batted, the ball zipped through a bit quick, with the conditions, but it hasn't laterally moved a great deal. It's been footwork a little bit off by any batsman, and then you've nicked it. But other than that, it's not been lateral movement. It's a very good batting surface.
Looking over there to the left, there is some bright weather to come. You can see it. and the umpires are prepared to play in this. Given that the decision not to enforce a follow-on has been, shall we say, questioned quite roundly by everybody here, actually. Here's Amir, and he bowls, and that's edged by Cook. He doesn't carry the first slip, but nothing is done. It bounced short. Just say that they do declare tonight, and they have half a dozen overs, 7-8 overs at Pakistan, not 1 or 2 over.
I don't think they'll declare though.
Well, I'm offering you this scenario though.
I see.
If they do, and then knock a couple out, would that then change the way that you've viewed the follow-on decision?
No, it didn't change my decision. You've got to make decisions as you see the match, not in retrospect.
No,
but
if he had that in his mind all the way through, this is what I'm going to do. Here's Amir, bowls to Cook forward, playing down a bit on this time. He had in his mind when he declared, when he didn't enforce a follow-on, we're going to bat just for a short time tonight, and then we're going to have half an hour at Pakistan, and we're going to knock a couple over.
Why not knock a couple over straight away?
Yeah, but I'm just wondering if that would make... So, in other words, no is your answer?
No.
Okay.
Not for me. I mean, they had bowled a lot this seamers, let's be honest. I mean, they bowled a few overs that they shouldn't have had to bowl if you and I and many ex-players would have picked Adil Rashid to winkle out the tail.
Correct.
And many of us believe that, not just us two. I talked to lots of other ex-players on working in other media. We look at that and said, hang on, if you're not going to play the wrist spinner on a flat batting pitch, what's the point?
Yeah.
With all the batting England have, I mean, goodness gracious. I mean, their middle and lower order is as good as anything in the world. But no, they haven't bowled that many overs, Jonathan.
No. Was it 60 the whole innings? About that, was it 60?
63 and 0.4.
55 for no wicket then. Yasser's on his way again, tossing it up. Hales comes stretching forward, but there is some brightness to come. It's still a bit cloudy, but it's brighter than what we have at the moment. And there are 16 overs to go. But it's raining again. So we might not get to the brightness for a while. 55 for no wicket. Here's Yasser bowling, and Hales drives him. Nice shot that, reaching outside the off stump. And feeding that to Masood there. I don't think umpire Damasina likes the look of this.
Now they'll go.
And he's heading off. Now what happens... Where are we here now? Because the close of play has been extended to 7 o'clock with half an hour for the overs. So if they're not playing at 7, that's it, isn't it? So that's still 40 minutes away. But anyway, Cook's running off, and he's keeping his back dry. So too Alex Hales is walking off with it up his back, as it were, to keep it sheltered from the rain. The cover's coming on with a mighty roar. And off they go at 56 for no wicket. And so England's lead is, they've just taken it off the screen.
447.
447. Well, let's hope we get some more play. And as I said, it is brighter over there. It's not heavy rain, this. So anyway, the ground staff have to do what they're going to do. They get the cover on. It can go off quite quickly. There are more ground staff scurrying for the sheets laid out at the far end. That covers on pretty quickly. One of these motorised hovercraft type covers that I think every ground has now, actually, every test ground in England and Wales. And they park it over the strip. It's long enough to protect just part of the bowler's run-ups as well. So 56 for no wicket. Cook has 31. Hales 23. So England lead by 447. There's still 2 days to go, and there's still theoretically 16 overs to go tonight. But they'll be cutting away at those, of course, with the time that they spend off the field. So anyway,
the spectators have seen enough. Look at them. They're going home.
Yeah,
most of them are going. They're saying, "Lee, this is 6:20. Time for me dinner." The weather looks awful. It's murky, dark. I think they think there won't be too much more.
No. Ed Smith's down there to the right of us. Have we debated the follow-on long enough? We probably have, haven't we? I think you probably come from the press box, have you, down there?
I have.
What's the mood down there? Of the,
not joyous.
The wordsmith with diplomacy. Where's the civil service? We'll get you a job.
As in critical, you mean?
Yes, I think so.
What is going on? You want a job with Boris in the Foreign Office? Eh?
I think my view would be, rather than giving words to the sort of collective press corps, I think my view would be often I wouldn't enforce a follow-on, actually, because as an opening batsman I know how hard it is to go and field again and then go and have them bat, then to have to go and bat when there's sort of little in it for you. But I think in this instance I would have not really had much of a struggle as a captain. I think I definitely would have enforced.
Yeah.
So I tend to not enforce, but today I would have done.
They say, don't they, that you do what the opposition wants to do least.
That's right, yeah.
Can't help but feel that Pakistan wouldn't have enjoyed batting much out there today, but anyway, that's the decision. It's been taken. I suppose there is still, as I was suggesting to Jeffrey, this possibility, I guess, of England declaring this evening, with time to have another bowl at Pakistan, another half a dozen overs or so that I suppose could be enough to take a couple of wickets. As I said to Jeffrey, who gave it quite short shrift, but I wonder if that would change your view at all. If that was always going to be Cook's decision, we were always going to bat for a little bit, give the bowlers a bit of a break, and then we were always going to declare again tonight, have half an hour at them, give them a nasty period, and knock a couple over. Would that change your view at all?
There's lots of things we don't know. We don't know whether the bowlers have got niggles. We don't know how whether Jimmy Anderson coming back, perhaps the senior bowlers have taken a view or whatever. There's lots of things we don't know, but from the evidence we can see, it seems an unusual decision, as we can say. It's also true, though, and I think I would make this point, that we if you like, as observers and pundits, have imperfect information, and I think there are times where there are some bits of information which are only really known to insiders. Maybe this is one of them.
Yeah, well, I suppose you could say Anderson and Stokes haven't had very much cricket, so perhaps when there's so much time available, let's treat them gently and give them a bit of a break and get them a bit of a rub down or whatever they might need and come out again.
And playing devil's advocate, it's also true that England haven't got much value out of their spinner, have they, in this series? And this summer, really, he's having a tough time of it. Moeen Ali, good all-round cricketer, and maybe they feel that it was going to be, the burden was going to fall almost completely on the four-seamers, as you said, a couple of whom are coming back to match fitness.
Yeah,
there we go. That's probably the. Jeffrey's going to accuse me of diplomatic waffle and flannel. He sometimes says. Jeffrey sometimes says,
surely not.
If I sit on the fence or say the diplomatic thing, says, "What a load of flannel."
Oh, your bottom's sore, is it?
That flannel, Jeffrey.
I'm teeing up lines for you now, Jeffrey. Normally, I'm reaching for my protective kit. Anyway,
I tried to switch off when you were talking.
Yeah, I thought that.
But I had to listen.
Yeah,
didn't I couldn't get away from it.
I think we're in the same boat, really, Jeffrey. On this,
I can see Jeffrey writing a potentially quite a thunderous piece after this match because Jeffrey. No, I'll tell you what. Let me finish. Because there are two areas that I suspect you will go on. You will go on Rashid as being a missed opportunity and a selectorial error. And obviously the follow-on that you don't agree with as well. So I mean, that's what the game's all about, isn't it? We have different opinions, and
I think England will still win comfortably, as long as there's not enough rain that takes quite a lot of hours out of the game, and with 2 days left. I've been an advocate for over 10 years now of 4-day cricket. Improve the over rate. I mean, it's ridiculous at 13 and a bit. It's automatic now to play 6.5-hour days. And sometimes they can't even get 90 overs in that. Yeah. And I think we're missing a trick with our administrators not enforcing that. 4-day cricket. I think there's a lot of wasted money put in for the 5th day. I mean, nowadays they don't sell tickets on the 5th day because a lot of test matches, 3/4 of them aren't going into a 5th day. We're slow to change out. We're slow to move forward.
I don't think it's quite that percentage, actually, Jeffrey, to be fair.
That's what the ICC say. I didn't make it up.
No.
They make it up. Look, a lot of test matches in England are finishing comfortably.
Yeah.
Lords did.
Yes, but I don't think it's as high a percentage as 75%, though. But I mean, there are more. I mean, the Times had an interesting piece in a couple of days ago, didn't they, about various numbers and figures and so on.
No, I didn't see, but I've been doing this for 10 years. I advocated 10 years ago in the Cowdery lecture that in the hot countries should be playing day-night cricket. They played one in Adelaide, and suddenly the crowds were huge, and they thought they found the panacea of cricket. People have been like me, have been telling for 10 years. It takes them a long time to change.
Agus, seeing as you're sitting in the middle, and I know what Jeffrey thinks, and I'm with Jeffrey, you're in danger of being outnumbered, and I've been waiting to get back at you, but I've been waiting till the big guns were near me. I have been. On the first day, you were very clear and totally against it on the grounds that you shouldn't tamper with Test cricket. But in actual fact, things that are preserved well, so if you like, great traditions we love, they don't stand still. They change at a pace which adapts and fits in with the modern tempo of life. So they kind of, I'll give you an example, Wimbledon's actually changed a lot, but it feels that it hasn't. So if you like, it curates its own nostalgia and its own sense of tradition while actually changing quite a lot. Now, Test cricket can't just say, we're stuck with Test cricket, we're not going to change ever, because it will just become, I'm afraid, an irrelevant island. I think in today's world, saying the final day of the match, no one wants to buy a ticket for.
No.
It just can't have that anymore. You can't have a situation where the tickets go on sale and everyone says, well, when the match is due to be decided, we don't want to be there. Which is the current situation.
You mentioned Wimbledon. Many people can't remember this. Play with a white ball.
Changed it to yellow in '86. Hawkeye, they do make changes.
They've now got
back pass in football
for the centre court. There's a cover comes on, so you can play when it rains or bad light. And they're going to spend multi millions in doing number one court. So they've got two covered.
You were in the UAE, Jeffrey, before Christmas.
Sorry, Agger.
That's all right. Can you imagine those matches being 4-day games, or indeed those in India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh? What the prospects of a result would be?
Yeah, if England bat the way we batted in UAE, they're finishing 4 days. Just get the over rate up. I mean, the over rate has gone down alarmingly. Somebody was doing that.
But they won't get it up, Jeffrey. They won't get it up. But they won't.
You can do everything if there's a will.
I can understand the argument that you put forward for 4-day cricket, but it's on a lot of ifs and buts.
That's true.
They've got to get the over rate up, and I just don't feel a will, because if there was a will, they'd have done it by now, and they would really have done something hard.
We have administrators who are well-intentioned. Nearly all of them businessmen. Not too many have played a lot of first-class cricket or Test cricket. You've got one or two, but most of the administrators are not.
Sure, but my point is, Jeffrey, they haven't done it. They would have to, in my view, I think, scrap the rule about bowlers running on down the pitch. If you're going to play 4-day games, that at least gives a spinner a bit of a chance of playing it. I mean,
maybe scratch the ball.
Indeed, I think you'd have to really quite radically change the game to suit 4 days. I don't think the Test cricket as it is now would be any improved by being played over 4 days.
Could I agree with all of that? And I think you raised a really good point about spin, some of the things we love. But I think we're in danger a little bit inside, if you like, the English Test cricket world of being in a bit of a protected bubble, because English Test fans are so good. Because, to be honest with you, the England Test team has been pretty good in the last few years, and there have been some wonderful series at home, so much great attendance. You know better than anyone from watching cricket around the world. The Test cricket lacks vibrancy and ultimately is too dependent on a couple of iconic bilateral series. So look, going back to your point about 4-day pitches, if they brought in really big win bonuses, if you like, points wise in a promotion and relegation, and told players it was a 4-day match, I think you'd find overs would get bowled. If you bowl your overs or you won't win, you'll be in the second division playing against Zimbabwe. You might find people scuttling back to their marks a bit quicker.
Yeah, might well do. I think of 2005, actually, off the top of my head here, Andrew, the 5th days of those iconic matches in that extraordinary series, they were landmark key days, weren't they, from memory? I mean, here, 20,000 people locked out, Edgbaston.
But you always pick Australia for the great matches, which is what he said. Iconic matches are India, Pakistan, and England, Australia. But what about all these other matches where the Zimbabwe's and Bangladesh's and West Indies now are poor? They're not up to the standard of some of the other teams.
You can't have 4 days against some and 5 days against... If they're going to make the change, the whole thing has to change.
You're a traditionalist, you've admitted you don't like change, so we're talking against a brick wall here.
No, I didn't say that, Jeffrey.
We're talking against a brick wall. I know you well enough. I've done shows with you, I've done talking on air with you. I know you think it's... What's sacred, it's sacrosanct, it's Test cricket. Don't change anything. The game has
Well, that's not
always
true,
changed. It's had three ball overs, 4 ball overs, 8 ball overs, 6 ball overs. It's standardised so many things and changed.
I like to think things through to a conclusion. That's all. Further down the line. That's all. And you can't have some and for others. I was thinking some of these Test matches.
You're very good at saying what you wouldn't do, but when there's a lot of empty seats on Test matches, when accepting not England, Australia, or if they ever play again India, Pakistan, they'll always be full. And the other countries, a lot of empty seats. What we should be talking about is how positive we're going to do things to fill those empty seats.
Yeah.
That is what everybody should be talking about, not about whether you agree with me about, so for 4-day cricket, but how do you fill the seats?
But Jeffrey, it's
positive.
It's not just Test cricket that has empty seats. You look at the one-day internationals played around the world. Most of those are played in front of almost empty grounds. It's not just Test cricket, but it's always Test cricket gets the finger pointed at it.
Well, then fill them on every type of cricket.
Yeah.
The whole idea of anybody who is an administrator of cricket, in any shape or form, he should be thinking, how do I fill any empty seats, whether it's 2020, 50 overs or Test cricket? That's the job.
Of course.
Because the more empty seats we get every few years, the more it's hurting the game. It can't survive. If it can't survive on purely television revenue eventually.
I saw our old friend Mike Hazeman, who you know very well, boycott Court Hazeman, old Agnew 6. At the toss.
Revenge is sweet, isn't it? You only introduced the name so you could get that out.
His photograph was at the toss of a one-day international in Barbados, a fantastic venue, West Indies cricket, and he was at the toss and he put the photograph out and there was an empty ground, and that was a one-dayer. It wasn't just Test cricket. So people are always very quick, I think, to point the finger at Test cricket and say there are problems. There are lots of things that you can improve about it, and Jeffrey, I totally agree with that overrates. I always have agreed with you about overrates, but they haven't done anything about it.
Because we have nice people who are very good businessmen, love cricket, and they run the game, most of them. There's an odd one. I mean, Davis, chief exec of ICC, but really it's the chairman that run it, not the chief exec. He'll tell you, talking to him, put things for him. It's the chairman of all the countries. And how many chairmen of the countries are ex-international cricketers or first-class cricketers? And same with our county cricket. How many chairmen of the 18 counties played first-class cricket? How many chief executives?
They're generally businessmen now, yes.
It's businessmen. And as much will in the world, I always say to him, if I say to someone like the chairman at Yorkshire, very nice man, loves cricket and all that, I said, listen, you work for Price Waterhouse, don't you? Would you like me to come and talk to your people about accountancy? He'd say, what do you know about it, Jeffrey? But yeah, he runs Yorkshire cricket. Many people like
but they
him.
are businesses, so. But you think
but they're more than businesses. They're business and cricket.
Yeah.
It's about cricket, and they forget that it's not just the money making. It's cricket and business together, and there should be a balance. And I've said this all the time. They would say to you and me, "What do you know about our business?" I said, "Well, I could say the opposite. What do you know about ours compared with us?" And they don't like it. Then they're anti. Then you don't want you.
I've always felt that. I've always felt there must be a good reason for the ICC not having done anything about the overrates, because everyone, it's one of those boring, it's an important topic, but it's one of the most talked about and has been for years. There must be a reason why they haven't done anything about it, and I don't know why.
Well, it's eluding me. Jeffrey's point is very interesting about business and cricket and protecting the interests of the game. You could also use the same logic to say, actually, we need better business. I mean, American sport, for example, baseball, every time it gets in a hole, they change something systematic. Tennis got in a hole with big serving. Jeffrey and I talked about it before, where it was ace, slowed the ball down.
They slowed the ball deliberately.
Football got in a hole.
That at Wimbledon.
Football got in a hole with a back pass, where it became incredibly boring. They got rid of it.
They changed it.
Now, and Jeffrey very, rightly makes the point about changing the number of balls in the over. I just feel that there's a danger, actually, that the reverence we have for cricket, which we all feel, all three of us, and many other people, many TMS listeners, actually blinds us to the fact that things you love, you can't always just park and leave alone. That's my concern, actually. That
mine too.
Well, you've got to cherish it. You've got to look after it, haven't you?
Well, I don't know
you
the
don't
answer.
want to change.
No, Jeffrey, I do want to change. I don't want to change the 4-day cricket. That's
You're
all.
right. You're right about overrates. Well, what could that be, Angus? What do you think? What do you think is stopping? I mean, in the 80s, there was a sort of slightly cynical idea that the West Indies, pushed back hard, didn't they, against the idea that the over rate would be policed, because obviously they played four lightning fast. Yeah, Jeffrey.
Seamers. Would have loved it, Gucci and I. Where are you, Graham?
Yeah. For 4 quick balls and no spinner.
And they say, we still win games,
exactly.
So there's no need. Yeah.
But I suppose ever since then it hasn't really been policed. But it could be. I mean, there's no reason why.
But it is policed, and that the match referee is writing down. I mean, every over there's stats, there's numbers, there's timings, there's this and that. But nothing is done about it. It seems to be a way of justifying why it is so slow, rather than actually policing it and doing something about it. Starting in 10 minutes, is that right? Restarting in 10 minutes. So that means that the play then can then go on till 7:30.
See, they have a committee at the ICC, and quite a number of ex-players are asked to be on it from time to time. They come on and they go off, and they recommend things, and then the chairman throw it out. The chairman of the country, if they don't like it, they throw it out, and that's my point.
What do you think? You're a big advocate for day-night cricket, and that's fine. And
I
Adelaide,
did 10 years ago.
Yeah, and there are lots of nice things about Adelaide. The players who played in it, I think it's fair to say, were sort of ambivalent about it.
Of course, it's change, isn't it? You don't like change. What many of us don't.
What do you think about the possibility, it's not been confirmed, but of England playing a day-night match at Edgbaston next summer?
I never advocated it in England, to be honest, because of our weather. Look like a day like today, playing day-night cricket. I mean, this evening it's cold, it's miserable, it's rainy. I've never advocated it in England, but I do know it's on the cards. Say India, which is one of the hot. Everybody else is a hot country, but England, we play in a different. Sort of months, don't we? They're advocating, I know it's on the agenda, for every series they have at home, at least one is going to be a day-night test. I know it's on their agenda. This is not Australia who had the Adelaide, because they're advocating England play a day-night test when we go for the Ashes next winter, not this one, next winter. I know that's on the agenda. I don't say it's fixed, but I know it's on the agenda for discussion between the countries.
But what do you make about England? Because it was
I'm not a great.
I know you're not, and that's why
because of the weather.
Correct, and for a number of reasons, really, about the conditions and everything else. But isn't this just an obvious case of where, as soon as it's been done somewhere, the administrators will want to use it for their own ends, which actually it's got, I don't think it's anything to do with crowds. I think it's got to do with TV money, actually. But there you go.
Yeah, well, everything's
but
TV
that can't be a good thing, can it? I wouldn't have thought.
I don't think so.
Right. So what I'm saying is that change is good, but you've got to put change in the right place. And
I agree with that. We agree with
this.
I'm not disagreeing, but I've never been for England.
No, exactly.
Day-nighters. I've never been through anything day-night. Well, that's
not a good thing.
You're making my point about the administrators. They're all businessmen.
I'm making the point. Yeah, well, I am. I'm making the point that not all change is good change. So I don't think that's a good change.
And any of them listening to us now, and I'm saying that, they'll resent it. And friends will tell them, that boycott, we're talking about you, and they like it. And they resent it because they think you're just having a go at them. I'm not. I'm saying we need these businessmen. We desperately need people who market, make money, understand about money, can give you ideas about the cricket needs to make money. But don't you need a number of people who have played international cricket at the top to give them from a cricket point of view? And they don't. They don't see it like that. They just see it like people like me and ex-cricketer criticising them. There has to be a balance. And we've gone, I've always said, from the 50s and before that, where cricketers ran the game. The Wilfred Woolers, A.B. Sellers at Yorkshire, and Stuart Surridge, and so forth. And we had no businessmen. And it's the balance. And we've now gone the other way. There's hardly anybody. I think we've got Hugh Morris at Glamorgan, Chief Exec. We've got Mr. Khan at Leicester, have we?
I see him, yeah. What do you think about the possibility, again, talking change, and you two are big change advocates for that way, about an Edgbaston day-night test match next year? Do you think that's a good change?
No, I don't think day-night cricket will work in England. To be honest with you, I don't think day-night cricket works for one-day cricket in England. I think we should play cricket in the hours of daylight. I mean, how often do you have dinner outside, Aggers, in your lovely, extensive castle?
I don't think it will be on September the 29th next year, put it that way.
I think, actually, funnily enough, Test cricket in England probably needs the least tweaking in that we're probably playing it at the right time at the moment. It's well attended. It's just played maybe the right times of the year and the right venues.
That's kind of my point, though. Whereas I think that the change has to be, if there is going to be change, it has to be universal, though, or you you don't tinker with it. That's my own view.
No,
because if you're going to have some that's right for some and not for others.
How do you work out then when we were having 6 ball overs, Australia were having 8?
Well, they didn't last long, did it? They
They
changed
had it for years.
Yeah,
Andrew, go and look it up.
1979 they changed it. So I was playing grade cricket.
But they had 8 ball overs for a while.
Yeah, but then it was nonsensical, though, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. I actually preferred 8 ball overs, but I'm quite happy with standardisation.
Yeah, but it had to be standardised.
I think people are. I'll give you. It's a connected example. It's about cricket. It's not strictly about rule changes. I think people are more conservative than we think. Their instant reaction is always different. I don't like it. Do you remember in the 80s when they changed the camera angles and it was instead of being always behind the sort of keep, and they changed it around. And some people said, "Oh, I don't like it." I used to feel I was sitting with my paper behind the keeper, and then as soon as you realise it's ridiculous, you couldn't see the LBWs and whatever. So I think generally, as soon as change happens, if it's managed properly, we just accept it as part of the fabric of the game, and I think we'd get over it very quickly.
As human beings, many people do not like change of anything. We get set in our ways, a lot of people, and they don't like change, and you've got to accept that.
Uncovered pitches.
Well, cricket had that for a while. We had uncovered pitches in England, all kinds of things. They had it in Australia, but it hardly ever rained, so they play on flat pitches that bounce and were quick. You're never going to get total standardisation.
I'll catch you at 12:30, Jeffrey. Thank you for that. We've got
after all that, I'm going home.
A rain break.
I don't want to catch you.
Oh, Jeffrey, please don't. I'll miss you. I'll miss you. We're underway here in 5 minutes. 4 minutes, I think, all being well, as long as the light holds off and so on. So before we resume, let's get the results now. Doesn't a day pass quickly in the life of a Royal London reporter? Correspondent, which Dan Norcross has been today at Lord's. Dan, how's it gone?
Hello, Agus. Well, it's got a lot better weather-wise than it has for you guys. And the only place where there was any rain at all was the Somerset game, and that only shaved 3 overs off the day's play. I'll start in the North Group, where 175 from Travis Head and a ton from Jack Leaning helped Yorkshire to a 191-run victory over, I'm sorry to say, your side, Leicestershire. I'm sorry. What could I do? 134. Let's move on. Think of nicer thoughts. 134 from Rob Keogh was the star performance for Northants in their 170-run demolition of Durham. Not many games were tight today, I tell you, Agus. Another ton for Ricky Vessels was instrumental in Nottinghamshire defeating Derbyshire by 65 runs. Ricky Clark, I think I told you about this earlier. Ricky Clark took 5 for 26, was responsible for Worcestershire posting a mere 115. Warwickshire cruised home by 8 wickets. Into the South Group, the game I've been at, a rare century for Paul Sterling, and Owen Morgan, he also got a ton, ensured Middlesex a victory by 6 wickets against Kent. Surrey, despite missing the Curran brothers, of course, they were on England Lions duty, and a ton for Jesse Ryder defeated Essex by 66 runs. 4 wickets for Tom Smith helped Gloucestershire to a 51-run win against Sussex. And finally, in the Royal London Cup, Somerset, assisted by an 80 for Peter Trigo, defeated Glamorgan by 33 runs. In the Lions game, now, England have just won. You'll recall that Sam Billings got a fantastic 175 off 139 balls, just like Travis Head did. He got 175 from 139 balls. England Lions made 324 for 8, and Pakistan A have just lost that. England have won by 56 runs. So there you are. I think you're entirely up to date.
We are indeed. Thank you, Dan, very much indeed for all of that today. We're about underway here. Here comes the first ball of the resumption. I've lost count of which particular resumption this is of the day, but Yasser's bowling. He bowls to Cook, and he sweeps that down towards the boundary at deep backward square leg for 4. So Cook has played positively since making this decision to bat again. And his first ball goes for 4. Victor, feel free to sit in that chair. You find it a bit hot. But there you go. I'll do it gingerly if I were you. And Alison's coming into my chair.
Thank you, Aggers. Yes, be careful as
What's been happening in this chair?
Jeffrey was almost combusting a few moments ago. It was a lively debate, but a very good one.
Was it?
Taking in 4-day test cricket, day-night tests. Here is Yasser in again to Cook, who goes back, turns him square, thinks about a single, but thinks better of it, goes back because of the tumbling stop. From short third man.
I might stand up for a bit longer then, Ali.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should.
Was this prompted by the follow-on lack of, or not? Or was
I think that was where it started and led into 4-day test matches.
Okay.
Slip and short leg, Yasser in firing into the pads, and Cook turns him behind square on the leg side again for another single. Cook on to 36 then. 61 without, lost in the lead, 452 with the floodlights on. The sky was a little lighter a minute or so ago, and there is a couple of patches of high blue sky which we haven't seen all day, but then darker cloud is starting to fill in again, so I can feel the gloom coming on once more.
Is that like Aggers is looking a bit like Henry Cooper? He's had about 7 rounds with Muhammad Ali all those years ago.
Here's Yassir again. And it's gone into the gloves of the keeper. Hales taking a large stride forward, shapes to play, no run. So the end of Yassir's over then. 61 without, lost the lead, 452. Time for Aggers to take a bit of a breather, I think, and a break. He's in recovery mode after that.
All right, I'm sorry, I was downstairs scribbling away.
Oh, we were selling tickets, front row seats.
Oh well.
Look, England need to make the most of this period now with the bat, don't they, Vic?
Yeah, they may as well. It's
been the most disjointed day, hasn't it?
Where it could get a little bit frustrating is if we see, I don't know, Jimmy Anderson come out as night watchman very shortly. That won't go down frightfully well. But still,
yes,
there's a bit more batting for England to do yet. I mean, there's no point batting again and then suddenly pulling out with a lead of 450. You've got to get more than that, having taken that decision.
Rahat Ali in from the pavilion end, bowls to Cook. Foolish Cook blocks him on, and Cook's setting off very quickly after this on drive. So is the fielder chasing it to the boundary. Cook for a second. Nice flick back, bit of teamwork on the boundary in front of the pavilion at the far end. But Cook really did set off quickly.
So Aggers is doing his sort of Rahul Dravid impersonations, it seems. Becoming like a wall. Inflexible. Oh well.
Yeah, he was being accused of all sorts of things by Jeffrey. He was doing his best to hold his end up and defend his corner admirably. He needed one of those arm guards. Who was the umpire who had the shield,
the Oxenford arm guard?
Yes. He needed the oxalator.
Well, I'd have thought with health and safety
shield.
nowadays, TMS would be investing in a few of them.
Full-on helmets, chest guards. Rahat Ali is sending a man back to third man for Cook, who's on 38, and he settles over his bat now with 2 slips in place as well. In comes Rahat, bowling wider of the crease to Cook, and he defends that to the offside. And there is no run. A cluster of pigeons swoop down and settle on the outfield in front of the point. Cook walks away towards square leg.
I mean, I don't usually read lots of it, but I've got just reporting on reaction.
Reaction to the discussion.
To the no doubt civilised debate that I sadly missed. Well, I'll be on it in a minute.
At the end of his mark now, Cook awaits at Amir. He turns now and comes in. Bowls into the pads. He gets some bat on it. Cook ball dribbles into the offside. No run. Go on, what's the best or the worst of the reaction?
Well, no, this is a
I imagine that I was quite enjoying that passage of discussion.
Well, David Ward, I presume this is in response to that little debate, says boycott's right on most things, but so wrong on this, he said. What happens when the first day is rained off? Match a draw already, he says. Thank you, David, for that thought.
Well, that is a legitimate argument against 4-day test matches in England, where we know the weather plays such a bigger part on a probably more regular basis. Into Cook's pads again, swinging in from Amir. It's a leading edge out to mid-off in Misbah.
Well, it rains elsewhere too,
it does rain. Well, you can have monsoonal rains.
I feel as if I spent most of my life watching the rainfall at Centurion in South Africa.
You were witness to that incredible storm at the Gabba those years ago.
Well, it rains there, I know. I mean, Henry will tell you about that. It does rain there.
Well, it's a factor, isn't it? How many more draws would you get if all tests were 4 days due to the weather? Guess we won't know until it happens. Cook defending outside off stump, no run out to the covers. Day-night test matches came in for discussion as well. And I think I agree with Ed Smith. I don't see them being a huge success in England.
I think that's a
it's
a very understated observation. I think in England there's a lot of reasons why it wouldn't work. Elsewhere, in different climates, I think they would work quite well, but not in England.
In the hot, balmy evenings. Here is Amir in again. Bowls now to Cook, angling it into him. He turns it square and will take 1. Out to the deep, brings Yassir in off the boundary. That pigeon swoops away in front of the commentary box window, and Amir takes his hat from the umpire. 64 without loss, the lead 4:55.
It's been quite a fraught day, really, in this sort of media area.
There's a lot of discontent, isn't there? Rumbling.
Well, bumped into a few. Well, there's a few England captains floating around, ex-England captains.
Are they all scratching their head?
Well, I haven't pinioned all of them, but I think it's fair to say my old Somerset colleague was probably not inclined to avoid enforcing the follow-on, it's fair to say.
Yazir around the wicket to Cook, and pads up to one, and takes a large stride forward outside the off stump.
And even some of the younger England captains, ex-England captains, were surprised, I think.
Well, Ed very eloquently put it that we are not privy to all information. There might be undoubtedly some factors that we might not know about. Cook drives to the onside of straight and takes a single to mid-on. Where it comes back into the keeper's end.
Well, the news hounds are poised, and I think I know who's going to be explaining the thinking.
What's word from the dressing room, or at least word from the media?
Well, the word is it won't be a player, but I think Paul Farbrace may be
float
coming
his name earlier.
So he was a 3-1-er, was he?
He was odds on. Yazir in again, and defensive stroke this time from Hale sends Cook back. Cook's eager for these runs. He knows the sense of the situation, now needing to increase this lead as much as possible before the close tonight to always justify the decision and make it worthwhile. 4:56 the lead stands at, 65 without loss. He's here in with a slip and a short leg. Hales drives to foolish delivery, finds the gap out to deep cover, and he takes a gentle single to move on to 24. Well, Paul Farbrace presumably would have been part of the decision-making process with Bayliss and Cook. Do you think that triumvirate?
Yeah, I would have thought so. And he'll certainly, even if he wasn't in on the decision-making, he'll be
well
aware of the factors.
And he speaks very well to us in the media. He's a good communicator.
It's rarely be a short conference, I think.
In goes Yazir. Drops this one a little short, turns into Cook, and he forces it away behind square on the offside and takes one. A little bit of turn, a little bit of grip on the pitch for Yazir. Cook's dealing with it okay at the moment. He's reading it. Looks like the sun is sort of trying to come out from behind these clouds, which are still scudding across the ground. Thick cloud, but there's some very, very bright patches away over in the west as Yazir is in again. Sweep off the pad and then into the hands of Slip, and a half-strangled appeal from Yazir as Hales came forward with the sweep attempt. Got a man down there at fine leg as well. Should he get a top edge? It's the end of the over, 67 without loss. On that occasion, didn't make any contact with bat and ball.
No, he was certainly outside the line of off-stump when the ball hit his pad.
Well, it could be a half century for Alistair Cook here.
Yeah.
Another little milestone. 41 off 40.
He's actually played very fluently. He's scored, as Andrew was telling us, even before this innings. In this series, in this summer, he's scored far more quickly than has been his custom. 54, I think Andrew told me, as opposed to a career average of 46 strike rate.
Evolving in his older age. Whip that time and cut away by Cook. That's a deep point. He'll just get one for it. There's a man out there. Amir continuing from the pavilion end.
Well, he might be evolving, or it might be that people haven't bowled in such a disciplined way to it. I've seen him this summer square cut more than the last 2 seasons. And I don't think that's because he suddenly rediscovered the square cut. It's just that the Aussies in particular will just never give him that shot because they know he loves it.
We got a nice juicy bit of wit then from Amir. Hales on 24, Amir in under the floodlights, and he's driven at that into the hands of Gully, into the ground and fielded. Angled across the right-hander. Hales rehearses the stroke. 4:59, the lead 68 without loss. Well, if you think of the opposition that Cook has come up against this summer, the Sri Lankan attack And then Pakistan attack, which he is now, he dealt with well even from Lords. He played them well for the 80-odd that he made. Amir again to Hales, little straighter, comes forward and defends, running the ball up to mid-on. And there's no run. Crane still hovering at the far end of the ground, motionless. Lots of spectators have headed home after numerous rain delays throughout the afternoon. A lot of them had enough. It was glum, it was drizzly. Not much fun when there's not a lot of shelter in the stands either, but a number of hardy souls are still here to see the closing passages of play in this evening. Just 6 left in the day. Here goes Amir.
I guess he's got...
Hales looking to drive, doesn't time it, comes off the bottom edge down to mid-off.
He's just bracing himself for the podcast, I think.
Well, he might just finish that at about midnight, do you think?
Well, there's all sorts of ways you can listen to it, and I might switch on at midnight just to see how things are going. I can't remember what they are.
I know he's looking forward to joining forces with Jeffrey again and discussing the day's play. Amir turns at his mark. Some shadows more evident beneath his feet now. Oh, that one's got past. He edged it. He has. Well, there's an appeal, and Hales is walking off. Caught behind. And Amir gets a wicket late in the day. Hales out for 24. England 68 for 1.
Well, that was a pretty handy delivery, I reckon. It bounced and it came back into him. And I think it took the inside as opposed to the outside edge of Hales. Let's have a look. Yeah. Just brushes, well, either the inside edge or even possibly the glove. It bounced more than anticipated. There's a bit of zip still out there if you've got the energy to bend your back under these cloudy conditions. And Hales didn't even wait for the decision. Played quite nicely. Now, I don't think England are going to send out a night watchman, are they? No, here comes... That's Joe Root, I'm pretty sure.
Look at all those shadow shots. He's like a boxer, isn't he?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Now he's sidestepping, skipping as he goes, swinging of the arm and the bat again. He's raring. He's saying, let me at them.
Like Corporal Jones, is he?
Well, this could be
it's not ideal. It is not ideal, but he's coming out in positive mode. It is dark, pretty dark. It's late. It's nearly 7 o'clock. Amir got that ball zipping through. It did move and bounced, and it's a tricky one for Hales to combat. So it is not an ideal time to come out to bat. But there is no alternative. England have taken this option, so they've got to be positive with the bat. They can't start hiding players and playing for the morning too much. So here's England's 2 best together again.
And he's going to take on Amir. Here is Root then. Good reception for him as he came out. Amir in, foolish, and it's flown off the edge. Through the gap between second slip and gully for 4. Down to the 3rd man boundary, so off the mark. Not off the middle of the bat, but Root gets 4, 72 for 1.
And he's smiling. Well, he smiles a lot. It was full. It was a sort of educated edge stroke guide, wasn't it?
There was an element of... a touch.
Yeah. He's certainly got 4 for it. All along the ground. Another wicket, though, for Amir, who's been, I'd say, without a doubt, really the most potent of the Pakistan pacemen in this series.
Andrew's got something for us.
An unusual wicket for him, yeah. It's his 6th of the series. The other 5 were all bowled. So let's put an end to that sequence.
Well, that's why Andrew was looking so glum.
Very
He's waiting for another bowl.
He's helped me a lot today, actually. His sprint stat has come to the rescue.
Excellent. Yasir in now to Cook, comes forward, defends into the onside, and Misbah leans down, picks up languidly. And there is no run.
We're just trying to look and see what that hit. It was
actually glove.
Glove first, certainly, and he didn't hang around Hales. He knew that he'd touched it, and off he went.
Yasir to Cook, that one turns, and Cook takes one hand off the bat. It hits a body and then drops into the ground in front of first slip. So Yasir finally with a turn off the pitch, thudded into his right thigh. Cook then stood tall, so some good bounce as well. Yasir, and again, a little flatter that time, and Cook turns it around the corner, but finds short fine leg. And so no run. Yeah, a few balls have Just sat up and spat up on occasion today.
Well, you would hope that's the case. I mean, a good
Third day
pitch, a good test pitch will start to deteriorate from now on, and there's a bit more rough, of course, outside the left-hander's off stump.
Yazir bowls to Cook Foolish, and Cook drives. He'll get runs here to wide mid-off. And Amir picks up just the one. Cook on to 43, 73 for one. England's lead 464. And remember that they bowled Pakistan out for 198 earlier. 63.4 overs, giving England a first innings lead of 391. Could have enforced the follow-on, but decided against it. Too much scratching of heads. Slip and silly point foot route. He goes back and plays Yazir off the back foot, only as far as point and no run. Another 4-wicket haul for Chris Woakes, 4 for 67. Stokes picked up 2 for 39, and a couple of wickets for Moeen as well. And to wrap up the innings, 2 for 43. Last ball of the over, Yazir into route. It goes back, turns him past the square leg umpire against the spin, and gets a single to finish the over. Route on to 5 then, Cook 43. And England 74 for 1, just 4 overs left in the day. And the lead 465 then. Vic, I'm going to let you have your say. And then Blowers is going to come in to round up the day's rather stop-start action.
Yeah, well, I don't think Joe Root's too bothered about coming in with just 4 overs left, 5 overs left. He's got a double century to his name in the first innings. It might be slightly different, though, for the next man in, James Vince, whose England place is not so secure. He really doesn't want to come in with 3 overs to go. But I don't think there's any way that he could be permitted a night watchman in these circumstances. So he'll be a bit edgy at the moment, unlike Henry Blofeld.
Well, it's going to be Mohamed Amir coming in from the pavilion end now. He bowls to Joe Root. Root goes back, runs that easily and quietly through third man, Yasser Shah Fields, and Root gets another single. So he goes along to 6, and it's now 75 for 1. Well, it's a balmy evening, isn't it? Really pity we can't go on a bit longer, really, isn't it?
Well, absolutely with you on that one, Henry.
Well, I know. I mean, it's pity everyone's got to go home at 7:30. Dear, oh dear.
Then we've got to wait all that time before we can come back again.
Well, dear, indeed. Well, I suppose even you, Vic, will have a bit of a lie down before breakfast.
I think so.
There you are. And it's going to be Mohamed Amir. Here he is now, bowling to the left-handed Alistair Cook. 2 slips, they go down. Here he is, he's in, he bows. And Cook goes back, forces this just to the right of cover. And they go through for an easy single. And so runs coming reasonably easily. Cook's now got 44. It's 76 for 1. And umpire Damasceno has come down this end. This is the second innings. Goes across left, right, left. He's very military, isn't he, actually? He's very upright. And, you know, he's a candidate for the Sri Lankan Brigade of Guards, I think. And it's Mohamed Amir. Quick polish on his right thigh. Transfers the ball to his left hand, and here he comes. Chuntering up to the wicket. He's there now. He bowled, and Root goes to pull it away. Goes away off his thigh pad, out on the offside gully. Shafiq comes in very quickly. Root thought there was a run, but Cook, who really was would have been in control of that one, said no, and remained more or less leaning on his bat at the far end. And so Root scampered back. In the floodlights, that duotone coloured crane looks rather fetching, doesn't it? I don't know if it's moved today. It seems to be drooping down, hanging down even more over the ground than usual. And Amir is in. He's up to the wicket now. He bowled. Oh, Root forward. He felt for that. He might. I wondered just for a second if he hadn't got a nick there, but Sarfraz was not interested, and so obviously he missed it. But he, you know, the circumstances perhaps caused him to play an unwise stroke. He was thinking of running it to third man and followed it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. There is a third man now after that glide he played from his first ball, but so it wasn't a very good risk-reward shot.
No, absolutely not. And Mohamed Amir in now, up to the wicket, bowls, and Root drives, and that slices off the face of the bat down there to Yasser Shah, third man. Root gets another single, takes him to 7, and it's all the 7-7 for 1. General Shufflehouse is in the field because it is the left-handed Cook now in strike, and umpire Dharmasena goes on another Root march. The bear trail, that great bear chain on the terraces away to our left, stretching all the way up, or almost all the way up to the top, really bears testimony to some pretty impressive drinking today. And there are millions of these bear mugs. And here is Amir. He's in, he bows, and that's nicely played by Cook, who came forward, waited for it, saw it was shorter than he expected, and then just steered it, really. A bit steered, a bit hit, if you might say, a little bit of a mixture down to third man. He played it nicely. He goes to 45. It's 78 for 1 at the end of the over, leaving Joe Root now at the non-striker's end on 7.
Yes, umpire Dharmasena, I think, was he? I'm looking to Andrew for help, but I think he was the umpire of the year.
I didn't think you could be looking for me.
No, sorry. Perhaps I should should go to you first. But wasn't he? I think he's. They have awards now for umpires, and I'm pretty sure Dharmasena must be the most foremost of the Sri Lankan umpires ever, and that he was voted umpire of the year or something like that quite recently by the ICC.
He has been recently, I'm pretty sure. I'll just check.
Thanks.
I think Kettleborough was the most recent one.
Right.
Kettleborough, yes, he's done very well, hasn't he? Yeah. And it's Yasser Shah round the wicket into the left-handed Cook, slip forward short leg, and Cook goes back, tries to run this past Yunus Khan there at slip, but Yunus in his angular way gets there and just flicks it back to Sarfraz behind the stumps, and who returns it then down the wicket to the bowler. Hoists the shoulder of his shirt, the right shoulder, Yasser, and then he's in, he bowls, and Cook's forward, playing this nicely off his pads. There's one here to deep mid-wicket, nicely fielded, and the throw comes back, and we got the sun out, bright sunshine in the evening, and lovely. And the score goes along now to 79 for 1. Cook has 46, and the right-handed Root is in strike. And after this ball, Andrew is going to tell us something. As Yasser Shah in short, and Root pulls that round the corner, and Van misses it. It's taken there by Sarfraz. And Andrew.
Dharmasena was umpire of the year in 2012.
Ah, right, that's a while ago now, yes.
Yeah, Kettleborough has been the last 3 years.
Really? Gosh, Yorkshireman.
And here comes Yasser again up to the wicket, bows, and that's swept really rather angrily by Root. He dismissed that from his presence, hit it beautifully, 4 runs to mid-wicket. And that was the one really at Lord's that went up vertically up in the air, wasn't it? But that he swept that on line and timed it quite beautifully, and one of the spectators down there, I think actually he's one of the staff, first aid staff there, did a crafty bit of fielding. So 83 for 1, 11 to Root, and he settles over his bat now. His behind sticks out quite a long way. In comes Yasser, bowls. Oh, and that one turned and lifted, and Root was going to cut it. It was really too far up to cut, but in this situation England want runs badly. But it jumped quite appreciably, and he stopped his shot. He reacted very well indeed.
He did.
83 for 1 at the end of the over. And with the sun rather low, it's awfully difficult to see the individuals. Root has got 11 now, and Cook, which waiters Yasser bows to Root. Root is forward, playing it out on the offside, no run there. And it's the end of the over now, in fact. It was the left-handed turnover that fooled me. 83 for 1, 46 Cook, and 11 to Root.
Yeah, we did see that ball to Root. It turned and bounced encouragingly, really, for England when they bowl, but also for the guy who's made this pitch.
Who's going to bowl the leg breaks for England?
Well, Gary Ballance bowls the leg breaks for England. But Moeen Ali might get some purchase. But it did turn and bounce more than anything, but it was just a little bit wide, and Root is in such good touch that he was sharp enough just to withdraw and not play at the ball. But you want a pitch that deteriorates after 3 or 4 days. That's what a good cricket pitch does.
And it is Mohamed Amir from the pavilion end into Cook. Cook is forward, and it's on the offside, and there is no run. Another gull just went past the box. These black-headed gulls, which you don't see on many cricket grounds, I haven't noticed them before. But they're quite small, much smaller than normal sort of herring gulls. And they're crafty things, and they've got that little black heads, rather obviously in great contrast to the rest of the body in white. And Amir gets the ball back. He starts his run by that great cone of sawdust at the far end. And here he is, up to the wicket. Now he bowls to Cook. Cook goes back and runs that down. In fact, no, to the gully. But it's fielded there by Yunus Khan going to his left from second slip. And Cook has got another single. 47 he is. It's 84 for 1. And chained round again because the right-handed Root is now in strike. I hope my bus, which was stationary in the far distance of the Talbot Road yesterday for a long time about now, it hasn't appeared today. I don't know what's happened. In fact, I haven't seen a bus of any sort. Very sad. Here's Mohammed Amir. He's in. He's up to the wicket. He bows. Oh, and Root going, and he hits that, slogs it really, bottom-handed it through mid-on. It's half stopped there by, I think it's Wahab there, and Victor, was that was in the air for a while?
It was for a bit. I mean, it took everyone by surprise because there's a couple of overs to go, and there's Root running down the pitch to Amir. And he launched a bit of a rustic on drive, and it was in the air for a while. It bounced in front of the fielder. But we didn't quite expect him to do that today. Tomorrow, perhaps, but not today.
Full of unexpected life, isn't it? 86 for 1, Root's 13, and here's Mohammed Amir to bowl to him again. He's in now, he bowls, and Root goes back, forces this one just behind square to Shafiq, who fields vigorously, eagerly, and enthusiastically, and then fires it back to Sarfraz in his standing back position. And it's getting a little bit gloomy now. We've got, how many overs have we got left now, Andrew?
Just one after this.
One more after this, so we are getting very much to the tail end of the day. And I don't know if that's a bee or a wasp, but trying to get in through the glass from the outside. And it's gone away now, and here is Amir in bowls, and Root drives down to mid-off, and Misbah is the fielder there, and there is no run. 86 for 1. Which means that the lead is 177. 477. Yep, sorry. And
it's a healthy position, unquestionably.
But
there is a bit of a but somewhere.
The weather and 2 days left, it should be all right, but there is the weather and rain is around. Amir again, he's in, and Root goes back and runs this to Shafiq at backward point, but not straight to him. He has to go fine to his left, and they run a quick-ish single. 14 now to Root. It's 87 for 1. It's the end of the over, and we have one more over of the day left.
The ever-willing Yasir Shah's going to bowl it. I mean, he would like to bowl on this track on the last couple of days, I suppose, but both these batsmen have played him pretty well throughout the match, and Cook's played well tonight. You may query the decision not to enforce the follow-on, but he's come out and he's played pretty positively. He's almost going at a run a ball.
Oh, he's in spanking form, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are two.
And poor old Yasser has taken 1 for 238, the two innings combined. Anyway, the wind ruffling his shirt as he comes in now and starts the last over, bowling down to Root, and Root plays another slog sweep, a little bit straighter than the last one. There's a big chase going on there. I think the ball has just been stopped. A siding tackle and dry cleaner's delight, and they come back for 3 runs. And that was a good piece of fielding, but a good piece of running by the batsman.
And an improvised shot, and an exciting one really, is a half volley on just outside off stump, but he levered it through mid-wicket in a manner that is not necessarily in the old coaching manuals. But he got 3 runs for it, and it's exactly what he was trying to do.
You didn't play that one?
Oh, well, I'm not saying I always obeyed the manual myself, Henry, and I bet you didn't either.
90 for 1, and Root 17, and Yasser around the wicket to Cook. Cook straight drives, it was on a full toss, and gets a single down to long on below us. And so 91 now for 1, and Cook has 48.
I'd still like to have seen you facing up to Statham at Fenners.
Well, I
presume you had the a sort of pale blue cap on as your protection?
No, that time I didn't. I got a blue quidnunc, yes.
Well, he'd have definitely bounced you if you were wearing that.
He didn't, actually.
I knew he wouldn't.
And here's Yasser bowls, and they go for a quick single out on the offside. Root just pushed the ball into the gap just in front of square. They ran very quickly. Shafi closed in, but he shied at the stumps, but Root was home. So Root's 18, it's 92 for 1. I had a very good outside edge, which was hit frequently, but the ball fell just short of the slips. And I played and missed an unconscionable number of times. Dexter was at the other end, and I kept skipping out of the way of his straight drives. It was very amusing. And here is Yasser in bowls, and that's worked away by Cook out to deep mid-wicket, and Cook runs the single that takes him now to 49. One or two people clapping. I think their arithmetic was wrong. They were hoping he was going to go, or thinking he was going to go to 50. And the total 93 for 1. And we got 2 balls of the day left. And Yasser bowling now to Root in this slightly cramped stance of his. He's up in bowls and Root and sweeps a full toss and is going to get the maximum. That's gone for 4 runs. Wahab down there set off. It takes Wahab at this time of day a bit of a while to get, he goes through the gears, first, second, third, and he was about third then when he went over the fence. And the score is 97 now for 1. And Root goes to 22.
I mean, that's an impish shot. He more or less premeditated it. And there are 2 men on that boundary, but he bisected them to the penultimate ball of the match. I mean, he's enjoying himself.
Not of the match, of the day.
Oh, sorry, of the day, yeah.
Well, Root could walk on water at the moment in cricketing terms, couldn't he, really, almost? Here is the last ball. Yasser is in, bowls, and Root comes forward and gets a single out, deep cover. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the entertainment for the day. Root is 23. England are 98 for 1. They lead by 488. And Cook is 49 not out. I don't think he'll ever lose any sleep thinking about the single he needs for his 50, but he's batted extremely well, and so's Root. Root's come in and played all manner of strokes, some very inventive blows too. And England, obviously, those 2 will return to the dressing room in a happy frame of mind. Pakistan also going steadfastly into their dressing room. They've obviously got a lot to do to save this match, but they've also, or they may have, the weather on their side, and that makes the whole thing a bit of an iffy situation, and it means that if England don't win, Cook is undoubtedly going to get a lot of criticism for not enforcing what seemed a very viable follow-on.
That's right. Pakistan still have 10 wickets intact. They still have to be taken because they didn't bat again tonight. Wicket's still pretty true. We saw, it's amazing, really. England have had an excellent day. To bowl Pakistan out for 198 on a true surface like this is good stuff. But we were all a bit bemused when the follow-on wasn't enforced, and a bit fretful if you're an England supporter, perhaps, that a bit of time will have been wasted. But that's the decision they have taken. So in purely cricketing terms, England have dominated more or less from the start, apart from that little partnership between Misbah and Wahab Riaz, which hindered them a little bit, but not for that long. But the game is kind of stalled a bit while England go through the positive motions of this 3rd innings, and at some point tomorrow, Cook will continue to bat for a while. I guess England might be bowling by lunchtime. And the game will be renewed, and those 10 wickets will be sought.
Well, there we are. England led by 391 in the first innings. They're 98 for 1 in their second, having not enforced the follow-on. They lead, therefore, by 487 runs. Cook is there with 49. Root has 23. And with that, it is time for me to hand over to Jonathan Agnew.
Yes, thank you, Henry, very much indeed. On goes the cover again for the last time today. He's been on and off today, rather too much. But, well, we've got through. We've got through to the close of play. All the overs that had to be bowled have been done so. And we can now have our review of this 3rd day of the match. It might have been the last day of the match. But anyway, that's not the case. And we'll be back tomorrow, of course, at 11 o'clock for the 4th day. So the close of play of the third day of the second test between England and Pakistan at Old Trafford sees England closing on 98 for 1. That might surprise a few. It gives them a lead of 489. Alistair Cook's 49 were out and Joe Root 23 after Hales was out for 24, caught behind off Mohammad Amir. Then after Pakistan were bowled out for 198, so England had a lead of 391, but Alistair Cook chose not to enforce the follow-on. I think that's created a certain amount of surprise, debate anyway, at the very least, with that decision, but certainly there's a lot of time remaining in the match. But he chose to bat again after Pakistan lost those last 6 wickets today. We bowled out for 198. Misbah was out for 52 in the end. He was caught by Cook off Moeen, who finished with a couple of wickets. Wokes 4 for 67. Stokes 2 for 39. Bowled a pretty hostile spell. Broad 1 for 20. I suspect the decision not to enforce a follow-on occurred as a result of the partnerships between Wahab, Sarfraz and Misbah that just kept England out there that little bit longer than Cook imagined. So that's the state of play. 98 for 1, 489 runs ahead. There's still 2 days to go. The forecast tomorrow a little bit mixed, if I'm honest, but you can't rely on that. And Geoffrey Boycott is here to give his thoughts on the day. Geoffrey, there'll be a few surprises, I think, at reading out that England have a second innings score on there. What's your take on everything?
Oh, I think in my opinion, he should have enforced the follow-on. England bowled pretty well. The batting from Pakistan was pretty ordinary, except for we'll get to Misbah and Wahab Riaz, but some of the other shots by the players was pretty poor. And I think they only lasted the whole, what did the bowl, 60 overs?
63 overs, I think, yeah.
63 overs. Repeat that, 63 overs, and the bowlers are too tired to bowl again. And if they had enforced the follow-on, it'd have been perfect, because they've been on and off 3 times. There are plenty of rest of the bowlers. Come back, change, get fresh, have a little rest, come back and have another bowl in murky light, overcast conditions. Not fun for batting. Not if you're following on. It was perfect. But having said that, they got themselves in such a splendid position, did England, by bowling well and some really poor batting. We got the sublime stuff at Lords from Pakistan, but we got the other stuff today and yesterday. I mean, some of the batting was poor. This pitch has played so good, so well, with carry, pace, bounce, lovely for batting, but the seamers on either side haven't made the ball move much. No. They've zipped it through with the new ball, it's zipped through with some pace, it's not done lateral movement. Only when a right arm bowler has bowled across a left-hander, it's looked with the angle as if it's moved much, and it has a little with the new ball, but after that, it's done nothing. It's been straight up and down.
No reverse swing, and again, the square is very damp, and the field is very lush, isn't it?
Absolutely. So it's been lovely for batting. You've had to get mistakes from the batsmen. And Pakistan's batting was full of mistakes. I mean, just today, Masood, the opening batsman, played nicely for a while yesterday, and just this morning, then he fenced at one off Anderson, was it? He way from his body. He could have even left it shoulder down. Didn't he have to play it the height it went through? Shafi, the best player, technically, I think, if there's anybody saw him play at Lord, beautiful player, little player, and in the UAE, he got runs against England, didn't he? Super little player. He played it a ball from Stokes, I think it was. It must have been over a foot wide. It was it broad?
Yeah.
It was a foot wide, wasn't it? And he went after it in the situation they are with wickets down, in trouble. Should have made them bowl to him, kept his wicket intact. They'd have got tired after a while. He'd just pick them off. But no, they couldn't resist almost giving the wickets away. And then Sarfraz, who came in, made a nice little 20-odd, was it? And played well, busy. What did he do? He sort of flirts at one outside off stump eventually with a sort of half bat to a wide ball. I don't want to cry the England bowl. England bowled splendidly yesterday. Fast, aggressive, not too much movement, but just fast, aggressive to a team that had been in the field for 5 sessions. This morning, you'd have thought they'd have had time to just think about it and say, hey, here, hang on, we've got to show a bit better than this. We are better than this. Show some fight. We'll stay in. We'll not play at the ball outside of stump unless we have to. Eventually, when the bowlers are bowling wide, they'll bowl straighter. Then we pick them off on the easy leg side because it's closer to us. And that's exactly what the captain did, didn't he?
Yeah.
40, what is it? 42 nearly?
Yeah. He's a funny old boy, isn't he? He doesn't play a shot against the quick bowlers and then goes berserk against the spinners.
Yeah, but when the seamers bowl, he has a plan.
Yes.
I compliment him for that. Everybody should have a plan.
Yeah.
The bowlers bowl to him, said, OK, you bowl to me. You bowl it in that corridor of uncertainty. If I have to play it, I will. But if I can get away with not playing it, I'll leave it. And you'll get tired of just the ball going through to the keeper, and you'll bowl straight, and then I'll pick it off for 1 and a 2 on the leg side, and I'll just pick up my runs and a leg guns for 4, and then I'll wait for the spinner, and I'll whack him for a few.
I mean, England will still win this match, Jeff, unless,
Yes.
unless the place gets completely flooded or something. England will win the match. And that's what Alistair Cook will say. That's what we're here to do. We're here to win the match. What does not enforcing the follow-on do? Why do you think people... Why do you feel strongly that it's not the right thing to do?
It is. Well, I can't say it's not the right thing or the wrong thing. If you're asking me what was the best cricket decision, was to put them in. I mean, they must have been down. They got bowled out on a very flat pitch, which was an excellent performance by England. Now, I've talked about the poor shot, but even so, you got to give compliment the side that bowls you out. They bowl with hostility, did England. Real aggression, hostility. I mean, I will say here and now, Ben Stokes is quite slippy. And if I had to pick of the 4 England quicks, whoever bowled me a bouncer, he would be the one that I'd least like, because he has a very quick arm action and he's a skiddy bowler. He doesn't bowl it so very short. Most bowlers bang it in, don't they, to get it over your head or up. His isn't very short. It comes at you very quick from nowhere. It bounces. And I thought he bowled some corking deliveries. And I give credit to England for bowling with that hostility, even if there wasn't much lateral movement, even if there was some poor shots by Pakistan. So they've played poorly, Pakistan.
But do you lose
Put
initiative?
them in again.
Do you lose initiative, do you think,
Yes.
by batting again? You lose momentum.
Get on top of them again. I agree with if you bowled a lot of overs and the bowlers are tired, you know that. If you bowl 20 overs, it's no, I like a rest captain if I can, and I've got plenty of time left, so take it. Steve Waugh started that years ago.
Yes,
but hot
he did.
sunshine in Australia, it's hard then because it's hotter and you're more tired. Here, they hadn't bowled many overs, had they? And they're down at Pakistan on a flat pitch. They will know that they played poorly, they're down. England get a couple out early, they really could have knocked them over today.
Seems to me that there are a couple of areas that England, okay, they will win the game, and I think that's what we have to underline and remember that.
Yes.
However, there are areas where you look and think, well, hang on, the Rashid decision, I think we both agree that's a shame.
Cautious, isn't it? Cautious.
And particularly actually having made this decision, even more reason actually think, whoa, wouldn't it have been interesting to see him bowl on a more wearing pitch, but he wasn't selected. And then the decision, I mean, could you both say they're both rather cautious decisions?
Yeah, cautious. Yeah. I mean, I was saying when Riaz, or the tail ender, batted well with Misbah, the only partnership they had, you got Woakes, who's bowled very well in the match, striving like hell and not getting anything out of it because the ball's got older a bit. And this is where the leg spinner comes in, doesn't he? He winkles them out. Say, go on then, you can hit me for a 4, you can have a go and get a 6, you might even get a 2, and then you got out. And Moyne got a couple of wickets like that. The finger spinner eventually, they hold out, didn't they? One hold out on the boundary, Misbah went to sweeping, got a top edge. And the wrist spinner comes onto his own. He actually saves the seamers bowling overs for nothing. You know, when the ball's not doing anything and it's old, and they're having to try like hell to get him to do anything and it won't, that's when the wrist spinner comes into his own. And you keep the seamers so that they're sharp and fresh for the few overs you want from them. And well, they'll still win, so it's not a criticism.
No, but it's a shame he's not playing, isn't it? He might have answered one or two questions.
Yeah.
Has he developed? Can he play in this sort of balanced attack? Does that little bit of protection that the seamers would give him, does that give him more opportunity to make him more dangerous?
They've got to stop bringing him in the squad when they really talk a good game about they might play him, but they've really no intention. They don't have any great desire. They're not keen. They think they would like to, but then they always find the reasons why not to play him, and it's silly. They might as well just leave him with Yorkshire if they're not going to play him. Having said that, when Cook batted again, he batted splendidly. Scored a runner ball, nice cricket, lovely. He's in great touch after his 100. And Joe Root came in at the end, and he scored quickly. Might have to 250, you would. And Hales, I'm going to say again, is not the finished article. His footwork was poor.
Little inside nick.
Neither forward or back.
poor.
Jeffrey, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for your input today. Conversations that we had earlier on too about 4-day Test cricket, and so it's been that sort of day today. Lots of chat. You can watch highlights of the day's play on the cricket section of the BBC Sport website, of course, and in our pint-sized TMS review. If you missed our chats with Peter Lever telling us how he hugged Geoffrey Boycott this morning, all the way around actually, or the big bat debate with Simon Hughes, you can download the podcast in the usual place, and we'll get some reaction during the course of the podcast, of course. I think Paul Farbrace put out today, possibly to explain about that follow-on decision. We're back tomorrow at 10 o'clock for the highlights, 10:30 live. We'll see you then. Goodbye.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5